What happens when one man tries to watch all the horror films of the 1980s? Well, we're about to find out because I'm your host, Josh Spiegel, and this is the 80s Project. Here we are once again with another brand new compilation of all of the 80s Project episodes, including a whole bunch of new entries never before seen. That's right, I've combined all of the entries from the 80s Project Horror Edition, the Sci-Fi Edition, and the Etc. editions together in one chronological retelling of all of the films of 1981. But of course, this isn't going to be everything. It will be all of the horror films and all of the sci-fi films, but I've thrown in a whole bunch of comedies and action films and some various other stuff in here as well. But look forward to about 12 brand new entries in this really long look at 1981. We're going to kick off the year literally with January 1st with Scream. Although that date seems a bit disputed, with some sources not having it released until 1983. This one begins the old-fashioned way with a group of people on a camping trip in a wooded area with like a sitcom theme song playing.
Thank you.
They end up in this old ghost town, and here's a cool fact. This is actually just Paramount Ranch, which was a ghost town set that was in the mountains by Malibu that was used in about 1 million movies. And I was able to visit it a while back, but it burned down in the 2018 fires and is in the process of being rebuilt. Westworld was filmed here, Firefly used it, it was part of the town in Bone Tomahawk, and I could literally just sit here and list out about 100 other movies made there. They all settle in for the night and then basically just wander around for a bit, but that night several other members are killed by an unseen killer. The next day when they try to leave, their rafts are destroyed, so they're stranded, and this was directed by Byron Quisenberry, who only directed 2 movies, this one and another one in 2004. But his main gig was as a stuntman, and he worked in that capacity on some pretty big flicks, including Return of the Living Dead. And this movie's actually been out there as a couple of different titles. It was shot under the name Butcher Baker Candlestick Maker, which doesn't really make all that much sense. And it was then released as Scream, and interestingly does have a ghost, but ironically it has no face. And it was actually reissued later on under the name The Outing. Under any title though, it often gets lumped in with the bevy of Friday the 13th clones at the time, and I can see the comparisons, but they are pretty different movies. My rating on it is a 2. It's pretty damn slow and kinda underwhelming. Its horror cultural significance is also pretty low as well at a 1.5. It's pretty forgotten and forgettable, and I'm just giving it the extra half for sharing a pretty famous name. Should you watch it? You can safely pass. Not much happens. Woo! Another movie that seems to have a disputed date but is reported to have been released on January 1st is The Loch Ness Horror, but is also said to have not hit the screens until 1982. It kicks off on the infamous loch with this guy who has a magic telescope that shows him an airplane in the sky, even though he's kind of looking downwards. I mean, look at this. He's looking down on the plane, so he'd have to be at a really, really high vantage point. And then he's eye level with the water and sees the monster poking his head out. It's supposed to be like World War II era and then jumps ahead 40 years. And Nessie's still there, as is that downed airplane. And look at this puppet. This is lovably derpy. And then this scientist teams up with an American sonar guy to try to track down the monster. These guys have stolen one of Nessie's eggs, and even though this is supposed to be Scotland, the entire film was done in California on Lake Tahoe, including this Scottish-looking castle, which is also on the lake. This one was directed by Larry Buchanan, director of such classics as Mars Needs Women and Zontar, the Thing from Venus. They have the old Scottish guy claim to have taken the famous surgeon photo, the one that has now been confirmed to be a fake. Nessie appears, and that roar is familiar. And the doc gives us some suspect information.
An otter can go 800 feet down and take its oxygen from the surrounding waters. But they are not aquatic.
They are, though. Loki keeps attacking, and every time it does, I just feel like it should be like sporting some twin ion engines. And it's a weird movie. Like, there's a whole sequence with a crazy old guy attacking some kids for no reason, and they just have shots of Nessie sort of like looking on, like damn, that guy's nuts. The monster is pretty hilarious because it's clearly just the headpiece, and it's not that big really. It just seems capable of basically headbutting people to death, and then this? It didn't really make any money on its release and has never really been considered a classic or anything, but has since become one of the more well-known Loch Ness Monster movies, which is not really that big of a pond to be a big fish in. I'm giving it a 2 because outside of some fun monster sequences, not much happens. It's pretty dull, but when Nessie does show up, it's a good time. I just wish there was more of it. Its significance is a 1.5 since, again, not extremely well known or done, and doesn't really feature any prominent figures, but it is a slightly more well-known Nessie flick. Should you watch it? Probably not, unless you want to see those handful of fun puppet scenes.
Is it true, Mr. Dean, that Americans go to the picture house more than once a month and spend a lot of time looking at magazines of naked women?
Yes.
Okay, I know that I'm sort of breaking my own rules here because this isn't a movie, but on January 5th, 1981, in the UK, the TV miniseries of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy debuted. I don't normally cover series, and the project is mainly about movies. I know I've done TV movies before, but I haven't done TV miniseries, but there's no way that I'm not going to talk about an adaptation of one of the greatest books of all time. We start off by meeting Arthur Dent, average human, who is dealing with the fact that his home is about to be destroyed, and his good friend, Ford Prefect, who is not human, but Arthur doesn't know that. Ford tells him, but also informs him that the Earth is about to be destroyed by an alien fleet, but luckily he has a means to escape onto the ship, while the planet is detonated below them. Now, it's pretty ballsy to start off your series with the planet literally being obliterated, but the pair then head out on a series of adventures, eventually meeting up with the stolen ship, the Heart of Gold, which travels through the use of an improbability drive, and contains Marvin, the paranoid android, an old flame of Arthur's named Trillian, and the President of the Galaxy. And if you're not familiar with this, it's based on a book by the great Douglas Adams, and is possibly one of the most influential works of science fiction and comedy out there. It didn't actually begin as a book. It started as a radio play for BBC Radio back in 1978 and spun into different forms of media from there. The 81 series marked the first live-action version of the story and used a number of actors from the radio show and ended up winning a number of awards and would run for 6 episodes, following our crew to the lost planet of Magrathea, visiting the restaurant at the end of the universe, and ending up on prehistoric Earth. On the way, they discover the secret to life, the universe, and, well, everything. And I'm giving this one a 4.5. This story means a lot to me, whether it's in book form, radio show, or this miniseries, which was actually my very first exposure to it all. I love it, even if some of the effects are painfully dated. Its science fiction cultural significance is a 4, since it's the first attempt to put the tale on screen, but not the last, and won a ton of awards, but was never known in the States as much as it was overseas. Should you watch it? Absolutely, and don't forget to bring your towel.
This must be Thursday. I never could get the hang of Thursdays.
Our first movie of the year with a definitive date should need no introduction, and it was Scanners, released on January 14th. It has Cameron Vale here, who we quickly learn possesses some extra mind bullet abilities, and he's captured and made a prisoner by someone who might have some familiarity with that concept. And we find out about scanners. They're people with psychic powers of a sort, and this guy with a very familiar looking head gives a demonstration. And Richter volunteers and leads us to one of the most outstanding and memorable effects in history, one that I don't suppose I can show on YouTube. But imagine this movie is a Gallagher performance and this guy is a watermelon. And this one was a pretty early entry by the great David Cronenberg, who by this point was a known commodity and had built a reputation around a particular type of body horror. It wasn't exactly a smooth production, and Cronenberg has often referred to it as one of his more difficult films to make, shooting without a completed script, facing a tight deadline. There was also on-set tensions between the director and Patrick McGoohan and female lead Jennifer O'Neill. It wasn't extremely well received at the time, only receiving middling reviews from critics, but it was quite successful, bringing in $14 million, more than triple its budget. Not a huge success, but a solid moneymaker, and it became one of the first Canadian films to go head-to-head with American films in the international market and come out ahead. After this, Cronenberg became a much more known commodity, leading to bigger projects and studio work. And here's a little nugget about that head-popping bit. It was originally intended to be the first scene of the film, before Cameron is captured, but it became feared that people walking in late to the movie would miss out on what was arguably the highlight of the film, so they moved it slightly further in. Of course, it would go on to spawn several sequels, including Scanners 2 and 3, as well as Scanner Cop 1 and 2. There was a remake rumored for a while from Darren Lynn Bousman, although that never happened, as well as several attempts to do a TV series, one as recent as last year, but again, nothing materializing. My rating here is a 4. It's a damn fine flick. The plot does wander around a bit, and I don't consider it one of the director's stronger entries, but it's an engaging story and has some standout moments. Its HCS is a 3.5, and it may seem a bit low because it's pretty known and prominent, but it's definitely one of Cronenberg's slightly less regarded flicks, and most people just know it for that one scene. And what a scene it is! But I think its impact isn't as big as it could have been. Should you watch it? Absolutely, it's good stuff.
Brothers should be close, don't you think?
One day later, on the 15th, Jaws of Satan arrived, although it was also known as King Cobra, a far less interesting title. It's got a carnival train with a big ol' snake aboard, and there's some mysterious, possibly supernatural occurrences, and the hissy one gets loose. Everyone's favorite creepshow crate minder is here, and at this party we're introduced to little baby Kelly Bundy in her very first film role. And her mother is played here by Nancy Pretty, who is Christina Applegate's real-life mother. Father Pharaoh is foretold that he's about to face off against a powerful enemy, and there's either a snake behind him or a sock puppet shadow, one of the two. And Dr. Sheridan starts to think something's up when an unusual snakebite victim is brought in. This one was directed by Bob Claver, who did a ton of work in the industry, but 99% of it was on television and TV movies. This was actually one of his only films, and all over town, the snake attacks begin to increase. And it's weird because it's just mashing up so much. It's clearly trying to do the whole Jaws with snakes things. I mean, just look at the title for that. But it's also trying to be The Exorcist as well, and it even throws in a Psycho-style shower sequence to boot. So it's just all over the place. And I don't know why I love this so much, but the snake is on the doc's bed. like 3 feet from her. So she calls her guy friend, and he jumps out of bed, gets his clothes on, gets into his car, and motors to her place. And when he gets there, the snake has only advanced like 1 foot. Of course, there's a mayor who covers things up in order to help tourism, except here it's a dog track opening. And when it comes to movies in which Satan is masquerading as a larger than normal snake to get revenge on a priest, this has the market cornered. My rating here is a 2.5. It's got some good stuff happening, but it's really nothing special. But I wasn't bored or anything, it's just all around okay. Its significance is a touch lower at a 2 since it's a little more known, but not really, although it gets a big extra oomph for starting the career of Little Applegate. Should you watch it? Maybe. It's not great, but it's really not awful either.
Yeah, that's him.
Yep, that's a picture of a snake. One day after that, on January 16th, saw the release of Fear No Evil, which begins with Father Damon here hunting down this guy with killer sideburns that he says is Lucifer himself and kills him. But he says he'll be reborn. It then puts us in 1963 and baby Andrew is born, and there's clearly something up because his baptism is like tomato bisque, and then 18 years later, he's all grown up, and his parents definitely started late because they're like 60. He doesn't quite fit in at school, and this flick has a really great punkish soundtrack. And Andrew is drawn to the castle from the beginning of the film where a statue glows at him. His power starts to manifest when a group of guys kiss him in the shower, which I'm sure isn't subtext at all or anything. And this film was the directorial debut of Frank LaLoggia, who only made 3 films, although one of them was the pretty damn good Lady in White. But this was a difficult shoot, with weather causing several delays in the filming. Andrew's powers increase, but he's opposed by 2 women in the town that are archangels incarnate on Earth who are there to battle him. And this one may take a while to get going, but the final act gives us full-on zombies and skull head statues. And this might frequently get tagged as being an Omen or possible Carrier ripoff, but it's really not. There's some vague similarities in terms of overall theme, but it's more of its own thing. There's absolutely a gay subtext to this film, although I'm not sure it's intentional or if they'd admit it, or if this is more of a Freddy's Revenge situation, but it's definitely there. It didn't fare that well at the box office, but it wasn't a total bomb either, making $3 million on a $1.5 million budget, and critics were split. I guess you could say that I'm split on it too, because I'm giving it a 3. It's a fun flick with some good stuff, but it's also a weird mishmash of a bunch of concepts that don't seem to add up to a complete whole. For the significance, I'm gonna also give it a 2, since again it's a little more well known, but it doesn't feature any career launching stuff, and even though I think a lot of people remember seeing this one on the video shelves, I'd be willing to bet that those same people couldn't tell you what it's about. Should you watch it? Sure, it's entertaining enough.
Ooh, I like that.
About a week after, in Italy, The Other Hell was released. Not that hell, the other one. This one didn't get released in America until a few years later in 1985 and begins with a nun finding some sort of secret lab in the catacombs of the convent, where we get some pertinent information.
The genitals are the door to evil.
We know. Both nuns end up dead right before the investigation commences by Father Inardo. Sister Rosario here knows something is up though, although is soon bleeding and showing stigmata shortly after dying, so a new priest comes in to see what's going on with a more scientific approach to things, and it's Carlo Di Meo, who was a staple of Italian horror around this time, also appearing in City of the Living Dead, House of the Cemetery, and Manhattan Baby. He starts to investigate,
And there is only one weapon with which to combat it. One weapon. The only one you can ever win with. True faith.
Man, you know, I used to think that the day would never come, that my life would depend on the morning sun. Franco Garofalo is here, who we also just saw in Hell of the Living Dead, and like that film, this was also directed by my man, Bruno Mattei, master of the horror ripoffs. Not only that, but it features a script that was co-written by Troll 2's Claudio Fragasso, so it's got a great pedigree, and it was itself sort of a knockoff, but not nearly as much as Mattei's usual. This one wasn't directly ripping off an existing property because the plot isn't inspired by a specific film, but he was trying to piggyback off of Dario Argento's Inferno. This was being shot before that was released, so it's not like he could copy it, but he tried to keep a bit of Argento's visual kicks going. And I should point out that Inferno translates to hell, and this is the other hell. In Italian, l'altro inferno. And here's the poster for Argento's film, and here's Mattei's. Once again, the score here is by Goblin, but it's not original music, and instead is simply recycled from existing tracks because of budgetary reasons. It gets pretty insane as it goes on with like killer babies, but very rarely makes much sense. So I guess he emulated Argento pretty well after all. My rating on it is a 3. It's a fun movie, but not really one of Mattei's more solid, wacky entries. It's actually a bit too down the middle for me. Not good enough for me to call it good, but not his usual silly schlock for me to enjoy it for that sake either. But it's still entertaining. Its HCS is lower though at a 2 because it's one of Mattei's lesser known entries and doesn't really have any of what he's truly known for. Should you watch it? I'd say yeah. It's good Italian nun fun.
The thoughts into...
Another one with a slightly disputed release date is Night of the Zombies, which some say came out in January, although others say June 1st, but it's possible that it could be the difference between the premiere and wide release. We're told that back in World War II, in the mountains, there was a fight between a Nazi unit and an American chemical warfare squad, with rumors of zombies being involved. An investigative team is trying to determine exactly what happened there, but that night, they're both killed. Because of this, CIA decides to send in one of their men, Nick Monroe, played by the legendary adult film actor Jamie Gillis, in a rare mainstream role, and he starts to uncover the story of what happened. This was the work of Joel M. Reed, who was pretty notorious for making the 70s horror classic Blood-Sucking Freaks, although this was his final directing job. He'd continue on as an actor in a handful of low-budget flicks, but didn't make any more films. This one went under a number of different names, including Gamma 693, Night of the Wehrmacht Zombies, Curse of the Ghost Battalions, Sister of Death, Battalion of the Living Dead, Zombie War Games, The Chilling, and even Night of the Zombies 2, since Bruno Mattei's Hell of the Living Dead was also released as Night of the Zombies. They soon discover that there are soldiers up there that have been alive since the war, feeding off of humans in order to stay alive. They were made that way by an experimental nerve gas called Gamma 693, and watching this one, it's pretty clear to see how Gillis never really attained any mainstream success. His acting is extremely wooden, and he only seems to perk up in a scene in which he's seducing a prostitute. This wasn't too successful, but did find some cult status later on and was a feature on Elvira's movie Macabre, and my rating on it is pretty low, at a 1.5. It's pretty slow, but has a few cool bits, I guess. Its significance is about the same, since although the title is known, I think more people are thinking about that other one. Should you watch it? You can pretty safely pass. On January 23rd, a slightly higher profile American release happened with Blood Beach, and it wastes no time at all with having a woman pulled down into the sand by something underneath. And it's set at Santa Monica, right by the pier, and gives us Polly and Harry here, a harbor patrolman, and the woman who died in the intro was his ex's mother. and attacks start to happen on the beach, so Nancy's dad pops in to investigate. But of course, that doesn't stop people from coming to the sand.
So I go, well, I'm going even if you don't. So guess what I did?
I'm interested in something.
And if it's not totally clear by now, this was definitely trying to get by on some Jaws comparisons, even though they're completely different movies. It took it so far as to build its entire advertising campaign around it, since Jaws 2 had the tagline, "Just when you thought it was safe to go back in the water." Well, this film's poster said just when you thought it was safe to go back in the water, you can't get to it. And they actually say that in the freaking movie.
Just when you thought it was safe to go back in the water, you can't get to it.
The director was Jeffrey Bloom, who mostly did TV movies, but also directed the classic Flowers in the Attic adaptation. And what's weird is that this is a relatively tame movie, with just a little bit of blood here and there. But there's a DVD version with some extra scenes added of additional gore and nudity that seemed to be from an entirely different film, but they give us some extra flashes of monster. At the time of release, it was pretty poorly reviewed and didn't really have a lot of impact, instead just being seen as a B movie that had a slightly better than average cast, but it's gained a bit more of a cult following over time. It's pretty low budget and has less action going on than you would expect, and most of that action can easily be avoided, but people just insist on standing on the sand. And it saves the monster reveal for the final couple minutes, and it's a pretty cool monster effect, but it's perhaps too little, too late. My rating on it is just a 2. I want to rate it higher, but I like it more for what it promises and teases than what it actually is. Its HCS is a 2.5 for being one of the more noted Jaws ripoffs and featuring Saxon and Young and having a memorable creature. Should you watch it? Maybe for nostalgia's sake. I mean, if you watched it when you were younger, but sadly it's not as good as you hope it or remember it to be.
Blood Beach, man.
Yeah, right on.
Our next entry is from January 30th, and it's The Incredible Shrinking Woman, directed by Joel Schumacher, his first theatrical film. It gives us Edwina Cutwater as a typical suburban mom, and Lily Tomlin actually plays several roles in the film, like selling herself beauty products, and her husband is Beethoven's dad. He works for an ad agency and is always bringing home new products for her to test out, and his boss is the mayor of Otisburg. And castor oil pops in for a second, and they soon notice that Pat has begun to get shorter. She goes for all sorts of tests with her doctor, who's an Illinois Nazi, and he explains that the mixture of all the chemicals in her house have caused her to begin shrinking. Pretty soon she's smaller than her kids and a national news story, and this one started out as a John Landis film with a much bigger budget. But when Universal decided that they wanted to scale it back and took it from a $30 million picture to a $10 million one, he dropped the helicopter on someone. Sorry, I mean, he dropped out of the picture, and Schumacher stepped in. A little later on in the picture, Daniel Clamp shows up as a villain, and the story is basically a parody of commercialism and the inundation of advertising and products, and was written by Jane Wagner, who is a regular collaborator with Tomlin, as the two are married and have been together since the 70s. There's also the inclusion of one of my personal favorites, Mark Blankfield, and a gorilla, and that suit was made by the legendary Rick Baker shortly before he won an Oscar for American Werewolf, and he actually plays Sidney the Ape. That's Baker inside the suit, and if you squint really, really hard, you can catch Julie Brown in one of her earliest roles. And when this one came out, it was pretty negatively reviewed, although it was fairly successful, earning just over $20 million, making back double its budget, which isn't really a huge hit, but is still a nice profit. And my rating on this one is a 3.5, since I have a bunch of nostalgia for this, and I saw it like 1,000,000 times on cable. And even if it's not consistent, it's still entertaining. Its significance is a 3, since it was a sort of remake of a sci-fi classic featuring a ton of known names, was Schumacher's first film, and contained work by Baker. Should you watch it? Yeah, sure, it's a fun time. On that same day, January 30th, there was a low-budget release called Earthbound, which starts off with Burl Ives, and there's just no possible way to hear this guy's voice without thinking of Christmas time.
In your dream with all the horses in our hotel.
Young Tommy's parents have died, and he's now living with his grandfather, and a mysterious object enters Earth's atmosphere. Stuart Pankin is here for everyone who used to watch not necessarily the news, and a spacecraft appears before a small town, causing chaos. Rumors are spread that the major cities have already been destroyed, but the aliens are actually a very human-looking family that seem to have some sort of powers, and also have this chimp with them that I guess is like an alien that they claim to have found on their travels around the galaxies, like a space chimp. Ned and Tommy take them in while the military is on the hunt for them, and this one was directed by James L. Conway, who directed 1980's Hangar 18, which was also about humans encountering a UFO, but a dramatically different take than this. We'll also see him on the horror version of the project with The Boogans in '81, but then he pretty much switched entirely to directing TV series. And in fact, that's how this one started. It was meant as a pilot for a TV show that would follow this space family and their adventures on Earth, but it was turned down by every network. So it was then slightly re-edited and then released as a movie theatrically. It was promoted as a very spacey comedy, although the humor really isn't at the forefront. Like, it's more of a family film than anything. And it's got a small part for this guy, who I mostly know from Surf 2 and Under the Rainbow. And yeah, it's pretty easy to see how it was passed on for a series, and it didn't really make a dent at the box office either, and has sort of fallen into obscurity. My rating on it is a 1.5. It is pretty damn dull. Not a whole lot interesting going on, like, at all. Its significance is the same, since it's pretty much all but forgotten, and no one wanted it on their sets or their screens. Should you watch it? Pass.
I call that my jump shot.
Next up is a movie I'm really excited about because it's a TV movie that aired on February 6th called This House Possessed. And I saw this one time, and it may have been when it aired and never since, but it's always stuck with me. So let's see how this holds up. It begins with a garden hose attacking people, like, oh no, not water! And oh, the girl is Nightmare's Tina in her very first film role. And this is a travesty. If you go to Amanda Wiss's IMDb page and look at the section of movies that she's known for, Nightmare on Elm Street is not listed. It gives her most prominent role as a movie called The Id and a 7-episode stint on the Highlander TV show. Two things clearly more notable than Nightmare on Elm Street, goddammit. Anyway, one of the Hardy Boys is here as a pop star who collapses on stage from exhaustion, and super young David Paymer is here, and his manager might ride a bomb somewhere, and this is weird. I guess the house is spying on him via the TV. How is it doing this? Like, it's zooming in and everything. Is it some sort of like ghost cam or something? Gary hires Sheila here to be his private nurse while he recuperates, and they end up buying the house, which seems to have cameras set up everywhere, although I don't know why it needs them, because the ghost can apparently see anywhere it wants. Sheila starts having weird encounters like voices in night, old women calling her Margaret, and then Gary gets a bit aggressive, but the house sets off an alarm.
Well, I guess that kind of blows the moment, doesn't it?
You mean the moment that a woman was saying no to you over and over and pushing you away, but you kept moving in on her regardless? Is that the moment that's blown, Gary? The house seems to be defending Sheila, and when Gary's old girlfriend shows up, we get the scene that forever scarred my brain, my psycho moment, as she's trapped in the shower while blood pours out. I was horrified, but I mean, it doesn't harm her or anything. This ghost doesn't really seem all that bad. Spritzed some kids with water, stopped the rape, and rained blood on a nasty lady. In terms of haunted houses, I mean, I'd take it. Turns out Sheila has a secret past and secrets come out, and the ghost gets more murdery, and Critters 2's Harv shows up, as does the great Philip Baker Hall, who was officially never ever young. And my rating on this one is a 3, and I know that it's really not that good, but damn was this nostalgic for me. And it's not really that bad, but it is really nothing special. So understand that your experience may vary. Its significance is much lower though at a 1.5. It doesn't really do anything new and isn't remembered at all. But I'll give it the extra 0.5 for starting a career of Tina. Should you watch it? Probably not, unless you saw it a long, long time ago and want a nostalgic throwback. Next up on February 9th in Italy, oh boy, it's Porno Holocaust. I talked about this one a few episodes back, and it's here now. Yay. For a movie with this title, the opening theme song is awful jaunty. And it has a group of scientists comprised mostly of attractive women in bikinis, and they're in search of what they believe to be some sort of monster on a secluded island. There's also enlarged wildlife there, and George Eastman is here, of course, because this is another Joe D'Amato film, and the cast of this was mostly repeated from his earlier film, Erotic Nights of the Living Dead, and both films were shot at the same time, using the same locations. But this one is more just straight up X-rated material than that one, and is basically everyone bones before going to the island. And again, keep in mind, this is sort of a horror film, but unlike the other films I featured on the project that contained adult material, this one is basically a porn film with occasional horror. In fact, they don't even get on the boat to go to the island until around the 45-minute mark, but as soon as they get there, of course, everyone just goes off to have more sex. It takes until the 1 hour and 10-minute mark, because yes, this movie is 1 hour and 50 minutes long, but probably less than an hour if you cut out the sex. But the creature finally appears, and it's a mutated man who kills the doc and assaults his wife and then kills her. The monster then just starts killing everyone really quickly and then kidnaps Simone because they need to stall the movie, I guess. And yeah, I suppose if you want to watch some kind of uninspired porn, this'll scratch that itch, but it's certainly not going to work for your horror cravings, and has the hilarious bit where a good portion of the film builds up the romance between Simone and the captain, and he makes this big deal about falling for her and stuff until she gets kidnapped, and Contessa here thinks that everyone's gonna die, so she wants to bone the cap, and he does. Just kind of weird that they have this whole love story going, and then like 3/4 of the way through, just have that dude getting down with another lady. Oh, and one other thing. I guess that there's some discussion that the monster's penis is a prosthetic, and D'Amato says that's true, but I'm highly doubting that. It's possible that it's a fake in one particular early scene in the film, but there's a whole thing on the beach later, and yeah, I'm not buying that. I guess watch it and judge for yourself. I'm going with a 1.5 for this one. It's pretty dull from a horror and a porn standpoint. Its HCS is a 2 since it's not super well known, but it is probably one of the more notorious of D'Amato's staple. I mean, it was a bootleg sensation for quite a while back in the day. Should you watch it? No. No, Namuro, no! We end this block appropriately because on February 11th, we saw the release of My Bloody Valentine, which starts with a miner in a very distinctive getup murdering a girl, and then we're set in Valentine Bluffs, a small mining town in Canada, and everyone is getting ready for a big Valentine's Day dance, their first in 20 years. However, not everyone is excited about it since someone sent a real heart to the mayor with a warning. Seems a score back on V-Day, a bunch of miners were down in the caves and got left down there, and only one survived. Harry Warden. He went mad and killed a bunch of folks, cutting out their hearts, and the town canceled the dance out of fear that he's still out there. But now, it seems like Harry may be back in action, using a pickaxe as his primary weapon of choice. There's also a love triangle going on here, as both TJ and Axel here are competing for the love of Sarah. And this one was directed by George Mihalka, and it would pretty much be his most prominent film. He did continue directing, mostly in television, and is still in the business today, although most of the rest of his career didn't really swing into the horror realm. And that could be because of this film. It cost about $2.5 million to make, which was a low but decent budget for the era, but only made about $5.5 million back. Now that's definitely a profit, but in this era of post Friday the 13th slashers, its competitors were performing much better, so Paramount called it a bust. Critics weren't too kind to it either, calling it derivative and a boring ripoff film, but time has been very, very kind to the film, with its reputation only increasing, and most considering it one of the best slashers of the era. It had a really tough time with the MPAA as well, who were really cracking down on the violence at this time, and cut out a solid amount of the gore that was shot, and the studio thought the footage to be lost. However, in 2008, a print was discovered with all of the removed scenes and have since been put back into the movie, even though the quality difference is pretty dramatic. Of course, there was also a remake in 2009 that was actually pretty well received, and even though it ended on a bit of a cliffhanger, it was never given a sequel, mainly due to that disappointing box office. I'm not disappointed though, because I give this one a 4 because it rocks. It's everything you want from an 80s slasher and has an actual good mystery going on. Its HCS is pretty high as well at a 3.5. I want to put it higher, but it just never established any solid horror careers and didn't become a franchise, but has become one of the more must-see slasher flicks of the era. Should you watch it? Yep, throw it on with a loved one this Valentine's Day.
Sarah, be my bloody Valentine.
This block begins on February 20th with the television premiere of The Intruder Within, which you can tell from the poster itself is trying to cash in on Alien, but instead of outer space, takes place on an ocean oil rig. When they start to dig deeper than they ever have before, they encounter a snake-like creature that again is going to seem very familiar, considering it's an almost exact duplicate of the baby xenomorph that pops out of Kane. But then there's also these weird rock things that they discover as well, and when one of the crew members gets a scratch from one of them, he starts to go mad, while at the same time a weird substance oozes out of them. Throw in a guy who's more interested in the alien objects than the lives of the crew members, and you've basically got a movie saying, yeah, I know we're just alien, but look, it's the ocean and we're on Earth, so it's completely different, right? And here's something weird. The company man figures out that the egg things are a throwback, and that a long time ago these creatures wiped out a bunch of our ancestors before sinking to the bottom of the sea, where they've been waiting until now. And for some reason, he has this evolutionary chart to illustrate his point. So did he just have this like laying around, I guess, like just in case? For the most part, the alien influence is pretty minimal, mainly due to budget restrictions, instead sticking with people infected by the organisms. But in the final 10 minutes, one of the crew with the contagion, or whatever you want to call it, has a form of chest burster, I guess, whatever you want to call this. And then we get a full-on alien ripoff with The Intruder of the title, with this thing that very clearly was inspired by our favorite xenomorph. Occasionally, it's noted that Giger designed this creature, and looking at it, it's easy to see why people thought that, but he wasn't attached to this at all, and it's merely a case of some appropriated influence. Although one thing that they didn't copy is the really weird sound effects that this thing makes. My rating on this one is a 2.5. It has some moments at all, but for the most part, it's just a bit dull. Its horror significance is similar at a 2 because it is a bit known, but mainly for not being original. And even though the title carries some recognition, most of what people know it for is being a ripoff film. Should you watch it? Yeah, possibly. It's fine. Next, on February 24th, in Italy, Murder Syndrome was released, although its original title was Murder Obsession. It starts on a movie set as Michael here gets a little carried away on set, and he and his girlfriend go to visit his mother at a remote estate. And things are really awkward from the get-go, and it appears as if there's some sort of dark secret looming. His father was a musician they referred to as the Maestro, and it appears as if Michael killed him, and when he invites the cast and crew of the movie he's on, it includes Laura Gemser, who we saw last year in Erotic Nights of the Living Dead, but is most well known for playing Emmanuelle in a number of films from that series. Things get wild and surreal when it appears as if someone is in the house trying to kill them, but there's also dreams with zombie guys, spiders, and bats, and for a while it looks like it's becoming another movie entirely, and seriously, look at this spider attack, which is clearly just a guy with fuzzy gloves, but it's all just a dream sequence. This one was the work of director Riccardo Freda, who was a very experienced director at this point and had been making films since the 40s. He made his name doing the classic sword and sandal flicks, as well as some crazy horror like Lust of the Vampire and the horrible Dr. Hitchcock. This would actually end up being his final directorial effort, and it seemed that he retired until his death in 1999. This shoot was very troubled, with several of the actresses complaining about their treatment and unsafe shooting conditions, including a real knife and an actual chainsaw, and Freda himself would go on to dismiss the film as well. A good portion of it does play out like a standard giallo, but it tends to wander all over the place, giving perhaps too many twists, and when released, did okay at the box office, but didn't really stand out in an already crowded genre. My rating on it is a 2.5. It's fine, I guess. It's not terrible, and with the weird, surreal stuff, it's not really boring, but it's just not saying anything new or in a very interesting way. Its HCS is low at a 1.5 because it's mostly unknown, features no real horror stars, and didn't impact the genre. Should you watch it? Possibly. It's not terrible, but you're not missing a lot either.
You're a murderer! You killed him! I loved him, and now you've killed him! Damn you!
February 27th brought us some fun with Road Games from Down Under, which has Sergeant Zdenko as a trucker and a man strangling a woman with a guitar string. When Quid heads out the next morning, he encounters various people on the road before getting suckered by one of them into giving her a ride, and she tells him that there's a maniac on the roads killing women. He starts to suspect this van that he keeps on seeing and spots the driver burying something in the desert, and this one was the work of Richard Franklin and is his follow-up to the very successful Patrick. Right after this, he'd gained more success by making a very solid sequel to one of the greatest horror films of all time, Psycho 2, and then the oddball action flick, Cloak and Dagger. But this was his sort of tribute to Rear Window in a way, just set out on the open road through a truck window instead of an apartment, and had a budget of $1.75 million, the highest ever for an Australian film at the time. Laurie Strode herself shows up, but this won't be the last time we see her this year, and between this and The Fog, she seemed to be typecast as a hitchhiker getting picked up by our older leading man. She also said that she was treated with a bunch of scorn from the Aussie crew for being an American and accused of trying to put Australians out of work. And interestingly, given that he'd go on to make a sequel to a Hitchcock film, and this is sort of based on a different Hitchcock film, Jamie Lee's character is nicknamed Hitch as a nod to the famous director. The two decide to team up to hunt the killer, but maybe too late, as it seems he's also hunting them. Unfortunately, it was a huge disaster upon release, doing very poorly on Australia, but then also failing in its US release, which Franklin blames on the marketing since they made it look like a pretty basic slasher flick based on the poster art. My rating on this one is a 3.5. I enjoy it, and I think it's doing some good stuff, and it makes for a nice watch, but it's definitely missing something that would take it any higher. Its HCS is a 3, since it's clearly a known film and well remembered, but never really made a hit status, and is also boosted by Curtis's involvement and Keach's lead performance. Should you watch it? Yes, it's recommended. Here's another one from the small screen because on February 27th, Midnight Offerings aired on ABC. It starts with pentagrams, black cats, and chanting, so it looks like we're about witches right now, and this one uses her powers to kill a man. It has Mary Ingalls and her hunky ex David, and they announce that their teacher was the guy that was blown up. And it seems as if there's been a series of accidents on campus. And the TV faces keep coming as Aaron Walton is a new student there, and the head cheerleader is a very young Vanna White, her very first acting role. Seems that Vivian is our killer witch, and she's not above using her powers for personal gain, like breaking someone's leg to get Robin a place on the cheer squad. But when Robin and Dave hit it off, you know the trouble's coming. Vivian's dad is the guy who tried to molest Arnold, but it turns out that Robin also has powers of her own, so it turns into a battle over Dave's affections. Rod Holcomb is the director here, and holy crap, this guy didn't really do movies, but he has done so freaking much TV and TV movies, it's astounding. This one was somewhat early in his career, but he had previously done the Captain America TV movie, and then just began a long stretch of various shows stretching through the decades. This dude did episodes of The Greatest American Hero, The Equalizer, Lost, and The Mentalist, just to give you an idea of how far his career has spanned. If you're expecting a sort of high horror on this one, you're not going to get it. It's very low on effects.
Why don't you go to the police?
And tell them what? They put me in some basket weaving class.
That doesn't sound that bad, actually. I'm probably down to learn how to make some baskets. My rating here is a 2 because it's just a pretty standard movie of the week kind of thing, like a little dull, not too interesting. Its significance is just a 1.5 because it's mostly TV folk not known for horror, even though some of them we'll see a bit later in some more influential things. Should you watch it? You could probably skip.
Not that I see anything wrong with what my father would call a little slap and tickle, but...
Okay, it's time for me to kick a movie off of my list that I guess I should have seen before, but I haven't, because 1 week later, on March 20th, we found out that the postman always rings twice. It starts with Jake Gittes and Uncle Fester stopping into a little diner around the Depression, but Frank gets left behind with no money or anything, and the owner takes pity on him. His wife looks like someone a monkey could love, and they end up giving him a job at the gas station there. At first, Frank and Cora seem to butt heads, and he helps with odd jobs around the place as well. After a little bit though, things get more than a little hot and heavy, and the pair start to butt more than heads. When Nick goes out of town, Frank takes Cora to run away together, where they run into Max Jenke, but she gets cold feet. She's worried that Nick will try to come and find her, and things intensify between them to the point that they start to plot her husband's murder so that they can be together and keep the diner. They come up with a plan, but are interrupted by a passing motorcycle cop, but after he leaves, they go through with it, but only manage to send him to the hospital. He's unaware it was intentional though, and recovers as the pair's fling intensifies. Cora gets more and more fed up with things, realizing that they have to try again and set up a car crash, and it works. But the police think that he had something to do with it. They get into trouble, so Mayor Ebert gets involved. But some clever manipulation sees that Cora gets all the blame, and she's found guilty of manslaughter. But things get more intense, and the circus gets involved with Ernie the Mortician and Morticia. But will they get away with murder, or will they turn on each other first? So, I guess you could call this a remake, but it's actually like the 4th adaptation of a novel from 1934 with the same name. It was made into a film in France in 1939, and in Italy in 1943, and then in the US in 1946. This one was directed by Bob Rafelson, who got his start in directing with the Monkees TV show and then their movie, Head. But then he did 5 Easy Pieces with Nicholson, as well as The King of Marvin Gardens, so the pair were comfortable working together. The screenplay was actually by the great David Mamet, and it was his first credited film work. But later, of course, he'd go on to write The Untouchables, Glengarry Glen Ross, based on his own play, Hoffa, and tons more, and get nominated for a couple of Oscars. The budget was $12 million, which was a touch steep, and around 3 of that went to Nicholson alone. The sex scenes were considered really steamy at the time and earned it an X rating, so they had to cut it down a bit to get the R. At the time of release, it wasn't looked at very fondly, as most considered it inferior to the 46 version, with the biggest critic being Lana Turner, who starred in that version, who referred to this one as pornographic trash. It did pretty well though, earning around $44 million at the box office, and its reputation has only grown as time passes. Surprisingly, there hasn't been any more takes on this tale, although there was an opera version in 1982. And shockingly, I'm just giving this a 3. Maybe it's because I had never seen this, but I had seen the 46 version and thought it was really good. And this one feels like an emptier version of it. It's not a bad movie or anything, but it just doesn't hit as hard as it should, especially when they left off the original ending, which adds a whole different layer to the film. The CS is a 3 since it does feature a ton of big names, both in front of and behind the camera, although it wasn't a big hit and didn't really impact the film world, although I think that a large number of people are familiar with it even if they haven't seen it. Should you watch it? Sure, but know that the postman doesn't ring twice, or even once. There's no postman in this movie. Heading into March now and back on the big screen, on the 4th in Italy, Madhouse was released. This has a school for the deaf with Julia here as a school teacher, and she has an identical twin named Mary who has some sort of skin disease, and they had a bit of a tangled history. It seems Mary used to torture Julia, and then there's some sort of mysterious Rottweiler out there killing people. And this was actually originally released under the title There Was a Little Girl, but was released here as Madhouse, but also And When She Was Bad, Flesh and the Beast, and Scared to Death. Julia is told that her sister has escaped the hospital and she starts a stabbing, and their uncle is a priest, and this one makes that rare, bold choice of killing off the little kid character. The director here is Ovidio Assayas, who also directed the Exorcist clone Beyond the Door and the Jaws clone Tentacles, and is reportedly the actual director of Piranha 2, but we'll talk about that when we get to 1982. There's reports of Assayas firing the director of this film shortly after production began, but there doesn't seem to be any information about that out there, and it's possible that that story got confused with the firing of James Cameron off of Piranha. But this was also placed on the video nasty list, and because of this, wasn't released in the UK in the theaters. It did manage to get an uncut release on video, but even then was pulled from the shelves. The plot doesn't make a ton of sense and throws some curveball twists at you in the final act, but compared to his other works, this one is at least a fairly original concept and has a handful of wild death scenes and a pretty insane dog hand puppet at the end that I think is supposed to be a big shocking scene, but ends up being pretty hilarious since it's so unconvincing. I'm giving this one a 2.5 because there's some fun scenes and wild scenarios, but they never really add up. It's fun to watch, but there's just not enough of it. Its HCS is a 2 since it's a bit more remembered but still pretty obscure, but its classification as one of the nasties gives it a little more oomph. Should you watch it? Probably for the crazy gore stuff, but not so much for the plot.
Hi, diddle diddle, the cat in the fiddle.
Let's go to March 6th and check out a comedy that released in the US but did premiere in the UK a little earlier on January 20th, and it's The Devil and Max Devlin. The OG Trapper John is here, and he's a slumlord in LA, and one day, while chasing down one of his tenants to get his rent money, he gets run over by a bus, which honestly seems like a better death than a slumlord deserves. Well, he finds himself on an express trip down to what appears to maybe be the same hell from The Black Hole, just without big red robots, and comes face to face with the devil himself. Playing the devil. That's a stretch. They inform him that he's dead and read off his sins, and one of them is making prank phone calls, and really? That's a burn in hell kind of infraction? He's condemned to level 4, but they make him an offer. They send him back to Earth, and if he can find 3 souls to take his place, but they have to be innocent souls, and not people that hell will get eventually, he'll be let off the hook. He's shown images of 3 younger folk and told he has to corrupt them, so he agrees and is returned to Earth. Barney is there too, so I should clarify, this creep right here is not actually playing the devil and is just one of his top henchmen named Barney Satin, and he orders coffee, and I don't know if I'd be drinking any sort of liquid in the vicinity of this guy. Uncle Harvey is here, and what is the deal with this guy's beard? He seeks out the first soul he was assigned, and it's a woman named Stella, and using the hell powers he was given, he helps her get a record deal. His second target is Nerve, a young nerdy guy who really wants to be popular, so he teaches him how to ride a dirt bike. The third soul is a young boy named Toby, and his dad died, and his wish is for his mom to be happy again. And he's Adam Rich, child star from 8 is Enough, and he uses his abilities to try to charm her. But he only has a limited time to get them to sign, so will he make it happen before being doomed to level 4? And will he really go through with corrupting innocents to help himself? And this was a Disney film directed by Stephen Hillard Stern, and he had a bunch of variation in his directing career with TV shows and movies and randomness, but he also did Mazes and Monsters, the early Tom Hanks film, and later did Murder in Space, which I covered on the project. It started as a horror script that the writer wanted to be a Hammer film featuring Vincent Price, but when it had trouble getting made in that version, Disney picked it up and rewrote it into this iteration. It had a budget of $9 million, and yep, that footage of hell was in fact the same footage featured in 79's The Black Hole. But then it got a bunch of negative reviews, mostly for being not that great of a film, but it also got some controversy, mainly because it was a kids movie about a guy collecting souls for the devil, but also for having the squeaky clean Bill Cosby playing a villain. Shocker. It did make money, bringing in $16 million, but that was a small profit for a Disney feature, and it was then vaguely shelved by the company, set aside because of the stir, only getting reissues after a couple of decades. And mainly because it's a bit dull. It's a 2.5 out of 5. Like, it's fine and all, but it's just not all that interesting, and it's fairly predictable, and Gold just isn't charming enough to play this character. Cosby is good at playing the evil up, although that's no surprise. The cultural significance is a 2, since it was a Disney film and had big names involved, but really just 2 because it never made the impact that other films from the Mouse did. Should you watch it? You can maybe skip it, but it's not a difficult watch.
Your flesh rotting forever!
Our next entry is from March 6th, and it's a big one, and it's Maniac. This one could have been in the 1980 episodes since it did have a premiere at a film festival in May of 80, and it did play a small run in New York in January of 81, but March 6th is when it went wider. It starts with introducing us to Frank Zito, played by Joe Spinell, who had previously appeared in the first 2 Rocky movies and Taxi Driver, but here plays a tortured man who has a Jason-like shrine to his mother going, and he also has a habit of picking up prostitutes and killing them, scalping them afterwards, and then stapling it to a mannequin that he has in his apartment. This was the mainstream directorial debut for William Lustig, who had previously done a couple of X-rated films, and is also the nephew of legendary boxer Jake LaMotta, the guy who Raging Bull is based on. After this, he'd go on to do a handful of other horror movies like the Maniac Cop series and Uncle Sam, and then just moved into producing. The special effects of the film were done by up-and-coming Tom Savini, who also appears in the film in one of the most notorious segments, in which his own head gets blown apart by a shotgun blast. It was a scene that would soon become the film's calling card, as it caused Gene Siskel to walk out of the theater, refusing to watch the rest in order to review it. It was made on a very low budget, mostly funded by profits from the adult films that Lustig had made, and a good deal of it was shot without the necessary permits, forcing them to shoot guerrilla style, which made for some interesting issues, like this scene in which the nurse is supposed to be completely alone in a subway station, even though there's clearly several people right here. The release had no rating, since they knew that if they submitted it, that it would receive an X due to the amount of violence, so they didn't even bother. And at the time, it was easier to get your film into a theater with no rating at all than if it had an X rating. And it seemed to be the right move, since it was quite successful upon release, making around $10 million at the box office, and went on to become known as one of the most notorious slasher flicks of all time. A sequel was almost made, with Joe Spinell really trying to get it off the ground. He and combat shock director Buddy Giovinazzo shot a short 10-minute proof of concept reel for it in 1986, and it seemed to drum up some interest, but it never came to be, and Spinell passed away 3 years later in '89. In 2012, a remake was released, directed by Frank Calhoun, who took a more avant-garde approach to it, which starred Elijah Wood as Frank Zito, which was critically acclaimed but failed to generate the fire that the original did with ticket sales. And you know what else the remake didn't have? Caroline Munro. My rating on it is pretty solid. It's a 3.5 for me. I do think its reputation is a little stronger than the actual film, but it is a weird, dirty character study. Its HCS is higher though, at a 4 for being a star showcase for Savini, kicking off Lustig's horror career, and sort of being a weird kind of urban parallel to Texas Chainsaw. Should you watch it? Yeah, enjoy that grimy delirium. Our journey into '81 starts a little bit later than most years, and we're going into a world that I don't go into that often. Romantic comedy, because on March 13th, let's start with Modern Romance. We start off with a clownfish on a date with his girlfriend, but he wants to break up. But it seems like this is a recurring thing for him, so she doesn't exactly believe him, and he admits that he loves her, but just isn't sure if they're the right people for each other. He's a film editor and works with a city slicker, and he gives him some drugs to deal with his heartbreak. So in his enhanced state, he calls up an old girlfriend and sets up a date. The next day, he makes a plan to try to get his life on track and tries to get some vitamins and get into some running gear with the help of Super Dave. Problem is, he can't get Mary off of his mind and keeps trying to call her. When he picks up Helen, she's Jane Halloran, who we just saw in 1980 with Hero at Large, but then he doesn't even go through with the date and wants to get Mary back. I feel like I should point out that this is all taking place over the course of around a day or two, and we're basically watching Robert break down over the consequences of his own insecurities and actions. Well, she takes him back, and he gets into bed with her, and seriously, Albert Brooks is Robin Williams' level of man-shag. This guy can keep himself warm in Siberia. The second he's back in her life, he's acting creepy and trying to dictate what she wears and going through her stuff. Robert's working on a film that has Ed Hawken playing some character named George Kennedy, which sounds like a silly made-up name. The director of that fake film is David, but he's played by this guy, and this is James L. Brooks, and he's actually a director, and a big-name one, although at this point he was just known as a writer and creator of the TV shows Taxi and Lou Grant and The Mary Tyler Moore Show. Not long after this, though, he'd make Terms of Endearment, Broadcast News, As Good as It Gets, and wrangled up 3 Oscars. Oddly enough, even though both of their last names are Brooks, Albert and James aren't related. But Bob Einstein, who we saw earlier, actually is, since he's Albert's brother. But then it's only a matter of time before his issues and neuroses start to affect them and things start to fall apart. And this wasn't just starring Brooks, but he also co-wrote it and directed it. It was his second film after 1979's Real Life, and oddly, that film was a bomb, and people were surprised when Columbia Pictures went ahead and gave this one a green light anyway. But when he showed it to the studio heads, they didn't get it. Couldn't figure out what Roberts' problem was, since he seemed to have a good life and came across as a whiner. The budget was said to be around $4.5 million, although some say that that was much higher than it actually was, since this was part of a 6-picture deal and didn't accurately reflect the real amount. Well, it ended up getting really strong reviews, but it only got a limited release and only earned around $3 million. But since the budget wasn't clear, it's hard to tell if it was a success or not. It had to have done well enough that it didn't damage Brooks' career, though, since he continued to make movies, with another coming out in 1985. And this movie frustrates me. I'm going to give it a 3. Like, it's well made and well written, but maybe enough time has passed to realize that this type of character just isn't fun to watch. He's a dick, and I kept hoping that Mary would just tell him to shove off. I know that the point of the movie is that he is frustrating, but that doesn't make it easier for me to enjoy. The cultural significance is a 2, since it has a number of known faces, but no one of major note outside of Brooks, and it wasn't a big hit and just didn't make an impact on the film world. It did get a fair amount of attention though, enough to earn it a small lift up. Should you watch it? I'd say yeah, it's certainly a very specific brand of comedy that I used to enjoy more, and maybe you will more than me.
You know, I'm having a party tonight at my place, and bring your girl, come on over, we'll have some fun.
Well, I'll tell you, I want to prepare for the footsteps and get a good night's sleep, and also we broke up and we just got back together, and maybe we want to be alone.
I'll come to the party.
Okay.
Then, on March 13th, we get another kind of big entry with The Funhouse, which begins in what appears to be my ex-girlfriend's room. And then, it's a psycho gag with possibly the creepiest little brother of all time. Like he's worse than the bodacious boobies kid from Night of the Demons. So Amy here is picked up on a first date with Buzz, and they pick up a couple of friends to go to a carnival that has a spooky reputation. Little Joey sneaks out to go too, and look at this big bubs of a cow. There's a collection of oddball characters working there, including Kevin Conway, who plays multiple roles here, and we saw him recently in the sci-fi film The Lathe of Heaven. The Phantom of the Paradise is here too, as a Dracula magician, and they piss off the fortune teller, but there's also a big ol' spooky Frankenstein there. Our group decides to make that classic horror movie decision to sneak back into the carnival after it closes and spend the night in the funhouse, with little Joey tagging along. The teens witness the Frank murdering Xena and the eventual reveal of what's behind the mask, and this was Tobe Hooper in the chair and his first work of the 1980s, and oddly enough, apparently Steven Spielberg asked him to direct this script for a little film he had called E.T., but Hooper had to pass because he was busy doing this one. I can't really imagine a world in which we instead got Tobe Hooper's E.T. Like, instead of Reese's Pieces, I feel like they would have lured him in with like barbecued beef or something. Probably because of Toby's involvement, there was the thought that this was another gore-filled slasher flick instead of the sort of classic monster movie vibe that it actually had, and it's possible that that caused some confusion. In the UK, they tried to designate it as a video nasty, but the prosecution was unsuccessful because there's very little gore in the film. There's become an assumption that they were confusing it with the 1977's The Last House on Dead End Street, which had an alternate title of The Fun House with a space in between the words. The makeup for the villain, Gunther, was designed by legendary Rick Baker, and the budget on this one was around $3 million, and when it was released, the reviews were pretty mixed. Its more subtle approach gained some appreciation from the critics, but it ultimately fell a little flat at the box office, only bringing in around $8 million, which made it profitable, but not by very much. For me, this one is a 3.5. It's pretty enjoyable and all, and has a lot going for it, but for Hooper, it just kind of feels a bit too traditional, not very special. Its HCS is the same since it's from a horror legend and is pretty well known, but doesn't get much higher because it's one of Hooper's lower profile entries and just never seemed to nail down that longevity that some of his others did. Should you watch it? Yes, you should. Some really good stuff happening here. Next up is one that's a bit contentious, but possibly on March 15th we have Frightmare, which was also called The Horror Star, which has a Vincent Price-like character pushing a belligerent director off a balcony. Conrad is having health issues and fakes his death to kill off an old rival right before dying for real. And then after his funeral, a group of drama students break into the cemetery. Their group includes Professor Herbert West in his very first horror role, as well as Police Academy's Scott Thompson. One other group is also Luca Bercovici, who definitely acted in quite a few things after this, but also switched to more behind-the-scenes things like producing and directing. He went on to make the first Ghoulies film a few years later, in which he also cast Thompson, probably because of working together here. And they actually steal Conrad's corpse and take it home with them. And here's the deal with this one. No one seems to be able to agree when it was released. It was shot in 1981, and several places list that as the year of release. Vinegar Syndrome, who released the film's home re-release, list that as the official date. However, books detailing classic horror sometimes list the release as 1982, and others as 1983. IMDb has the official release as September of 1983, and that seems to be when it got some sort of wider theatrical berth, but the factual date seems to be a bit lost to time. Porky shows up to investigate the missing body, and a psychic's tampering seems to revive the actor's corpse, which of course starts to stalk and kill the partying teens. And he does so with mind powers, I guess, using some black magic, and this was both written and directed by Norman Thaddeus Vane, who just never really established himself as a horror director or anything director, and only made a handful of other films. Oddly, when they show what is supposed to be classic clips of Conrad in action, they use footage of Christopher Lee instead, and this one kinda gets glossed over and never really made that big of a hit. It was made with a fairly low budget, reportedly around $100,000, but no box office info exists, which makes sense because people can't even figure out when it came out, let alone how much money it made. My rating on it is 2.5 stars. It starts out great. The first half hour is awesome, and then it just completely dies afterwards. Its significance is a 2, mainly for the start of Coombs' horror career and Berkovici's involvement, but it's just not well remembered. Should you watch it? I guess maybe for the opening of the film, but just be aware that it gets really dull, really quick.
But other pleasures await you. Come to me, my love.
Our final film on this block came out on March 20th, and it's this round's only sequel, and it's The Final Conflict, otherwise known as The Omen 3: The Final Conflict. It picks up after the second film with the 7 daggers being found and recovered, the only items capable of killing Damien, the Antichrist. We find out that Damien Thorne is now 33 years old and the CEO of a big company, and he's now Dr. Alan Grant.
Alan.
And oh my god, the timeline of this movie is maddening, considering the second movie was only 3 years earlier, and the character was 13 years old. So this is 20 years afterwards, but it's clearly taking place in real time. When an ambassador commits suicide through evil persuasion via dog, the president asks Damien to take his place, and there's signs that the second coming of Christ is about to happen. So, Father Spoleto, who knows Damien's true identity, assigns a group of assassins to try to take him down before he can find the returned Nazarene and kill it as a baby. And real quick, a president can't just be like, oh, this ambassador died, so I'm giving you the job. They have to be confirmed by the Senate, but I suppose not in this universe. And director Graham Baker took over the duties for this entry, although Richard Donner, who handled the first film, was considering returning to close out the series here, but eventually had to pass due to his issues after being fired from Superman 2. This was actually Baker's first feature film, although he has done some television before this, and he never really stuck as a major force in the industry, although he did the memorable sci-fi flick Alien Nation. And do you remember how I said that Madhouse made the rare move of killing a little kid character? Well, this one ups that ante by offing a whole bunch of babies, like a bunch of them. It was intended to be the final entry of the series and was marketed as such, but of course, it wasn't. It never is, because a decade later there was a Part 4, although it was tenuously connected to the main series. A Part 4 was expected much earlier than that though, because a fourth part was scheduled for 1984, but after a series of delays and unavailabilities, it was ultimately cancelled. Costing around $5 million, this one was moderately successful, bringing in just over $20 million at the box office, although it was less successful than its two forerunners, and critics were far harsher with it. I'm kind of harsh on it as well, since I'm just going to give it a 3. It's not as interesting as you would hope, and I think the interesting part of Damien was his conflicted nature about being the Antichrist. Just having him be wholly evil makes the character kind of a bit blander, and the movie follows suit. Its significance is pretty solid though at a 3.5. It's sort of a final entry of the series with a young star who'd go on to much bigger things and is definitely remembered and noted. Should you watch it? Yeah, even though it's not as good as the two before it, it's still worth a watch. Let's get way more lowbrow now, and also international, and also into the world of action. And this one was released in Hong Kong on March 21st, and it's time for Game of Death 2. We have Bruce Lee here, and keep in mind, he died in 1973, 8 years before this was released, and his final film was the original Game of Death, so keep in mind that any footage of him here is old. So here, Bruce is Billy, and he has a friend named Chin, and they keep getting challenged to fights. And this is supposed to be Bruce here, but this is just a stand-in, shot either at a distance or from the back, except for sneakily edited old stuff. More and more people just keep coming out and fighting them, and Billy goes to talk to his old teacher, Abbott, and he tells him that his younger brother, Bobby, is there. And we get some flashbacks using footage from Lee's film from the 50s. Seems Bobby is more interested in women than kung fu, and when Chin is killed, Billy goes to see his stepdaughter, who's working as a stripper. But he left a piece of film for her, which she gives to Billy, and then his double has to fight off some attackers. Next, at Chin's funeral, someone steals his casket, and Billy tries to stop it, but is killed by dropping him from a helicopter. So now, Bobby has to avenge his fallen bro, and he watches that film he retrieved, which tells about the Palace of Death, and it's run by the devious Lewis. So, real quick, Bobby is played by Tong Lung, and when Bruce Lee died during the filming of the original Game of Death, he was one of the stand-ins that were used to complete it. The producers liked his performance enough to bring him back for this one. But now Bobby has to figure out what's going on here and finds his brother's killers, but he may not like what he finds when it equals betrayal and a lion attack. Or maybe a guy in a lion's suit, I'm not sure, but it's hilarious either way. So, keep in mind that Game of Death wasn't released until 1978 due to having to pull it together without its lead actor. But it was really successful and made a good chunk of money, so they realized a sequel was something to do, even without Lee. They still had a handful of bits from various other films he was in that were unused and constructed this plot around those. But there's not just one version of this out there, there's several, including a Chinese version, a South Korean variation with different scenes, and this American dub, which added those extra Lee flashback scenes. It was not as big a success as the earlier film, although it was still profitable, and would be the final film making use of that older footage in Hong Kong. And I'll give this a 2.5. The fight scenes are cool, and any time that was going on, I was interested, but the plot's a mess and nothing really new. The significance is just a 2, since it did get a decent amount of notoriety for being the final film that used Bruce's remaining footage, but it just didn't hit as hard as the earlier film. Should you watch it? If you're a fan of some classic feeling kung fu theater, then sure, but it's also skippable.
Master, there's a Bobby Lowe to see you. Bobby Lowe? Could he be Billy Lowe's brother?
This block begins on March 27 with Eyes of a Stranger and starts with the discovery of a body of a woman that had been raped and killed. And it's a serial killer, and he likes to call and torment his victims first. And he kills Debbie here's boyfriend with, I guess, a really sharp meat cleaver that can cut someone's head off with one swipe. So there's newscaster Julie McCoy here, and she spots some suspicious behavior from her neighbor and also has a little sister who must be somebody's babe. Tracy is blind, deaf, and mute from a kidnapping incident that happened when she was a child, but she's pretty capable, able to navigate the apartment complex and do laundry. And Jane just can't seem to shake the feeling that there's something off with Stanley across the way. And this was originally conceived as a sort of a straightforward thriller and began shooting that way, but as they were in mid-production, the producers decided to ride the wave of the slasher boom and added scenes of gore in there and brought in Tom Savini to handle the effects. However, the added GRU got the film into trouble with the MPAA and slapped the film with an X rating, so they ended up cutting out most of the violence in order to get an R. Plot-wise, it's like part slasher flick, part Rear Window, and then the ending swings into Wait Until Dark territory, and it was by Ken Wiederhorn, who had a pretty eclectic career. He's the guy who brought us the zombie Nazi flick Shockwaves, but then was the guy who said, you know what Meatballs 2 needs? An alien. And then gave us Return of the Living Dead 2, and he kind of wavered between doing comedy and horror comedy throughout his career. But there's not a lot of humor here. It's a pretty serious film. But it didn't really make a splash at the box office, making just a little over $1 million against an $800,000 budget. I'm going with a 3 on this one. It's okay. It does everything kinda right, but it never really has that spark. Its horror cultural significance is a 2.5. It's kinda known, has some good names involved, and Savini effects going for it. Should you watch it? Probably. It's a decent watch. Our next entry came out in March with an unclear date, but it did play in January in Santa Fe as well, and it's Delusion, which tells us about Meredith taking a new job at a big mansion taking care of Mr. Langrock here, who's bedridden. And oh no, Large Marge is here! Prepare for nightmares! She meets the old man's lawyer and that night encounters his son, Wilfred, who has a mental disability, and also his grandson Gabriel from Jaws 2. And this kid is actually the nephew of Olympia Dukakis, and his stepfather was Michael Dukakis, and they shared the same last name because Michael actually adopted him as well. And John here's had a wild career. He was an actor in the late 70s and early 80s, went into politics halfway through the decade, but then shifted into the music industry in the 90s. Soon, there's dead dogs on the premises, and Meredith forms an obsession with Gabriel, and Wilfred is murdered by an unseen attacker. After the deaths continue, fingers are pointed at Gabriel, and here's a weird little tidbit about this one. It was released in '81 as Delusion, and featured this poster art, which seemingly just reproduces the famous painting All Is Vanity by Charles Allen Gilbert, but it was re-released 1 year later, in 1982, under the title The House Where Death Lives, and had a much more traditional poster. But years later, when it was put out on the home market, the VHS cover looked like this. And if that's not familiar, well, that's Henrietta from Evil Dead 2. And the image was likely just lifted directly from one of the stills from that movie. It's kind of weird that they ran with that, considering that nothing like this appears in the film whatsoever, and viewers could possibly be confused that this film was in some way related to the Evil Dead series. My rating here is a 2 because not only is it rather dull, it is really, really easy to figure out the mystery. Like 5 minutes in, you're gonna say, I bet this is what's going on, and you'll be right. Its significance is a 1.5. It's not really that well known, it doesn't really feature any name stars, and didn't really make that big of a dent on the horror world. Should you watch it? You could probably pass.
Meredith, please.
I won't have it in the house. I won't.
Next, in March of 1981, without a known date, is Scared to Death, which potentially could have gone into the 1980 Project episodes since it did debut in France in November of 1980, but it got a regular US release in March and begins in the sewer with a weird alien-looking thing. And then a woman in her house alone is attacked and killed by some sort of creature. The police are on the case, and then Ted here is an ex-cop who's now a writer, and holy crap, this footage looks very, 70s. Oh, and he's also a private eye, and the creature continues its attacks, including some roller skaters, and it's this pretty kick-ass monster suit with an extended tongue. So if you're getting some real xenomorph from Alien vibes, you're realizing why this film is frequently lumped in with Alien ripoffs, and it's pretty obvious that the Giger design was a strong inspiration. And that's acknowledged by the director, William Malone, and this was his first feature film, although he'd later do Creature, another movie inspired by Alien, and the House on Haunted Hill remake. Before this, he worked in a mask factory and wanted to handle creating the film's monster himself, and stated that the alien was a big inspiration for his creation here, known as the Syngenor. The lead role was originally supposed to be played by pop star Rick Springfield, who bowed out one day before shooting, causing Malone to cast John Stinson very quickly. It was made for the extremely low budget of $74,000, and when Ted's new girlfriend is attacked and left in a coma, he finds out about the Syngenor, a laboratory-created creature that escaped, and this one is getting ready to reproduce. The movie was basically instantly profitable since Malone sold off the international rights for more than it took to make the movie, and went on to cult success, and the Syngenor creature became a bit more famous than the movie itself. It spawned a sequel in 1990 called Syngenor, and re-releases of this film were changed to say Scared to Death Syngenor in order to show that the two were linked. My rating on it is a 3. I enjoy this one, but I have to admit that it's nothing special, and quite a bit of it is really drawn out. That creature design is awesome though. Its significance is the same at a 3, since that creature design is widely known. Like that mask was everywhere in every mask shop for a while, and launching Malone's career is a big deal. But I feel like the movie itself isn't that well known, and it's still a bit of a cult classic. Should you watch it? Yeah, check it out. Well, this list has been a bit ho-hum so far, but that's about to change because on April 2nd in Italy, The Last Shark was released. You all know that I love Jaws, and that extends to Jaws ripoffs, and boy, was this one. Instead of starting with a girl swimming, we get a windsurfer who gets munched in the most spectacular way possible. And then there's this novelist named Peter Benton, and do you think that's intentional since the writer of the Jaws novel was Peter Benchley? Peter is the apes' Brent, who we just saw on the project a few episodes ago with Nightkill, and there's also a corrupt mayor. Again, I'm sure just a coincidence. And then there's Quint here. Sorry, that's not Quint. It's just the man that John Landis got killed, Vic Morrow, father of Jennifer Jason Leigh. Surprise, surprise, the mayor doesn't believe that there's a shark out there somewhere and won't shut down the beaches because there's a big regatta coming up, so you know, tourism. Clearly, this is a Jaws ripoff and one of the most blatant of them. So blatant that you would think that Bruno Mattei directed it, but no, this is actually Enzo G. Castellari, who did a bunch of really fun action apocalypse flicks in the 80s, and also did a little 70s film called The Inglourious Bastards, a title so awesome that I'm sure that eventually someone will remake it, or I guess just steal the name. It was released 1 year later in 1982 in the US under the title Great White, and Universal tried to block the release, claiming that it was obvious plagiarism.
Come on.
Before anything took effect, the release happened, and the film was a pretty huge success, bringing in around $20 million in the first 2 weeks. It never went any further though, since Universal won the suit and the film was yanked out of theaters. The money it raked in was still enough to make it extremely profitable though, and Enzo considered making a sequel called The Last Shark 2, but because their mechanical shark prop was damaged and they'd have to make another one, they never went forward with it. Oddly, it's not considered the biggest Jaws rip, since that honor would go to Cruel Jaws, which was directed by Bruno Mattei, and that one would also recycle footage directly from this one. And this one gets a 3.5 from me. It's a lot of fun, but then there's some big old boring gaps in that fun that drag on a bit. Its HCS is medium at a 2.5, since it is known, was pretty successful, and features Vic Morrow, but most of its notoriety is for being a knockoff. Should you watch it? Yes, you should, especially if you enjoy big, silly, practical sharks. We're staying in Italy for a bit because 2 days later, on April 4th, Lucio Fulci's Black Cat was released. And anytime Lucio's in a block, I'm happy. It starts with a car crash and the kitty of the title, and A Clockwork Orange's Patrick McGee is here in a role that was meant for Peter Cushing, who passed because he thought Fulci's films were too gory. Mimsy Farmer is here as well, and she had previously worked with that other Italian master, Dario Argento, in Four Flies on Grey Velvet. And here's an interesting note about her. In the 90s, at around age 50, she left acting to become a sculptor and found some big success with her works being used in the theater and big films like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory and Guardians of the Galaxy. And it's not an Italian horror flick without Al Cliver, and this won't be the last Fulci flick we see him in this year. And hey, speaking of people we'll see in that other 81 Fulci movie, David Warbeck is here too, as a police officer looking for a missing girl. Miles claims to be able to talk to the dead and is just kinda creepy, but Kitty's like, dude, your moves are weak, and also the cat kills people. And I suppose you could say that it's loosely based on the Edgar Allan Poe story of the same name, although that was pretty short, and this feature-length film obviously elaborates on it quite a bit. It contains one of the wildest burn sequences in film history, featuring both this wildly thrashing dummy and the most obvious stuntman in a burn suit. I guess this scene also proved to be pretty deadly in its own right when a breakaway stunt wall accidentally collapsed and fell on the actress. Like most Fulci films, the plot kind of rambles around a bit, although this is a bit more restrained than some of the others and does have a very Poe-like feel to it, because one thing Lucio did well was atmosphere. Although released in Italy in '81, it didn't get distribution until 1984, and in between some of his more splashy flicks, this one tends to get a little lost in the mix, but it's still pretty well regarded, although more standard work from the director. I'm giving this one a 3. I love me some Fulci, but this one's just a touch too slow and not much happens for a little too long. Its significance is also a 3 because it's Fulci and features a bunch of his regulars and has that Poe tie-in, but is still one of his lesser-known entries. Should you watch it? Yes, it's still a good, moody watch. Then, on April 10th, we got the action sci-fi flick The Last Chase, which was a partially Canadian production, and we have a $6 million man who has this new high-tech car, but gas is a commodity, and a good portion of humanity has been wiped out by a strange plague, including Hart's family. And there's no more cars, so everyone has to either walk or ride bikes. Oh, it's also a totalitarian dictatorship, and Hart is a spokesman for the mass transit system, but he finds out about a hidden territory called Free California that has seceded from the US. And then Rudy from Meatballs is here, and the two are forced to go on the run in Hart's revamped Porsche. The Penguin is in this one too, as a retired Air Force pilot that they bring in to track down and kill Hart, and this one was directed by Martin Burke, who didn't do a whole lot, but he did write the comedy classic Top Secret. And there was a hope with this film that it would allow Lee Majors to make the jump from television roles to a movie star, but while they were filming, his then wife, Farrah Fawcett, began a much publicized affair with actor Ryan O'Neal. It made for a rocky time for Majors, but he was contractually obligated to finish the film. Combined with the fact that this one ended up being financially unsuccessful, he ended up sticking with television and no longer sought out for leading man roles. It's a little bit Mad Max, a little Death Race 2000, but also a little bit of a buddy flick, but like a really watered down version of all of those. It was partially written by Christopher Crowe, who would later go on to write The Last of the Mohicans, and the film was built around his first draft, but then was drastically rewritten. It ended up so far removed from his original concept that he had his name removed from the film, and as stated before, it didn't do that well when it was released. Critics didn't care for it either, with most saying that the dramatic parts were dull, and the action sequences, well, they were dull too. And I agree, I give this one a 2 because I've seen this all before and I've seen it done livelier, and I've yet to find a reason why, if gas was in such a major shortage, why they were able to have an airplane flying around for such long periods of time. Its SFCS is a 2 as well because it has a couple of noted stars involved, but not much else. It's pretty forgotten, except for getting a spot on MST3K. Should you watch it? You can skip this one as well.
Sexier than ever, baby. That's it, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. That's it, baby.
We actually have a second entry on April 10th, and that one came in the form of the fantasy film Excalibur, one of the more prestigious releases in the genre. It's got this big battle in the Dark Ages, and Merlin is here, and he agrees to get Excalibur from the Lady of the Lake. And I bet you thought this was going to be a chainsaw, didn't you? He gives it to King Uther, who is one of the usual suspects, and Merlin helps him with magic to bang his rival's hot wife. And they have a kid together, and that child is named Arthur. Shortly after, Uther is ambushed and killed, but in order to keep Excalibur from them, he buries it into a big rock, and Merlin says whoever draws it shall be the next king. Years later, the sword is still there, and not even Picard can pull it out, and he has mind powers, but they're better at making women's clothes fall off than pulling swords out. Teenage Arthur is here, and he just yanks that sucker out, and he quickly forms a crew and encounters the lovely Guinevere. And yeah, if you don't get it by now, this is a very serious version of the King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table legend. It was directed by John Boorman, who has a pretty spotty filmography. Like, he's got some amazing stuff, like Deliverance and Hope and Glory, but he also has Zardoz and Exorcist 2, which are amazing for completely different reasons. This was actually the first film he did after the disaster of Exorcist 2, and it began as an attempt to do Lord of the Rings. A lot of the imagery and the set design came from concept art developed for that, but when the studio couldn't commit to the budget, it ended up getting repurposed into this, with a far lower budget. It was a tricky shoot, with the opening battle being particularly difficult to get on film. Twice, all of the footage came out underexposed and completely useless, causing them to shoot it for a third time. It's also got the outstanding Helen Mirren as Morgana, and I guess it was tricky putting her with Nicole Williamson, the actor who played Merlin. They had been in a stage show of Macbeth a little while back, and they had some difficulty getting along, to the point of refusing to speak to each other. However, while working on this film, whatever beef that they had was fixed, and they ended up becoming good friends. Also, the role of Gawain is filled by a very young dark man, very early on in his career. It was fairly expensive at the time, coming in at $11 million, although that wasn't too high of a budget, but the reviews were pretty mediocre. People lauded the scenery and all the visual aspects of the film, but criticized the direction, story, and lack of characterization. It did pretty well, taking in around $35 million, making it a hit, and it did get an Oscar nomination for the cinematography, although it lost out to Reds. And my rating here is a 3.5. It's a marvel to look at. Simply gorgeous. but the plot's a big mess, and I think that the acting is kind of forced and overwrought, but it just keeps on being beautiful. Its significance is the same, since it's pretty well known, if not a major blockbuster, has an assortment of names attached to it, and got an Oscar nom, but never pushed it further into mainstream relevance. Should you watch it? For sure. If you're familiar with Arthurian legend, it'll be interesting to see adapted, and if not, it's a cool but flawed story that's told beautifully.
I destroy you, I consign you to...
It's time to go into April, and on the 10th, we get a film that sort of defies any sort of genre categorization with Knight Riders. It begins with Kristoff naked in the woods, and he's a knight, but a knight with a motorcycle? He drives to a medieval castle, although there's modern money and cars around, and Bubba is here too, as is Sex Machine, and they're all part of a traveling Renaissance fair. And hey, Miguel is there too. And when you see Mrs. George Romero, I think you can figure out that based on the people featured here, that this is a Romero flick. Remake Barbara is on hand, and their group is under scrutiny by the local authorities, but they're able to commence with their show, much to the appreciation of the king, Stephen. And their shtick is that they do old-style joust, but instead of on horseback, they do it with motorcycles. Billy oversees it all as the king, and he makes the decision when there's not a clear winner, and even participates, even though he's still recovering from an injury. When he takes on Morgan, the Black Knight, he's hurt again, and there's tension in their group. The cops continue to hassle them and even arrest Billy after he doesn't pay them off. While he's in jail, they move on to the next town where they encounter Gennaro, a promoter who wants to represent them. But it seems like a good amount of them want to sign up with them, including Rhodes. And Billy tries to talk them out of joining up with the guy, and their next gig turns into full-on chaos. But then, Bontempi slowly starts to commercialize the group, which includes Tom Savini in a metal thong for some reason, and it all comes down to one final performance with the Mantle of King on the line. And yeah, like I mentioned, this is by the great George A. Romero, director of the Dead trilogy. And this was during a period where he was still trying to get away from just being known as a horror director. The original idea was to make it a medieval epic, but for budgetary reasons, and drawing on his work with racing documentaries, Romero decided to set it in modern times and use motorcycles instead. During this period, the director was getting ready to make Creepshow and was already working with Stephen King on the script, which is why the writer makes an appearance in the film. At this point in his career, Ed Harris wasn't a big-name actor, and it would still be a couple of years before his big breakout roles, and this was his first lead. Thankfully, he had previously done an appearance on the show Chips and learned how to ride a motorcycle for it. The budget was around $3 million, and it was a real passion project for Romero, but his reception wasn't so passionate. Although there's no box office information for it, it's widely reported to have been a failure, and its performance cemented the director's rep as being known for horror films and horror films only. It would get a little extra money the following year because reportedly, the producers of the TV show Knight Rider paid an unspecified sum of money to use the name and avoid any sort of suit. And I'm always confused on how to rate this, but I'm going to go with a 3.5. There's a bunch to love here, and it certainly matches up with Romero's themes of anti-capitalism and really nice character work, but I'll also say that it's too damn long and needs some trimming. I feel like it gets a little lost in itself, and if pared down, it might have made its point a little bit better as more focused. The CS is a 2 since it's not that seen outside of a niche audience, but Romero fans know it, and the amount of known faces here get it that extra point. But it just didn't hit the way that anyone hoped that it would. Should you watch it? Yep, give this one a ride some night, or day, whatever. We're now traveling to Spain, and we're spending a bunch of time overseas in this episode, but on April 10th, Night of the Werewolf was released. It starts with Elizabeth Bathory being sentenced to death along with her coven, and one of them is Waldemar Daninsky, who they say is a werewolf, and he's played by Paul Naschy, who we've already seen on the project with The Beast's Carnival. Daninsky is killed by a silver dagger, and it then jumps to present day with a group of college kids. But oh no, there's grave robbers. And I'm sure that grave robbing is still a thing, but is it wishful thinking to hope that they all still dress and act like you'd expect them to? And if you're not familiar with Naschy and Daninsky, this is part of a long-running series of 12 films to feature the character. The series is unconnected though, with no real continuity between them, although, you know, I guess I'll have to do a timeline video on them at some point, but they ran from 1968 to 2004, and this was the 9th entry. Each of these movies had a werewolf named Waldemar Daninsky and were quite successful in Spain. An interesting note is that one of the films in the series, The Knights of the Wolfman, is thought to be lost, with no copies still existing. Although, weirdly, it's also possible that the film didn't exist in the first place, like no one had ever seen it, including Naschy, although he says he wrote it and starred in it, but the director died right after filming, and the film negative was possibly discarded by the labs when it went unpaid for. But there's also some that claim that it was never actually shot, and that Naschy is confusing the filming for a different film. But it's up in the air at this point. But I'm getting off topic because that's not this film, Night of the Werewolf. In this one, those robbers remove that dagger, return the werewolf to life, and that was the Spanish translated title of this one, The Return of the Werewolf. And he saves the girls from the group of bandits, but also goes on the prowl. And this is a pretty fun wolf design, but I guess call it blasphemy. But I sort of miss when werewolves looked more like people than wolves. But when Lady Bathory is back as well, Waldemar has to defend his new love against her, leading to a badass 80s underworld style vampire versus wolf showdown. And my rating here is a 3.5. This is some good fun. It's not great, it suffers a bit in the middle from some lag, but it's got great costumes, effects, and sets. Its significance is a 2.5 because Naschy's Hombre Lobo movies never really caught on here and were a cult success at best, but this is decently known. Should you watch it? Yes, recommended. On that same day, or I guess I should say same night, since they both have night in their title, but on April 10th, drop that K and let's see some Nighthawks. It begins with this lady on the street and she's approached by some thugs, although it's fairly easy to tell that this is a guy in disguise, and it turns out to be Tango, or Cash. Which one was he? But then this hobo sans shotgun appears and drops off a bag in a department store that Regina Belmont works at. But it's a bomb that he detonates. Meanwhile, we see Deke on another raid, and his partner is the OG Harvey Dent. And later, he goes to see his estranged wife, who might be bionic. She's talking to this guy, and in this shot right here, there's only one actor that you can't see in an X-rated film. And it's not the one that you're hoping for. Wolfgar is a terrorist for hire and is on the run, but he's working with Ilya, although she's got hair here. Deke's boss is a bit of a maniac, and he tells him that he and Fox are being transferred over to their anti-terrorist squad based on previous military experience, although he's not too happy about it. Their program is created to try and locate Wolfgar, who has made his way to New York after getting facial surgery. Well, Deke is skeptical about the violent methods that they want him to take to bring their target down, and he's been seeking a more pacifistic path. And they eventually locate him, which leads to a big chase that ends in a subway station. Unfortunately, Deke is unable to shoot at him because he has a hostage and doesn't want to accidentally kill an innocent bystander, and this leads to Fox getting injured and Wolfgar getting away. So, now he has to track him down, and I suppose get over his fear of killing someone who's just standing there. So this was a really troubled production that was originally written to be a third Popeye Doyle film from the French Connection, but when Gene Hackman was done with the character, it was reworked. It was Hauer's first American gig, as before this, he was only featured in Dutch films. Originally, Gary Nelson was hired to direct, and he had just done The Black Hole for Disney and also did Freaky Friday in '76. However, after only 1 week of shooting, he was fired and Bruce Malmuth was brought in, and it would be his first feature, and he wouldn't do a lot more after this, but did do The Man Who Wasn't There in '83 and Hard to Kill in '90. But he couldn't make it there in time, and instead of losing a day of shooting, Stallone stepped in and directed the scenes that they had scheduled, but that broke Directors Guild rules, so they had to go and get special permission afterwards. But then the shoot was rough, and Stallone picked fights with everyone, including Hauer. He then got involved in the editing of the film, as he was jealous that Hauer's character dominated the film, so he added more scenes with his own character and deleted some of his. It cost around $5 million to make and did pretty well, taking in around $20 million worldwide, and the reviews were mostly favorable. It looks like Sly was interested in doing a remake of this one a few years back, since his company tried to get it off the ground as a TV series for Peacock, although it never came to pass. And I'm going with a 3. It's a slick film that looks really nice, but for me, it's a touch too dry. And even though Hauer is giving it his all as his villain, it really feels like Stallone is sleepwalking through this role. The significance is a 2.5 since it was a decent success, but just didn't make any bigger impact, and fell out of the public eye somewhat quickly. But it does have big names in it, and did make money. Should you watch it? Yeah, I think it's worth a shot. Our final movie for this block is also from April 10th, although it did have some smaller screenings before that, but April 10th is when it went national, and it's The Howling. This has John Steed and R.J. Fletcher working on a TV news show with Elliot's mom on the hunt for a serial killer, and hey, Roger Corman! They find Eddie and shoot him while Karen is there, and she goes into a form of shock, developing amnesia. And she has a co-worker named Chris, played by Dennis Dugan, and this was kinda one of his more prominent roles, but most of his later acting work is in Adam Sandler films, and in fact, he's been the director for a laundry list of Sandler flicks like Happy Gilmore, Big Daddy, both grown-up movies, That's My Boy, and of course, the Oscar-winning, Nobel Prize-winning Jack and Jill. To help her cope with her trauma, her therapist sends her to a place he's a part of called The Colony, where a Dracula lives, as does the lovely Marcia, played by Elizabeth Brooks, who was kind of mad about the movie after its release because she did a nude scene in it that they told her would be tasteful and mostly covered by smoke, but when it was released, well, there was no smoke. Major King Kong is here as well, and it's clear that there's something unusual happening, especially when outside at night. There's that howling that they talk about in their title, and directing here was handled by Joe Dante in his follow-up to Piranha, and the success of this film is what inspired Warner Brothers to bring him on board to handle this little movie called Gremlins, and was a part of the werewolf revolution of the time. Between this movie and American Werewolf, the genre would sort of be revitalized, and the advancement of special effects gave lead to some amazing creature transformations. Funny enough, Rick Baker, who would end up winning an Oscar for his effects work on American Werewolf, was supposed to do the effects for this movie. But when he was offered that job, he left The Howling, but gave the gig to his assistant, Rob Bottin, launching his name into prominence in the effects world. It's still strongly debated which of the two films had the more effective woof out, but honestly, they're both pretty fantastic in their own ways. It also has roles for Mr. Futterman, Forey Ackerman, as well as the very first film role for the Doctor, and not Who, but you know, the Star Trek one. And this one was a big success since it was made on a tiny budget of $1.5 million and pulled in just under $18 million at the box office and spawned a franchise with about 7 sequels, and is pegged for a remake in the near future with It director Andy Muschietti directing, although there's been no word on that for a while. And my rating here is a 4. This is a great film and the effects are show-stopping, and it's a classic tale that's sharper than you'd think. I'd put it higher if the second act wasn't a bit too low-key, but there's so much to love here. Its significance is a 4.5 though, since it's a landmark for creature work with big names attached to it, and it was the push to the mainstream for Dante and had a huge roster of genre stars. This is a hugely influential film. Should you watch it? Yep, it is a treat.
Tonight I'm going to show you something. Make you believe.
We're kicking off this block in Spain on April 17th with the film Bloody Moon, although it didn't get an American run until 1983. It begins with a young man who is horribly scarred on his face, and he grabs some tiny plastic Mickey Mouse mask and somehow tricks a random woman that he's her boyfriend. Like for some reason, she is that easily fooled. So I guess I'm blaming alcohol, but when the mask comes off, she freaks out and he kills her, which lands him in the asylum. Years later, he's released into his sister's care and taken into his aunt's boarding school for young women. And things turn quickly as Auntie is killed by being set on fire. New student Angela then finds herself in the middle of intrigue as more murders occur, or is she going crazy? So this one was by Jess Franco, and this is his third film on the project so far, which is pretty wild considering that we're only in the first year and a half of the 1980s, but he previously directed both White Cannibal Queen and Devil Hunter, and I covered this before in a video of Lost 80s Slashers, and I commented on this there, but this film has a character that I find hilarious. You have this college girl, Inga, and I suppose that she just meets this guy on the side of the road and gets in his car because she thinks that the car is cool. Like, she doesn't know him, and she says that she doesn't know where they're going. So she's just letting a stranger take her somewhere that she doesn't know. And she gets out, and it's an old abandoned factory, and she just follows him. Like, she even notes that he doesn't seem too cheerful, and he goes ahead, and she just follows like some golden retriever or something. Then she lets him tie her up on an old stone, like she's game for it. She even says he's wearing a mask. To recap, a man she does not know pulls up in a car wearing a mask, and she gets in the car and he takes her to a murder factory where she just lets him tie her up on a big old rock. Then, when he starts up this massive power saw, she still doesn't sound too worried. And I don't want to say that this character deserved to die, but I am going to say that if she didn't get killed here, it was just a matter of time. She was just too naive to live, really. Of course, after release, it got into some trouble when it made the UK video nasty list and was banned there. My rating on it is a 2.5. It's not terrible or anything. There's some entertaining bits, but it doesn't really add up to all that much, and it has some real dull moments. Its horror cultural significance is a 2, since it is a forgotten slasher film, but it is by Franco, and it did make the nasty list. Should you watch it? Possibly. It's not a bad watch.
You never know what to expect. You don't have to do all this, you know. I wasn't planning on running away. I said I was game for anything.
Okay, 1 week later, on April 17th, we're going to switch over to a more comedic level of things as we go back in time to check out Caveman. There's this guy here, and I hear that he was some sort of musician or something, but I'm going to guess that didn't go that well and he decided to try acting instead. He faces off against this wonderful stop-motion dinosaur, although I'm not sure what kind it's supposed to be, except I know that I love it. Mike Brody is here, and they're part of the tribe led up by Sloth. And this guy from Galaxina is here, as is this dude from Puma Man. Tonda's main squeeze as a spy who loved me, and Atuk finds these berries that are basically GHB, and uses them to put Tonda and Lana to sleep, and then tries to molest her. And keep in mind, he's supposed to be the hero of the film. Well, Atuk and Lar get exiled and discover how to walk upright, but then come across Diane Chambers and the guy in Cocoon whose wife dies, and join up with them. Then they run into another stop-motion goober, and this movie at least has a plan. Whenever you start to lose interest in the total lack of, well, comedy, they pull out one of these guys to brighten things up. Tala is interested in Atuk, but he only wants Lana. So what do? Well, they try to kidnap her. They come across others that are lost and even discover fire before meeting up with a guy who is not interested in geographical locations. Atuk becomes the leader of their little group as they also invent music, cooked food, and even the Ice Age, complete with a Yeti played by Richard Mole. Eventually though, our little crew is going to come up against Tonda's clan to figure out who is the more evolved species. And this is by Carl Gottlieb. And before this, he only did TV episodes of Laverne and Shirley and Delta House, the extremely short-lived TV version of Animal House. His bigger claim to fame, though, was as a writer, and he's most noted for co-writing Jaws. But he wasn't technically the only director, since Jim Danforth handled all of the stop-motion stuff, and they contracted him to have co-director credit on the film. But when the Directors Guild stepped in and said that that wouldn't be allowed, he just left the film about 2/3 of the way through. It's notable for only using caveman speak through the entire film, with only about 15 words used throughout, which I have to tell you does not become annoying, like at all. Totally not annoying. Also, Ringo Starr and Barbara Bach met while filming and fell for each other and were married 1 year later and are still together today. The budget was $6.5 million, which seems weird that this was the more expensive film than the two right before it, but the reviews were mostly bad, with most not really appreciating the film's sense of humor, but it did well enough and earned $16 million, making it a modest hit. And I'm just giving it a 2. Honestly, I thought I'd have more nostalgia for this because I saw it a bunch on cable, but it's pretty hard to sit through. Starr is not really leading man material, and his character is a complete creep, and about 90% of the humor doesn't land, even remotely. The significance is a 2 since it was a bit of a success and had a bunch of cable play, but it never stuck in terms of relevance, and even though it has some recognition, it's not all that much. Should you watch it? Maybe, I don't know, it may be more your sense of humor than mine, but you know what? Yeah, because the stop motion dinos are great. Watch it for them. Our next film came out on April 24th, and it's a touch more highbrow entry with The Hand. It starts with a comics artist, and there's no mistaking that gorgeous Barry Windsor Smith artwork, but it's actually by Hoagie, who's playing a comic strip artist here, and his marriage is in trouble, which leads to a car accident in which his hand is severed. They're unable to find the hand in order to reattach it, and then his cat, in a scene that's not hilarious at all, jumps out a window. And then, oh no, it appears as if his severed hand has a bit of a life of its own, and Jonathan has to adjust to a new artist on his strip, having weird fever dreams about his faucets, but the new artist turns out to be Roger Rabbit, and he runs into this bum who is played by Oliver freaking Stone, who is strangled by the hand, and Stone played that bum because he directed this film. Yep. The Hand, a movie about a killer disembodied hand, was by Oliver Stone, as one of his earliest works, and this was sort of the last movie he would make before taking a sharp turn into more upscale films, as his next 2 movies would be Salvador and freaking Platoon. There was some serious talent behind this, since the hand effects were by Carlo Rambaldi, the creator of E.T., and the score was by James Horner, another of his earlier pieces. D-Day pops in, and rather famously, Kane referred to this as one of his paycheck films, movies that he took simply because he needed money for a particular reason. This one was because he needed a new garage. It was a bit of an all-around bust when it came out, getting some pretty bad reviews, and didn't do too well at the box office, only pulling in about $2.5 million when the budget was more than twice that, and often ends up on lists of terrible movies made by great directors. I'm not going to call it terrible though, since I'm going to give it a 3, and though I won't call it terrible, I am going to call it not good. Like, it has some wild fun moments and some sluggish ones, and its significance is the same, also a 3. Although it was in no way a hit, it certainly has clout with being an early Stone film, Kane's presence, and a bit of a novelty for being kind of a B movie from a future A-list director. Should you watch it? Sure, why not? One more week went by, and on the 24th, we're swinging back into action, but a far darker take on it with Ms. 45, which begins at a fashion house where several seamstresses work. One of them is Thana, and she doesn't speak, but she's played by Zoe Lund, who we saw on the Horror Project in the '84 movies with special effects. Well, as she's walking home, she's dragged into an alleyway and attacked, but she's having a terrible day because she comes back to an apartment that's been broken into, and the robber's still there, and he also rapes her. She fights back though and kills him with an iron, and doesn't call the cops. She just stashes the body in her bathtub. The next day she's traumatized when she sees her boss manhandle a mannequin, and then goes home to chop up and dispose of the body, making sure to keep the gun. She keeps unraveling and starts dropping off bags of the body parts around the city, but a guy thinks she's dropped her bag and chases her to give it back, so she shoots him, thinking he's trying to assault her. News of the attack makes the headlines, as does the discovery of the body parts, but Thana then takes a turn and shoots and kills a jerky photographer. Her new mission gives her a newfound confidence as she changes her wardrobe and makeup and she heads out onto the street. First, she blasts an abusive pimp, and then is surrounded by a whole gang, including a dude with nunchucks. She kills them all, and then a Saudi businessman and his driver. She starts getting more and more detached in her daily life, and her boss notices, but will she get too carried away and get caught? And this dark little tale is by Abel Ferrara, and it was his next feature after '79's The Driller Killer. Later, he would do bigger things like The King of New York, Bad Lieutenant, and did a take on Body Snatchers. He cast Zoe Lund in the lead role, even though she was only 17 years old at the time. Her story is somewhat sad, as she was a heroin addict and was unapologetic about it, advocating for its legalization. After she moved to Paris in the late 90s, she switched to cocaine due to availability, and in '99 died of heart failure from it. Ms. 45 was done for only $62,000, and most of it was shot without permits and managed to get a modest theatrical run. However, it was met with a number of harsh reviews, most of them discussing the exploitative nature of the rapes in the beginning. It didn't really make that much money, but then started to build up a sizable cult following over time, and became much more fondly regarded as a dark character study. It even had an influence on revenge flicks, and even inspired songs like Ms. 45 by L7. And this movie's pretty great. It's a 4. It's a simplistic kind of premise, but it's done with such a degree of style that it takes it to another level. It's jarringly able to come off as this incredibly ugly film, and yet also seems so beautiful at the same time. And Zoe Lund gives such a subtle, quiet performance, it's a shame that she didn't do more. The significance is just a 2 though, because it certainly earned accolades over time and had a fair amount of influence, but it's just not broadly seen. It is still very niche. Should you watch it? Hell yes, with a bullet, a 45 bullet. On that same day in Italy, we get, oh great, another cannibal movie, my favorite. But it's Cannibal Ferox, and it's by Umberto Lenzi, who made Eaten Alive, which was featured in the 1980 Project episodes, and this has Robert Kerman in it, who was not only in Eaten Alive, but also in Cannibal Holocaust. And of course, Debbie Does Dallas. It also has a trio on a trip into the rainforest in order to locate a lost village and wants to disprove that cannibals exist in the jungle. They end up having to go on foot, and they encounter a couple of dead natives and then run into two guys, one of whom is Giovanni Radice, who has been on the project a few times already. This is his 4th appearance. He was in Cannibal in the Streets, City of the Living Dead, and House on the Edge of the Park. He and his friend are drug runners, and like Cannibal Holocaust, and actually perhaps too many of the cannibal films, it does contain several scenes of actual animal cruelty. But there's versions, like apparently the one that I have, that have removed or altered the animal violence. And this one didn't get released until 1983 in the US, where it was titled Make Them Die Slowly, where it was called the most violent film ever made. And when Mike kills one of the tribe for no reason, which of course makes them seek out their vengeance, coming after the group and setting up a series of over-the-top gross out effects, which of course landed this one on the Video Nasty list. And in fact, this was one of the poster children for the Nasties, and the movie wore it like a badge of honor, proudly proclaiming that it was banned in 31 countries, which is maybe possibly true if you really want to expand your definition of the word ban, because that was more of a marketing gimmick than anything. Its most notorious bits are a castration scene and a woman hung up by her breasts. And this one really took off in terms of notoriety, as the whole band thing worked in its favor to get people to want to see it. My rating on it is a 2.5 because honestly, it's really not that different from the other 20 cannibal movies. Like, it moves a little bit more than most of the others, but it's still not exactly a great watch. Its HCS is higher though at a 3.5, since it did sort of become the poster child of the Video Nasties and became one of the more talked about gore flicks of that era. Should you watch it? Probably. Its reputation deserves at least a watch through, but just know that it's not really as good nor as gory as it's propped up to be.
Can't take this nightmare anymore! I can't!
4 days later, on April 28th, in the United States, another of the classic slashers was released with Bloody Birthday. It begins back in 1970, and there's a big eclipse just as a bunch of babies are being born. It then jumps 10 years to 1980, and a young couple is killed. There's also this group of kids that all have the same birthday being born under that eclipse, including Buddy from Just One of the Guys as a little dude. And they spy on Debbie's older sister, who's Julie Brown. Like, just say Julie, not wubba wubba wubba. These kids are evil and kill the sheriff and lock another kid in a fridge, although he does manage to escape. They also shoot their teacher dead. And I know what you're saying, so what, right? Well, that was a big deal back in 1981, not an every other day thing. And then they all just start causing chaos all around town. And Jose Ferrer is here, and this guy is a Hollywood legend himself, and also the father of the amazing Miguel Ferrer. And the director here was Ed Hunt, and he did some horror here and there, but he never really had a big directing career. He only did 3 films after this, and one was in 2014, 33 years after this. And it was originally simply titled Happy Birthday, but they altered the title in order to avoid confusion with Happy Birthday to Me, which would release a short while afterwards. Kind of funny, but the teacher that was shot was named Viola Davis, my woman king, and there's also a small role for the American Ninja, Michael Dudikoff, and also William Boyett, who you'll mostly remember as the I Want This Car guy from The Hidden, but also this one managed to get better reviews than other slashers of the time, possibly due to its rather unusual antagonists and its focus on character stuff more so than just killing. It didn't do that well at the box office, killing any chances for the sequel that they wanted to set up with the ending though. And I enjoyed this one. I'm giving it a 3.5. It's not great and it has some dull bits, but it's overall pretty damn enjoyable. Its significance is a 3, since it is a bit more well known but doesn't really have any horror actors nor anyone notable behind the scenes, and didn't make a big splash at the time. Should you watch it? Yeah, definitely.
Hey, what happened? Mom, Daddy fell! Mom, Daddy fell!
1 day later, April 29th, in Italy, we get one of the bigger releases of the year, at least for me, with The Beyond. This starts in Louisiana in 1927 at a hotel and a group of townspeople who murder a painter for what they say is black magic, and that the hotel is built over one of the 7 doors of evil. He's tortured and walled up in the basement, and then it just jumps to 1981 and Liza is inheriting the old hotel. But weird things start happening immediately. Dr. McCabe shows up, played by the late great David Warbeck, and when a worker accidentally uncovers the body of Schweik, which kills him, and Liza encounters blind Emily, who may or may not have been the woman who was present in 1927. Soon, a series of weird events happen, like death via sulfuric acid, haunted paintings, visions of Schweik, man-eating tarantula attacks. And you know, that was another fear way back when that has kind of went away. Like, people used to be really afraid that tarantulas were everywhere and gonna get you. And this was another film from Lucio Fulci, the second part of his Gates of Hell trilogy, which began in 1980's City of the Living Dead. In my opinion, the strongest work of his catalog. The film's production was reportedly pretty wild, considering that rumors circulate that there was no actual shooting script, and there was only a 3-page treatment outlining what happens in the film, and that much of the story changed while shooting since Fulci claimed to constantly be coming up with something better. Since the film was shot in Louisiana and most of the actors spoke English while Fulci only spoke Italian, much of the directing was done either through an interpreter or through miming. It didn't get released in the US until 1983, where it was renamed 7 Doors of Death, which had a different score and was shorter, but was later released in the full form under its original title on the home market. The film's excessive gore earned it a place on the video nasty list, of course, and critics were pretty split on it as a result. Roger Ebert, rather harsh on horror films, dubbed it as one of his most hated films, but other critics praised its visual stylings. Over time, it became a cult sensation, and its reputation has only grown, taking on an entirely new life. And it's pretty wild that there's back-to-back episodes of the project featuring Fulci films, and they're about as different as they can be. My rating on this one is a 4.5. I love this film. I love everything about it, but I do slightly wish that it had a little more coherent plotline, which is why I can't give it the 5. But it's just so damn good and atmospheric and worth watching anytime. Its significance is the same since it's become Fulci's most revered work, has shown up on a number of greatest horror film of all time lists, and is one of the must-sees of Italian horror cinema. It doesn't get the full 5 though, because of it's still sitting at more of a cult status in the US instead of the mainstream success that it truly deserved. Should you watch it? Absolutely. You will not regret it. Now let's go check out a guilty pleasure of mine and head into the world of action for a film that came out sometime in May of '81, and let's kill and kill again. We meet martial artist Steve Chase, played by James Ryan, and he had previously appeared in a film from 1976 called Kill or Be Killed. He's given an award by a dude who looks like great value James Coburn, and he meets the lovely Candy Kane, played by Annalyn Creel. And it seems like her father was kidnapped because he created a mind-controlled drug from potatoes, as you do. Government guys offer him a couple of $1 million to help and recover him and allow him to wrangle up his own team of guys. The first one he recruits is the Fly, who lights candles with his feet and floats down to the ground and then just shimmies down the side of a building, which you'd think was him turning down the offer, but that's just old Fly for you. That guy's a real yoker. Next, he gets Gorilla, a strong man, and then Gypsy Billy, a guy who's now living in an old trailer with some chickens, and they're briefed on their mission. Kane has been kidnapped by Marduk, this fellow with the world's most convincing fake beard and mustache, and his lady friend is Minerva, and let's face it, he does not deserve her and her glory. But he also has this guy called the Optimus, who's not very prime, but he is a good fighter, and Marduk tries to convince Kane that his plan is to create a world utopia by putting the drug into the water supply. But then Chase enlists one more member of their group, Hot Dog, a crazy drunk. So keep in mind, dude was tasked with making a team of the greatest fighters he could, and he brought on board a bunch of white dudes and one black guy and not one single Asian. So now he and his motley crew have to try to infiltrate Marduk's castle, and really, guy? You're just gonna have that beard on your face this whole time? Like, are you sure about that? And they have to rescue the doc, making sure to get into a bunch of brawls along the way. And as I mentioned, this is a sequel, and they were both films from South Africa. The first film was instead called Karate Killer, but was then altered to Kill or Be Killed in 1980, and it was a surprise hit, making around $7 million here. So, of course, it was sequel time. Although this isn't really a follow-up. Ryan's character in the first film was Stephen Hunt, yet he's Chase here, and several actors do return, but are also in different parts. And even though the critics didn't have many nice things to say here, it did a similar business, and was mildly successful, enough for them to pursue a third film. The plans for it were to be more of a James Bond-styled adventure titled The Most Dangerous Man, and Ryan claimed that they had cast Sharon Stone for the love interest, but the production and distribution company went under, so all the plans were scrapped. And this is a 3. It's pretty terrible and kind of dull, but I have too much nostalgia for it to rank it lower. And for as bland as Steve Chase is, his friends make up for a ton of fun, while Minerva could just have the whole movie to herself. The significance is just a 1.5 since it's not much known and features no one of note, but it did get a small amount of cable notoriety back in the day. Should you watch it? Maybe? Do you like trash action martial arts films? Then watch and watch again. Next up, just a few days later, on May 1st, we get another American entry with Graduation Day, which kicks off with a pretty jammin' theme song.
Everybody wants to be the winner wants to be the winner.
This one begins with a big track meet and Laura here collapsing and dying, and then jumps a few months with her sister Anne coming back in town, just in time for, you guessed it, Graduation Day. I mean, it's in the title. Meanwhile, a killer is on the loose and kills Paula here, who, by the way, is Linda Shane, who both acted in and wrote the bizarre sex comedy film Screwballs and Screwballs 2. And the track coach is Christopher George, who you may remember from City of the Living Dead, but you'll probably mostly recognize him from the greatest death scene of all time. Kane has a rough relationship with her stepfather and is a bit creepy with other members of the track team while someone stalks them, including a very young Vanna White in her second film ever, with her first one being Midnight Offerings, which I covered in episode 2 of the 81 Project. And there's a pretty wild scene with Sally as she does a slow motion routine on the bars while Coach Michaels looks on, like constantly licking his lips. Before the killer shows up in fencing gear, and a young Linnea Quigley shows up in her first, but certainly not her last appearance on the project. And before she became a horror icon, and she wasn't originally in the film. Her character, Dolores, was played by this girl here, who we see earlier in the number 46 jersey, but when it came down to shooting the nude scene, this girl said she wouldn't do it. So they fired her and cut her from the film, replacing her as much as they can with Linnea, who they hired in her place. The director here was Herb Fried, who we already encountered in 1980 with Beyond Evil, and this one was a bit of a surprise success. Even though it received mostly negative reviews from the critics at the time, it rode the wave of the slasher boom to make a solid profit. It only cost $250,000 to make and raked in almost $24 million in the theaters, and has since developed a strong cult following.
Hey, give me my ball.
My rating on this one is a 3 because it's fun and all, but it's pretty standard stuff and fairly predictable. It's not a bad movie per se, but it is a little forgettable amidst the other slashers of the era that stand out a bit more. Its significance is a 3 as well because it was a success and is decently known, but outside of Linnea's small part, it doesn't feature a lot of horror icons on camera or behind it and never quite hit that more known status. Should you watch it? Yeah, it's definitely a good time and worth checking out.
I'm gonna nail your ass tonight.
I don't think that meant the same thing in '81 as it does now. Or does it? On that same day, May 1st, there was another horror release with The Nesting, and it has an author who wrote a book, also called The Nesting, and she's incredibly agoraphobic, and in an effort to try to overcome it, she heads up to the countryside where she discovers a house that looks just like the one from the cover of her book, a place she described from her imagination to the cover artist. So she decides to rent it from Count Dracula. On her first night there, she's plagued by a terrible dream that's actually a memory she shut out, and spooky stuff starts and she's trapped on the roof. So when her psychiatrist stops by, he accidentally falls to his death. Later, a ghostly presence saves Lauren from being assaulted by a handyman, and the director here was Armand Weston, who also co-wrote the film, and this was his only mainstream film. The rest of his works were in the adult industry, although it appears as if his films would fall more under the category of erotica more so than straight up pornography. And even though the title makes it sound like it's some sort of like a killer animal movie, and the poster makes it look like a slasher flick, this is a slow burn ghost story more than anything else. The ghost in question was the former owner of the house, which used to be a brothel run by a woman named Florinda Costello, played by Gloria Graham, Oscar and Golden Globe winning actress, and possibly most known for It's a Wonderful Life. But this would turn out to be her final film, as she died that same year. And this is another one that fell into the whole video nasty debacle, although escaped prosecution, but copies were confiscated and didn't get a UK distribution, which is weird because the level of violence is pretty low. My rating on it is a 2.5. It's kinda standard and a little slow, but it's not terrible or anything. Its significance is a 2, since it's not well known and didn't really make any horror dents, although the presence of Carradine and Graham, plus its nasty designation, push it to the 2. Should you watch it? Maybe. If you prefer low-key ghost tales, sure.
I ain't saying I like your kind, and I ain't saying I don't, but I got better things to do than type on your writer.
This next one could have been in the last episode since it debuted in Japan in April of '81, but its US debut was on May 1st, and it's Savage Harvest. And it starts with a crawl telling us that the events are based on a true story, and we're set in a village in Africa where a lion is on the attack. There's an American family here living on a plantation, including Maggie here and her husband Derek, but her ex-husband also lives here, and it's Captain Dallas. And it appears as if the attacks are increasing, like this Black Panther on the hunt, and then some hyenas chowing down on a dude. They soon start coming for the family and killing one of their servants, and the director here is Robert Collins, who also wrote the film. And this was only one of 2 films that he directed for the big screen, with the rest of his work being TV shows and TV movies. And although the opening tells us that it's based on true events, it's another one of those, well, this didn't exactly happen per se, but the drought was real and the animals did attack people, so it's true in that sense, and that did happen, and there were animal attacks. But the story of an isolated American family stuck in a house while lions tried to get in is purely fictional. Later that same year, the film Roar was released, which was vaguely similar, although less horror-oriented, and that one got more attention due to the sheer carelessness of the animal control and the behind-the-scenes stories of the cast and crew that were harmed by the lions. But that one doesn't have a weirdly, unintentionally hilarious scene of a lion killing and dragging off a guy while the family is in the other room, singing the Beatles. My rating on it is a 2.5. It's entertaining enough, and it has some good stuff. Like there's some fairly funny bits with the lions, and very obvious dummies, and some nice tension. Its significance is pretty low since it's not well remembered and often overshadowed by Roar, and didn't make much impact on the horror scene. Should you watch it? Possibly. I mean, it's fun enough for a watch.
I wanna hold your hand.
This block gives us another heavy hitter, also arriving on May 1st, a kind of busy day for horror, and it's Friday the 13th Part 2. Coming out a little less than 1 year after the original, it starts off with killing off the previous film's final girl, Alice, murdered by an unseen man. We're then sent back to Crystal Lake, and there's a new camp there, just a little down the road from the last one, and a new assortment of teenagers. We're told that it's been 5 years after Pamela went on her rampage, and it's crazy to think about it now, but this film had the unusual task of trying to make a sequel to a film in which the main villain was extremely, decidedly killed off. So, once again, it was a murder mystery. Now, keep in mind, the concept of Friday the 13th movies being about Jason Voorhees was not a thing at this point. As far as the viewers were concerned, Jason was a little kid that drowned in the lake and then popped up at the end of the last one in a possible dream sequence. The idea that he would be the killer was not a certainty, but it sure was to someone. Like you see, originally Frank Mancuso Sr. of Paramount Pictures thought it would be a good idea to make Friday the 13th Part 2 a completely separate concept. He wanted to make it an anthology series each year on a Friday the 13th with a different setting and concept, kind of like Carpenter wanted to do later on with Halloween. However, several of the producers who were involved in the money process insisted that the killer be Jason from the first film and be a continuation of that story. Sean S. Cunningham, director of the first one, decided not to return because he just couldn't get behind that idea, so Steve Miner, who had served as an associate producer on the original, stepped in to take over. This one introduces one of the series' most popular final girls, Ginny, and is essentially the first film that establishes the formula that would carry throughout the next, I don't know, like 20 movies, with Jason stalking the kids unseen for the first portion of the film, only to be revealed in the last act for a final showdown. And oh yeah, about that reveal. Jason's look is not quite what you'd expect, since the hockey mask wouldn't be introduced until the next movie, and instead wears a set of overalls and a burlap sack on his head, reminiscent of the killer from the town that dreaded sundown. Of course, it was met with a gaggle of negative reviews from the critics at the time, and rather notoriously, this was the final Friday film that Roger Ebert did a review of in his column. He wrote that it was a terrible movie, giving it half a star, saying that the review will remain for any future Friday the 13th movies. And it did quite well, but not nearly as well as the first one did. They upped the budget from $500,000 to $1.25 million, and had a strong opening weekend, pulling in $6 million and going on to amass almost $22 million, but that was less than half of the first. So even though its haul was greatly diminished, it still made a ton, giving a clear indication that our favorite murderous hillbilly was here to stay. And my rating on this one is a 4. It's a great slasher flick with some actual characters and tense situations. I can't really rank it higher though, because let's face it, for a good portion of the runtime, it's essentially just a repeat of the first one. Its significance though is a 5, because you don't get more important than giving us Jason freaking Voorhees. This is the one that sets him up as the star of the show and gives us the framework for not only future Friday films, but a multitude of clones as well. Should you watch it? Oh, no doubt.
Excuse me, are there any after-hours places around here?
Sure are.
This one starts in the best way possible because on May 8th, we got the release of the classic, The Burning. It kicks off at a summer camp with a prank gone wrong as a bunch of kids accidentally set fire to the caretaker there, a guy named Cropsy. It then jumps 5 years ahead, and after a number of failed skin grafts, Cropsy is released, and he starts killing. At another camp, the new season is about to begin, and the campers include a young George, Little Ratner, and this guy right here, who you will notice is not Indian at all. So it would probably be really dumb and embarrassing to cast him as like an Indian man or something and ask him to do a horrible fake Indian accent, right? Plus, if you squint hard enough at just the right times in this movie, you'll spot a little baby Ed, which is short for Edwina. Now turn to the right. Now, the backstory here is pretty dense because although the plot is ridiculously similar to Friday the 13th and Part 2, even down to the killer's legend being told around a campfire culminating in a fake scare prank, the script was in development before that one was even released. The concept was actually developed by convicted serial sex pest Harvey Weinstein. It was his very first production, and the treatment was written in 1979. But it's pretty clear that the reason the film ended up getting made was because of its summer camp similarities and the success of Friday. So it's not a case of, hey, that was popular, so I'm writing this script to cash in on that, as much as it was investors saying, hey, that was profitable, and this existing script is close to that, so let's back it. The director was actually Tony Malum, who had previously done mainly music documentaries and wouldn't do that many feature films afterwards, with one of his only other genre flicks being the Rutger Hauer sci-fi jam Split Second. This one is kind of notorious because Tom Savini did the effects on the film and turned down Friday the 13th Part 2 in order to do so, mainly because he didn't understand how there could be a sequel with Jason involved, and those effects are pretty awesome. Like, besides the standout canoe scene, which is the sequence that the film is mostly known for, the overall look of Cropsy himself is pretty great. If you're watching the credits, you'll also spot the name of Jack Shoulder as the editor. And we'll be hearing quite a bit more of him in the coming years, since he'd very soon after go on to direct Alone in the Dark, and then of course, Freddy's Revenge. The Burning wasn't very successful on release though, not even making back its $1.5 million budget in the US box office. Thankfully, international business did a bit better. It ended up being profitable, but it was pretty far from a hit. My rating on this one is a 4. I really dig this one, but it all does feel a bit familiar. And sure, of course it does nothing new, but it's all done so well that I don't mind. Its horror cultural significance is a 3.5, and I almost gave it a 4, but it's not quite there. It's notable for the Savini effects and the group of young faces that would go on to bigger things, but considering that it flopped on its release and has never established any sort of lasting legacy in terms of follow-ups and only really gained its reputation through a cult following in later years, I can't really give it any higher. Should you watch it? Absolutely, you will not regret it.
So, you girls all set for the trip tomorrow? Nothing I can get you? Life jacket? Spermicide? Oh! Hey, you gotta be prepared.
Now we're gonna head all the way to France because on May 13th we got the release of Zombie Lake, which wasn't released in the US until 1985. And it begins with a woman swimming nude in a lake, but there's a zombie under there. There's a zombie in the lake in the movie called Zombie Lake. Although it's clearly a swimming pool considering you can see a sign up here. The mayor is concerned about the missing girl and seems to know more than he lets on, and the zombie comes out to attack, and he's a Nazi. And he bites this girl's neck, although maybe he doesn't, because when he lifts his mouth, it's very clear that her skin is completely unbroken. And there's a lot to talk about here with this one. So the original director was meant to be Jess Franco, who has already been on the project 3 freaking times. And he wrote most of the script here, but he quit just before they were about to begin filming. It seems he got into too many arguments with the distributors regarding the budget, so they needed someone to take his place. They tapped Jean Rollin, who has also been on the project already with The Night of the Hunted, and he came on board just a day or two before filming began, and only did it as a favor to the producer. He hated the script though, and even let a protege direct some of the scenes that he didn't want to, and the direction was instead credited to the fictional J.A. Laser. Rollin hated it so much that afterwards he removed it from his filmography, and if you asked him if he was involved with it, he denied it. The story's weird because after the whole setup part, it goes into this really lengthy flashback to World War II to give the backstory, and it ends up feeling like you're watching a whole different movie. Like, this started with a zombie attacking a nude gal in a lake, and now we're getting dramatic war sequences. But then it bounces back to the present to a group of skinny dippers. Upon release, it actually did fairly well, but quickly gained notoriety for being one of the worst zombie movies ever made. And it's not hard to see why, when your zombies are just people who are painted green. But the coloring is inconsistent, so you can see regular skin tones showing through on the spots where it's rubbing off.
Oh, let's go! Yeah! Well, go get him.
You're damn right. Let's get rid of him once and for all. Count on me.
And I'm giving this one a 1. It's as dull as can be. You're just sitting there staring at it and waiting for it to be done, but it just keeps going. Its significance is a little higher at a 1.5, mainly for the presence of Rollin and the almost presence of Franco. Should you watch it? Only if you need help sleeping.
Sir, we found Maria. She's dead. She's been murdered. They found her on the road. Maria's dead.
Our next film was one I wasn't sure if I wanted to include because I didn't know if I wanted to include films that are just dramas, but I figure I had to add this one because in the UK on May 15th, we first heard that music with Chariots of Fire. Okay, chill with the music, okay? It's bound to create a copyright claim. It starts in 1978 at a funeral for a man named Harold Abrahams, and as they remember him, they flash back to when he was younger and running. Yeah, I know, it's real famous, but remember, just chill with it, okay? Chill. Younger Harold may cast a dark shadow, and he's attending Cambridge University and is given a bit of a hard time at first. They have a challenge they do called the Trinity Great Court Run, and they have to get around the entire courtyard before the clock strikes 12 times, and he's joined by his friend Andrew Lindsay. He does it and is the first man to ever do it, but then we meet Eric Liddell from Scotland, and he's also dedicated to becoming a competitive runner. Although his sister is bummed out by his choices, his family and friends around the village encourage him to go for it and make it to the Olympics. He's successful and also uses his racing to spread gospel, while Abrahams continues to lead his school running club to victory after victory. The first time Harold sees Eric run, he falls, but gets back up and wins anyway, and realizes that he really wants to go for the Olympics, and talks to Bilbo about it. But he also falls for the Borg Queen, although he's disappointed to find out she's not also Jewish. Eventually, the two face off, with Liddell winning, which Harold takes very poorly, but Musabini commits to helping to train him. Hobson pops in, and the school gives him grief for hiring an outside coach, and after a whole ton of training, they both make it into the 1924 Olympics to represent Great Britain. But they're up against the Americans, considered the fastest people in the world, even if one of them is in the losers club. But will they take the gold? And who? And we talked about this. I don't want this to get flagged, so just no. And this is my Hugh Hudson, who didn't really do much before this and really didn't do much afterwards, except for 1 or 2 films of note. It was made on a budget of around $5 million, so again, cheaper than Caveman, and it was based on a true story. The reviews were really strong and it was extremely praised and was a surprise hit, pulling in around $59 million worldwide. That was boosted by two things. First up, it was nominated for 7 Academy Awards and it won 4, including Best Picture, although it didn't get Best Director. It also got Best Score, and that's the other thing that boosted it up. That music, which we're not going to play too much of, right? Well, now you're just being a jerk. But the soundtrack score by Vangelis was a massive hit, and that opening theme song reached #1 and went platinum in the US. It later earned a stage adaptation, and it also features a couple of firsts, although if you blink, you'll miss them, since both Kenneth Branagh and Stephen Fry appear here in uncredited roles as extras. And I'll give this a 3.5, and I'll say that this is a very well-made movie that just isn't something that I'm that interested in. It's shot incredibly well, and the acting is top-notch all around, but I found it a bit of a drag, and not my cup of tea. The significance is a 3.5 since it was a big hit, grabbed a bunch of Oscars, and that music became a cultural mainstay, but it just didn't remain in the public eye, and isn't quite as relevant as it used to be. Should you watch it? If you're a fan of period dramas, sure, but otherwise, you may be a touch bored. Just had to get one last one in there, didn't you? Just 2 days later, on May 15th, back in the US, the boom of the slasher phenomenon continued with Happy Birthday to Me. It begins with Bernadette here, played by Leslie Donaldson, who we saw not that long ago in Funeral Home, but she doesn't last as long here and is killed by an unseen stalker. And then Mary Ingalls is here, and we just saw her in Midnight Offerings, and she's still having some trouble dealing with the loss of her mother, and someone seems to be following her around. Seems Ginny had some medical issues in the past, and her doc is Pa freaking Kent, and the killer continues his spree in some creative ways. And the red herrings start coming, and this is another one that just gets lumped in with being credited to appearing in Friday the 13th's wake, but like The Burning, this one was in development before that. In fact, judging from the setting and atmosphere, it seems to be more influenced by Halloween than anything else. And this director was a bit of a big deal. It's J. Lee Thompson, who gave us Guns of Navarone and the original Cape Fear back in the 60s, and 2 entries of the Planet of the Apes in the 70s, and shortly after this would switch to more action-oriented films, and this is one of his only horror-themed movies in his entire catalog. And what's funny is that this is probably the 5th or 6th slasher that I've covered for the project so far, and this seems to be the first one to get sort of creative with the kills. I mean, some of the others have brought in some different weapons and such, but the scarf in the motorcycle and barbell kills are just upping the ante for the genre. Actor Glenn Ford was, I guess, embarrassed to be involved with the production, regretting taking a role in a slasher flick, and was combative on set, reportedly even hitting the AD on the film, almost causing him to be arrested, and was rumored to be frequently drunk on set. And it's possible that this one is mostly known for the box art with the shish kebab, and the movie does deliver on that promise. It's not like it was a bait and switch. That's in there. Another moment of note is the ending, which features a pretty out there twist to it, and the press releases all stated that they shot multiple endings in order to maintain secrecy. However, much later on, it was revealed that only one ending was shot, and that whole fabrication was made because during filming, there was no ending for the script. There was an original ending, but during production, they changed the script so much that one no longer worked, so they kept going with no clear ending in mind until they finally got to it, which may be why the twist happens so out of the blue. It was pretty heavily promoted, and they were really hoping it would be the next big horror hit, but it wasn't as much of a smash as they had hoped, and in the end, it brought in just under $11 million, which certainly isn't a blockbuster, but the movie only cost around $3.5 million, so it did make money, and had a certain amount of buzz around it, and has since become one of the more known slashers from the time period, even if it's not the most revered. My rating on it is a 3.5. I actually really like it, but I think it goes on for a bit too long, and the ending is a little out of left field. Its significance is a 3.5 as well, since it is pretty well known, but never really caught on as much as they would have hoped, and it didn't really build any sort of horror legacy. Should you watch it? Oh yeah, it's definitely a good time.
Happy birthday to me.
On that same date, May 15th, we got the release of The Fan, not to be confused with the 1996 Robert De Niro Wesley Snipes film of the same name. No, this one has Lauren Bacall as famous actress Sally Ross and Kyle Reese as an obsessed fan sending her creepy ass letters. It's Sally's 50th birthday, which is favorable considering Bacall was 56 or 7 at the time, and she's worried about her age, but come on, she's still stunning. Her ex-husband is a maverick and he's considering getting remarried, and Douglas works at a record store with China Beach in one of her earliest roles. Maureen Stapleton is here as well, and Sally is starting work on a musical, and Doug's messages start to get more extreme, talking about his equipment and such, and gets fired, and then gets rebuffed by Sally's secretary, and oh hey, Griffin Dunn, and all of this sends him into a downward spiral, eventually attacking Belle with a razor, almost killing her. And this was actually the film debut of Ed Bianchi, and his very first filming of any kind. And like, your very first ever film has Lauren Bacall and James Garner, and oh yeah, also Hector Elizondo in it, which he got from getting tons of acclaim for the work he did for commercials, winning major ad awards. After this though, he'd go back to commercials and music videos for over a decade, not really returning to major directing work until the early 2000s, but then working on a string of major shows like The Wire and Deadwood. And this was based on a novel of the same name, and was actually in the works since 1979, with several directors reported to be attached, but due to constant delays, they all left. At one point, Elizabeth Taylor was meant to play the part of Sally, but also eventually moved on, and the original script was more of a straightforward thriller, with less of the giallo-like gore going on. But after the success of Dressed to Kill, the studio decided to up the violence, much to the surprise of Bacall, who stated that the finished product didn't look very similar to the version as she signed on for. When it was released, it was bad news all around. With a budget of around $10 million, it only managed to bring in $3 million at the box office, making it a distinct bomb, which might be why Bianchi didn't direct again for so long. But that's not it. First up, critics smeared it, calling it overwhelmingly predictable, and even James Garner called it one of the worst films that he made. But it also got controversy because it reflected what was going on at the time. Fan stalkers were a major thing in this time frame, what with John Hinckley Jr. shooting at Ronald Reagan to impress Jodie Foster just 2 months before this film's release, and John Lennon shot and killed by Mark David Chapman just 6 months earlier. Even though the film was in development and shot well before these events, it was seen as trying to take advantage of these scenarios and scorned for it. Over time though, it's developed a bit of a cult following, with even Bacall later calling it some of her best acting, and it's earned some camp stripes too, most notably for its delightfully cheesy song, Hearts, Not Diamonds, which was nominated for a Razzie. And my rating on it is a 3. It's kind of fun, like there's some good stuff happening, but it's not consistent, and I can't call it good enough to be good, but it's not quite bad enough to be that fun, campy good. Its HCS is right in the middle with a 2.5, since it is a bit more known but lacks a lot of horror impact and didn't really give us anything that new, but with the talent involved, it definitely earned some significance, even if it didn't quite get that staying power. Should you watch it? Probably. It's not great, but it's worth a look-see.
Keep your diamonds. Hold on tight to me. Give your heart to me.
This next little number is another TV movie, and it first aired on May 21st. And it's The Girl, The Gold Watch, and Dynamite. And if that title sounds familiar, it's because this is a sequel to last year's The Girl, The Gold Watch, and Everything. Now, in the first one, Kirby here was played by Robert Hayes, but he's now been recast, as has his fiancée, formerly played by Pam Dauber. Zora Lampert is back as Wilma though, and we find out that the watch that stops time works for 20 minutes at a time, can only be used 6 times in 24 hours, and must be used once every 14 days or will stop working forever. When Bonnie gets a letter from her mother saying that there's trouble on the farm, they head up to Sacramento to help out, making sure to take the watch. It seems like there's issues with the levee and the farm could be flooded out at any time. And how about this? They go to see the farm, and Bonnie's dad is there, and he thinks they're trespassing, and he literally shoots at them. But Kirby stops time and pushes the bullets out of the way. Her dad is Dr. Nicholas Van Helsing, and this one was originally titled The Girl, the Gold Watch, and Everything Else, but it was decided that that title may have been too similar to the original and that people would think it was the same movie, so they substituted Dynamite in there as well. It was directed by Hy Averback, who had been directing since the 1950s and only did a few more things after this, but one of those things was the comedy Where the Boys Are. 2001's Frank is here, as does my girlfriend, Morgan Fairchild. Yeah, that's the ticket. And of course, when it turns out that it's all just a swindle to get Bonnie's parents off the land by some developers, kicking off shenanigans, although it's all pretty low key. Although I guess it has a little more plot than the first one did. My rating on this one is a 2. It does have some fun bits, but it's a movie about a guy with a watch who can stop time, and he barely makes use of it. Its significance is a 1 though, since no one remembers it at all, and it doesn't even have the star power that the first one had. Should you watch it? Probably not. I mean, this block seems to be full of this answer.
Oh, and if anybody comes looking for me, tell them I'm down the street at the jeweler getting this old watch fixed up. Listen to this thing.
Now it's time to look at a film that's not quite a comedy and not quite a drama, and on May 22nd, we were busted loose. Montgomery Brewster is here, and he's a thief breaking into a warehouse, but he has to leave when there's a dog there. So, the next day he gets a friend to help him do a daring trick in the middle of the day where they rip off the store, but his buddy leaves him behind to get arrested. Meanwhile, there's news reports about a small school with underprivileged kids that need to be relocated, and none other than Cicely Tyson is planning to take them there, but needs someone to drive the bus. Joe manages to sucker the judge into just giving him parole, and his parole officer decides to assign him the job of fixing up the bus and getting Miss Perry and the kids across country. The kids are unruly and aggressive, and one is blind, and they head out, going from Philadelphia to Washington State. The trip starts off rough since they have very limited money, and Joe has to sleep on the bus, and no one will let him sleep. So he suggests they kill time by playing strip poker. And you may think that he's making a joke, but the next time we see him, he's in long underwear, and the kids are hiding in the closet from him. And what kind of a movie is this? It's darker when one of the kids is a pyromaniac because it seems like he killed his family accidentally after setting a fire. Oh, they have an encounter with a bunch of inbreds, or sorry, the Klan, but same difference really. And along the way, they have more struggles but begin to bond. Although there's an even more depressing bit with one of the kids forced into prostitution at the age of 9 who only knows men through sex. But once they get to the farm, are all their troubles over, or have they just begun? And what's interesting is that this was shot in 1979 before Stir Crazy, and it was directed by Oz Scott, his directorial debut. But when it was done, the studio wasn't happy with it, and neither was Pryor, so they set it aside and thought about doing some reshoots. However, by this point, the actor was set to film that other flick, and then right afterwards, there was an incident in which Pryor attempted suicide by setting himself on fire. After his recovery, the studio pushed to do the reshoots, but didn't bring Oz Scott back, and instead hired Michael Schultz, the director of Car Wash and future director of The Last Dragon, to do them. All of that made this film more expensive than planned, so it cost $11 million in total, but it got decent reviews and did really well with ticket sales and brought in $31 million and was one of the top 20 highest grossing films of the year. It earned enough of a reputation that it spawned a short-lived TV show in 1987 with Jimmy Walker taking over from Pryor, but it only lasted one season. So I'm a 3.5 with this. It's overly sentimental at times and often forgets that it's a comedy, but I find Pryor so charming, and maybe it's nostalgia, but I've always had a soft spot for it. The CS is just a 2 though, because it was known for a while and it did get that show, but it was kind of forgotten and is not one of Pryor's better known films. Should you watch it? I think you should bust it out and check it out. Yeah.
Stand up! Stand up! It's only 4 feet of water. You knew it all the time, didn't you?
Okay, this next one is a bigger deal, and on May 22nd, it's Outland. And it sets us on a mining station in orbit around Io. I don't know, whatever. A moon of Jupiter. And we see one of the miners have a psychotic break and tear open his spacesuit. The moon's marshal, who named the dog Indiana, is newly stationed there, and the mine's general manager is putting on the Ritz. Shortly after, another one also kills himself through decompression at the same time that O'Neill's wife unexpectedly heads back to Earth, leaving him on his own. But then, when it seems like the crew members losing their minds is occurring more and more frequently, and they soon discover it's because they've been taking a new drug that increases their productivity rate, but it also drives them insane. He soon discovers that the drugs are being supplied by Shepard, and his own sergeant is in on it, and he has to try to take the drug ring down on his own. So this one was directed by Peter Hyams, who had already dipped his toes into the sci-fi world with Capricorn 1, and would later do some stuff of varying degrees of quality, like 2010, Time Cop, Stay Tuned, and End of Days. The film came about because he wanted to make a Western, but was told that Westerns don't sell. So he made one anyway, but just set it in space. Instead of the Western frontier, he made it the final frontier, and was greatly influenced by the classic High Noon. It's not so much as to be a direct remake, but the inspiration is obvious. But it also took a good deal of its vibe from Alien, and considering that both films had the same producer, there's fan theories out there that place them both in the same universe, since they both feature a shadowy corporation in charge of everything that's simply referred to as the company. Upon release, it was met with mixed results. Reviews went either way, with some praising it and others calling it dull and uninteresting. The box office went the same direction, since it did well in the big cities, but failed to land with less populous areas, and it would go on to make slightly more than it cost. The budget was $16 million, and its final take was around $20 million, which isn't really a disaster, but it's certainly not a success either. It did, however, earn an Oscar nomination for Best Sound, although it lost to Raiders of the Lost Ark. And I'm giving this one a 3.5. I like what it's doing for the most part, but it's just so damn dry. Like, I don't mind a slow pace, but this just doesn't really take advantage of its setting or tone enough for me. Its sci-fi cultural significance is a 3, since it is a little more known, but it never really made it to mainstream success. It also gets points for a big cast, Hyams' involvement, and getting that nomination. Should you watch it? Yeah, I think it's worth the time. Next, on May 25th at the Cannes Film Festival, Possession premiered, although it would get a wider release in France 2 days later on the 27th. It wouldn't get a US release until 2 years later in 1983, though. It has Dr. Alan Grant in his second appearance this year. We literally just saw him a few episodes ago in The Final Conflict, but here he's facing a divorce with multiple Oscar-nominated Isabella Gianni, and he works as a spy but is quitting and comes home to find Anna has just left. This causes him to have a bit of a breakdown, becoming totally unkempt, and it seems as if Anna's behavior is becoming strange as well, abandoning their son, and things get weird when Bob's teacher looks identical to Anna, and things get violent with her lover, and then with each other. And this one was from Polish director Andrzej Zulawski, and this was his only English language film. And his reputation was built around really plumbing the dark recesses of emotional trauma and pushing his actors to the limit with their characters. Both O'Neill and Ajani have since stated that playing these characters stuck with them and were very difficult to shake off once filming ended, with Ajani saying that she could only make this sort of film when she was young due to the toll that it would take on her afterwards. And O'Neill stating that it was the most extreme film that he had ever made. Clearly, it was inspired by Zulawski's real-life divorce, which he wrote the screenplay in the middle of. And if it seems so far to just be a rather intense relationship drama, well, there's soon weird slime creatures in the bath, and bottle stabbings, and this glorious creature created by the great Carlo Rambaldi. And when this premiered at Cannes, it was welcomed, with Ajani winning the Best Actress award, but when it reached general release, that welcome was not as warm. Critics called it confusing and incoherent, with some calling it boring and others calling it a mess. But it did have its champions as well, so response was fairly mixed. And then when it was released, its performance was mediocre at best. When it was finally released in the US, it was only in a truncated form, cutting out more than 30 minutes of the runtime, making the narrative even less cohesive, leading to it only bringing in $1 million at the ticket booth. However, since then, the appreciation for the film has only grown, with more people getting turned on to its surreal intensity and gorgeous cinematography, and horror fans catching on to its instances of brutal violence and funky creature effects, including a standout moment that would make viewers of hentai proud. This one I'm giving a 4. It's a lot, just a lot to take in. And I imagine it'd be a bit slow for some viewers, but I found it pretty compelling stuff, and the performances are just top notch, particularly Ajani's completely unhinged subway breakdown. Its significance is a touch lower at a 3, since it didn't really make an impact on the film world or the horror world, but it did have top-notch talent behind it and some great practicals, and has a certain cult following. But I can't give it any higher since it just never really caught on. Should you watch it? Yeah. Again, some may just end up calling it pretentious, but I don't think so, and it really should be watched. On May 27th, we have a pretty curious one because everything about it just feels like it's from an earlier era, and it's the Monster Club. This one has one of the Draculas, and like Sam Neill, we're getting a bunch of Carradine here in 81, between the Howling in episode 3, the Nesting in episode 4, and now this here in episode 5. This year is full of this guy. Here, he's a famous author, and he's attacked by vampiric Vincent Price. And how the hell is this hero's first appearance on the project? Erasmus feels bad for biting him, so he invites him to a monster party. And here's where we find out that it's basically a sort of a musical, in a way, as we get the song Monsters Rule, okay? Monsters rule, okay. Monsters rule, okay. We see the monster chart with some information I did not know.
Now, a vampire and a werewolf would produce a werevamp. But a werewolf and a ghoul would produce a weregoo. But a vampire and a ghoul would produce a vamgoo. A weregoo and a werevamp would produce a shaddy. Now, a weregoo and a vamgoo would produce a maddie. But a werevamp and a vamgoo would produce a ratty. Now, if a shaddy were to mate with a ratty or a maddie, the results would be a muck.
You follow that? So it's not just a musical, it's an anthology, and there's a series of 3 shorts, each one focusing on a different class of monster, with a song in between each one. I'm just a soccer boy. I'm just... The first one tells of the shad mock and their terrible whistle that has horrible effects. The second is about a young vampire who is pretty mercilessly bullied at school, and Doc Loomis is here too, and his mom is Mary Goodnight, and he has to help out against a group of inept vampire hunters. The third story is about a movie director scouting locations and encountering Patrick McGee, also making his second appearance this year after being in The Black Cat. And the town is full of ghouls, and we learn about hum ghouls, which are the offspring of ghouls and humans. And damn, for a film in the 80s, now a year and a half into them, this feels like a mid-70s flick. It's a British film directed by Roy Ward Baker, who had also done previous anthologies like The Vault of Horror, and this would become his final film, although he still worked in TV for several years afterwards, and all the stories were based on those by famous horror writer Ronald Chetwynd Hayes, the character that John Carradine plays, although the author was disappointed in the finished work, since he didn't like the alterations made to his works, and he hated the musical interludes. Apparently, plenty of others did as well, since the film didn't do that well with either critics or audiences, which Baker attributed to them sitting on the film for over a year before releasing it, which he claims made the pop songs in the film feel out of date. And my rating on this one is a 3. Again, it's pretty fun, and there's some enjoyable bits, but it's a bit all over the place and never really feels like a cohesive whole. Its HCS is a 2.5 since it's a touch more obscure, but still features a collection of horror greats, including Carradine and Price, and is the only time in his entire career that Price would play a vampire. Should you watch it? Yeah, sure, it's a fun watch, it's a good time.
Welcome to the Monster Club. Welcome to the Monster Club. The Monster Club.
Boy, that last film was classy. Well, let's go in the opposite direction now as we head to May 29th and wrap ourselves up in some polyester. It begins with a doctor telling us that the film is in odorama, and we can scratch and sniff the scents that the movie is representing, although I don't have one of the cards, but the first scent is a rose. It's set in the suburbs of Baltimore, and the great and wonderful Divine is on hand as Francine, and she's having weight struggles. Her husband is the owner of a local adult theater, and prudes protest outside his house. They have a daughter named Lulu, and a son named Dexter, who is a little foot obsessed. They've got a fractured family dynamic, and Lulu is dating the creepy Bobo, and when that number 2 pops up, the smell is fart. Plus, Francine's mother is a controlling harpy, but luckily, she has a friend, Cuddles, formerly her cleaning woman, but who inherited a large amount of money. Elmer's cheating on her as well with mink stole and Bo Derek braids, but that's not all of her problems, since Dexter gets expelled due to truancy, but he also has a habit of going out and stomping on women's feet. Smell number 3 turns out to be glue that Lulu and Bobo are sniffing, and she claims to be pregnant. It just keeps getting worse when she catches Elmer in the act, and smell number 4 is pizza, and number 5 is gasoline. But things start looking up when Francine opts to go to Alcoholics Anonymous, and number 6 is a skunk, and Dexter goes through a reform. Bobo is killed, so Lulu gets it together. But then when she meets Todd tomorrow, will all of her troubles be over with a fresh new start, or will it all fall apart again? So, of course, this is by the amazing king of trash, John Waters, who both wrote and directed. It was a huge change of pace for him and came right after the ultra-trashy Desperate Living. This was his attempt at making something that dabbled with the mainstream, and his first film to get an R rating as opposed to an X or going unrated. It was made on a really meager budget of only $300,000 and featured that odorama gimmick, an innovative and original concept. The theaters gave out an odorama card with 10 cents, and the ones that I didn't mention were natural gas, new car smell, dirty shoes, and air freshener. It was one of the first releases from New Line Cinema, and the reviews were actually solid, and critics loved the tacky tone of the film, and appreciated Waters' style without going so far as some of his other films. It had a smaller release but managed to earn a little over $1 million and got a nice amount of attention. Later, when it was released on video, they couldn't reproduce the Odorama cards, so they instead issued a version that eliminated the flashing numbers on the screen, which was also the version that would run on TV eventually. Later though, in a special edition DVD release, they were able to create a reproduction with one alteration. They wouldn't allow them to do the glue smell, so they replaced it with what Waters calls political correctness. Sadly, it would end up being the final Waters film to feature Edith Massey since she passed away in 1984. And I love Polyester. That's an easy 4. It's one of his better films and one that anyone, even those with low tolerance for bad taste, can get through. It's fun characters, and Divine is hilarious as Francine. The significance is a 2.5 since it's from Waters and features his usual crew, but it's still very niche and not something that the mainstream ever embraced, but has a loyal fan following. Should you watch it? Absolutely. Smelling is believing.
Look at this dress, Francine. Isn't it ra-sha-sha?
It's very pretty, Cuddles.
This next one came out sometime in June, although the exact date is questioned, but it may have been the 12th, and it's Demonoid, a name that's probably familiar if you're looking for sketchy downloads, but instead you get a severed hand that just sort of walks away before being sacrificed to a one-handed demon. So yeah, we're off to a wild start. In the present day, Mark and Jennifer here are checking out the ruins of the temple from the beginning, and oh no, quicksand! It must be the 80s if quicksand is a threat. And they end up finding that hand from the beginning. And are we pretending that this doesn't look like Pazuzu? Because I'm not. And Jennifer is Samantha Egger, otherwise known as the Brood Mom, and that night the hand is reborn and goes straight for her feet, like Quentin Handitino or something. After Mark grabs it, it crumbles to dust, and shortly after, he destroys the tomb and heads to Vegas, where Wayne Newton is playing, and son of a bitch, that guy is eternal. This is freaking 1981, and he's playing The Sands. This is freaking 1981, and he's playing The Sands. It's now 40 plus years later, and he's still there, still playing Vegas like 4 times a week. Dude's 80. I don't know if I'm in awe or freaked out. There's a small role here for Ted White a little while before he'd reach his most known part, although one he wears a mask in. It becomes clear that Mark's hand is possessed, and then Stuart Whitman is here, and we literally just saw him in the Monster Club. And our director here is Alfredo Zacarias, who mostly did Spanish films, and this was one of his few English-speaking productions. And he not only directed this, but co-wrote it and produced it as well. And I just realized that this is now the second film in this year about a killer hand. But this one gets pretty wild as the hand jumps from person to person, and they're always trying to cut it off. And there's a couple different versions of this one. Like, there's the original Mexican version, which contained more violence and nudity, and the US version, which had a shorter runtime, reducing the amount of violence and nudity. It wasn't really a hit and sort of developed a reputation for being a bad film, with Germany running it as part of a series called The Worst Films Ever Made. Over time, though, it's developed a modest cult following and gained a bit more respect, and I love that Jennifer is in the back seat of this cop car during the chase, and I'm assuming that they have a dummy back there for this stunt jump, because damn. So my rating here is a 2.5. Like every 15 minutes or so, there would be something that I would love, but then it would slump back into blah land in the interim. Its significance is pretty low at 2, since it started to get a bit more notoriety in recent times, but it's still a bit unknown and doesn't have many horror vets to stand out. Should you watch it? Probably. I mean, it has its moments. All right, things are about to get a bit dirty up here because on June 3rd in Spain, we get the release of Sadomania, another entry by Jess Franco. I know we mentioned him earlier when we talked about Zombie Lake, but this is now his 4th film on the project. And considering that this is technically only the 14th episode, that means that he's in more than a quarter of the episodes so far. So 2 newlyweds are stopped on the road and arrested by Magda here, played by Ajita Wilson, who had a pretty wild career. She's a trans woman who appeared in a number of hardcore films in the 70s and then made the crossover to softcore films and weird exploitation films like this one. She's running a detention center for women who are all forced to work topless for some reason, and oh man, this is another instance of how much of this can I even show you really? Are there any shots here that I can use? Tara is played by Ursula Buchfellner, who Franco had just worked with on Devil Hunter, and they do a most dangerous game kind of situation where they hunt the prisoners, and this one was obviously pretty controversial at the time. Like, in fact, the UK version was cut down by 17 full minutes, leaving it with a runtime of just over an hour. And of the 4 Franco films that have now been featured here, this is definitely the one that goes the furthest, even if it stops short of ever going hardcore. There's on-screen piercings, this nightmarish clockwork thing, animal stuff, it's just a lot. Unfortunately, with all of that lot, it never really has a story. It is just a chain of over-the-top shock moments with no real emotion, so you're not bought in, and it gets a little lost in Franco's filmography. My rating is a 1. I just found it boring. It tried really hard to push the limits, but without any sort of connection to anything going on, it just feels like a clip show of edginess. Its significance is a little higher, but not much, at a 1.5, mainly due to Franco's involvement and the wild notoriety it's achieved. Should you watch it? This is a safe skip.
The queen was cruel to the poor girl, making her wash the walls and scrub the scullery stairs and kitchen. Poor little thing.
We're going to end this first dip into 1981 with another comedy, and one that arrived on June 5th, and let's enjoy some nice dreams. Cheech and Chong's Nice Dreams. And the boys are here, driving around an ice cream truck. They're selling drugs out of the back of it, and they're being watched by a couple of cops, and their Looker's Mustache Man, and Peter Jason. But they're working for Sergeant Stadenko, returning after his appearance in Up in Smoke, and he's now a stoner himself. He's trying to bring down the boys, but mainly to get his hands on their weed for himself. Their new operation is successful, and they operate out of a big house, and they have a guy named Weird Jimmy, and he has a whole grow house there where he develops new and experimental strains of weed. One of them involves an iguana, and it seems like the weed that they've been selling has been turning people into lizards, and the Sarge is starting to change. This gives them the green light to bust the house, so they have to take the money and run. They go to a Chinese restaurant where an agent mistakes Chong for Jerry Garcia, and she introduces the band that she's representing, and one of them is a young Linnea Quigley. But then they're approached by 2 people, and one of them is Pee-wee, but clearly playing a different kind of character than he was in next movie, but Donna is back as well. But Cheech doesn't recognize her and says that he went to high school with her, so I think she's meant to be a different Donna than before as well. Well, that just leads to a series of calamities that involve Cheech naked on a glass elevator, because why not? And that's essentially what this one is, a series of calamities. But that's to be expected from a Cheech and Chong movie, and this was the 3rd one following 1980's Next Movie. Like that one, this was also directed by Tommy Chong, and they perfected a structure for themselves where they would keep a very tight schedule with how each sequence would be shot, but keep the script for that sequence really loose to allow for improvisation. Of course, not only would it feature people like Rubens and Quigley, who would later become much bigger deals, but it also had small roles for Michael Winslow, Sandra Bernhard, Tony Cox, and Peter Riesch, and a cameo from Timothy Leary.
I did it all! I'm sorry. I'm awfully sorry.
And this is a 3.5. I like Cheech and Chong movies, and this is a fun one. Sure, there's no plot, like, at all, but it's all really enjoyable and has some standout moments like Rubens and hamburgers and Stadenko turning into a lizard man and Cheech's full moon. The CS is a 3.5 since it's one of the biggest comedy duos ever and one of their more known films, but they're still pretty niche and not exactly mainstream comedy. Should you watch it? Yes, you should. Do it for Donna. And meanwhile, I know it's a joke with them being strippers at the ending, but for a wacky comedy duo, the boys are kind of ripped. Our final film for this block came out on June 5th in its final exam, although it did have its premiere earlier in the year in February, but June is when it's got its wider release. It begins with a couple in a car getting attacked and killed by a random guy, and it's the ending of the school year at Lanier College. And there's a group of kids, including Radish here, played by Joel Rice, who left acting to get into producing and seems to be fairly successful. And weirdly, pretty much every third movie he's produced has Christmas in the title. Also, apparently the character of Radish was partially the basis for Randy in Scream, although there's not a ton of similarities outside of their fascination with killers, although Randy was obsessed in fictional ones, whereas Radish is into real-life mass murderers. Lisa here is sleeping with her professor, and he's cheating on his ancient wife.
She must be almost 30 by now.
Oh man, she's about to crumble to dust. And then a group of masked men in a black van show up with machine guns and kill a bunch of people, and everyone is shocked and surprised. Like, why are they so shocked? Oh yeah, this is 1981 where this sort of thing didn't happen, instead of it happening, you know, every other week. Well, it turns out to have just been a prank, like, oh, we thought a bunch of our friends were dead. That's hilarious, but you know, it's the football team, so the coach sticks up for them, and the police end up not doing anything, of course. And we're like a half hour in now, and the killer has just now shown up. And what a surprise. A young student thinks she sees him out the window, but then he's gone. Our director here is Jimmy Houston, who also wrote it, and he had a pretty short career, but also directed the comedy flick My Best Friend is a Vampire. Beyond that, his biggest claim to fame is writing the Billy Crystal and Gregory Hines comedy Running Scared, but his final credit in the industry was 1997. And this one was made for a relatively low budget, reportedly around $350,000, and most of the crew were Houston's friends. And in scenes where background extras were needed, they would take turns filling in there as well. It wasn't very warmly received, being called just another knockoff of Halloween and Friday the 13th formats, although it got a bit of praise for its focus on the young characters, but that didn't really matter all that much since it still managed to do quite well. In its release, it made $1.3 million at the box office, although it was a part of the video nasty wave, even if it never was prosecuted against. I feel like I should also point out that the killer doesn't do anything outside of the opening kill until almost the 1 hour point of the movie, with a rather large portion of the story being that prank, some hazing rituals, and a healthy dose of homoeroticism. Once the violence starts, it becomes a bit more interesting, even if it never really reaches the level of fun that you're hoping for. My rating on it is a 2.5. I like that they went for more character depth, but perhaps they went a little too far with it. There needs to be a balance, and they almost forgot they were making a slasher film for a while. Its significance is just a 2 though, since it did get some recognition and has developed more of a cult following, but never really stood out, didn't innovate at all, and even the killer is pretty forgettable, with the exception of one classic bit where he catches an arrow fired at him, which was actually done live on set. Should you watch it? Probably. It's a decent slasher that's nothing new, but it does have a decent atmosphere going on.
You make one more move toward that girl, I swear I'm gonna hang your head on my wall.
Let's switch to a bit of a comedy now for a film that's arrived in the US on June 10th, although it did have a premiere in Japan at some point in May, and now let's take some private lessons. We're at a birthday party for Joyce, and her teachers disapprove of her salty behavior. Oh, she's spied on by young Philly. And this is Eric Brown, and he wasn't in too much, but he was in Mama's Family and was one of the victims put into the waxworks in Waxwork. But he was also on the project in 1984 with They're Playing with Fire, in which he plays a very similar kind of character. Philly's really intrigued by the idea of sex and naked women, and his father hires a new housekeeper that might be named Emmanuel, and then he goes on an extended trip, having Miss Mallow and their chauffeur take care of him. But here's the thing, Lester reveals that Philly's dad has hired Nicole to sleep with his 15-year-old son and teach him the ways of women. Yep, that's a thing that this movie is about. He starts watching her all the time, seeing her topless out sunbathing, and she starts laying on thick with the flirting with the 15-year-old. Oh, and she asks him if he'd like to watch her get undressed, but he gets freaked out and runs away. Oh, I should mention that Lester is Dr. Johnny Fever, and Stan Sitwell is their tennis teacher who likes to spank their butts. And this movie's definitely something. And yeah, Nicole starts ramping up her efforts and inviting the young lad into the bath with her. And I'm not even sure if I can show clips from this here, so I guess I won't. And she keeps tempting him, but he's shy and nervous and even asks her to marry him. But if you're wondering, yes, they do it, and there's actually a full-on extended love scene between them. It's literally insane. Even more insane is that after boning a 15-year-old boy, she fakes a heart attack to make him believe she died, because it seems that maybe having her bone him wasn't Dad's idea after all. And I don't even know what to make of this movie. It's based on a novel called Philly, written by Dan Greenberg, who also wrote the script here, and the director was Alan Meyerson, another guy whose main gig is TV shows, with this being one of his only feature films. The budget was around $2 million, and they shot 18 days with an actor named Neil Barry in the role of Philly, but he was then replaced by Brown, who was originally cast as Sherman, the goofy best friend. Because of the laws in Arizona, they weren't allowed to shoot some of the more erotic bits with Christelle and Brown there, and they had to rent out a warehouse in New Mexico to film those. But here's the thing, when they had the director's original cut, the European market found it too safe, where the American market thought it went too far and no distributor wanted to touch it. So they called in James Fargo, the director of Every Which Way But Loose, to do uncredited reshoots. The original version was 2 hours and 25 minutes long, and that was chopped down to 1 hour and 8, with 20 minutes of new Fargo footage then added. A couple of quick notes, the cinematographer was Jean de Bont, and for whatever reason, even though she's featured nude in the movie a few times, there are several instances of a body double being used, whose proportions are clearly much different than the actual Christelle. I guess their gamble worked, since it earned $26 million, so they went forward with a sequel, although it was more of a spiritual successor than direct follow-up. It did feature Christelle for a cameo, playing a new character, and she only appeared due to contractual obligations. But then, there was an actual Private Lessons 2, again with no connection story-wise, in 1993, and Private Lessons, Another Story, in 1994. And this is a 2.5? I mean, it's so strange and feels so weird that it's kind of hard to turn away from. But it's also a bit dull at times, and then there's other parts where you feel gross and have to fast forward. So I'll give it a touch extra for sheer gumption and take points off for total WTF. The significance is just a 2 since it was somewhat popular, but only for a very brief period of time. And let's face it, no one wants to talk about this one now, and no one took inspiration from it. Should you watch it? I'd say no. You might get put on a list for all I know.
Do you think that if a guy touches a woman's knockers, not on a date but in his own house, think that it would still count as getting to second base?
With his hands or with his elbows?
Oh, this next one is an epic, and it came out on June 12th, and it's The Clash of the Titans, a movie that anyone with cable in the 80s has seen a million times. It begins with a king casting his daughter to the sea in an effort to prevent a prophecy, and Zeus is here, played by Laurence Dame Olivier, classing things up, and Honey Rider is here too. Dame Maggie Smith steps in, and the King of the Gods is pissed that Acrisius killed his daughter and unleashes the Kraken to destroy his kingdom. Meanwhile, Danae's child grows up safely and becomes Harry Hamlin. And look, if this were any other movie and I saw Harry Hamlin, I would call him Perseus. So here, that's what I'm going to call him. He gets sent on a quest, but at least he has Mickey in his corner, and some gifts from Zeus, like a helmet and a sword and shield. His adventures have him encountering giant buzzards, the Pegasus, the Twisted Calabus, who I used to have as an action figure of, and was the only one I had from this film, so he fought G.I. Joe a lot. He also gets the movie's breakout star, the Clockwork Owl, Bubo. And the director on this one was Desmond Davis, and he was mostly a TV director, and in fact, hadn't done a feature film for about 13 years before this. But since he had done several Shakespeare films for the BBC, they thought that he would be a perfect fit for the role. Now, the special effects may look a bit outdated now, but they were the work of the legendary Ray Harryhausen, one of the great innovators of stop-motion work. He created all the stop-motion on this one, including Calabos, the giant bird, the Pegasus, the Kraken, Medusa, and the Scorpions. It would go on to become the final film to feature his work, since the advent of more advanced technologies made his stuff less desirable, leading him to retire. At one point in the process, the film was shopped to several studios, and one of the contenders was Orion Pictures, but they would only shoot it if Arnold Schwarzenegger took the lead, so no deal was made, since producer Charles Shear didn't think that he'd be able to handle the amount of dialogue necessary. The reviews were pretty favorable, with most critics enjoying it, although it did get its share of criticism as well, and it was fairly costly for the time period, with a budget of around $15 million. It came out on the same day as Raiders of the Lost Ark, some tough competition, and took the number 2 spot, but still did quite well overall. It earned around $40 million in the US and around $70 million worldwide, making it one of the biggest hits of the year. And I think it's because they all saw how amazing this stop-motion Medusa was. Like seriously, this thing is great. And my rating on this one is a 4. It's a classic, and I have pretty fond memories of it. I'm not sure that it aged that well, though, but that's a pretty minor issue. It's still a ton of fun. Its FSCS is a 4.5, though, since it's widely remembered, beloved, contains a ton of star power, and was the final film for the great Ray Harryhausen. Should you watch it? By the gods, yes. Let's continue our journey into 81 with one of the biggest entries of the year, a film that was released on June 12th, and it's Raiders of the Lost Ark. Not Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark, that crap was added later. It's just Raiders. We begin with these guys searching through the jungle, and one of them is Doc Ock, but the guy with the whip in his hands, not Solo. Yeah, you get it. They enter into a lost cave and have to navigate a couple of death traps as they go and eventually find this thing. And what is this thing? Well, it's commonly called the Golden Idol, but it's a Chachapoyan fertility idol. And when he takes it from the pedestal, the whole place comes crashing down on him. And this entire segment is an homage to an old Uncle Scrooge comic book from 1954, down to the boulder coming crashing down after him. Well, Sapito double-crosses him.
Throw me the idol, I throw you the whip. Give me the whip. Adios, señor.
But he gets himself killed, and Indy gets away with the treasure. But unfortunately, Ivan Ooze is waiting outside for him and takes it.
Again, we see there is nothing you can possess which I cannot take away.
And yeah, Paul Freeman plays Ooze in the Power Rangers feature film. Go figure. We find out that Jones is afraid of snakes, and he's also a professor who teaches archaeology to a bunch of adoring students, including one who's a little more adoring than the others. He's approached by Marcus Brody, who introduces him to a couple of military intelligence, two words together that don't make sense, and they say that the Nazis are searching for occult artifacts, including the Ark of the Covenant, which was the carrying case for the 10 Commandments, and now I guess has magic for whatever reason. They want to stop Hitler from getting his hands on it, so he heads out to get assistance from his old mentor, only to reunite with his daughter, Jenny Hayden. And in case you were curious, she had a relationship with Indiana when she was 15 years old, according to the novelization, and he left her when she was around 16 or 17. And to clarify, Indy was 10 years older than her, so he was a 25-year-old dude having a relationship with a 15-year-old girl, and when she's mad that he walked out on her, he was like,
"You knew what you were doing."
Indy's a bit of a creep. Well, after saving her life from the villainous Tote, they have to enlist the assistance of Gimli to find the location of the Ark and stop the Nazis from getting there first, getting into a number of scrapes along the way, including that famous interaction with possibly the most known bit of trivia in the whole thing, and that's the fact that there was meant to be a sword versus whip fight here. But Harrison Ford was too sick from food poisoning to pull it off, so they improvised him just pulling out his gun and shooting him. But you knew that already, everyone knows that. And of course, this is by Steven Spielberg, although the idea for it was from George Lucas. He wanted to make a throwback to the old action serials of the 30s and 40s and called it The Adventures of Indiana Smith, but put the idea on the shelf to do this other thing about space battles or some such, whatever. He actually wanted his friend Philip Kaufman to direct it, but he was tied up with other things, so Spielberg was hired on, fresh off of the disaster that was 1941. It was given a budget of $20 million from Paramount, and they were hesitant to do it because of Steven's reputation for going over budget and time, like he did with Jaws and 1941. But Lucas said that he was a requirement, so they went ahead with it. A lot of actors were considered for Jones, including Bill Murray, Chevy Chase, Jeff Bridges, and finally Tom Selleck, who was the top pick. However, he couldn't get out of his Magnum PI contract, which had them go with Ford, even if Lucas wasn't keen on that since he had used him so much with the Star Wars films. Of course, when they hired John Williams to do the music, he said that he would have fun with it since it didn't need to be serious and could be theatrical and excessive. And everyone was expecting Superman 2 to dominate the box office, but something surprising happened. Raiders was #1 in the opening weekend, but then dropped to #3 in the next. But then held on to that business, and a few weeks later regained the #1 spot and stayed that way for nearly 9 weeks. It was the top box office earner of the year and did $212 million at the end of it. But that was just its domestic gross. So add to that international totals and then all of the re-releases, and it made some serious bank. It was also critically acclaimed and was nominated for 9 Oscars and won 5, although mostly for technical categories. Of course, it then became a huge sensation, getting 2 sequels and then later some other things that I guess might be related. I don't know. I don't want to talk about it really, but it also had a whole bunch of video games, comic books, novels, Legos, and some action figure sets that I used to have most of, as well as theme park shows. One person who really loves the film is Spielberg himself, who considers it one of his most perfect films, one that he has no desire to fix or change anything about. And yeah, it's close to perfect, so I'll go with a 4.5 with it. I have a few minor issues with it, including that pesky fact that Indy isn't even necessary for the story, and that things might have worked out the same way if he had just stayed home. But most of my complaints are very minor, and I love this film a whole lot. Like I see that girl in the classroom, and I'm like, same girl. The cultural significance is a full 5, though, because there's not many cultural icons as known and beloved as Indiana Jones. Everyone knows who he is, what he's about, and how his themed music goes. It's a shame that all that relevance can't get his ride at Disneyland and not break down every 10 minutes, though. Should you watch it? I mean, you already have, but do it again before they pack it up and stuff it in a warehouse to be studied by top men.
Junge, komm runter da!
This one kicks off on June 17th in France with The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Miss Osborne, which was also released as Dr. Jekyll and His Women. We're introduced to Fanny Osborne, who is announcing her engagement to Dr. Jekyll, here played by the boss of the vampires, Dragon Eddie. They have a big dinner party, and Patrick McGee is here, and damn, he is just showing up all over the place in this year in the project. He's already showed up in The Black Cat, and The Monster Club, and now this. When Jekyll's party finds a young girl killed outside, and then another one dead and assaulted in the upstairs bathroom, the rest of the guests go into high alert. There's then an unseen man tying up the general and having very explicit sex with his daughter. Pretty soon there's a trail of bodies in the house and Jekyll is missing. And this one was a French film directed by Walerian Borowczyk, a Polish director who started off in animation but then moved into making artful erotic tales. It's clearly a take on the classic Jekyll and Hyde tale, but played a little more serious and surreal, and yeah, obviously a bit bawdy, but the transformation is a lot more subtle. But Hyde is definitely a bit more off-putting, and that's kind of a challenge. I would put that down on my acting resume, considered more off-putting than Udo freaking Kier. This one wasn't released in the US until much later on, but opened in France and a few other countries, and was released in the UK, but only ran for 1 week. It got some acclaim when it was released and won several European Film Awards, but didn't reach a great success level commercially, even if it did critically and artistically. And I'm giving this one a 3.5. It takes a while to get going, but once it gets going, whoo boy does it go. It is a weird, wild ride, but I do wish it had some more character stuff and depth to it. Its horror cultural significance is a 2.5 since it's not very well known in the States, although it's more noted overseas, but it contains genre legend Udo Kier and is a take on classic horror tales. Should you watch it? Yeah, but be prepared because it's fairly sexually intense at times.
My dream is to watch you die.
No, I don't believe that, Henry. I recognize you in there. No.
My pleasure is seeing your dead body.
Well, it's time to go on a run, so strap yourself in because 1 week later, on June 19th, start your engines for the Cannonball Run. It begins with a car chase with police coming after a Lamborghini, and I guess they're in a Trans Am? Was that a thing? I tried to look it up and it looks like it was. But then we have the Bandit here, and his buddy, and I just called him Captain Chaos in the last movie, and he is Captain Chaos in this one, so here I'll call him Itchy. But we also have a couple of rat packers, and they're talking about entering something called the Cannonball, a cross-country race. But then a saint is here, and it's not the only time we'll see him on this block. And also Japan's #1 race car driver, Jackie Chan, a famously not Japanese man. And the guy right next to him is Johnny Yoon from the They Call Me Bruce movies. Then we have the Sheikh, and at least Jamie Farr actually was Arabic. Bert Convey, Mel Tillis, and Terry Bradshaw, George Firth, an angel, Willie Lopez, one of the 12 men who are angry, and Stevie Wayne and Billy Chapman's mom. Finally, everyone gathers for the start of the race, and here's where I point out something very important for the end of the film. So, the race is illegal, and it's whoever makes it there the fastest, but they don't all leave at the same time. They punch this card which shows the exact time that they pull out. And this car is the first to leave. And then the Sheik right after. And then Jackie Chan, Terry and Mel, then Mad Dog, Roger Moore, then the girls. And this is important. Sammy and Dean leave a minute or so after them, and then several other people. JJ and Victor leave several minutes after the girls. And remember that because I'm going to talk about it later. But they set out on their journey cross country, having a variety of insane encounters along the way. This was by Hal Needham, who we just saw in 1980 with Smokey and the Bandit 2, and it was based on an actual race that was held 4 times over the course of the 70s called the Cannonball Baker Sea to Shining Sea Memorial Trophy Dash. Those races were cooked up by a journalist working for Car and Driver magazine named Brock Yates, and he participated in several of them. And he's the one who wrote the script for this film, based on the actual competition where he literally used an ambulance like in the film. When Needham asked Reynolds to star, he said no, since he didn't want to be in more car-related films, but he was promised that he would only have to commit to 14 days of filming and would be given $5 million and a percentage of the profits. And he regretted it later, saying he did the film for all the wrong reasons. And the budget, including that $5 million, was around $18 million. So it was a pricey project, but it worked out for the best since it had a huge opening. Even debuting in the same weekend as Superman 2, it opened big and went on to do $72 million, and it was the 6th highest grossing film of the year. It would then inspire 2 sequels, with Cannonball Run 2 arriving in '83 and Speed Zone in 1989, which is a part of the franchise even without the title, and it does include the Sheik character. And yeah, about that ending, since it makes no sense. And I guess I have to spoil it, so if you haven't seen it and don't want to ruin, skip ahead. But the finale comes down to a foot race, and it looks like Victor is going to win. But then he goes to help a dog, and the girls are the first to punch their card. But we know from earlier that JJ and Vic left well after them, at minimum a few minutes. So they still have several minutes to walk over, punch their card, and win the whole thing. In fact, all of the recognizable characters present here left before them, so they're winning the race, even with saving the dog. I guess it's possible one of the unnamed characters could have left after them though, including like this dude in a bandit jacket. And I'll give this a 3.5, and it's probably weird that I have this ranked higher than History of the World, and it's still a bunch of random skits one after the other, but there's that cohesion of the race joining it all together, and look, I have enough nostalgia for this movie to push it up there, so there's that. The CS is a 3.5 since it's really well known and was incredibly widely seen, spawning a mini franchise and features a huge roster of names. And oh yeah, the outtakes at the end inspired Chan to do the same thing in all of his films. Should you watch it? Dun dun dun! Yes, you should!
He left! He left first! Mr. Martin left first!
On June 25th, Hangar 18 was released, predating the Megadeth song by about a decade. It's got Kolchak working at NASA, while a space mission that features Teen Wolf's dad sees a mysterious object that collides with their satellite launch and kills one of their men, just like pops his head off. The ship lands in Arizona, and that darn Webster is here, and he's a military guy, and weirdly, Robert Vaughn has played so many military guys, it's weird. The surviving astronauts are silenced upon landing, and the military decide that they need to cover the incident up, and when the explosion is blamed on Lou and Steve, they decide that they have no choice but to prove what really happened. Meanwhile, a group of scientists tries to study the alien ship and its mysteries within, and this one was directed by James L. Conway, who also directed the horror flick The Boogans, and then mostly shifted into directing TV shows and is still very active in the industry. One of the weirder aspects of it is that the production company that handled it were mostly known for making documentaries, and when they marketed this one, they sort of teased that it was one as well, and was actually some sort of actual expose that would reveal the truth of UFOs instead of simply being a narrative film. The title comes from an actual place that is rumored to house the bodies of aliens from a UFO crash back in 1947, the Roswell crash. And although it's said that this film inspired the Megadeth song of the same name, it's more likely taken from the actual conspiracy theory than this movie itself. And another weird thing about this one is the ending, since it's, well, a bit of a downer for everyone involved. Just sort of out of the blue depressing. And that's what played in the theaters. Everyone dies, everyone. And there's a news report saying they were all killed. However, in 1983, the film was televised as Invasion Force and was given a new upbeat ending. The news report is changed to state that the cast survived the explosion at the ending, shielded by the ship, and its existence is revealed to the world. My rating on it is a 2.5. It's decent, but nothing really that special, and a little dull. Its science fiction cultural significance is the same since it's a touch forgotten, but it does have some stars in it to give it a boost and had enough of a reputation to get it on MST3K. Should you watch it? Maybe. Just know it's not super thrilling.
Astronaut Stephen Bancroft, NASA Deputy Director Harry Forbes, and a small crew of technicians miraculously survived the blast. Initial accounts indicate they were shielded from the explosion.
June was a big month for sword and sorcery type flicks because a little later on that month, on June 26, Dragon Slayer was released. In it, the Supreme Being is a wizard and Janos is his apprentice, and a town that is beset upon by a dragon needs his help since he's the last sorcerer. In an effort to prove that he's as magical as he says, he allows himself to be stabbed, which of course kills him. Galen is then left to deal with the problem on his own after he discovers his own magical abilities through the use of the wizard's amulet. The town has been sacrificing virgins to the dragon, and he discovers that Valerian is actually a girl posing as a boy to avoid being offered. When they think that he's stopped the dragon by sealing off its cave, they all celebrate, but it turns out to be premature as the beast returns as Galen loses his amulet. He is then left to team up with Valerian to try to end the dragon's reign of terror and save the village, and this one was handled by Matthew Robbins, who had a pretty interesting career. As a director, he's only done 8 things, with 5 being films. One was Corvette Summer, a comedy, then this, a fantasy film, then The Legend of Billie Jean, whatever you want to categorize that as genre-wise, I do not know, and then Batteries Not Included, a little sci-fi comedy, and then a movie called Bingo, a family film about a dog. But he's been more prolific as a writer and has worked quite a bit with Steven Spielberg, but also is a frequent collaborator with Guillermo del Toro. It was a pretty large budget, costing $18 million to make, which is more than Excalibur or Clash of the Titans, the other 2 fantasy films of this year, and a large portion of that went to the dragon effects. It's said that a full quarter of the budget went to making it come to life, using several different methods. There were large practical props and miniature effects, and a new stop-motion technique was created specifically for this film called Go Motion. Instead of taking a picture of a still model and then moving it slightly and then taking another picture of it to simulate motion, here the model was mechanized to have slight movements. When the shots were taken, the minor motion is captured and then put together to create a more smooth and fluid look for the movements as opposed to the standard stop motion. The dragon is often cited as the coolest part of the film, and both Guillermo del Toro and Game of Thrones writer George R.R. Martin have declared it to be the greatest dragon ever put on film. When released, critics embraced it and gave it glowing reviews, praising the effects and the story, but unfortunately, audiences didn't react the same way. It only made $14 million at the box office, branding it a bomb. Although, over time, it's become a cult classic. It did get nominated for an Oscar for the score though, but lost out to Chariots of Fire, which I get because, oh great, now I have that theme in my head. And my rating on this one is a 4 as well. I think it's pretty great. Like, I wish that the pacing was a little bit better though, because it gets a bit laggy in the middle of it, but it's a minor quibble. Its significance is a 3.5 since it's pretty known and remembered, advanced special effects quite a bit, including creating new stop motion technology, but since it never really made it that big, I can't get much higher. Should you watch it? Yes, it holds up pretty well, and that dragon is banging. Let's go ahead another week, and we're now at June 26th, and the summer season is in full swing. And there's a lot on this one day, but let's start in Bond territory with For Your Eyes Only. This one begins with one of the few instances of continuity in the entire franchise, as James goes to visit the grave of Tracy, his wife that was killed in On Her Majesty's Secret Service, and it says she died in 1969, the year that film came out. He's then picked up by a helicopter, which is remote hijacked by this man who looks a lot like Ernst Blofeld, although it's not actually Blofeld because they didn't have the rights to that character anymore. So this bald man with a cat is definitely not Ernst Blofeld. Wink. But James gets the upper hand and goes to take care of him, but not Blofeld tries to make him a deal.
I'll buy you a delicatessen in stainless steel!
Stainless steel? Wow! How did James pass that up? And that line is so bizarre that I had to research it, and it seems like it was specifically added to the script by Albert Cubby Broccoli, one of the film's producers, and it was an old mob saying from the 30s, and it was how they would bribe people. He added it because he wanted to show that in his final moments, Blofeld wasn't anything more than a typical mob boss. Then, after the standard musical montage opening, we see a ship called the St. George being sunk after hitting an old mine, and the Russians find out about it and want a transmitter that was on board. We then go to MI6 and Miss Moneypenny is here, and what's funny is that Lois Maxwell was getting older here and had played the character for almost 20 years at this point and was around 60 years old. So people were mentioning that she was now too old for Bond to be flirting with, except that she was the exact same age as Roger Moore. Oh, also, there's no M in this movie, and it's the only film in the entire series the character is not in, and that's because Bernard Lee, the actor who played him, passed away from stomach cancer shortly before filming began, and instead of recasting, they said the character was on vacation and filled his role with Q instead. They task Bond with getting to the transmitter before the Soviets, so he goes to work, which involves exploding cars, and teams up with Melina, a beautiful woman getting revenge for her dead parents. His adventures take him to Italy for some ski battles, hockey fights, and of course, a casino. But can James Bond succeed at his mission and bang the woman who is literally 30 years younger than him? And this is the 12th film in the Bond series, and number 5 with Roger Moore, and it was directed by John Glenn. And outside of doing an episode of a TV show in 1968, this would be his directorial debut. But he did work as an editor on several of the Bond flicks before this one. After the space action of Moonraker, this was an attempt to bring things back to basics and was given a strong budget of $28 million. And it wasn't a given that Moore would return, so that opening sequence, which was unconnected to everything else in the film, was meant to possibly introduce audiences to a new Bond, a new actor. You see, Moore's contract was up and he was on a film-to-film basis, but he eventually signed on. The opening song was by Sheena Easton and became a hit song and was nominated for an Oscar, but they originally hired Blondie to do it, but she quit when they wouldn't allow her to write her own version with her band. It was a big success, bringing in almost $200 million worldwide, and was the 8th highest grossing film of the year, and was the 2nd highest grossing Bond film to date at that time. Of course, there would be many more entries in the Bond series, with the next one coming in 1983 with Octopussy. And this one's a 3 from me. It's well made, but honestly, it's not what I want from a Bond movie. It just feels like a standard, bland spy thriller without most of the trademarks that make the character who he is. Oddly, I think the best part of the film is the silly intro. The significance is a 4, since it is a Bond film after all, and he's one of the most known characters in all of fiction. But this particular entry wasn't one of the more impactful and influential ones, and blended in with some of the others. Should you watch it? If you're a Bond fan, sure. Although if you're interested in a fun and different action flick, it's not going to scratch that itch.
Can't imagine.
A moonlight swim.
Well, I mentioned that June 26th was a major day for releases, and here's one that's far away from James Bond and a lot more into the world of comedy, with Stripes. Peter Venkman is here, and he's a cab driver in Louisville, but Egon is here too, and he's an English teacher for those taking it as a second language. One day, Winger just has had it and quits his job, and his car is repossessed. And then his girlfriend breaks up with him, so he makes the desperate decision to join the army. He convinces Russell to join too, and they enlist, going down to the processing center. There, they meet Brad Hamilton, taking some time off from jerking it to Phoebe Cates, as well as this totally cool lady. And, oh, this replicant. And don't forget Uncle Buck. When they get to the base, they're greeted by Sergeant Holka and Captain Dan Fielding. And Holka and Winger immediately butt heads, but they start to get into the military grind. One of the other guys in the troop is John Deal, and they're a bunch of misfits and losers of this batch of recruits. Basic training is rough on them, and John and Russell end up taking LSD, and apparently this is part of an extended cut, because I've seen this movie 100 times, and I've never seen this bit, but they end up on a mission to Colombia. John attempts to desert, but Russell stops him, and they're taken in by Louise and Stella. But then Holka gets injured, so they all sneak off into base to go see some of that core staple of 80s comedies, mud wrestling, hosted by Doug McKenzie. Well, their whole group is caught, but the boys go home with the ladies, where we're introduced to the Aunt Jemima treatment and the force field game. And they're threatened with the prospect of repeating basic training if they don't do a great job at their graduation ceremony, so it's up to the crew to pull it all together. And if it seems like that would be the big finish to the resolution to the storyline that's been going on, well, think again, because there's a whole half hour left of this that involves a super RV in Italy or something. And this one is from Ivan Reitman, the guy who would later go on to direct these guys in Ghostbusters, and this was his follow-up to Meatballs. It actually began as a concept for a Cheech and Chong movie, but when they pitched it to them, the pair would want complete control of the film, which Reitman wasn't willing to do, so they altered the script to make it 2 original characters. They were given a budget of around $10 million, and there was a good amount of improvisation on set, including the entirety of the Aunt Jemima scene. But when it came time for release, it was up against some stiff competition. Like I mentioned, For Your Eyes Only came out on the same day, and it was the second weekend for the Cannonball Run and Superman 2, so it debuted at number 4, but still managed to do a respectable $6 million, nearly as much as the Bond flick. It then went on to collect around $85 million worldwide and got mostly favorable reviews. But then it also hit big on the home market, getting extended cable runs and being popular in video rentals, and earned a spot of recognition as a comedy classic. And I'm a 3.5 here, and honestly, if it weren't for the whole final act, it would be higher, but everything after the graduation scene is where I check out completely. It just feels like it becomes some other far goofier film that I just don't have much interest in. The significance is the same, since it was a nice size hit but didn't have as big of an impact as some of these others did, and remains as just a solid comedy favorite. Should you watch it? Fall in, soldier, and watch this one, and then give me 20. We're still on that very same day with 3 major films being released on June 26 in this busy summer season. And now let's go on to the Great Muppet Caper. We start with Kermit, Fozzie, and Gonzo up in a hot air balloon making meta jokes, and then a big musical number. And the boys are reporters here, and their boss is Jack Warden, who we just saw in Used Cars. And they miss out on covering a big jewel heist, so they're fired. But they make a last-ditch effort and go to London to interview the woman whose jewels were stolen. They opt to stay at the rundown Happiness Hotel, which is run by a Muppet, and all the guests are Muppets too, including Dr. Teeth and the band. And they don't recognize them, so it's clear that this is meant to be a different continuity and storyline from the Muppet movie. The next day we meet Lady Holiday, and she's a Tyrell, and she wants you to know that it was her. And Miss Piggy is here, asking her to make her a model for her company, but is given a job as a receptionist instead. But then the guys show up to interview Holiday, and Kermit mistakes her for Piggy, and they set up a date, so she has to try to pretend to be her. That includes sneaking past the window of Basil Fawlty, and here's a weird thing. I used to watch Fawlty Towers on PBS when I was younger, and they would run a number of British shows. And I swear to you that I saw like 50 different episodes of that, but it turns out there's only 12 in total? What? They go out on the town and end up at the same restaurant as the real Lady Holiday and her brother, Beethoven's owner, who oddly does not have a British accent. But he's the one who stole the jewels, and with the help of some models, he does it again, which reveals Piggy's deception. The guys get a photo of the theft so they know who's responsible, but it gets ruined, and luckily Columbo is there. And then they ride bikes, and I'll point out that in 1981, this was wild to see. But then, when Nikki frames Piggy for the thefts, it's up to the crew to clear her name and save the day. Alright, this was the second Muppet feature film spun out of the TV show that ran for 5 seasons and ended shortly before this film was released. It was the feature film directorial debut for Jim Henson, creator of The Muppets, although he had done a bunch of TV episodes and TV movies, including Ebb & Otter's Jug Band Christmas. It went through a number of titles, including The Muppet Movie 2, Muppet Mania, and The Great Muppet Capade. But at one point someone suggested the Rocky Muppet Picture Show, and now I want to see a full Muppet version of Rocky Horror with Kermit and Piggy as Brad and Janet, and have Tim Curry the only human as Frank. And yeah, I know he's not in good health, but you know he could pull it off. He's Tim goddamn Curry. They had a budget of $14 million, and based on the huge success of the first film, they were expecting a big hit, but the reviews were only so-so, and it was up against all of the competition that I've already mentioned was out there. So it opened in 5th in the debut weekend, behind Stripes, and only earned a little over $30 million, which was a profit, but not nearly as much as they were expecting. It did well enough for them to continue the franchise in 1984, with The Muppets Take Manhattan, and then a bunch of TV movies and various shows over the years.
Go for it!
And this is a 3.5, and it's nowhere near as good as the original one, but it's still a ton of fun. I think that it just feels like it's the Muppets shoehorned into a different type of movie instead of just being about them, and the plot is a standard heist story and just doesn't feel too fresh, but it's still damn enjoyable. And again, I'm going 3.5 for the significance, and it had to get points just for being the Muppets, and they're instantly recognizable to anyone and everyone, and there's a bunch of bigger name actors here as well. However, I couldn't rank it too high because this isn't one of their more known entries and is often not mentioned in favor of some of the more high profile ones. Should you watch it? I mean, if you don't, Statler and Waldorf will just show up at your house and heckle you non-stop.
You know what? You can't even sing! Your voice was dubbed!
Now, this next one is in the world of comedy and arrived in both Canada and the United States on July 1st, and let's meet an SOB. And if you want to know what that stands for, it's son of bitch. Not son of a bitch, because there's no A in there. But that's not actually what they're using for in this movie. Mary Poppins is here doing a musical number for what looks like a kid's show, and then a text crawl tells us about a producer in Hollywood named Felix Farmer. And he was very successful until he made the most expensive film of all time, which then flopped and caused Felix to lose his mind. He's an empty nester, and Sally is his wife, but they're splitting up after his mental break. J.R. Ewing is here, as is Baxter Kane, Damien's uncle, and one hell of a swimmer, as long as the ship is upside down, and even one of the Dirty Dozen, or one of the 12 Angry Men. Whatever he can do that involves the number 12, I guess. But then a Music Man is here, and then Hot Lips, and Felix tries to kill himself several times, unsuccessfully, and no one knows what to do with him. But then, right after trying again, he comes up with the bold idea that the reason his film failed is because there was no sex in it, and he wants to get it back and refilm sexy stuff to put back in it. Well, the studio thinks it's a terrible idea and wants nothing to do with it, but Felix offers to buy the film from them outright and let them let him out of his contract, and they agree. But then he has to convince Sally to come back for the reshoots and do some rather naughty performing. But she's an award-winning actress with a very clean image. Dick Laurent helps convince her that it might be a better idea to do the picture than to sue Felix for her share of the money. So she has to make the choice to help out, and even if she does, will the film be a success? Or will it do a Morbius and bomb twice? And look, this is from Blake Edwards, and he was behind the Pink Panther movies and a number of massive hit comedies. And it's pretty easy to see that this is partially autobiographical, considering that he was married to Julie Andrews in real life. Plus, he had made a film in 1970 called Darling Lily, which he wanted to make saucier than his usual stuff, and had a ton of problems with the studios and producers, and they took it from him and re-edited it to their preferences. And the troubles were enough for Edwards to move to Europe and work away from the Hollywood system for a while. Also, part of the film centers around Sally deciding to expose her body for the camera, in opposition of her nice girl image. And this film represented exactly that for Andrews herself, as this was her first actual nude scene. And whereas this wasn't as torn apart as the movie in the film, critics were somewhat split on it at the time, although they weren't overly negative, even if the Razzies had it nominated for Worst Director. Ticket sales were weak though, and it only brought in $14 million against a budget of $12, with it being called a flop. Turns out that it would be the final theatrical picture for William Holden, as he died just a few months after the film was released, falling in his home and hitting his head on a table. And it's a 3. It's mostly fun, but it's way too long at around 2 hours long, and it feels like it hits an ending point for the story, but then you realize that there's a full half hour left. Have to say, good on Julie Andrews for this, but she didn't have anything to worry about because she looks great here. The CS is just a 2 though, since it was a flop and quickly fell out of the public eye, but considering it has so many people involved and got attention for showing Andrews as hills were alive with the sound of, I don't know, maybe music. Should you watch it? Probably. It's certainly a good time, but it is also flawed. Next up on July 9th in Italy, get ready for Burial Ground, The Nights of Terror, although it wouldn't get a US launch until 1985. It begins with a scientist in this old house and, whoops, he unleashes a curse that sets free zombies that eat him. 3 carloads of people all show up at the mansion as they were invited, and it looks and feels like the opening to Patrick Still Lives, which is kind of weird because both films feature Mariangela Giordano. Her son is Michael here, and he's supposed to be a young kid, but he's clearly an adult, and is in fact a 25-year-old man. And they eat in this dining hall that I swear also looks like the one from Patrick Still Lives. So I pulled it up to compare, and they seem to not be the same room, but damn are they close. But since I had it pulled up, I went back to the footage of the cars arriving, and would you look at that? It's the same damn place. And you know what? I'm going back to that dining room scene, and these things on the wall are the same. So this is the same room, just with different set dressings. Then they're at this big fountain outside, and yep, also in Patrick. And it's weird because it's not the same director or anything. They just booked the same location and wrote a bunch of similar scenes and then cast the same actress. And if they show the swimming pool from that one, it'll be a slam dunk. Anyway, the zombies start showing up around the property, including this one doing his best Fulci impression, and they start attacking. And this one zombie mask is basically just a distressed Frankenstein monster mask, and I have no clue how these zombies are a threat, given how slow they are. So this one was directed by Andrea Bianchi, who did a handful of wild exploitation flicks around this same time, and he clearly takes some inspiration from other sources and even straight up reproduces the eyeball gag from Zombie 2, and in fact was sold as Zombie 3 in a couple of countries. And I'm not sure if you remember, but when I talked about Patrick Still Lives, I mentioned Giordano's death scene in that one, which was an over-the-top kill in which she had a sword basically run through her body, starting in her bathing suit zone and exiting her mouth. Well, she doesn't get off easy in this one either, since her zombified son chomps off one of her breasts because she decides to breastfeed him. And this one is also a 3.5 for me. It's pretty silly Italian zombie stuff, but there's enough wacky fun going on to make it a good time. I'd rank it a touch higher, but there's just a little too much lag in the middle. Its significance is a touch lower at 2.5 since it was a more frequently encountered box cover back in the day and was just always on that horror shelf and was a part of the whole Italian zombie greatness, but it's not really that well known and doesn't feature any genre vets. Should you watch it? Definitely. It's pretty out there and enjoyable.
Always together. Michael, look at me, Angel. Look at me. Oh, yes, darling.
Now, let's go to a film that has a title that could have been an alternate one for this series. And June 12th, the same day as Raiders, we saw the release of History of the World Part 1. It begins like 2001 and has primitive hominins figuring out how to beat the bishop, and then jumps ahead to caveman times, and one of them is Sid Caesar, and it details man creating weapons, encountering dinosaurs, and making music. It then jumps to Moses on the Mount, and he has 15 commandments, but breaks 5 of them.
10 commandments!
Next, we're in the Roman Empire, and this is the first segment that's a bit longer, and we have a bunch of cameos like Charlie Callis and Maude. But then Mel Brooks is here along with Officer Levitt, and they go and see a man who should be running scared, but instead he's part of a slave auction. And maybe one of those commandments Moses dropped was "Thou shalt not have slaves," instead of Moses' law literally allowing slavery and giving instructions on how to properly discipline your slaves. Mrs. White is here too, and the Emperor is dun 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 Captain Chaos. And in case you were like, comedy films have no class nowadays and they used to be so highbrow. But this segment is more or less about the invention of stand-up comedy, here called stand-up philosophy. But unfortunately, Comicus makes jokes about the leader, so they have him punished because the leader can't tolerate being mocked. And I think we can all agree that that's something a film villain does, right? And I'm going to take this opportunity to praise Madeline Kahn and acknowledge that she belongs in every conversation about comic actors as one of the greatest ever. But Along the way, they encounter Jesus at the Last Supper, and it's a good thing it's supper and not breakfast, or else an alien might be popping out of him, and Leonardo da Vinci, who's probably going to give a bunch of guys in the police academy a hard time. But it also has a segment in the Spanish Inquisition that's a musical number, and then a final segment set in the French Revolution with Frau Blücher and Hedy Lamarr.
Headley.
And it details the time during French history when the wealthy had everything and the majority of the population were sent into poverty to the point that they couldn't take anymore and rose up and cut off all their heads. So, this is both written and directed by Mel Brooks, and it's the first time I'm covering one of his films on the project. It was originally going to have Richard Pryor in the role of Josephus, but 2 days before filming, he accidentally set himself on fire in a freebasing incident and was hospitalized. Hines stepped in at the last minute at the suggestion of Madeline Kahn. It had a budget of $10 million and the reviews were spotty, perhaps more so than Brooks' other films. And then it had to open on the same weekend as Raiders and Clash of the Titans, so it seemed doomed. And it opened in 4th place behind both of those films, as well as Cheech and Chong's Nice Dreams. But it still managed to make money and brought in $32 million worldwide, although that was considered a disappointment compared to the director's other works. Although it was titled Part 1, the title was a joke and there was no actual intentions to do a follow-up, but one arrived anyway, although it was over 40 years later in 2023 with a series on Hulu called History of the World Part 2. And I'm giving this a 3, and I don't know if that's controversial, but look, this is funny and has some great bits, but it just feels so scattered and there's no real cohesiveness to what they're lampooning. Like, don't get me wrong, I like it, but it just doesn't stick with me. The significance is a 3 as well, since it did get a fair amount of play at the time and features a huge roster of stars in it, although it's just not as impactful to the film world or comedy as some of his other stuff. Should you watch it? Yeah, get a history lesson.
Say when?
8:30.
We're finally moving past June 26th, and now let's go to a film that's debuted in New York City on July 1st, and prepare yourself for the decline of Western civilization. We're told that it was filmed in Los Angeles between 1979 and 1980, and it begins with a number of punk bands letting their audiences know that they're being filmed for a documentary. And I see Lee Ving up there, and maybe you don't know him from the band Fear. Maybe you just know him as Mr. Body from Clue. We then get a view of some shows, including some slam dancing, and that's what this was called in this era. The term moshing didn't become popular until later in the decade, but they're the same thing in the end. They talk to Black Flag for a bit and speak with Greg Ginn, and Ron Reyes is here, and this was the brief period that he was with them before he was replaced with Des Cadena, and then Henry Rollins. They also talk to the Germs about the increase of the violence at their shows, and also talk to Darby Crash and discuss his various demons, and I'll talk more about him later on. Notably, the guitarist here is Pat Smear, who would later go on to play with Nirvana and the Foo Fighters. And here's a weird bit of Germs trivia. Just a year or two before this was shot, they had a member named Dottie Danger who played drums. And she practiced them for a while, but never got to play any shows since she was out of commission for a while with a bad case of mononucleosis. So they replaced her with Donna Rhea. But don't worry about Dottie, because very shortly afterwards, she joined a little band called the Go-Go's under her real name of Belinda Carlisle. They also talked to X, Fear, The Circle Jerks, and lesser-known bands The Alice Bag Band and Catholic Discipline. So, this doc was put together by Penelope Spheris, and it was her debut feature film as she had only done shorts before this, but then later went on to mainstream Hollywood success with Wayne's World, the Little Rascals, and the Beverly Hillbillies, as well as continuing this series looking into other LA music scenes. But at the time, she was married to Bob Biggs, the guy who ran the punk mag Slash, and then also ran the record label of the same name. She was fascinated by the personalities of the people that her husband was working with and opted to put this film together to capture this unique time in music history. The bands involved weren't happy at all with the finished product though, especially X, who claims that she supplied the subjects with drugs and alcohol and claims she had an agenda in her film. But then it had another bit of controversy. The over-the-top and chaotic performance by Crash became one of the focal points of the film, and they chose an image from it for their poster. But shortly before the film's release, Darby died from a drug overdose in what was decided to be a deliberate suicide. The film did not get a wide release, but it did become a cult sensation and of direct interest to punk fans in particular and music fans in general. There were also 2 follow-up films, the first coming in 1988 depicting the LA heavy metal scene, and then part 3 in 98 which focused on the gutter punk lifestyle of homeless teenagers, again in Los Angeles. And look, this is a 4. I may not have been in LA in this time period and not a part of the punk scene, but I got into it years later, and this movie was such a cool time capsule of this entire world and movement during a time that music was dangerous and meant something. I love watching it even if it's just for the songs. The cultural significance is just a 2 though, because this didn't hit the mainstream even if it has a big cult following amongst punk and music fans. It certainly earned a rep, but its metal follow-up reached a bigger audience than this one did. Should you watch it? I'd say yeah. Even if you're not a fan of the style, it's a cool moment of time and musically that part of me wishes would come back, if not in sound, in spirit.
If there's any A&R people in the audience tonight, go die.
So here's where this list is going to liven up, because on July 10th we get the release of John Carpenter's Escape from New York. It did have a premiere a bit earlier in April and also debuted a few places earlier that summer, but July 10th is when it went wide, and it gives us the far future of 1997, in which Manhattan is now a large prison that has been walled off and monitored. But when Air Force One is the subject of a hijacking, the President Sam Loomis is launched in an escape pod that lands right in the heart of it. Fortunately, they had just arrested former war hero turned criminal and all-around rude guy, R.J. McCready. Or, Elvis. Or, Santa Claus. Or, Jack Burton. No, wait, I got it. It's Snake Plissken. And he's given 24 hours to go into New York City, retrieve the president, and get him out, or else a bomb goes off inside his head. The always amazing Tom Atkins is here as well, as is the man who shot Liberty Valance. I actually don't think he did the shooting, but you know what I mean. So, of course, this is by John Carpenter, his follow-up to The Fog. And at this point, he was on a roll since Halloween was a major hit, and The Fog did pretty well too. And this script was something he had been sitting on since the 70s, and he wrote it in the wake of Watergate. The public was feeling pretty skeptical about the presidency, and this script reflected that. And at the time, no one would produce it. But since he had built up some clout now, he was able to get it bankrolled. And here's a little tidbit. Before they went into production, Carpenter became concerned that his version of the script was a little too straightforward of an action story and was missing some of the more satiric elements that he thought the concept needed. So he brought in Nick Castle, the actor who portrayed Michael Myers in the first Halloween, to help him out. Castle added in some comedic elements, created the character of Cabby, and is responsible for the entire ending of the film. And then, the company funding the film weren't really keen on having Russell as the lead, considering that he had just done a run of Disney productions and the comedy Used Cars. And they wanted a more distinct action-leading man, suggesting someone like Charles Bronson for the gig. But Carpenter said that Charlie was too old and wanted someone a little newer to the game. With a price tag of around $6 million, the film did quite well, bringing in around $25 million, cementing the director as a man who could deliver box office profits, if not mega blockbusters. The reviews were pretty favorable as well, with most critics praising its weirdness and satirical nature. Of course, a sequel did happen, but not for another 15 years. But there's also been comic books and a game marking Pliskin's place in history. And my rating on it is pretty strong, and I'm gonna give this one a 4.5, and it's just so great. Like Carpenter says, it's his favorite of all of his films, and I don't quite agree there, but it's up there. Its significance is the same at a 4.5, since it's widely known and gave one of the genre's defining anti-heroes, plus a huge roster of stars and Carpenter's backing. This is one of the biggies. Should you watch it? Yes, you have 24 hours to do so, or else that bomb in your head is gonna go off. Let's go back to the world of comedy and check out a film that arrived on July 17th, and oh boy, it's gonna be interesting with Zorro the Gay Blade. We're set back in the 1800s, and the tan Dracula is here, and he's a ladies' man, but also an excellent sword fighter. He also has a mute servant who's castor oil, and he gives him a message that his father wants him to return to California. When he arrives, he's met by an old friend who tells him that his father has died, killed in a riding accident. He was sort of the mayor of the town, and Esteban has been chosen to succeed him, something Don Diego is hesitant about. The Countess is here, trying to inspire political revolution, and the Don is smitten. It should be noted that this is set before California became a state in 1850, when it was still a part of Mexico. Later, he gets a mysterious package from his late father, and inside is the Zorro suit. And his father reveals that he was the legendary masked crusader, and now he wills the identity to his son, although he says he has two, and is unsure which will get the suit. He gets into it right away, stopping a bandit on the road, and then goes to the costume ball. Esteban is married to Brenda Vaccaro, who I mostly know from Supergirl, and Zorro gets into a duel with Esteban at the ball, causing a big brawl, and the town loves him, but as he makes his escape, he hurts his ankle. Esteban becomes more and more power mad, but Diego can't do anything about it in his state, but then his twin brother comes back to town, Bunny Wigglesworth. He grew up in England and is also played by Hamilton. He comes up with the idea to have Bunny pose as Zorro, but he wants the world to see him as his own unique individual, a gay blade, and dresses up in a pink costume while wielding a whip. And if you're not familiar, the term gay blade is a very old phrase that meant a young man who was good with a sword. But then, sometime in the 60s, the phrase was co-opted as a description of a gay man, usually one that was closeted, so this movie is mixing the two uses. And it's directed by Peter Medak, and he's been on the project before, with horror, doing The Changeling and The Babysitter, two very different movies from this one. The budget was around $12 million, although it's also cited as only being $5 million, and the studio got a little nervous about the title at one point and wanted to change it to Zorro with an exclamation point, and even announced it as such, but then changed it back for release. It didn't really create much controversy, but it also wasn't looked at too favorably, and the reviews were mostly negative. And it was a flop at the box office, only earning $5 million. And some countries did get cold feet about the name and changed it to Zorro Swings Again. And this is a 2.5. It's not as bad or as offensive as you'd think, but it's certainly goofy and over the top, but the plot's a little bit undercooked and the characters don't get much in the way of development. The significance is a 2 since it did get some cable play and has a number of known faces involved, but it never did make a splash and didn't even stick out with controversy since it was dumb enough for people to not get mad at. Should you watch it? Maybe. It's kind of fun, but I'll admit it's not going to stick in your mind.
You admitted you just love the attention. Actually, I have this outfit and I thought to myself, where might I possibly wear it?
Fast forward a couple of weeks and we're going to a movie that I haven't seen since probably the late 80s. And on July 17th, we met Arthur. We meet Arthur immediately, and he's, well, I'm not sure what to call Dudley Moore outside of Arthur. He's a rich man and extremely drunk, and picks up a prostitute with his driver, the Cowardly Lion. He causes a ruckus everywhere he goes and says that he's meant to marry a woman named Susan Johnson, but he doesn't want to. But he also has a butler, and he's someone we just saw in both Chariots of Fire and The Elephant Man. But this dude was also in the X-rated classic Caligula, just not any of those scenes. Arthur wears a top hat and a bath in the film's most known image, and who takes baths anymore? Just sitting there in your own dirty water. Oh, his father tells him that he's embarrassing the family and cuts him off, so he finally agrees to get hitched to Susan. But when out shopping, he encounters Lucille number 2 and asks her out on a date. They hit it off, so he tries to get out of marrying Susan, but his grandmother insists, so he breaks it off and goes to see Susan, and she's an LA lawyer. But he gets drunk and goes to Linda's house anyway and tries to give her money, which she takes as an offense. But Hobson can tell that Arthur is actually in love with Linda and inspires her to go and crash his engagement party. But that would mean that Arthur would have to get caught up and live a normal life, and possibly even scarier, a sober one. So this one is both written and directed by Steve Gordon. He was a TV writer and directed a couple of episodes of a show called Good Time Harry, but this would be his first film, and as I'll mention shortly, his only one. His idea for the character was distinctly American, and he looked at a number of actors, including, at one point, John Belushi. When they cast Dudley Moore, Gordon asked him to do it with an American accent, but he had difficulty with it, so they just went ahead and made the character English. This actually served in the film's favor because they had already cast Thomas Barber as his father, and he has no accent, which seems like a mistake, but also creates the implication that Hobson was the one that actually raised Arthur and was more of a father figure than his actual dad. They had a budget of $7 million and switched studios since Paramount originally was making it, but then dropped it, so Orion came around to get it going. It had extremely strong reviews from critics and was highly praised, but it had a rough start at the box office. It opened at number 2 and only earned $3 million in the debut weekend, but then had great word of mouth and kept performing consistently week after week until it finished its run with $96 million. It also got 4 Oscar nominations and won 2 of them, including Best Supporting Actor for John Gielgud. It was popular enough that it got a sequel in 1988 called Arthur 2, On the Rocks, that was a bit of a bomb, and much later in 2011, it had a remake which replaced Arthur with a sex offender. Oh, and about Gordon, he sadly died just 1 year later, in 1982, at the young age of 44 from a heart attack. And I'll give this a 3.5, and look, it's a charming film and all, and everyone involved is just giving an amazing performance. But in the end, it's hard to not get past the fact that the movie's about, oh no, the spoiled rich drunk guy might get cut off from his millions and millions of dollars and have to live like one of the dirty poors. The CES is also another 3.5 since it was a nice hit and it was popular and got Oscar nominations, but just never stuck in terms of relevance and significance. Should you watch it? Sure. Pour yourself a drink and give it a go.
Do you know the worst part? The worst part of being me?
I should imagine your breath.
A little later in the month, on July 24th, back in America, Woofin' was released, an adaptation of the Whitley Strieber novel of the same name. It's set in New York City, and on the night of a full moon, a rich man, his wife, and security guard are all killed in the park. Aaron Brockovich's boss is here, and this is the same year Looker came out, and Albert Finney was in that too, and I can't wait to discuss that one on the Sci-Fi Project. He's a cop called in to investigate the murders, and Gregory Hines is here as well, just being awesome as usual. And they start working the case, and there's more killings, and things seem to be centered around a construction site and an abandoned church. He teams up with a psychologist, and their only clues are some hairs, which turn out to be from a wolf. So they go get advice from Francis Dollarhide, which seems like kind of a bad idea, but he's innocent this time. So maybe Admiral Adama is to blame? And like I said, this is based on the Strieber novel, the writer most known for the book Communion, which was also adapted into a movie and was supposed to be a non-fiction book about his own alien abductions. He also wrote The Hunger, which was also adapted into a pretty fantastic film, and this one was adapted and directed by Michael Wadley, who had an interesting career. He directed this movie, and then did one TV movie 11 years later in 1970. But before that was the director of the Oscar-winning Woodstock documentary, and all of the other works that Wadley directed were Woodstock-oriented. And it's crazy because this is 81, right? This is the year of the werewolf. You have American Werewolf and The Howling released in the very same year, and based on the title and some aspects here, that's what you think you're gonna get. But this is no lycanthrope tale. This is something else, and a pretty original concept, even though it gets labeled a werewolf movie at times. Originally, they were trying to get Dustin Hoffman to play the role of Dewey, but Wadley insisted on Albert Finney, and the shoot appears to have been troubled. They went over schedule and way over budget, and the studio was considering firing the director. But after some back and forth, he managed to be able to finish shooting what he needed. That included some reshoots that were needed when their wolf effects didn't work and they needed to find another effects team to come in and redo everything. And in the end, when Wadley turned in his cut, it was reportedly over 4.5 hours. At this point, he was let go. And John D. Hancock, known for Let's Scare Jessica to Death, came on board to supervise the edit and audio sessions to get it down to a reasonable length. And it ended up being a mixed bag. Although the majority of the reviews were pretty favorable, with even the hard-to-please with horror Roger Ebert giving it some praise, it was a dud at the box office. It only made back $10 million of its $17 million budget, and was shortly overshadowed by another wolf-related feature that we'll discuss in just a little bit. My rating on this one, though, is a 4. Even if it's a touch on the slow side, it's dripping with mood, and I love the themes that it's discussing. It's a little deeper movie than I realized when I saw this when I was younger. Its significance is pretty solid at a 3.5 since it involves some big names with Finney, Hines, Noonan, and Almost, and also featured a very nice early score by James Horner. Plus, it was the first film to use the optical POV process for the wolves that would later be used in a number of other films, including Predator. I can't give it much higher though, since it never made a dent and remains at best a cult film. Should you watch it? That's a yes. I think it's underrated. Very shortly after Zorro the Gay Blade came another comedic take on a classic literature character, because on July 24th we met Tarzan the Ape Man. We meet a 10, and she's on an expedition to Africa to see Dumbledore, and he's her father, but they haven't seen each other in ages. She's a spitting image for her late mother, and Sinbad is here too, and he's a photographer documenting James's hunt for an elephant graveyard. Jane is angry with James for leaving them when she was very little, and tells him that she's coming along with them, although he protests it. And everything happens so slowly in this movie that I realize that this is a half hour in and practically nothing has happened. Seriously, 30 minutes have passed and I've written like 3 sentences, but that's all it's been worth since it's just them sitting around staring at each other longingly. Along the way, they hear a very familiar call, and James says that it's Tarzan, which they describe as a 10-foot tall great white ape, and they're all afraid of it. So they sit around and talk about it for a while, but later they find a big body of water, and Jane decides to go skinny dipping because she is Bo Derek after all, and that's just what she do. Too bad that a lion shows up and traps her in the water until Ator the fighting eagle appears and calms the big cat down. He's scared off by James and Harry, but there's also some other tribe out there kidnapping people. Tarzan snags Jane, who is then attacked by a huge snake, so he saves her in slow motion for like 4 minutes. He gets injured and she sees a number of animals tend to him, and Jane says that she's never touched a man before. They bond while her father looks for her, if she even wants to be found, but there's also the tribe out there to make things more difficult. So, look, this was based on the classic 1912 book Tarzan of the Apes, and the character had been around for quite a while, with his first film appearance being in 1918. This particular adaptation was directed by John Derek, and he was married to Bo, and this was after she gained popularity for starring in 10. At this point, she pulled out of starring in High Road to China, claiming she only wanted to be in films directed by John, and he wanted to make this film, even though there were rights disputes. However, since MGM had made a Tarzan film back in '32, they claimed this was a remake of that, which fell into their rights contract and they were able to do it. They cast Lee Canalito as Tarzan, but they had to replace him when he injured his knee, although much later, Derek claimed it's because when they watched the dailies, Canalito appeared too fat, and they wanted someone leaner and more muscular. So, they hired Kilometers O'Keefe, and the film was given a budget of around $6.5 million. The reviews were atrocious, and it soon gained a reputation for being one of the worst movies ever made, and laughed at the almost softcore porn angle it took. It was even nominated for 6 Razzies and won one for Derek's performance. Those didn't matter to the audiences though, since they ate it up and pushed it to earn $36 million, making it a certified hit. Oh, also, the end credits feature a really lengthy sequence in which Jane appears to be cavorting with an orangutan, and I have to tell you, it certainly looks like that ape has something else in mind. And it's a real slog. I'm gonna give it a 1.5. I never thought that having Bo Derek traipse around nude for long periods of time in white body paint could get this dull, but hey, here we are. Everyone in this movie appears to be half asleep except for Richard Harris, who is given a bunch of scenery to chew, but even then it feels like he's doing it half-heartedly. The significance is a 2 since it made a bunch of money and has some known names in it, but it's mostly fallen into obscurity by this point, even with being based on one of literature's most famous characters. Should you watch it? Only if you're really hard up to see a naked Bo Derek, but you can get that from better pictures than this one. Let's go to one that I was considering putting on the horror version of the 80s project, but just didn't think it would fit well enough. And on July 24th, we saw the release of Blowout. Now, after watching the first couple of minutes, which appears to be a slasher film, you might be like, yeah, why wasn't this on the horror roster? And hey, this girl might tempt Melvin to put a tutu on. And there's even a psycho-like shower scene. But this is all just a movie that Tony Manero is watching, and he is a sound effect editor who has worked on a string of horror films.
Then we did Bordello of Blood. Cha-ching!
It's right before a presidential election where a guy named McRyan seems like a shoo-in, and Jack goes out to a nearby park to record some ambient sounds. While out there, he sees a car go out of control and crashes into the river. He dives in to try to help out and saves a young woman from inside, but the driver is dead. He tells the police that he heard a bang before hearing the tire blow out, and the officer taking his report argues with him. The girl turns out to be Officer Lewis, but things take a turn when the driver turns out to have been McRyan, and Jack is under pressure to not reveal that he had a girl in the car with him, and he reluctantly agrees. But later, when he's listening back to the recording he made, he's convinced he hears a gunshot before hearing the tire burst, but then we see someone else break in and switch out the tire to conceal the evidence. But there's also a photographer that took pictures of the car going off the road, and when he looks at them lined up with his audio, he sees what looks like a flash of light. But there's also that guy out there, and he tries to kill Sally, but kills a similar looking girl instead. And he's also a Farquaad. But it seems like he wasn't supposed to kill McRyan and was just supposed to smear him, but went too far. But who's going to believe Jack when this goes that high up? And is his recording going to help prove his case? So, this one was by Brian De Palma, and I covered him twice over in the horror stuff with Dress to Kill and Body Double. It was a riff on a film from 1966, the awesome thriller Blow Up, which had a similar concept but was focused on a photograph as opposed to a sound recording. It was during a period where De Palma was heavily influenced by Alfred Hitchcock, and initially he wanted Al Pacino to play Jack, but he wasn't available, so they hired Travolta. And he wanted Nancy Allen for Sally since all of them had worked together on Carrie. De Palma said no at first since he was married to Allen and didn't want her to get a reputation for only working on his films, but he eventually agreed to it. The budget was $18 million, which unexpectedly had to be raised when their reels of the parade footage was stolen out of a van, and the entire thing had to be redone at the cost of $750,000. And the reviews were strong. Critics really liked it and praised the performances and the stylistic choices, but audiences weren't as warm to it. They were expecting the film to be a big hit, but it would only bring in $13 million at the box office since people hated the downer of an ending and negative word of mouth spread, so it quickly left the theaters. But since then, its reputation has only increased, and modern filmmakers have pointed to it as a solid crime thriller. And it's really damn good, so I'm going to give it a 4.5. It's not my personal tastes for genre, but it's just such a well-made film in nearly every aspect, from the acting to the cinematography on down. The significance is just a 3 though, because it was a flop on release and never built up that audience and mainstream acceptance, but it has earned its own appreciation and has some major players involved. Should you watch it? Definitely, and turn up that volume. Let's go back to the world of comedy right now for a film that arrived 1 week later on July 31st, and we'll take a trip under the rainbow. It's set in 1938, and we meet Rollo Sweet, who we just saw in the last episode with Caveman. And it's during the Great Depression, after a period where the wealthy had a large amount of money dependent on the stock market, and the divide between upper class and lower class was massive, and the president decided to help out by instituting a bunch of tariffs that plunged the country into bankruptcy. Oh no. Meanwhile, fascism is also on the rise. Oh no. And Nazi Noodles is sent to the US for a mission. Fletch is here too, and he's a member of Secret Service who gets assigned to protect a duke and a duchess. And Princess Leia is here, and she's working in casting, and is working on a new film called The Wizard of Oz. And her job is to take care of all the little people actors playing the Munchkins. They all end up at the same hotel, run by baby Alan Arkin, and a group of Japanese tourists is there as well. But due to wacky circumstances, there's not enough rooms to go around.
The Wizard of Oz.
Oh, what's it about?
Well, I have a script here. Maybe you'd like to read it.
Good thing there's no internet and spoilers and all that. What's crazy is that exact same thing will literally get you fired now. And there's also an assassin on hand, and it's Exodore, and a series of mistaken identities and switcheroos commence as he tries to kill the Duke while Otto attempts to meet up with his associate. Soon, when bodies start appearing and Rollo finds out about the Nazi plot, it's up to him to get help and save the day. But unfortunately, as it turns out, the Munchkin actors are rowdy as can be and make everyone's job harder. And this has little roles for basically every little person actor working at the time. Phil and Sal Fondacaro are both in there. Debbie Lee Carrington of Total Recall fame is in there. Matthew Roloff, the father from Little People Big World. Zelda Rubinstein, Tony Cox, and even Jerry Marin, who was one of the actual Munchkins in The Wizard of Oz. This one's by Steve Rash, and it was his second film, but he'd go on to make Can't Buy Me Love, Son-in-Law, and much later, direct-to-video spin-off films of American Pie and Bring It On. And this was based on stories about the actual filming of The Wizard of Oz, and reports that the actors playing the Munchkins did indeed party hard and trash their hotel, although there's no actual documentation to back this up. It's known that they did stay in the same hotel, and did drink a lot and party, but there's no reports of any damages or chaos that they caused. This had a budget of $18 million and wasn't well received, getting mostly negative reviews, and earned a couple of Razzie nominations. And it was a bomb. It only earned back $8 million in its entire run, although it did get a fair amount of cable play afterwards. And I'll give it a 2. I thought I had nostalgia for it, but it just does not work. The little people are just props and jokes, and too much time is spent with the assassination and spy stuff, and it's just not that interesting. The cultural significance is a 2 as well, since it never really took off and isn't that well remembered, although it does have a bunch of known actors in it, and was the first roles for a number of people like Fonda Caro and Carrington. Should you watch it? You could probably pass, although, I mean, there's some funny stuff that you might like, but for the most part, you can skip it.
Would you like crushed nuts?
Don't you dare. You like your tits shot?
Next on August 1st, oh man, am I gonna have a time with this? Am I gonna be able to hold it back? It's The Final Countdown. Keep it together. And it's got the villain of the Spawn movie here. And hold up! That's right, before Troma really took off, Lloyd was working some random jobs on mainstream films, and this was one of them. We're on an aircraft carrier, the Nimitz, and Papa Douglas is here for his second appearance on the Sci-Fi Project for 1980. And unexpectedly, a strange storm pops up and engulfs the warship in a weird light and mist, which then subsides. And when everything clears up, they've lost contact. And hey, look!
Across the board. Antennas check out, but we're off the air.
Any word from our destroyers?
We aren't getting anything except some code transmissions in the 200-meter band.
They try to turn back to Pearl Harbor, and hold up, I can't get over the fact that he's even in this, but Lloyd's character is named Lloyd, and he's credited as Commander Kaufman. Wearing Hudsucker is here, as is Mrs. Robinson's daughter, and based on radio broadcasts and some reconnaissance photos, they realize that they have been transported back to the day before the attack on the base in 1941. They're then faced with the question of ethics of interfering with the events that occurred. With the knowledge of the attack and the superior firepower of the carrier, they could easily alter history. But should they? The director here is Don Taylor, who had been in the biz for decades by this point and made Escape from the Planet of the Apes, as well as the second Omen movie. And yes, if you were curious, this movie is where Europe got the name for their hit song. And this production had some troubles. Right before shooting, the production company were the victims of some con artists who suckered them out of a couple $100,000, which reduced the overall budget of the film. And when the movie went over the scheduled shooting time, the costs increased and pretty much everyone involved was generally unhappy. And believe it or not, the string of issues with the studio producers is what caused Kaufman to want to strike out on his own and start up his own production company, leading to the birth of Troma. It went to be a minor hit though, not a big one, but it did make money, pulling in just under $17 million against a $12 million budget. My rating on it is a 3. It's like half a good movie. It raises a bunch of interesting concepts and things that could be fascinating, and then just completely ignores them. Its SFCS is a 3.5. It's pretty well known, sparked off that song, Kaufman's career, featured a variety of stars, and has staying power, even if it's not incredibly influential. Should you watch it? Yeah, it's worth a look.
I even took a crack at the White House.
Going into August now, on the 7th, things got a little wackier with the release of Student Bodies. The beginning sort of immediately lets us know what kind of movie it's going to be, with a series of jokes and puns on screen. Then a comedically heavy breathing stalker. And it's like rapid fire with the gags, so you can bet that some land.
Julie, you're not responding to my maleness.
And some don't. The killer's referred to as Breather and wears rubber gloves and starts the killing. And after he does so, he wraps his victims in trash bags.
She's watching TV.
At 75 cents an hour? We'll see about that.
That's $2.50 an hour today if you account for inflation. I think that's a joke about how cheap she is, but holy crap. And I don't know why this is my favorite joke in the movie, but it is. The dad finds a piece of chicken on the ground, calls it
broken,
and then fixes it with a rubber band and puts it back in the fridge. The movie gives you an on-screen body count to tally the victims, and we're introduced to our group of high school students and the staff. And it's kind of weird because almost everyone in this movie didn't really do anything else, and that included the Stick. His real name is Patrick Boone Varnell, and this is his only film, although he was in a pilot for a TV show called Out of Control that never aired, and he's unusually tall and lanky and double-jointed with weird contortions, and passed away several years later in 1989.
Student bodies!
This was directed by Mickey Rose, and it's actually the only thing that he helmed, but he had a pretty huge career writing for television, including a long-running stint on The Tonight Show. And when I say long-running, I mean he wrote for 982 episodes.
The Lamar High Marching Band, the finest marching band on this street at this moment.
Now, since Rose was an inexperienced director, the studio assigned Michael Ritchie, director of the Fletch films and The Island, which was on the project for 1980, to be on set and sort of supervise the whole thing. He's not credited on the film though, and there's some dispute as to why. There was a writer's strike going on at the time, and it said that he chose not to take credit to avoid issues with the union. But Rose was also a part of the WGA and didn't have any problems. So there's those that say that he simply didn't like the finished product and wanted to distance himself from it. Speaking of distance...
I'll get it. I'm farthest from the phone.
That makes sense.
And this was one of the earliest horror spoof movies, and several others would follow pretty shortly after, but this was a disappointment when it came out. It only made $5 million and didn't get such great write-ups, but over time, it's developed a massive cult following, mostly due to repeated cable and TV runs, and is now more kindly regarded. And my rating on it is a 4. I love this. I know it's dumb, and it's not actually the type of humor that I would typically enjoy, but whatever, I dig it. Its HCS is only a 2.5 though, because it's just like such a cult curiosity at this point that I can't give it any higher. Its current following and the fact that it's an early parody get it to a 2.5, but the fact that it wasn't that successful and didn't launch a single career hold it back. Should you watch it? Definitely, but be aware that it might not be your sense of humor.
Listen, I'm going to kill next at the football game. Click.
Did you hang up?
No, I just said click.
This episode ends on August 7th with the pretty epic release of Heavy Metal. It kicks off in the best way possible as an astronaut descends to Earth in a Corvette to the sounds of Radar Rider. That astronaut then opens up a case with a glowing green orb that kills him and begins to tell his daughter that it's the Lochnar, and it tells her stories, in which it is the prime objective of the characters. And if you're not aware, Heavy Metal is a comic magazine from France known as Metal Hurlant there, and is licensed here. It's been running since 1977 and features an anthology of science fiction stories, mostly with an adult bent. The film is sort of the same thing, adapting some of the more popular tales from the title, adding the framing sequence and presence of the Lochnar to bridge them together. The first story is called Harry Canyon, based on a Mobius tale, and has John Candy showing up to lend his voice, and is a futuristic take on a film noir, and the original comic inspired the look of Blade Runner. The second tale is an adaptation of Richard Corbin's sci-fi sword and sorcery epic, Den. Candy also shows up here as the title character, and it's essentially a kind of Conan in space. The third story is based on a character from Swamp Thing legend Bernie Wrightson called Captain Stern, and has an assortment of SCTV stars including Eugene Levy as Stern and Joe Flaherty as his lawyer, and also has John Vernon as the judge. Next is a World War II zombie tale that's an original tale from Dan O'Bannon, So Beautiful and So Dangerous, a tale of aliens and robots arriving on Earth, based on an Angus McKee tale from the comic, and also has Candy Levy and Flaherty, but also adds Harold Ramis in there.
Hey, do we have any of that plutonian Nyborg left?
Yeah, just one big. It's in the transmitter compartment.
Oh, thanks, man.
The final sequence is probably the most iconic, and it's Tara, based on another Mobius tale, although it differs quite drastically, and it's more of an inspiration for as opposed to an adaptation, and has the introduction of the warrior woman Tarna, who is featured on the film's poster. Each section had a different team with a variety of writers and directors, and it was produced by Ghostbusters director Ivan Reitman. It used a variety of different animation techniques handled by different teams, allowing for a quicker turnaround time for the sequences, and got mixed reviews. Audiences liked it though, and it was a modest hit, landing $20 million at the box office against a budget of $9 million. Home releases got a bit tricky though, since there were some legal issues with the songs featured in the film. Some of the contracts were only for the theatrical release of the film, so when it came time for the home release, they were unable to use those songs. It wasn't until 1996 that it got a proper release with the original music, thanks to Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle co-creator Kevin Eastman. He purchased the rights to the magazine and reached a settlement with the rights holders of the songs, allowing it to be delivered to the VHS world and beyond. There was a sequel to the film released in 2000, appropriately called Heavy Metal 2000, although it's not quite as well remembered, and of course there's remake talks that have been going on since 2008, although they always seem to kind of get waylaid, although one of those reboot attempts ended up getting retooled and retitled and became the Netflix series Love, Death, and Robots. There was also a 2-season live-action version in France called the Metal Hurlant Chronicles that featured some name talent and a decent budget. My rating on it is a 3.5. I have a fair amount of nostalgia, but I have to admit that the animation doesn't really hold up, and it's a bit uneven. Its cultural significance is a 4, since it's very fondly remembered, even if it never really broke into the mainstream. I think the magazine may have more of a relevance, but the movie itself is a bit behind that. Should you watch it? Yeah, you should, and get ready to rock out.
A shadow shall fall over the universe, and evil will grow in its path, and death will come from the skies.
Next up, August 8th proved that Xanadu wasn't just where Rosebud was said. And it starts with a sunrise on the ocean. And I'll comment on that further in a second. And there's one of the warriors come out and play, yay! And he rips up some art and throws it out the window, which I guess wakes up these paintings. And they dance to ELO, including Sandy. And oh, yeah, this is the 80s, all right. It may just be 1980, but this is the most 80s thing I've seen on the project so far. They're the 9 sisters, the Greek muses, and hold up, they're in Los Angeles. So then how is the sun rising? The sun sets on the ocean in the west, not rises. They'd have to be on the east coast to see the sunrise on the ocean. So Sonny works as an artist for a record company and hates it because it's a waste of his talents, and sees one of the girls from the wall on an album cover and goes in search of her. Just sees a model on a rock album and goes walking around hoping to run into her. Instead, he meets a man who should be singing in the rain, but let's face it, it doesn't rain in LA. and Sonny finally follows his dream girl into an abandoned theater where she's roller skating. And they start seeing each other, and when I say seeing, I mean having choreographed skate routines, and it's really just a string of song and dance fantasy numbers, but does include a pretty cool number by the Tubes. As Sonny and Danny decide to open a new club called Xanadu. And there's even an animated sequence, and there's a weird story with it, and that's because the animated bit wasn't supposed to be in the movie. It seems the studio had a mandate for the amount of songs to be in the picture, and they had to include this tune.
Don't say goodbye. Don't turn around.
But it didn't really fit anywhere in the movie, so they decided a sort of unconnected fantasy sequence was the best way to fit it in. And this one was torn to shreds when it came out. Critics hated it, and it was nominated for a ton of Razzies for the year, and won one for Worst Director, Robert Greenwald. And though this was early in his career, he recovered from it and went on to a pretty long career, and is currently doing a string of political documentaries. It was a bust at the box office, making $23 million against a $20 million budget, but the soundtrack did much better, going double platinum. And since then, it's gone on to become a cult classic, even inspiring a stage musical. My rating on it is a 3. Yeah, it's fun, it's silly, and it's enjoyable to watch, but there's really no story, and it takes way too long to get anywhere. It's pretty hard to not have a good time while watching it, though. Its significance is a touch higher at a 3.5 since that cult following has gotten pretty big, and the music is really well known. It's Gene Kelly's final film and has some fun 80s style optical effects. Should you watch it? Sure, just wear your skates when you do. And look, I'm not gonna lie, this block of movies has been killer and may be one of the best rosters I've seen for this whole project. And when I get to add some Fulci to that list, well, I'm a happy man, because on August 14th in Italy, we got The House by the Cemetery. The opening gives us a pretty great couple of deaths, and then we're introduced to Bob. Oh, Bob. So Bob, freaking Bob, and his parents are moving into a new house, because moving is the greatest terror. And his mom is Catriona MacColl, who was Liza in The Beyond, and they arrive at the house after a series of dark omens, including Bob being given a spooky doll. Bob. A mysterious babysitter arrives, and it's Anya Pironi, who had played the third mother in the beginning of Dario Argento's Inferno. And did you know that when he did Mother of Tears in 2007, he actually asked her to come back to play the part again? But she said no, because by that point she had retired and thought that she was too old to do it. And this movie was considered the third part to Fulci's Gates of Hell trilogy. The first part was City of the Living Dead, which is covered in the 1980 project, and the second was The Beyond, which I talked about just a few episodes ago. MacColl features in all 3 of the films, but plays different characters in each, and in fact, they're not connected in any way except for thematically. The family continue to have odd occurrences around the town as people appear to recognize them, although they've never been there before, and what appears to be a tomb in the floor, and bat attacks. And Fulci claimed that this one was his attempt to do sort of a Lovecraft story without adapting a Lovecraft book, although personally I feel like City of the Living Dead had more of that, what with the whole Book of Enoch and all. And it's kind of weird, because I feel like City and Beyond have way more in common with each other than this one. Like if I had just seen those two, I feel like I could figure that they were linked in some way. But if I saw either of those and this one, and you didn't say that they were a thematic trilogy, I don't think I would have assumed that this was part of one. It was also stated by the screenwriter, Dardano Sacchetti, to be a sort of take on the turn of the screw, although Fulci proclaimed to not really care for his script and had it drastically revised. As usual, the amount of violence and gore in the film got him into trouble, and it needed to be cut down in order to get released in Italy as well as the UK, where it ended up on the video nasty list, but was released after cuts were made. It did get a US release, but not until a few years later, in 1984, and critiques at the time were modest, and it got some flack for being more low-key than Fulci's previous efforts, as well as getting comparisons to both Frankenstein and The Shining. The Frankenstein one is pretty apt, considering the secret lab in the basement used to restore a human, named Freudstein even. It was made for 600 million lira, at the time equivalent to about 500,000 American, and made the equivalent of 12 million, which made it Fulci's most profitable film of the 80s. So my rating here is tough, but it's a 3.5. It's not quite a 4. If I had a 3.75 rating, it would be that, because I really dig this one, but not as much as the other two in the trilogy, and it's a touch blander than I like my Fulci flicks. So, whereas I think it's a really enjoyable film, it doesn't quite hit that next level for me. Its significance is a 4 though, because it's Fulci, it's one of the Gates of Hell films, and it's Italian zombies, had some controversy, and is pretty well known. Should you watch it? For Bob's sake, you better.
Wait for me! Under the oak! Okay. No, Bob. Don't go inside. I want you not to.
On the same day, back in the US, Deadly Blessing came out, and this is the first appearance by the legendary Wes Craven on the project. It starts off with Cabby as the head of an Amish-like community, and Lieutenant Athena and her husband, but Knott's Landing Lady is here too, chased by Pluto, who really doesn't want to lose his teaching job. The community is obsessed with Martha being an incubus because she led Jim away from their religion, and young Superman is here too. When Jim is killed in their barn by an unseen person or force, Martha's friends come in to help her out, and one of them is following some sort of a sliver of a basic instinct. The mysterious stalker starts to attack others in the area, seemingly all centered around Martha in one way or another, and this was Craven's first kind of real movie in terms of production level. Like before this, he had only done Last House on the Left and The Hills Have Eyes, and an X-rated feature, so this was his first with a real budget and any sort of name actors involved. Wes had compared landing Borgnine for the movie to Carpenter casting Donald Pleasence and said that having him on set made him intimidated and uneasy, since Ernest was a pretty big name at the time. The members of the sect in the movie are called Hittites, which was a biblical group of people and a culture in the Mediterranean area for a few hundred years ago, but the use of them as an American religious community was created exclusively for the film. So, there's several sequences in this film that are pretty notable. The first of them is a bath scene involving Martha that was inspired by a dream that Craven had, and she's in the tub when a snake makes its way into it. And that dream must have really stuck with the guy because he redid this bit a few years later in Nightmare on Elm Street, almost shot for shot. Just replaced that big snake with Freddy's glove. Later on in the movie, there's a moment that they felt so strong about that it became the poster for the film, as Sharon Stone's Lana character is in bed, held down by an unseen person, while a tarantula plummets down into her mouth. And that's how you know it's an 80s film. Tarantulas in quicksand, the true dangers of the 80s. Now, this scene is crazy because it's on screen for like half a second. You hardly see it. It would not have been difficult or unconvincing to use a fake spider, but they shot it with an actual spider. Wes tried to convince her to do it before the shoot, but she was very hesitant, and he showed her it was harmless by holding it in his own hands, but I guess that wasn't enough. Now, I don't know how true this story is, but it's all over the place, and I can't find any accounts of anyone directly refuting it, but I'd still take it with a grain of salt. That apparently the only way she would do it is if they removed the spider's fangs. So doing that would mean that the spider would not be able to feed, so it's basically setting it up to starve to death. But it's said that they actually did it anyway and had an operation to remove the spider's fangs. And then afterwards, she did the scene. Now, taking the animal cruelty aspect out of it, I find it a little hard to believe that they were willing to hold up filming to do a medical operation on a spider for a 1-second shot in a $3 million movie at the behest of an unknown actress. I personally am calling BS on the whole spider operation story, but I suppose it's possible. Speaking of Stone, seeing as how this was her very first speaking role, it seems like she took issues with Wes's laid-back directorial style, more focused on setting up shots than giving guidance to his actors, causing her to at one point shout at him, "God damn it, would you direct me?" This one is also known for having not one, but 2 twist endings, and I'm not going to reveal them here, but one of them would be echoed in another film, a pretty popular slasher flick, just a few years later. The other one, the final shot of the film, is completely out of left field and basically negates and defies everything that came before it. It's really weird and apparently not something that Wes wanted to do. The screenwriter Glenn Benest says that it wasn't in his script and had no idea that it was shot and couldn't believe what he was seeing when it showed up on screen. And it was something that the producers forced Wes to add on in order to end the film on a surprise note. And my rating on this one is a 2.5. There's some things in there that I feel are good concepts, and it certainly sets up some stuff, even if it never really pays any of it off, but it has enough in there to keep my attention, although kind of just barely. Its HCS is a touch higher though at a 3.5, since it's an early work by Craven, shows the genesis of some ideas that he would later elaborate on in his more popular works, has the first big role for Stone, and features Borgnine and Berryman. Should you watch it? Yeah, but be aware that it's not that great, but it's interesting to see Craven's development.
Incubus!
1 week later, we move on to the final movie for this block, and on August 21st, just a few months after the release of The Howling, we got An American Werewolf in London. It gives us 2 guys on a backpacking trip, and one's a pepper, and the other would prefer to do this after hours, and they make their way to a small village and the Slaughtered Lamb, a pub attended by a bunch of weird folk that include at least one imaginary friend. And let's just take a second here for a little appreciation for Rick Mayall, an underrated comic legend, whether Rick in The Young Ones or Richie on Bottom or even Vim Fuego in Bad News. This guy ruled. They're warned to stay off the roads and off the moors, and if you're an uninformed American like me when you were younger, you didn't really know what the moors were, and they're tracts of open land that are either dry with heather and associated vegetation or wet with an acid peat vegetation, so essentially swampy fields. Well, they don't listen and are attacked by a giant animal that kills Jack and sends David to the hospital, where he's attended by Andy's foster mother, and has weird dreams of both hunting and being hunted by the somewhat out of left field werewolf Nazis. And of course, this was written and directed by John Landis, who had just had huge success with directing both Animal House and The Blues Brothers, and this was a bit of a departure for him. He had a touch of experience with monster stuff with his debut film Schlock, but doing a horror film was a big shift, and he had been sitting on this script for over a decade and really wanted to have it made, and managed to get it greenlit with a budget of anywhere from around $6 million to $10 million, depending upon what report that you believe. David Naughton was cast after Landis saw him in a rather infamous Dr. Pepper ad, and after seeing the amount of nudity and sex involved in this film, he lost his gig with the soda company. And hey, speaking of all that nudity, they had to be a little bit careful when they shot them, because the film reveals David to be Jewish, but the actor himself is not circumcised, so they had to shoot around any revealing shots of the hooded dangler. And then there's that transformation. What can you even say about that? The effects were done by the great Rick Baker, and he and Landis had been friends for ages and had been discussing this film over and over. And Baker had big plans for how to do the metamorphosis, and since it seemed likely that it was never going to happen, when he was approached to do The Howling, he accepted, intending to use what he had devised for that movie. However, when this one was given the go, Landis called Baker and shouted at him for taking on another werewolf project, and convinced him to leave, and Baker turned the reins on that one over to his protege, Rob Bottin. When he made the switch, there were some disagreements with Landis over the work that he was doing. The director wanted a dog-like creature on all fours, requesting a four-legged hound from hell. Baker wanted a biped, much like the howling creatures ended up and how werewolves had been portrayed prior to this. Landis won out, and Baker ended up modeling the creature after his own dog. He was also bummed out by the amount of time that some of his work was on screen. The face stretch, for example, took him months to develop and is only seen for a few seconds, and Baker was frustrated that all of his efforts were for nothing, until he went to a screening and saw the audience freak out when that scene occurred. And I'm sure that he felt that the work was appreciated when he won an Oscar for it, in the very first ever Academy Award given for Best Makeup. Granted, his only competition was from Heart Beeps, but hey, that was Stan Winston, so it's not like it was some amateur. It got pretty favorable reviews, with most calling it a perfect mix of horror and humor and tons of praise for the effects, even if Roger Ebert, who I said had notoriously uneven views on horror, gave it a middling write-up. It was a pretty big hit, stacking up a worldwide total of around 60 million, and has since become known as one of the greatest werewolf tales of all time. Of course, a sequel did happen, although it took 16 years, with An American Werewolf in Paris, which was both a critical flop as well as a financial one, and talks of a remake have been bandied about for years, and at one time, Landis' son Max was attached to it, but not long after, a long list of sexual improprieties came out, and nothing has been said of it since. And my rating on it is a 4.5. The movie's such a slam dunk and hits so many of the right notes. It's a good balance of being funny without trying to tell jokes, and yet still seeming like a horror film, and has some great characters. Its significance is a full 5, since it's now known as one of the all-time werewolf flicks, innovative transformation effects, and is one of the most known horror film titles out there. Should you watch it? You should, and you should watch it more often, not just on a blue moon.
I didn't mean to call you meatloaf, Jack!
We're going to kick this one off on August 28th with Hell Night, although it did have some limited showings on the 7th, but went wider on the 28th. It starts with a big costume party that little Reagan is attending, not so little anymore, and as part of a pledge initiation, a group of the students have to go and spend one night in Garth Manor, where a man killed his family and then committed suicide. The children were deformed, and the mansion was completely isolated, and the murders were 12 years ago, and they're all locked in. One of the other pledges is Matthew Starr, who we'll see get his head smushed in the shower in a few years, and they all pair off while the frat plans to scare them with screams and moans in the hallway. But it turns out that there's real dangers on the premises, chopping off heads and breaking necks, and the score is so Manfredini-like that I had to go look to see if it was him. But it turns out that it was not. And this one was brought to us by Tom DeSimone, who worked through most of the 70s in gay porn, but also did the silly talking vagina movie Chatterbox. This was his first horror work, although he'd later go on to have a pretty full career and did the hilarious parody Reform School Girls, and then a run of TV shows. It also had some heavy hitters working behind the scenes. Chuck Russell served as one of the executive producers, and he managed to get one of his longtime friends on the film as a production assistant, which, if you don't know, is basically a gopher on a film set. That friend was Frank Darabont, and it was his first credit in the industry before going on to direct massive hits like The Shawshank Redemption and The Green Mile. Besides that, according to Vincent Van Patten, who plays Seth in the film, one of the grips was a young Kevin Costner. And for those that don't know, a grip is a guy who sets up the lighting equipment and camera stuff on a shoot. It's kind of wild that the people doing what was essentially grunt work on this one ended up being far more famous than anyone involved with it. When it got released, it got some rough reviews, since most of the slashers released at this time were held to a pretty harsh scrutiny. Roger Ebert, notoriously a horror hater, was pretty unkind to it, but there were several reviews that praised the class warfare subtext within the film, as Blair's Marty character is from a lower class background to contrast against Barton's Jeff, brought up in a wealthy family. Blair's performance was maligned as well, earning her a Razzie nomination, although she'd lose out to a tie between Bo Derek and Faye Dunaway. Even with all of that criticism, it still managed to be fairly profitable, earning $2.3 million, which isn't a big haul, but it only cost $1.4. But that wasn't enough to really sow the seeds of a sequel. My rating on it is a 3. I think it's fun. It's a fairly standard thing, like you know what you're gonna get, but it gives it to you in an entertaining enough way. Its horror cultural significance is a 3, since it did get some notoriety and became more well-known, had some heavy hitters behind the scenes, and some horror notables in the cast, but never really reached that mainstream level. Should you watch it? Definitely make tonight a hell night.
We should have left her behind.
Why? Her behind is the best part. We should have kept her behind and left the rest of her.
We'll end this block by fast-forwarding about a month to August 28th, and let's go with another thriller kind of film, but much sexier, with Body Heat. This one starts with Thunderbolt Ross, and he's a lawyer in Florida, and one of his peers deserves some cheers, and his clients tend to be low-rent criminals. They're in the middle of a heat wave, and one night he sees a serial mom by the beach and talks to her, but tells him that she's married, but they flirt. A few nights later he runs into her again, and they end up going back to her place since her husband works in the city during the week. They're quite wealthy, and she's standoffish at first, but eventually they end up doing the dance on the floor. They then start a steamy affair, one that has to be kept a secret, and it gets pretty heavy between them. So heavy that one night, after discovering that she has a prenuptial agreement that would leave her penniless if she left her husband, and he suggests killing him, mostly in jest. While out one night, he runs into them at a restaurant, and her husband is Rambo's mentor, and he mentions that he's a very jealous person and would kill anyone that would be having an affair with his wife. This panics Maddie, and they once again discuss taking him out and start to make concrete plans. Those plans involve an arsonist friend that might give him whiplash, but then they put the plan into motion. Ned sneaks into the house and murders him, and then makes it look like he was accidentally killed trying to commit insurance fraud. But their plan starts to unravel right away when he discovers that she had her husband's will amended, something Ned advised against, but because they're aware of wrongdoing, they have to nullify the will, which leaves Maddie with everything and cutting out all of the other relatives, something Ned realizes was her plan all along. His friends think something is up, and the authorities start to look into this, but is she setting Ned up? And does he care? I mean, look at Kathleen Turner, damn it. And this was actually her feature debut, and her only gig before this was some episodes of a TV show. And when I say some, I mean 243, because it was on a soap opera, and she was only on it for around a year and a half. That's how many episodes those shows cranked out. It was written and directed by Lawrence Kasdan, and this block is big for him considering that he also wrote Raiders of the Lost Ark. This was his directorial debut though, but he'd go on to big stuff like The Big Chill and The Accidental Tourist, and who can forget Dreamcatcher. He originally wanted Christopher Reeve to play Ned, but Superman felt like the part wasn't right for him and that audiences wouldn't buy him as a sleazy lawyer, although he later regretted passing it up. The budget was $9 million and was meant as a throwback to 40s film noir, and when it was released, it was met with strong reviews and a lot of love for the actors involved. It did fairly well in ticket sales as well, bringing in around $24 million, but didn't get as much love during awards season, only earning a Golden Globe nomination for Turner for New Star of the Year. And this is another one that's really solid, so it's a 4. I'll admit that if you've seen some film noirs, it does feel like it's covering some of the same ground and plays more like a great homage than an original film, but it's sexy and smart. The significance is a 3 since it didn't quite hit the marks that some of the other films on this list did, but it did get a fair amount of notoriety and features big name involved, launching Turner and Kasdan's film careers. Should you watch it? Yep, and then take a cold shower. It's time to get bizarre and check out a film that arrived in the Philippines on September 2nd. And it's hard to say if it ever got an American release, and it's For Your Height Only, or Y''You Are Height Only. We see some special agents and then we meet him, Agent 00, played by Wang Wang, and I'll tell you more about him later. We see a doctor getting kidnapped while visiting Milana at the behest of a man named Mr. Giant, who communicates to his henchmen via mirror. He wants the doc to offer up his invention, the N-bomb, a weapon that probably isn't what you're thinking that it is, and wants to use it to blackmail the world. Meanwhile, 00 sees a girl about to get shot from a sniper and saves her as she's being shaken down by a local drug gang. So he offers his help to go take them down, and yep, he beats them all up, taking advantage of his own diminutive size, scooting along the ground to shoot the bad guys. His boss calls him in, and what is it with the ice cream suits? Are they some kind of company requirement? He gives 00 some gadgets, including a specially built minigun and a trick hat. He also has a pair of glasses that give him X-ray vision, which he immediately uses to see the office ladies without their clothes. And yeah, this hat isn't conspicuous at all. Along the way, there's some familiar music. Mr. Giant has a lieutenant named Mr. Kaiser that handles all of his business for him, while Irma helps out from the inside. And I know you're wondering what that hat even does, and I'm not sure you'd guess that it could be remote controlled. Of course, there's more action scenes which include Agent 00 jumping or being thrown downstairs and taking time out for romance, which doesn't look awkward at all, and possibly the most famous bit, the umbrella escape. But he has to take down all of Mr. Giant's empire and figure out his secret, which I'm sure you can figure out beforehand. And here's the story. This is by Eddie Neichardt, a Filipino director who was also an actor, and this was his second directing gig. The first one was from earlier in the year called Agent 00, but that film is now considered lost, and this is a sequel to that one. The story is that our hero here, Ernesto de Guzman de la Cruz, was born with dwarfism, but studied karate. His teacher would do these live demonstrations to promote his school and brought Ernesto along as part of it, and one of them was seen by a producer, and he wanted to bring him into a film that he was doing. Ernesto took the stage name of Wang Wang and started showing up in various films, with Agent 00 being his first action lead, and this was done right afterwards. It ended up being an international cult hit and propelled the small star to fame. A number of follow-ups ensued, including 1982's The Impossible Kid, but when his managers retired from the film industry, he no longer got film jobs and moved back home with his family, where he stayed until his death in '92. And I'm giving this a 3.5. It sounds like one joke strung into feature length, but they make it work, and I think it's all due to Wang Wang. That guy gives this his all, and he puts more into these action scenes than a lot of American stars. Like, I'm convinced without a shadow of a doubt that he could have kicked Seagal's ass. But it works as a silly Bond parody, and the plot moves along fast enough to make it consistently amusing. The significance is just a 1.5 though, since it's not much known, but it has developed a cult following, and Wang Wang's legend has been established, and honestly, more people should know about him. Should you watch it? Yep, and try to count how many times there was likely a crew member hidden just off camera, throwing Wang Wang into frame.
You're such a little guy, though. Very petite, like a potato.
Yeah, let's go.
We jump ahead now to September 8th for Battle Beyond the Stars, although Wikipedia says July 25th, and oh man, that opening theme kicks! And it's because it was from a young James Horner in one of his earliest works. And this starts off with another sort of take on that starship shot, of course, because every space movie in this time frame did. And then there's this peaceful planet, but not too peaceful because baby Kathy Griffin lives there. And it's invaded by Space Nancy's dad, who just starts killing people willy-nilly. Bill Denborough lives there with his sister Stephanie, and he says that he'll come back in 7 days to take control of their planet, so Shad offers to take an ancient ship up into space to find help. It has an AI voice, and he takes off in search of mercenaries to come back and fight with them. And if you're unfamiliar, it's basically a space remake of the classic Japanese film, The Seven Samurai, which had already been remade into The Magnificent Seven, and this follows that same basic plot, with the script by the Oscar-winning John Sayles, who also wrote 1980's Alligator. And these ships are great, and quite a few of the models for the film were made by a budding James Cameron, who ended up doing a lot of the effects on this one. It was a pretty star-studded set though, because Bill Paxton was there as well, doing carpentry work on the sets. Directing duties were handled by Jimmy Murakami, who had just done the added scenes for Humanoids from the Deep, and both that and this movie were produced by Roger Corman. He didn't do much else in the way of features after this, instead working in TV and animation. And on his journey, Shad meets up with the beautiful Nanalia, Cowboy Hannibal, lizard-like Cayman, with two aliens called the Kelvin, a group of telepathic clones called Nestor, and this right here is the recently departed Ed Bowen, mostly known as that really dickish doctor from the Terminator films. Your next Webster, Sturba, Werewolf Bitch, who of course is mostly naked, and they all agree to help defend Akir from Sador. Budgeted at $2 million, this was the most expensive film that Corman had produced up till that point, and it did okay, but wasn't a huge success. The reviews were mixed, with many just calling it a Star Wars ripoff, but it was profitable, especially after international distribution and cable rights. Since then, it's gone on to become a cult classic and has been cannibalized for use in about a dozen other Corman flicks. My rating on it is a 4, because man, do I love this one. I think it's a good retelling of the Kurosawa tale and has some great characters and effects. Its significance is a 3.5, because although it's still a bit of a cult classic instead of a known hit, you can't deny that it is remembered and kicked off Cameron's career in a way, Horner's experience with space sagas, and so many recognizable faces. Should you watch it? Yep. Next up, on September 10th, over in Australia, we had an entry with an interesting title in Lady, Stay Dead. It starts with a guy in some tiny panties, like I hope these are comfortable, and he's obsessed with a pop star named Marie, to the point that he sleeps with a mannequin dressed like her. She's currently shooting a film version of Sheena, I suppose not the actual one that would come out in 1984, and he works as a handyman at the villa that she's living. He spies on her and she just sort of shouts at him, and one day he corners her in her room and rapes her and then drowns her in a fish tank. When trying to stash her body, he's found out by a neighbor who he also kills, but then Marie's sister comes to visit, who finds it confusing that no one's around. And this is a fully Australian production, part of the whole Ozploitation thing that was going on at the time, and cost around $500,000 to make, so a fairly low budget, but not too low. The director was a guy named Terry Burke, who made a small number of films, and one of them was a horror flick from 1975 called In of the Damned, but this was his final horror work. He stopped working in the industry in the late 1980s, and after a bit of a slow start, things get pretty wild around the halfway point as Gordon's indiscretions are discovered and Jenny is left to face off against him in a battle of wits. It then becomes a sort of Home Alone or Your Next kind of thing as he tries to get in at her, and she has to defend herself. If you're a Mad Max fan, there's a small role in here for Roger Ward, who played Fifi in that one, and here he's a cop that shows up to try to help. And the interesting bit is that outside of a couple of sort of premiere screenings, it was unable to get any sort of release. I guess the content of the film was a little too sleazy for most of the local companies to distribute, so they passed on it, and it took a little while for it to get a home release. And my rating on it is a 2.5. It's fine enough, it's fairly simplistic, but works well enough. Chances are you'll forget it shortly after you watch it though. Its significance is a 1 though, since it is not remembered at all, has no horror stars to note, and didn't launch any careers. Should you watch it? Maybe. It's not a bad watch, but it's not really worth going out of your way for.
Bastards, dastard, and petrol!
Let's start this block off with something that's not really a movie, but I felt like I had to cover it anyway because on September 11th, on HBO, the Pee Wee Herman Show debuted. It's a live stage performance, and Pee Wee comes out and immediately starts doing what you would expect Pee Wee to do. He goes through a batch of silly toys and then talks to his talking clock, Clocky. He gets a visit from Mailman Mike, and then we're introduced to his personal genie, Zombie, played by John Paragon, and has a wacky neighbor named Hammy, and we'll talk about these people shortly. Hammy's sister comes over and they use shoe mirrors to look up her dress, but she's not wearing underwear, our first indication that this isn't the kids show that you'd expect if you only know Pee Wee from his later years. But then he's visited by Captain Carl, and he's Troy McClure, and I'll talk about him in a minute. But we also meet Terry the Pterodactyl, and Pee Wee reveals it's his deepest desire to fly. But then we meet the most beautiful woman in the world, and of course, it's Miss Yvonne. But there's also Hermit Hattie, and that's Edie McClurg, not long after we saw her in Cheech and Chong's next movie. But it seems that Miss Yvonne and Captain Carl have some unrequited feelings that they're not willing to say about each other. But Pee Wee also really wants to fly, but first, he's gonna get sidetracked by cartoons and hypnosis with Hugo. So, this one is less than an hour, so I'll keep the recap short and get to the details. Paul Reubens was a member of a comedy group called The Groundlings, and most of the people involved here were also members. Reubens was in the running to be on SNL, but was passed over for Gilbert Gottfried, who only lasted around 12 episodes on the show. But as he was flying home, Reubens decided to take his character of Pee Wee Herman, who he would perform as during stand-up routines, and developed it with the assistance of Hartman, Paragon, and Bill Steinkellner, and became very popular very quickly, and was soon booked as a regular show at the Roxy Theater on the Sunset Strip. And HBO decided to tape a showing and air the special. The show became so big that Reubens started getting booked on various talk shows and doing appearances, leading to his big screen debut a few years later, and the eventual kids show. But that's where the falling out happened, because Hartman was on it for one season, then joined the cast of SNL, and it seems that Reubens was upset that he left. But Hartman was also angry that Reubens took all the credit for the show, although several of them had developed it with him. The show had a revival in 2010 with an updated plotline and different characters, and had its own special taped to run on HBO in 2011. And I'll give this a 4. I've seen this so many times, and when I was younger I remember feeling like I was watching something I shouldn't. Like, this was for kids, but also for grown-ups with the racier content. But it's funny, clever, and full of charm, and it's clear to see why the character became a sensation. The cultural significance is tough, and I'm gonna go with a 3.5 because this is where the character started for a lot of people and led to the bigger things, but because of this special, the character was still an underground thing and would become that mainstream monster later on after Big Adventure and the TV show, and not this particular special. Should you watch it? Yep, and then you'll feel like the luckiest boy in the world!
Bill had good manners. He didn't want to be like Mr. Bungle in the lunchroom.
One day later, back in the US, September 11th gave us Night School, not to be confused with the Kevin Hart movie, which is in no way a remake of this one, although to be honest, a slasher would have improved that one. And yeah, I'm acting like I saw that or something. It begins at a daycare with Miss Barron here staying late, and a mysterious person in a motorcycle helmet shows up and kills her. Judd here is the officer assigned to the case, and they find that she's been decapitated, and it's the second case with the same MO in the area. He goes to talk to the victim's night school teacher, and a classmate tells him that she had a secret boyfriend, and also meets an exchange student named Eleanor, played by Rachel Ward in her first film role. She's banging the professor, and when I say banging, I mean they're smearing red paint on each other in the shower like everyone does, am I right? Meanwhile, the killer continues to strike students of the night school, dumping heads in fish tanks, making for a really confused turtle right here. It's then a standard slasher flick with a fair share of red herrings and victims, and has one of my favorite sequences of all time. See, the killer beheads his victims and stashes the heads in unusual places, and we know that he's killed again, and we know this guy is going to discover it, but the camera gives us a whole series of fake outs in places that it could possibly be before the reveal. It's awesome, and the director was Ken Hughes, although it was originally going to be directed by Alfred Soule, who had done Alice Sweet Alice, and would shortly do the fun horror parody Pandemonium. He had just done a film called Tanya's Island with a young Vanity, and she was also slated to appear here, most likely in the Eleanor role, but they both dropped out, and Hughes was brought on board. He was a bit of an odd pick since he didn't have much horror in his filmography, although he had a few sci-fi flicks, but most of his recognition came from being the director of the Disney classic Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. This would ultimately end up being the last thing that he would work on, apparently retiring from the industry. Like a number of slasher flicks from the era, it was panned by the critics who just wrote it off as another of those, although it did get some regard. And in retrospective, it's been viewed more favorably by those who see it as having more in common with the Italian gialli than the standard masked killer films of the age. One tiny note is that it was released in Spain as Psycho 2, although there's very little in here to justify that, and it was just an attempt to mislead the audience in watching it. It didn't perform all that well, only making around 1.6 million, but since it only cost 1.2, it wasn't really considered a bomb, but just didn't leave a mark on an oversaturated market. Oh, and also it did land on the UK Nasty List, but wasn't prosecuted. And my rating on it is a 3.5. I think it's kind of a standard slasher at heart, but it has a few extra tricks up its sleeve to make it stand out a bit more to me, and I like it more than a couple of its competitors. Its significance is just a 2.5 though, since it didn't really do much new, and didn't have a roster of stars, and never really became all that known, but it made the Nasty List, launched Ward into the industry, and did get some success. Should you watch it? Yes indeed. Check it out.
How do you want your eggs?
Cooked.
We're about to take a dip into the really obscure here because on September 5th in Portugal, The Territory was discovered. It first screened at film festivals there and wasn't released in the US until 1990. It has a family on a vacation up in the woods, although there's been some tension amongst the members recently, and they're all planning on going on a hike together. It's little Annie's birthday, so she gets what every kid wants, a cooked whole pig. Yeah, I remember when my mom brought out the birthday pig. We all blew out the candles. The next day, they all head out on the trails, and things get heated pretty early on, and there's tension about their guide possibly leading them in circles, and then it unexpectedly snows, and the guide ditches them, so they're in the middle of nowhere and lost. And before you can say Blair Witch, it appears as if they're going in circles, passing the same tree over and over. And things start to get surreal when they find a bridge with a pair of French-speaking men with a ton of food, but they can't communicate, so they have to move on. Pretty soon, their hunger starts to take over, and they realize there's only one available food source: each other. And this one is from Raul Ruiz from Chile, who never really got a ton of attention in the States, but is renowned as being one of the more inventive and unique filmmakers of the era. He won dozens of awards worldwide and was considered one of the most prolific and yet least known auteurs. He did work on some more mainstream projects with American stars like Klimt with John Malkovich, but the majority of his work was in his native Spanish language. This film was one of his earlier entries to be in English, even though it was intended for the Portuguese market. And interestingly, it was produced by Roger Corman, but it's unknown exactly how much of a part that he took in the process. It's reported that he was simply the financier, and that his only direct contribution to the overall film was a single telegram that said, "This movie must be very, very disgusting." Filming was difficult though, since they started running out of money halfway through and had to push it in order to get the funds to complete it. And meanwhile, other legendary filmmaker Wim Wenders visited the set and loved what he saw and started filming his own movie right there on the spot, using Ruiz's cast and crew, and made the film The State of Things. And I give this one a 3.5. It's a pretty interesting one to watch, and there's some interesting subtext going on here that I'm sure I'll think about a bit more and appreciate it on a rewatch, but I feel like it's maybe drawn out a bit too long. Its significance is just a 1.5 though, since this is pretty lost in the film world. Sadly, Ruiz is unsung, but it earns a touch of relevance for just being part of his filmography. Should you watch it? Yeah, although it's pretty damn hard to track down in a nice quality. Like, it's on YouTube, but in a low-grade form.
On n'a pas mangé depuis longtemps.
Ah non, alors ça, c'est mieux, ça mieux. Ça pourrait faire mal, oui. Du mal estomac, du mal, oui.
We're wasting our time.
Now let's look at September 18th, and we're back in the comedy world. Sorta, since that's when we got Continental Divide. We begin in Chicago at a newspaper office, and Bluto Blutarsky is here, and he's a popular columnist. He does a story about a corrupt land dealing which pisses off some of the city bigwigs, so they send a couple of cops to rough him up. Things get hot enough that his editor wants to get him out of town for a bit and sends him to the Rockies to do an interview with a woman that has been researching bald eagles. He doesn't want to go, but eventually relents, even though he knows very little about the outdoorsy life. He encounters bears, and after hiking to exhaustion, he finally finds the cabin of his subject. She's Molly Dodd, who we saw not long ago in the TV remake of The Bad Seed, and at first they butt heads because she didn't agree to be interviewed. But he doesn't have a way down off the mountain for 2 weeks. She agrees to let him stay as long as he doesn't write about her, and he tags along with her while she observes the eagles. She stops a couple of guys trying to shoot one of them, and she eventually relents and lets him do his story. But she's also romantically linked to Meat, who's living in the woods like a wild man, but he's a former athlete, although she breaks it off with him. Before long, Ernie and Nell have some romantic feelings building up between them, but the 2 weeks goes by and Ernie goes back to Chicago. But can he just go back to city life? Can he forget her and move on? And I guess this is a comedy, but it's mostly a dramatic love story with hints of comedy, and it's directed by Michael Apted, fresh off of Coal Miner's Daughter. The script is actually by Lawrence Kasdan, and '81 was a big year for him, considering he did the scripts for this, Body Heat, which he also directed, and Raiders of the Lost Ark. It was produced by Steven Spielberg, and it was the first film to be produced by Amblin Entertainment, and Spielberg was originally going to direct it, but then got lured away by Raiders. The budget was $9 million and they cast Belushi, although this was a really troubled time in his life. But during the production of this film, he was trying to get his act together and remained clean and sober throughout. Right after this, though, he went to shoot Neighbors, and the crew were hard partiers, and Belushi relapsed and died of his overdose not long after. This would be his second to last picture, and the reviews for this were decent, if not gushing, with quite a few of them comparing it to the classic romantic comedies of the Hepburn and Tracy era. That didn't translate into massive ticket sales though, since it earned $15 million, which was a profit, but wasn't even close to other Belushi projects. It did get some attention on cable, but then just became a more dramatic footnote on the comedian's career. And it has a heart to it. It's a 3. It's not great, and it feels a bit standard in the end, but Belushi and Brown make for good leads and have a nice chemistry together. The CS is just a 2.5 though, because it just came and went and never really stood out or made an impact on the film world, but there's some major players involved here to give it that extra push. Should you watch it? Yeah, if nothing else, then do it to see a different side of Jake Blues.
I'll be going now. See you later. Just take what you like and lock up when you leave, okay?
Fast forward about 2 weeks, and now we're going for a film that has a different type of infamy, because on September 25th, it was time to meet Mommy Dearest. We're introduced to famous actress Joan Crawford, who has only appeared on the project one time back in the 20s project with The Unknown. But here, she's played by Laura Mars's eyes, as well as the rest of her. She's shown to be very controlling with her housekeepers, and her career is on the downswing. She wants to have a kid, but has been unable to, and has had 7 miscarriages, so she decides to go the adoption route. At first, she's denied, but her boyfriend pulls some strings and sets it up, and she gets a little girl named Christina. She grows up and eventually adopts a second, Christopher, and on the outside things look perfect, but when no one's around, she's controlling and stern, both verbally and physically abusive. She even cuts off her hair while just really emoting.
Look at you. Why are you always looking at yourself in the mirror? Why are you doing that?
Her relationship with Greg suffers though, mainly due to disagreements about her career, and he walks out on her. And shortly after, she loses her contract as her movies aren't performing as well as they used to. This also gets a big reaction.
Friends, creative differences.
And she continues her controlling ways. But her career takes an upswing when she gets an Oscar for her first picture with a new studio. And that leads to the moment that the film is notorious for, as Joan discovers that one of her daughter's articles of clothing is hanging in the closet on, heaven forbid, a wire hanger.
No wire hangers ever!
This leads to one of the most unhinged and over-the-top monologues of all time.
This floor is not clean! Look at it! This floor is not clean! None of it.
And that meltdown just goes on and includes exploding cleaning products in the bathroom, and it's kinda hilarious. Things take a turn though when Joan gets a new beau and sends Christina to boarding school, and we get a time jump to much later on, and she's taking a liking to acting herself, but her mom's career is once again on the backslide, and she's gonna have to come to terms with dealing with her and the things she's been through. So, this one is a true story, and it's an adaptation of the book of the same name by Christina Crawford. It was headed up by Frank Perry, and he was an esteemed director, mostly known for quieter dramatic films, and he did a rewrite on Crawford's own script, and both he and Faye Dunaway wanted to have the actress portrayed in a more sympathetic light than the book, something that Christina was displeased with, so she was no longer asked to participate in the production. It had a moderate $10 million price tag and had an unusual release. The reviews all called it campy and over the top and commented on how wild that Dunaway went with it. And after a modest opening, the studio opted to change the marketing to embrace this and sell it more as an unintentional comedy. The producers weren't happy about this though and sued the studio to stop them from continuing to run the ads. It ended up earning $25 million and didn't get any Oscar consideration, but nearly swept the Razzies that year, getting Worst Picture, Worst Actress, Worst Supporting Actor, Worst Supporting Actress, and Worst Screenplay, and went on to win Worst Picture of the Decade in 1989. Christina denounced the film from the get-go, but over the years, it's cemented its place in history as a camp cult classic and a popular source of material for drag shows. And how do you even rate this one? I'm giving it a 3.5. It's terrible. Faye Dunaway is so wild and ridiculous that it's impossible to look away from, and it gives it this whole goofy charm. It completely fails with its intended purpose, but sure as hell succeeds with being silly and entertaining. The CS is a 3.5 since it was very popular, although I would argue that it's not that widely seen outside of a handful of notorious moments, but it's got a bunch of known faces in it and coined an extremely memorable catchphrase. Should you watch it? Yeah, Joan would demand it. Like, really demand it.
Yes, Mommy dearest.
When I told you to call me that, I wanted you to mean it.
This next one has an unusual reputation, and it came out on September 25th, and it has a cool name with The Boogans. It starts off with newspapers talking about a series of attacks in a small mining community that shut the mines down and caused the whole town to shut down. Much later, 4 men are headed down into it to try to reopen it, including Roger and Mark.
Perfect breasts.
I'm telling you, I saw them. You saw them, both of them? Yes.
Meanwhile, this creepy old man is peeping in on them, and also a local woman who is dragged off by something unseen. The 2 ladies that Mark and Roger were discussing come into town, and they all settle in for a while. But there's something lurking in the basement, and whatever it is, it's got tentacles that whip out and grab you. So this one was brought to you by James L. Conway, who I've previously talked about on the sci-fi episodes of the project. He did the pretty entertaining Hangar 18 and the dreadfully dull Earthbound, and he only made a few features after this before becoming strictly a TV show director. This is one of the only horror entries on his filmography, but he did a couple of horror-themed episodes of some shows, but this is a bit of an anomaly for him. And here's what's weird on this one. So it came out in 1981 and played in theaters, but didn't do well in the reviews. Most critics called it incoherent and dull, although it got some praise, with Stephen King giving it a good notice in Twilight Zone magazine. It didn't really do a lot of business though, although there's no box office numbers anywhere, but here's where it got interesting. For some reason that doesn't seem to be reported on anywhere, it wasn't released on VHS afterwards. It was just sort of forgotten, although fans of the film used to wonder where they could get their hands on it. There were blurbs in Fangoria magazine about the film's unavailability on the home market, and there was just nowhere to see it. Finally, in the mid-90s, over a decade later, it got a VHS release and was finally able to be viewed. Now, of course, it can be seen on VHS, DVD, Blu-ray, the works, and it has the fluffiest dog in film, Tiger. Reportedly, the film was originally meant to be pretty mild, but the studio then wanted to up the level of nudity and violence and was meant to show off more skin. However, halfway through filming, the actors backed out and said that they wouldn't do the nude scenes. But since they already had a good deal of footage, they couldn't recast them, so they ended up shooting around the nude scenes. And then there's the Boogans themselves. They're kept off screen for the majority of the movie and are only revealed in the last couple of minutes, but they're sort of weirdly adorable turtle monsters. And I keep saying that they because there's supposed to be more than one of them, but the budget was pretty low, so there was only one creature made. And my rating on this is a 3. It's pretty close to a 3.5, but not quite. It's like 3.25, because it's decent and it has some fun stuff going on and a nice atmosphere, but just seems to stall a little too much for the middle portion of the film. Its significance is a 2 since it was pretty forgotten and lost for a while and is still just sort of a hidden cult monster movie. Should you watch it? I think so. I mean, it's a decent monster romp. On September 25th in Australia, we have the film The Chain Reaction that begins with an earthquake and a nuclear waste facility. 2 things that go great together. And a dude gets Jasoned in a Vancouver sewer. They tell him that it's a fatal dose and he tries to tell them that the leak will infect the groundwater nearby, but they want to cover it up, so he escapes. This guy from Mad Max is in here and, oh, so is this one. Gibson snuck in this minor cameo here and is uncredited. And a lot of the cast is actually from George Miller's flick, and Miller was actually originally supposed to direct this, but ended up pulling out, although he still worked on some of the chase sequences. Instead, it was the first feature work for Ian Barry, who continued to direct steadily after this, but mostly in TV. Heinrich ends up saved by mechanic Larry and his wife, but he only has 3 days to get the word out about the potential disaster while the company searches for him. Unfortunately, the accident has given him memory issues, and this was a pretty tough film to make on the budget. They wanted $600,000 to do it, but were denied and were only given $450,000. But as they were shooting, they went long and spent too much and ended up spending the $600,000 anyway. At this point, the China Syndrome had come out and been a huge hit, and panic about nuclear power was a popular theme, so the marketing on this one leaned heavily into that, and it was originally intended to be a quite serious dramatic film discussing it, but during filming became more action-oriented and a touch sillier. It went on to become fairly profitable, although not a major hit. And one of the odd things is that in DVD reissues, they featured Mel Gibson's face taking up most of the cover, which is hilarious because he's literally in 5 seconds of the movie. My rating here is a 2.5. I want to like this one, but it's kind of dull and only really perks up when the car chase happens and it's a little late in the game. Its significance is a 2, since although it does have a couple of big players involved, it's a little obscure. So much that they had to put a guy who's in the movie for 5 seconds on the cover to sell it. Should you watch it? Maybe. If you're a diehard Mad Max fan, it may be of interest, but there's not a whole lot to it.
Open the card. There's a bit of advice in there for you.
Then, on November 21st, we get a weird movie called The Apple. And hold up! Didn't I just watch this? Did I goof up and just turn on Xanadu again? It starts off with a futuristic society full of disco folk, and you have the evil devil. Mr. Boogaloo, who you may remember from Russia with Love as the evil Kronstein. And we're in the distant future of 1994, and it's a big song competition. And in a world obsessed with big pop tunes, Adam and Eve, Night of the Comets, Catherine Mary Stewart, and Alfie here come out and play a simple love song that people go nuts for.
And we are everybody's brother. We share
But Boogaloo rigs it. Afterwards, he invites BB and Alfie to his place for a party where they start to tempt BB, and Alfie resists. And yeah, this is very clearly a biblical parable told in sci-fi musical form, and would have been even more obvious if they had kept the opening scene, which would show a god character creating the heavens and making Alfie the first man and sending him to BB. It's both written and directed by Menahem Golan, yes, the man behind Cannon Films, and he's obviously responsible for a laundry list of wild genre flicks, but this was a bit different for him, although it was clearly made to cash in on the massive disco craze in films that was set off by Saturday Night Fever. Golan was so pumped up about the movie that he increased the budget from $4 million to $10 million and was convinced that it was going to be a major hit. And it's weird, with its sci-fi society with people forced to wear a sticker from the record label somewhere on their body, and a hero who I guess feels up his landlady? Alfie here is played by George Gilmore, and for whatever reason, this was his final film. His first film as well. In fact, this is his only credit whatsoever. And it might be because when this one first screened, it was a disaster. At a premiere in Montreal, they made these souvenir soundtrack records to give out, and during the screening, the audience began to throw them at the screen. Golan was reportedly so distraught by this reaction that he went back to his hotel and considered throwing himself off the hotel balcony, and only did not because his business partner came into the room. It was lambasted by the press and viewers and was referred to as not only the worst movie of the year, but one of the worst movies of all time. I'm gonna give it a 3 though, because yeah, it's bad, but it's pretty silly and fun at the same time. It's bad in that just the right way to be entertaining. Its significance is lower though at a 2.5 since it's really only remembered for being terrible, but that cult status has grown over time. Should you watch it? If you like ridiculous over-the-top sci-fi musicals, yes. Like if you watch Xanadu and were like this, but dumber, which is saying something, then this is for you. On that same day, September 25th, a more intentional comedy was released, although I guess we'll judge for ourselves if it succeeded in being funny, and it's So Fine. Herman Munster is here, and oh man, oh god, oh man, oh god, oh man, oh god, Ryan O'Neal is here, and he's a college professor. And Jack Warden is here too, and this guy was really working at this point in time. We saw him in Used Cars and The Great Muppet Caper, but he was also in several other movies and TV movies that I didn't cover, as well as being in the Bad News Bears TV show between 80 and 81. Well, Jack plays a guy named Jack, and he runs a clothing company and is trying to scam customers into buying his product because he's about to go under. He gets a call from a mob boss, and it's Jaws, and he owes him a ton of money, so he intends to take over Jack's business, but also force Jack's son, Bobby, to run it. He's opposed at first, but agrees in order to help out his dad, and he meets Mr. Eddie and his wife, who wants to know what you mean, Flash Gordon approaching. Bobby is smitten with her, and they flirt, but he starts to take over the operations. But he gets into trouble when he goes home with Ira, and Mr. Eddie comes back early. And he has to sneak out wearing her jeans, but splits the rear on the way.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh man. Oh god. Oh man. But when he goes back to the office, he's spotted by a bunch of buyers, and they think it's a new fashion trend and want to buy it. Well, then they start up a whole line called So Fine, featuring transparent butt cheek windows, and they become a sensation. Having saved his father's business and life, Bobby returns to the collegiate life. But when Mr. Eddie discovers his wife's infidelity, he goes into action. Well, this one was written and directed by Andrew Bergman, and it was his directorial debut, but he was a writer with a few hits, including being one of the writers on Blazing Saddles. It was meant as a genuine send-up of the fashion industry and the bold stylings of the era, and even though they made the jeans intentionally over the top, they were shocked that actual styles coming out were pushing things even further. The budget was around $10 million and featured a soundtrack by Ennio Morricone, and they gave it a big marketing push. However, the reviews were only so-so, and it only earned around $9 million, making it a disappointment, if not an outright flop. Oddly, much later, in '96, someone tried to patent the butt window from the movie for use in an actual clothing line, but it was regarded as unregisterable. And even though the filmmakers had a copyright on their design, it seems no lawsuits were ever claimed, and no product was ever made. Meanwhile, look for a small role for John Stockwell in his very first acting gig. And it's a 2.5. It's called So Fine, but it's just fine. It's not terrible, but it's not all that funny for a comedy, and the whole plot point of the jeans, which is the entire focusing of the marketing, is about 5% of the actual story, with Bobby versus Mr. Eddie, that storyline taking up everything else. The significance is only a 1.5 since it wasn't a hit at the time and was quickly forgotten, but does feature a solid list of known performers on hand. Should you watch it? You could probably skip it, but it's not a bad watch. Next up is a movie I'm excited about, and it looks like it has an unconfirmed release date of sometime in September. Although Wikipedia says it was released in Arizona in June and Los Angeles on October 23rd, so it appears as if the actual release is questionable, and it's The Unseen. It's set in Solvang, which is this really cute town a couple of hours outside of Los Angeles, and it's this little Danish town with windmills and stuff. It's pretty great. And three friends are on a trip there after one left her boyfriend because she's a spy who didn't love him. But there's a mix-up with the hotel and they have to find someplace else to stay. And they find a spot with McMurphy's fellow mental patient. He lets them stay at the old farmhouse where his wife is, but it seems like they're also hiding something in the basement that attacks and kills Karen. So, young people on a vacation, countryside farmhouse, creepy family with a mysterious member. If that sounds familiar, it's because one of the writers on the film was Kim Henkel, who co-wrote the original Texas Chainsaw. And it's pretty clear that he's doing something similar here, except instead of the Deep South, he's going Deep Dutch. But the final product doesn't resemble his script at all, as it was altered before filming, to the point that he's no longer credited as a writer. But he published his version as a book entitled Deadly Encounter. And here's why I said I was excited about this one. I saw this ages and ages ago, apparently, and I guess sort of forgot about it. And as soon as I started watching it, and I saw the girl get dragged down to the vent, I said, oh yeah, I know this. Completely just jarred my memory. It was directed by Danny Steinman, who has a bit of a rough reputation in horror. He only did 4 films, an X-rated feature in '73, and then this one, and afterwards did Savage Streets with Linda Blair, and then his most noted film, Friday the 13th Part 5, where he was tagged as being a little overly sleazy and was accused of wanting to make a softcore sex film instead of a horror flick. He had a hard time getting a picture launched after that one, and then was in a biking accident that prevented him from working, and he left the industry. Passed away in 2012. But hey, you may say, I looked at the opening credits and it doesn't say Steinman. The director is listed as Peter Foleg, and that's a pseudonym since he had his name removed from the film as he was upset with the final cut of it, claiming that the cut butchered his work and ruined the scares. The cast and crew reportedly also had a really tough time with him as he was difficult to work with. Flounder makes a late in the game appearance as well as Junior. It didn't get much attention at the time, although the reviews weren't terrible, but it soon slipped into relative obscurity. And my rating for it is a 3.5. I like this one. It's dirty and creepy and weird, but it does kind of go into nothing new territory. Its significance is only a 2.5 though, since it is fairly unknown, but I can't give it too low since it's got Steinman involved, a script from Henkel, and has some recognizable faces. Should you watch it? Yes, don't leave this one, and I'm sorry, unseen. It's now time to right a wrong, because in the original run of the 80s project, I didn't include this film, which debuted on October 1st in Hong Kong with Kung Fu Zombie. So now I'm covering it. We have this guy who deals with a bunch of zombies that happen to look and act a lot like Jiangxi. He's part of a group of guys that are plotting a murder, and this dude wants to use the magic to assist with his plan. But then we meet Pang, and he's played by Billy Chong, and this was early in his career, and we saw him in the Horror Project 1982 episodes with Kung Fu from Beyond the Grave. Turns out that Pang is the guy that the thugs are trying to kill because he got them busted a few years back in a high-speed Benny Hill type scene. Now, they attack, with an extended fight scene ensuing, with Wu Lung activating his zombies, but they're no match for Pang, and Boss Man Lu is killed. Well, right after, he's struck by lightning and becomes a vengeful spirit. He wants Wu to restore his body, but is shocked to see that it's too damaged to return to, so he wants to find a new body to inhabit. In the meantime, he gets up to wacky hijinks in town by following Wu around as he tries to find him a new body. But just when they seem to have found him the perfect one, it comes back to life on its own, and he is revealed to be Long, a notorious killer, and he's also trying to kill Pang, because how many sworn enemies does this kid have? Why does he have so many sworn enemies coming back to town to kill him? But then there's more fights with shirt ripping. So maybe he'll end up being a good vessel for Lu unless he's just too damn evil to die. And this one is by Shan Hua. director of the infamous Inframan from 1975. But he also made a movie in 1978 that I have to seek out called Soul Brothers of Kung Fu. This is obviously a riff on the earlier film, Encounters of the Spooky Kind, and follows that formula fairly closely, although the ending goes full-on goofy with high-speed fights with pseudo-Dracula. And this is amusing. I'm going to give it a 3. It's the kind of wacky kung fu stuff that I like, although it does get rather repetitive in the middle. But by the time the ending hits, none of that matters. The significance is just a 1 since it's not known and didn't impact our world of cinema, nor did it affect its home market too much. Should you watch it? If this looks like the stuff you normally like, then you're guaranteed to like it, but if you don't enjoy trash martial arts films, then you can skip it. Let's go back to the world of martial arts, although a far more American take on it, and on October 2nd in the US, it's Enter the Ninja. We meet this white ninja, and I don't mean that he's a white guy, I mean that he's all dressed in white, but he's also a white guy. He's chased by several ninja in red and also in black, and we have all the favorites of the 80s. Nunchuck, throwing stars, everything we weren't allowed to have because our mums weren't that cool. Yeah, Mom. I'm still mad about it. The whole thing culminates in White Suit finding his target and decapitating him, but then it's revealed that it's all a test and was all fake. And let me get this straight. This guy is standing here, blinking and turning, and then sometime in this second or so, he magically swaps himself out for a dummy? White Suit is the OG Django, and he's celebrating completing his training. However, Hasegawa is opposed to him being a part of their clan because he doesn't feel he's worthy. And afterwards, Cole goes to the Philippines to visit his old war friend. He's greeted by his wife, Marianne, played by Susan George, and Cole just strolls onto their property. She doesn't know who he is and points a gun at him, and he disarms her, making sure to grab her chest as much as he possibly can. Seems that Frank is being pressured to sell his land by a local factory CEO because they want all the oil underneath. That CEO is Venarius, and he's Christopher George, Susan's husband. And normally, when he appears, I show a specific clip, but I'm gonna hold off on that here for reasons that may become clear later. He has a one-handed lackey, and his men put pressure on Frank's employees to get them all to quit and generally try to push them out. But they didn't count on Cole being around to help fight back and then celebrate with a drink. And I think that they forgot to tell this extra that they were filming. And hey buddy, stop looking right at the camera. Just walk past in the background. No, just gotta stare the whole time? Oh, okay. So Venarius gets flustered that Frank has a ninja on his side and enlists one of his own. And wouldn't you know that it's gonna be Hasegawa. And this one was by Menahem Golan of the Canon Picture fame. And it changed quite a bit from the original setup. The original director was going to be Emmett Alston, and karate champ Mike Stone was in line to play Cole. But after he proved to be a much better martial artist than he was an actor, he was let go. Around the same time, Alston was fired as well, with Golan stepping in, but both of the released players continued to work on the film. Alston stayed on as a second unit director, whereas Stone stuck around in a stunt double role, and he was given story credit since the original concept was his. The budget was low at $1.5 million and the reviews were soft, but it was a surprise hit, earning $15 million. It kicked off a number of imitators and ninja-themed films, and also began its own trilogy, with Revenge of the Ninja arriving in 1983 and Ninja 3: The Domination in '84. Although the only thing that linked the three films was the presence of Sho Kosugi, although he played different characters in each. And I'm going with a 2.5 here because there's just not enough ninja action, and some of it that we do get is a mustachioed Texan who just isn't all that good at it. It's fun enough though, and there's a fair amount of cheese to make it enjoyable. The significance is also a 2.5 since it was mildly popular and influenced a bunch of clones, and I had to boost it up an extra 0.5 just for giving us the best death scene in all of cinema. Should you watch it? I mean, yeah, I guess it's not great, but it's worth a watch. This next one did have some screenings in May, but it went wide on October 9th, and it's Dead and Buried. And this is a low-key horror classic, and starts with a guy who might want to fight a killer snowman, and Lisa Blunt. And I think that horror fans are familiar with her from Prince of Darkness, but she got an Oscar from producing a short film called The Accountant that won in 2002. But this is sad. I was not aware that she passed away back in 2010. The photographer is beaten and then set on fire, so Sheriff Gillis, played by James Ferrantino, comes in to investigate. And the coroner is Grandpa Joe, so thankfully he got out of bed to come and help out. And this was actually his final film as he died shortly afterwards. Turns out that the photographer's not dead, but hey, Freddy's on hand here helping out, and Harv is here too. And holy crap, so is this guy, and his name is Glenn Morshower, who's one of those oh yeah, that guy actors. Meanwhile, Dan's wife is Dale Arden, and they killed George in the hospital. But wait a minute, he's back? The mystery deepens and the killings continue, featuring some pretty wild and gruesome effects, which were done by none other than Stan Winston. He was an up-and-coming effects artist at the time, and this would be in the same year that he'd earned an Oscar nomination for the family-friendly Heartbeats. It was directed by Gary Sherman, and it was one of his earliest works, and his filmography is pretty diverse, with action and drama in there, but he returned to horror for the much-maligned Poltergeist 3. But the promotional material was very quick to state that it was from the creators of Alien, and that's because the script was by Dan O'Bannon and Russ Shusett, the writers of that classic. But there was some friction there. O'Bannon said after the fact that he had nothing to do with it, and Shusett wrote it himself, but needed his name in order to sell it. He agreed to do so as long as he could make suggestions and change the script that Shusett wrote. But unfortunately, none of those changes were actually made, although O'Bannon didn't find that out until the film was released, and it was too late to get his name out of the credits. Even though it got some good reviews, it ended up being a bit of a dud in theaters, only pulling in around $200,000, where it cost $3 million. And its woes were compounded when it landed on the UK nasty list, but was not prosecuted. Later though, it was acquitted of the charges and removed from the list. And I'm giving this one a 3.5, and yeah, this is another one that I would give a 3.75 if I had that rating. But it's pretty great. The problem is that it takes a little too long to get to where it wants to be. Its significance is a 3 since it does feature some great horror talent with O'Bannon in there, Winston showing his stuff, and even Englund in attendance, but it's just so much on the fringe, it just never even hit that bigger cult status that you think that it should. Should you watch it? Definitely. Should I make the same pun? Don't leave this one dead and buried. Same pun, everybody.
You will try to kill me, Dan, but you can't. You can only make me dead.
On that same day, October 9th, another film was released, although a touch sillier one, with Full Moon High. We've got a high school football team that go to the school of the title, including a Michael Myers victim, and Coach Lubbock. And this might be one of America's funniest home videos, I guess, and someone might be getting a giant check from Publishers Clearinghouse. And he needs to deliver some microfilm to Romania. And he takes Tony with him. And it's a comedy, so there's some jokes here and there.
You'll enjoy it.
And Tony has a palm reader tell him that he's cursed, and that night encounters a werewolf that he seems to think is a dog. He gets bitten and things get crazy on the plane back home when it's hijacked, but Tony changes and woofs out to attack them. Shortly after, he gets back home and his changes continue, but I guess he doesn't do anything but bother everyone really, as it's said that all he does is bite women on the butt, which, you know, I've seen people post as a requirement on Tinder profiles, so not a big deal. But when his dad accidentally shoots himself, he leaves school to go find himself for several decades, staying the same age. So he returns to his own school and poses as his own son. He encounters all of his old classmates who have grown up and drastically changed, and I kind of can't believe that this one is from the horror legend Larry Cohen. He was one of the more underrated of the filmmakers of the era, but the guy did the It's Alive series, God Told Me To, Q, The Winged Serpent, the freaking stuff. This guy had some great stuff out there, and I have to say, I'm not sure that a straight comedy was really in his wheelhouse. And it's wild that this came out like a month or two after Student Bodies, since they serve as similar kind of horror parodies, but whereas Bodies seemed interested on focusing on making fun of slasher flicks, this harkens back to classic horror a bit, but also brings in a touch of social commentary on the shift in American ideals between the 60s and 80s. But the accidental commentary that it makes is the difference in how werewolves are portrayed, because not only is this coming out after Student Bodies, but it's arriving shortly after The Howling, An American Werewolf in London, which both changed the game in terms of lycanthropes on film. And yeah, this one seems perhaps a bit too old-fashioned. It's got bits with Laureen Landon, Mr. Miyagi, and even Monroe. But then Adam Arkin's dad, Captain Invincible, shows up, and it was the first time the pair had been in a big film together. And I'm sad to say, but my rating on this one is a 2.5. I love Larry Cohen, but this one just does not work. A lot of the humor falls flat, and it takes a third of the movie just to set up its premise. I want to like this much more, but I just don't. Its HCS is the same, since it's a Cohen film, an early horror comedy spoof, and features a bunch of familiar faces. Should you watch it? I mean, I'd say yes. If you have a particular sense of humor, you may like it more than me.
Come back, you premature ejaculator!
October 9th was really busy since our final film of this block came out on that day as well, and it's another slasher, The Prowler. It starts after the ending of World War II with the soldiers coming home, and a woman named Rosemary who left her boyfriend during the war. In 1945, she has a new boyfriend, and they're killed by an unseen man with a pitchfork. It then jumps ahead to 1980 with Deputy Mark here, and this guy is Christopher Goutman, who was only in a few things, but then went on to become a director and really involved in the soap opera world. He did like 70 episodes of one, but then went into producing and produced As the World Turns for over a decade. It's right before the big school graduation dance, but there's a killer on the prowl. Because he's the Prowler. He kinda has to. You can't really skulk if you're the Prowler. The dance has a rock band, and I'm curious, did anyone ever have a school dance with a cool band? In movies, there's always pretty decent rock bands playing, and in real life, I've only ever seen like crappy bar bands covering oldies or something. Pam's neighbor is some kind of reservoir dog, and the bodies start to pile up while the mystery of the killer's identity deepens. So the interesting thing about this block of films is that we have one that's by the future director of Friday the 13th Part 5, and this one is from the future director of Part 4. Yep, in about 2 years' time, the final chapter will be led up by this film's Joe Zito. He had previously done a couple of flicks, including Blood Rage, that probably should have gone into the 1980s version of the project, and it was because of this film that he got the gig to kill off Jason. And hey, speaking of the final chapter, that reunited Zito with the special effects artist of this film, Tom Savini. Yes, the murders were all created by Savini here, and they are wildly over the top and pretty gruesome. So much so that it had to be dramatically edited in order to get an R rating, chopping out a big helping of the gore. And the cuts went even further in the UK, where it was released as Rosemary's Killer. Of course, the reviews weren't that favorable, but they actually weren't overly negative. It got far less scorn than some of the other by-the-number slasher flicks from the era, and some seem to pick up on the subtext about the treatment of veterans in a post-war period. One person who truly appreciated it, though, was Tom Savini, who felt like it showcased his stuff in a proper way, and he calls it some of his best work. Audiences didn't embrace it as strongly, though, since it only did around $1 million in ticket sales, around the same amount that it cost to make. Thankfully, it grew in cult status and earned a bigger audience on the home market, cable runs, and has since been called one of the greatest slashers of the era. And my rating on it is a 3.5. It's a good time and a solid slasher flick, even if it feels a bit like you've seen it all before. The mystery is also a little easy to figure out, considering the film doesn't really give you that many suspects to work with. And its cultural significance is a 3.5, since yes, it's a well-known slasher, and Zito and Savini are involved, but it never really earned that spot in the cultural eye that it would need, and it's still hovering around a sort of cult status. Should you watch it? Without a doubt, soak in those Savini spectacles. This block kicks off on October 9th with the film Tattoo, which is apparently not a spin-off film of Fantasy Island, but instead gives us Laura Dern's dad as a tattoo artist who refuses to be tempted by a young Cynthia Nixon who, even at around 15, was just such a Miranda. And he gets word that his abusive father has died. He's approached by someone from a fashion magazine and they want him to put temporary tattoos on some models for a shoot. And one of them is Octopussy, who Carl takes an instant liking to. When he meets her to start work on her, his obsession increases and they end up going out to dinner together. Things get heated pretty quickly and they start to see each other, but it's pretty apparent that Carl is a little kooky and vaguely stalkerish, and she starts seeing someone else, so he ups his level of creepiness. And the director here is Bob Brooks, who had a rather short career in the industry. He did a couple of TV episodes and a TV movie, but this would be his first theatrical feature, and would also end up being his last. After this, he only did a series of commercials until his passing in 2012. Carl eventually ends up kidnapping Mandy and tattoos her upper body against her will, which is something I didn't realize I should be paranoid about, but now am. And this was a troubled film, but not during the filming phase. In the time before release, the producer, Joseph Levine, decided to edit the film without Brooks's knowledge. It was also protested by women's groups because of the depiction of the violence towards women, and they made it a point of defacing the film's advertising. It was also greatly delayed in post-production, as it was intended to be released in late '80, and was instead postponed nearly a year until October of '81. Also, there's a sex scene between Dern and Adams, which Dern would claim was unsimulated, and that the two actually had sex. Adams refuted this, however, and stated that it was a standard fake love scene, which apparently hurt her reputation since studios saw her as being difficult and bad-mouthing the film that she was in. Although I don't know how true this is, since she played a Bond girl just 2 years later. The movie didn't do all that well upon release, getting mediocre at best reviews, and earned a Worst Acting Razzie nomination for Dern. And my rating on this one is a 2.5. It's fine and all, but it's a touch on the empty side, and it feels like we've seen this whole obsessive fan thing done better already. Its horror cultural significance is just a 2, since it was never really all that well known and didn't make an impact on the genre. I mean, it's more thriller than horror, really, but there are minor elements. Should you watch it? Maybe. It's not terrible or anything, but if you miss out on it, you're not missing a whole lot.
I never loved anyone in my entire life.
We're going in a completely different direction now with a film that's a little harder to talk about, since on October 11th it was time for My Dinner with Andre. It begins in New York City, and we have Fazzini, and he's a struggling playwright, which seems inconceivable. He's been working for a while and had an old friend named Andre who became very successful a while back, but then had a massive midlife crisis and gave it all up and vanished. But now he's back, and has asked Andre to dinner, something he's very nervous about, but agrees to. He goes there, and I should point out that Wallace Shawn is playing Wallace Shawn, and he'd been acting for a while now and actually was a playwright in real life as well. The friend that he's meeting is Andre Gregory, and he's a real person as well, and the story about him being successful in the 70s and then leaving to roam around Europe is also true. They have small talk, and all the while, Wally's inner monologue can be heard, and they discuss various topics of theater. They talk about the concept of a beehive, the fascist undertones of The Little Prince, being visited by a minotaur with poppies growing out of his toes, flags with Tibetan swastikas on it, and their conversation gets more and more introspective until they're discussing the human condition with quail being served. At first, Wally seems incredibly fascinated with Andre's stories, but he does question the more spiritual aspects of what he's bringing up, and every once in a while, the waiter pops by and asks them how everything is when their mouths are full. And this movie is interesting because it's literally an hour and 45 minutes of two guys sitting in a restaurant booth talking to each other. But one of those men is Wallace Shawn, so it's not as dull as you'd expect. And this started with Andre actually wanting to get back into theater after his break, and he was friends with Wallace Shawn, and they come up with this idea and suggested it as a play. But Shawn was working in film at this point and brought up doing it that way instead. The director was Louis Malle, and he was a noted French art film director, and when he contacted them about doing the movie, they thought it was a joke since they didn't believe he'd be interested. It was done on a budget of around $500,000 and shot over the course of around 2 weeks in a vacant hotel restaurant. And the production manager was none other than Lloyd Kaufman in his era of working within the Hollywood system. And the film really took off. The reviews were glowing, and it became an art house hit, earning over $5 million, although it was completely overlooked by the Academy and received no Oscar nominations. Over time, the film's reputation has grown, and it spawned a series of imitations and parodies, and even had a set of action figures and action playset, but it seems there's only one remaining in existence in the care of one Corky St. Clair. And this is a 4, and you have to be prepared for what you're getting into here. This is literally two guys sitting and talking, and that's all it is. But their conversation is interesting, the editing paces it well, and our characters are charming, and the time flies right by. The significance is a 3 since it's well known and often satirized, but I still think very few people have seen it, and most people have merely heard of it without actually having watched the film. Should you watch it? Yeah, you should. Do it over dinner.
You know, you seem to be saying that it's inconceivable that any...
He said it! Our next entry changed the shape of horror forever, as well as my life, because on October 15th, the evil dead were unleashed unto this earth. It had its premiere in Detroit and then would play a number of festivals for the next year and a half before getting a wider release in April of 1983. It's the tale of 5 college students on their way to an old abandoned cabin in the woods, including Jerky Scotty and his girlfriend Shelley, bookish Cheryl, and innocent Linda, and of course Linda's boyfriend, Ash. Their plan at the cabin is to do a little of the old nis tu-tu-turin. Roughly translated,
Party down! Yeah!
They end up finding a mysterious book in the cellar, along with a knife and a tape recorder, which they play and end up releasing the spirits in the woods. These spirits then decide to unleash a bit of chaos by doing a little awkward branching and then possessing the inhabitants of the cabin, pitting them against each other, with the only way to stop them being bodily dismemberment. And on the remote chance that you're not familiar, this is the work of Sam Raimi and his childhood friends. And one of those friends was Ash actor Bruce Campbell. And when they were younger, they shot a number of home movies together, including a short film called Within the Woods, a horror flick that would end up being the basis for The Evil Dead. Using that short, they were able to raise enough money from family, and local businesses, like around $375,000 to produce a full-length version of their film, which was partially inspired by H.P. Lovecraft, hence the inclusion of the Necronomicon. They then rallied up a group of friends and headed out to the woods of Tennessee to shoot, finding a remote cabin that fit their needs. There were 13 crew members in total, all of which had to stay at the cabin while filming, and keep in mind in the movie that 5 people were smushed together in that little building. So imagine another 8 in there, which led to some heated moments on set and frequent arguments. There were injuries, including torn off eyelashes and extremely uncomfortable contact lenses for the demon eye effects. And one thing that I don't think that a lot of people know is that The Evil Dead was partially edited by a then unknown Joel Cohen of the Coen brothers. He and Sam were friends back in Detroit, and it was helping out on the making of this movie that inspired Joel to raise money for their debut feature, Blood Simple. When The Evil Dead was done, they managed to get it into several key film festivals, including Cannes, where Stephen King saw it and praised it. His rave review got the film a ton of notoriety and was pretty influential in getting it recognized by distributors to widen the release. Of course, it would go on to a successful release, and although it didn't do that well in the US. I mean, it did gross around $2.5 million, certainly a lot more than its budget, but not really a massive hit. However, it did much better on the foreign market and then became a huge winner on the VHS release. Over time, it's become one of the most successful cult films of all time, spawning several sequels, a remake, a reboot or something, what is that? A TV show, video games, comic books, and even a popular stage musical. And my rating on it is a 5. This is one of my favorite films of all time. I love every minute of this. And it's one of the films I've seen the most in my life. It's a straight up low budget masterpiece. Its significance is also a 5, since it has not only left a dent in the world of horror and served as a starting point for one of what has become the most popular franchises in the genre, but it kicked off a pop cultural phenomenon with the introduction of Ash, often called one of the biggest heroes in all of horror, if not the biggest. Should you watch it? Yup. Join us.
We're gonna get you, not another peep. Time to go to sleep.
Our next entry could technically be put into 1982 since that's when it had a US release, but it came out in Mexico a touch earlier, on October 16th. And it's X-Ray, which was also known as the Hospital Massacre. It starts off back in 1961 at Susan's house, and I love that the movie just sort of expects us to know who that is. Oh, Susan. Everybody knows Susan. There's a couple of kids here, and we just saw little Susan in Bloody Birthday, and little Harry, who we also saw in Bloody Birthday. After crushing Harry's heart, literally, he kills little David by, I guess, putting his head in a hat stand. I do not know what happened here and how he pulled this off. It cuts to 19 years later as Susan is now fully grown and has become noted Playboy legend Barbie Benton. She has a jerk ex-husband and a young daughter, and goes in for some tests at a hospital in which 1 year earlier a patient went on a murder spree. It seems like some shady stuff is going on there as we witness a doctor being killed by a masked man, followed by a janitor, accompanied by some very serious music. He's done in by putting his face in chemicals, which I guess makes a bunch of blueberry stick to his mug. There's then some red herrings in the mystery of Susan's X-rays. And the director on this one was Boaz Davidson, and he's had a pretty lengthy career. He directed a number of films in the 70s and 80s, including The Last American Virgin, but did his last film in 1997 before switching into producing, where he's been ever since. This one is rather notoriously remembered for Benton's nude scene in the film, a rather comically drawn-out sequence in which the doctor examines her in a fashion that I'm not sure is proper hospital procedure. It's worth noting that Benton did a ton of TV and recurring spots on both The Love Boat, Fantasy Island, but has only appeared in 2 feature films, and this was the first of them. The only other film that she was to appear in was 1983's Deathstalker. There's also the odd inclusion of the 3 old ladies that Susan is forced to share a room with, who are basically like the Statler and Waldorf of the hospital, and whenever they appear, the movie swerves into surreal mode, especially because one of them is clearly a man. And quite a bit of this one feels like it takes place in some sort of dream world. Like, the mystery of it all is a little easy to figure out, particularly once you know the characters' names though. It feels like it's too obvious to be what's going on, but then it just ends up being exactly what you think. And I'm going to give this one a 3, since it has some really cool surreal stuff happening, and it's pretty visually unique, but it's a bit aimless with the plot and doesn't really seem to have much of a direction for the majority of it. Its significance is a 2 though, since it's pretty forgotten, although it gets a bit extra oomph for Benton. Should you watch it? I'd say yeah. I mean, I know that you're going to want to see that examination scene.
But the receptionist downstairs said the 8th floor.
This is the 9th floor. You better get out of here, kiddo. You're gonna get yourself the louse.
1 week later, on October 23rd, we'd have the release of the film Nightmare, which was also titled Nightmares in a Damaged Brain, which starts off with a bloody bang and has George here confined to a mental facility. Seems like when he was younger, he had some sort of traumatic incident that haunts him, but he's declared cured and released. Unfortunately, as soon as he's released, he goes to a peep show and breaks down, and heads down to Florida, where his wife resides with their 3 kids. On the way, he shows his psychotic tendencies are still present by stalking and then killing a random woman, and meanwhile, back in New York, his doctors take news of his disappearance rather well.
I'm sorry.
Susan has a new boyfriend that's either Discount Tommy Chong or your friendly neighborhood Uncle Pete, one of the 2, and her son plays that most hilarious of childhood pranks, pretending like you've been disemboweled. George continues his hunt, and this one is from Romano Scavolini, an Italian who had previously mostly worked in X-rated entertainment, but also had done 1 or 2 mainstream works. Almost every aspect of this one would end up being mired in controversy. First up, the sheer amount of violence and sex in the movie would earn it an X rating, although Scavolini refused to cut down any of the contentious moments, saying that the film should be scandalous. And it was, as it landed on the video nasty list in the UK and was prosecuted for obscenity. When a British company released the film unedited anyway, they were found guilty of the obscenity charge and were actually sentenced to prison terms. And speaking of those over-the-top gore bits, early on, the film was promoted as having effects by Tom Savini. Posters of the film had him highlighted under the credits as being the special effects director, and the tagline stated, "From the man who terrified you in Dawn of the Dead and Friday the 13th. The problem was that Savini didn't actually do those effects and said that he was only a consultant on the film. He actually threatened to sue them over using his name on all of the promotion, but Scavolini claims that Savini did do the designs for the work, and only the prosthetic effects were done by other people, and produced photographs of the artist on set to prove his point. Some of those effects were done by Ed French, another makeup legend, and it was one of his first films. And he said that although Savini was present, he didn't actually do any of the work, and he was just there on set giving advice and overseeing things. French was only present for part of the filming though, and Baird Stafford, who played George, also said that Savini was on set for the effect shots of the filming. Regardless, later posters and promotions would remove the credit, but would still mention his previous works, with the new tagline being, "If you were terrified by Dawn of the Dead and Friday the 13th, you must see Nightmare." Of course, reviews weren't that kind, with a number of them criticizing the amount of violence and its generally repulsive tone, although it did quite well considering that the budget was a pretty meager $250K. And my rating on it is a 3. There's some solid bits going on here, and it's definitely some top-notch effects work, but holy crap, does it take a long time to get where it's going. Its HCS is a 3 as well, since it is a bit more well-known, was one of the more notorious of the nasties, had that weird Savini controversy, and is still pretty discussed for its Halloween similarity. Should you watch it? Yeah, it's worth checking out, but just know that it's not the snappiest of pacing.
Kathy, took you so long to answer? Are the kids asleep? Kathy? Kathy?
On that very same day, things got weird with The Pit. And it has a young boy named Jamie who's bullied, so he lures a jerky dude out into the woods and pushes him into a pit. It's in the title. He also gets into trouble with his teacher.
All right, Jamie. Rub it off and go home.
I'm just gonna hold my tongue there. His parents are worried about him because he talks to imaginary friends and tries to look up his new babysitter's dress, and their concerns might be valid because the dude has full-on conversations with his teddy bear, who is named Teddy. He also tells Sandy about his friends in the woods, a bunch of creatures in a pit that he calls the Tra-la-logs, or Trogs, and then forms a jealousy when he sees her making out with a guy friend. His obsession increases with him leaving her messages on mirrors, and he starts feeding the Trogs with meat, and eventually tricks one of the rude neighborhood girls in there, where she is promptly eaten. He starts finding other people to toss in there, taking us back to the intro scene, and this one is the work of Lou Lehman, who had a pretty short stint in the business. This marked his only directorial work, and before this, he had only served as a writer and music editor for TV shows, but he did write the script for the 1980 John Huston film, Phobia. It was written by a screenwriter named Ian Stewart and was the only thing he ever did in terms of film work, and he was pretty unhappy with how the film turned out. In his original version, things were much darker. Like, Jamie was younger and was only around 8 or 9 years old, and there were no actual creatures. The Trogs were simply a figment of his imagination. The film was more about a disturbed young boy's fantasy world as opposed to literally feeding people to monsters. When Lehman signed on, he aged up Jamie a few years and added quite a bit more humor into the storyline and made the monsters real. There's a novelization of the film entitled Teddy that sticks closer to the original screenplay and maintains the darker tone. It's pretty silly as it goes on, and as people just can't seem to avoid this giant pit. Like, it seems easy not to fall in, but people just do. And I'm going with a 3.5 on this one. I think it's a ton of fun, although I wouldn't have minded seeing the more cerebral version as well. Its significance is lower, though, at a 2.5. I mean, although it's certainly grown in cult status, it's still pretty unknown and didn't launch any horror careers. Should you watch it? Yeah, but just watch out for any giant-sized hole in the ground while you do.
I know you can't see. There's a beautiful nature trail along here, Sullivan.
I don't like to go too far from home, you know. I worry about it. Oh.
You'll have nothing to worry about soon.
Getting closer to All Hallows Eve now, and on October 24th, we got a juicy release with The Dark Knight of the Scarecrow. It's got Durant, Robert G. Durant as Brubba here, who has the mind of a child, and he's friends with little Merrily here, and their bond is frowned upon by Doc Hopper, who's not looking for frog legs here. His distaste is shared by the dick lawyer from My Cousin Vinny, and one day while playing, the little girl is attacked by a dog, and Bubba gets blamed for it. So, Otis rounds up a cop who beats his wife to go after him, so he's forced to hide in a nearby field, posing as the Scarecrow. Of course, the posse find him and proceed to shoot him, just in time to hear that little Merrily is fine, and in fact, Bubba saved her life. Of course, they're brought to trial and are found innocent and get away scot-free. Later, Merrily hears his voice and follows it to where he died, saying that he's not really gone. And the next day, a mysterious Scarecrow shows up. Pretty soon, bizarre accidents start befalling the crew, and Old Fred and Large Marge come popping in. And our director here is Frank D. Fallina, who had a bigger career in writing than he did in directing, as he wrote the novels Audrey Rose and The Entity, and did the screenplays for both films when they adapted them. Interestingly enough, he didn't write this one though, and the script was by J.D. Feigelson, who had intended for this to be a theatrical feature. But while looking for funding, CBS bought it and wanted to make it into a TV movie. Even with the constraints of television though, Feigelson only had to make a few minor revisions to his script in order to make it suitable for airing. At the time, there really hadn't been any horror films featuring a scarecrow as a villainous figure, and this is often considered to be the first film to focus on one as an antagonist, kicking off a whole subgenre. And this did well enough when it first aired, but as a TV movie, it's kind of hard to gauge its success. But over time, its cult following has drastically increased. It frequently shows up in mentions of the best horror TV of all time, and is definitely the best evil scarecrow movie out there. Although, make sure not to confuse it with the similarly titled 1995 film, Night of the Scarecrow by Jeff Burr. This one's hit a bit of a renaissance of late, which inspired Feigelson to write and also direct a sequel in 2022 called Dark Night of the Scarecrow 2, which fails to capture the magic of the original. And my rating on this one is a 4. I think it's a great, moody flick and a testament that TV terror doesn't have to be tame. I just wish that the ending was a little stronger. Its significance is a 3.5 since it features a pretty solid roster in front of and behind the camera, and made scarecrows spooky in cinema. But it still just hovers in that cult world and never reached any sort of mainstream fame. Should you watch it? Do it. Make Bubba proud. Get ready for things to get really wild now. And we have to go to Australia for this next one for a film released there on October 30th. Even though it was an American film, but it was never released here. And we'll talk about why when we talk about Roar. This is in Tanzania, and we meet Hank, and he lives on a nature preserve with a number of lions and big cats. Lots of cats. All over the place. And it seems like he's going to be visited by a committee, and they're going to review his grant. And this one just sort of goes after this guy, and this seems, well, aggressive. And when the cats get excited, they jump all over Hank and... Jesus! There's unrest amongst the lions because of a rogue named Togar, who's always causing problems. And when they fight, Hank just jumps right in like a lunatic, and those cats are really all over him. And you know we're going to talk about that later. Like, a lot. Especially when you can clearly see blood on Hank's hands and face. And these guys get attacked, and they're quite bloodied up as well. Well, his family is coming to visit, and his wife knows more about birds than she does about lions or tigers, and his daughter is a working girl. Seems they've been separated for a while, and they arrive while Hank is out and about, but he's on his way to the airport to get them, and tigers sunk his boat, so he's stranded. They don't know where he is, but they're shocked to see lions loose everywhere, and they soon find themselves being cornered and stalked. And they try to keep away, but Trogar has other plans, while Hank tries to get back to the house to help out. Okay, if you've not heard of this movie, you're probably really confused what this is, but believe it or not, this is entirely real. This movie was directed by Noel Marshall, who plays Hank. He was married to Tippi Hedren at the time, and the kids in the movie are their kids. And it's set in an actual house that they built outside of Los Angeles, and the cats were all theirs. They started shooting in 1976, and the filming process took 5 full years. And it was a crazy time. One of the people that worked on the film was Jean de Bont, future director of Speed. And during filming, there was a total of 48 reported injuries, although Marshall says he believes that the number was much higher than that, likely over 100. The blood you see in those shots is real, and Marshall was hospitalized multiple times, and at one point they thought he would lose his arm. Oh, Hedren was bitten on the head, with the lion's teeth scraping her skull. Griffith was attacked by a lioness, and they thought she might lose her eye, and she needed facial reconstruction surgery. Oh, de Bont had it the worst though, since he was literally scalped during an attack and needed 220 stitches to patch him up. They spent $17 million in total on the film, but decided not to release it in the US because distributors wanted too big of a cut of the profits, and that didn't leave enough for them to donate to the animals' care. There's dispute of how much it made though, since the official total is $2 million worldwide, but Marshall says that number's way off and it did far more than that, claiming it was at least $10 million. By the time the film was complete, Hedren and Marshall's marriage was on the rocks and they were divorced soon after, and the financial losses of the film meant that he couldn't set up the big cat reserve he wanted to. It did get a release in the States, finally, but not until 2015, and has been called the most dangerous movie ever made. And I'm going with a 3 here. It's a hard film to judge because the making of the film is far more interesting than the actual film. And you don't care much about the story as you're watching because you're just sitting there hoping that these actors aren't really about to get chowed down on. The CS here is just a 2 since it has gotten its share of controversy, but it went unseen here for decades where no one knew about it, and when it finally got released, it didn't make a big impact. Should you watch it? Yeah, you should. There's cats in it. And Noel Marshall yelling like non-stop. We are right before Halloween now, and this next entry premiered on October 30th at an event in Albuquerque, but didn't get a full release until February of 1983, and it's Madman. An opening title card tells us that we're at North Sea Cottages, a retreat for gifted children, and begins with a dude telling a campfire story, but he doesn't just tell it. Nope. He sings it.
Trespassed his ground and chose to take chances, dragged into the black.
And we're then told another story, one about Madman Mars, who killed his family with an axe and is missing his nose. His crimes are discovered and he's hung, but survived and vanished. And dumbass Richie decides to throw a rock through his window and taunt him. Francine is here, and it's weird seeing her play a teenager several years after her very adult character in Dawn of the Dead. And I didn't realize that Gaylen Ross was only in 3 films in her whole career. Dawn, this, and essentially a cameo in Creepshow, and that's it. Meanwhile, it seems like Richie riled up Mr. Mars and he starts to attack the crew, and this one was directed by Joe Gione, who also co-wrote the script, but this was the only film he did. He did a couple of films in an assistant director capacity and also has 1 producer credit, but for the most part, this was his biggest contribution to the world of horror. And originally, This was meant to be about Cropsey and not Madman Mars. The legend of Cropsey was a real thing, an actual urban legend, but when it became apparent that The Burning was featuring the same villain and would be released first, they scrambled to make changes to the script and alter their antagonist into an original creation. They also had to change their title, which was originally Madman: The Legend Lives, because right around the same time, there was a Frank Sinatra tour kicking off called Frank Sinatra: The Legend Lives. They didn't want any confusion or possible lawsuits, so they shortened the name to simply Madman. The role of Mars went to Paul Ehlers, and it was his first film and would be his only role until 2009, 28 years later. And during the filming of this one, his son was born and he had to rush to the hospital still in makeup, covered in fake blood. Earlier, when I said that it premiered in 81 but didn't get a full release until 83, it was because it initially had issues finding a national distributor. Eventually, landed one who screened it in limited engagements all through 82, slowly building a bit of buzz, and then released it nationwide in early 83, where it became a surprise hit, earning about $1.5 million, which doesn't really seem like much, but it only cost $350K to produce, so it was a nice profit. It got into a bit of trouble with the censors though, since it was seized by the police in England, but it didn't get put onto the nasty list. It was torn apart by critics for being pretty much the same movie as several others at the time, but it's since developed a big cult following and has been listed as one of the best slashers of all time. And I'm giving this one 3.5 tapes because yeah, I know that this is pretty much just the formula for camp slashers, but it's got fun characters, a cool vibe. It's pretty much just what you want from an 80s guy killing kids in the woods movie. Its HCS is a 3 though, since it is a bit of the same old, didn't have much in the way of horror notables outside of Ross, and just didn't quite reach the mainstream success that its competitors did. Should you watch it? Yeah, but don't forget to beware the Madman Mars.
He's real.
Beware the Madman Mars. And here's the big one. On October 30th, the same day as Madman, and one day before the day of its title, it's the sequel to the John Carpenter classic. It's Halloween 2. It picks up right where the first one left off, with Loomis shooting Michael, but I'm not sure how many times. And of course, his body vanishes. We then see that Michael is alive, and listening to the doc talking about shooting him, I don't... Does he say a couple of times or something? He immediately restarts his wave of terror, and Laurie is taken to the hospital, where she runs into the last starfighter. The doc teams back up with Brackett, returning from the first one, and he basically causes the death of a trick-or-treater, like between Loomis waving his gun around and this cop driving 100 miles an hour in a residential area on Halloween night. The dude, who was revealed to be Ben Tramer, had no chance. Very quickly, though, Michael discovers that Laurie is still alive, so he sets out to finish the job he started just a little earlier. So, of course, Carpenter didn't return to direct this one, and said that he felt that he had already made his Halloween and didn't really want to repeat himself. Deborah Hill, longtime Carpenter collaborator, was considered to direct, but she didn't want to simply be seen as John's protege, and passed. The directing gig was eventually given to Rick Rosenthal, and it was his first feature. Carpenter had seen one of his short films and was impressed and suggested him for the job. And after this, Rosenthal had a long career of a mixture of movies and TV, but also returned to the Halloween series over 20 years later for Halloween Resurrection, which turned the franchise into a martial arts epic masterpiece, or something. Carpenter and Hill still wrote the script though, and originally intended for the film to take place several years later and have Michael tracking down Laurie to her new home, a high-rise apartment, which would certainly have given the film a different vibe. Eventually though, they switched it to being set on the same night and take place in a hospital, which really does give it the feeling of a direct flow from the first film. Like if you watched the two films back to back, it makes for one continual storyline. His intentions with the script were to end the story of Myers and Loomis, leading to the fiery finale in which both characters are seemingly killed off in a very definitive manner, although we all know how that goes in horror films. One thing that should be mentioned is that this is the film that introduces the concept that Laurie is Michael's sister, and that element wasn't in the first film. While writing, Carpenter had to try to come up with some sort of reason for the Shape's obsession with finding her, and regretted that decision, calling it silly and foolish, which is why he enthusiastically approved the 2018 film's approach of simply ignoring that plot point. Now, by this point, Nick Castle, who played Michael for the majority of Part 1, had moved on to directing, so they had to recast our killer, and Dick Warlock stepped into the role. And the mask is actually the same one, even though it looks somewhat different, but that's simply because the shape of Warlock's head filling it out differently. It also has the return of Nancy Stevens as Marion Crane, expanding on her role from the first one. And there's also a blink and you'll miss it cameo from Dana Carvey in this, and originally he had a slightly bigger part, including lines, but his other scene was cut. It doesn't appear to exist anymore, or was possibly never shot. The budget was drastically increased since the first film cost less than $500,000, and this went up to $2.5 million, and did pretty well in its run. Although it didn't make nearly what the first one did, it scared up around $25 million. And keep in mind, this was from an era where sequels were expected to make less than the originals as opposed to increasing. It got some additional scrutiny when, in 1982, a man murdered an elderly couple and claimed that he did so because of hallucinations that he experienced after watching Halloween 2, although I think it was more the influence of the PCP in his system than anything else. After the trial, of course, horror critics tried to use this to put harsher bans on them and try to put more restrictions, a common theme in the 80s. And my rating on this one is a 4. I think it's a solid sequel, and I love that it feels like a direct follow-up to the first film. It's kind of just more of the same though, so I can't really rate it any higher, but it's still pretty awesome. Its significance is a little higher at a 4.5 since it's part of one of the biggest franchises in horror, is one of the most well-known sequels of all time, featuring most of the cast of the original, started Rosenthal's career, and it's Halloween 2. Should you watch it? You already have, but go ahead and do it again.
I shot him 6 times. What? I shot him 6 times. Come on. I shot him 6 times.
I know that we covered this year's big Halloween movie on the last episode, but we're still on that same date, October 30th. And it's the horror comedy Saturday the 14th. And yeah, clearly the influence of Friday the 13th was so strong, the parodies were already in full effect, even if this has nothing to do with summer camps or slashers. Instead, it has I'mNotOscar.com and his wife Yolanda, a couple of vampires interested in a house that has just been inherited by Richard Benjamin and Paula Prentice. And these two were a real-life couple, defying that whole thing about Hollywood marriage, since they were wed in 1961 and are still together today. They have 2 kids and move into the spooky mansion because even in the 80s, moving was the greatest terror, and not long after they discover this mysterious book. When little Billy reads it, the creatures within materialize into the real world in all their cheap glory. Like, these are clearly just masks, and you can see the eye holes. And the monsters attack, but Billy soon discovers that the book will hurt them. It's a little behind on the timeliness of the satire since they do a Jaws joke, even if it does sort of act as a precursor to the Nightmare on Elm Street bath bit. But you also have this cool water monster, even though it has a very visible zipper on the back of the mask and suit. Turns out that the vampires outside are trying to get the book, which leads to a bunch of low-grade monster shenanigans, and this was released by New World Pictures and produced by Julie Corman, wife of Roger, and hired Howard Cohen to direct, marking his debut. although he'd go on to do other films for the Cormans, including Space Raiders and Deathstalker 4. Cohen also did a good amount of writing and handled a script for most of the Deathstalker flicks and a bunch of kids' cartoons, including Jason the Wheeled Warriors. It's funny that this particular era was ground zero for a bunch of horror spoofs like Student Bodies and such, making fun of all the slasher flicks that were being pumped out. So it's a little funny that you'd think that this was another of those based on the title, but instead it's more a play on classic horror tropes and characters. Meanwhile, what a missed opportunity with this one, since it was released on the same day as Halloween 2, which was probably not the brightest ideas considering it crushed it at the box office, although Saturday would go on to do decent business and have a strong life on cable and VHS. But the funny thing is that they missed their chance because it's clear they were looking to capitalize on the Halloween holiday, but there was a Friday the 13th and Saturday the 14th a mere 2 weeks later in November and had less competition and a more thematic release date, although it did get a sequel several years later that went straight to video, also directed by Cohen. And my rating on this one is going to be 3.5 tapes. I have a fair amount of nostalgia here, and there's some real wild monster fun going on, although the comedy just doesn't really hold up and falls flat a little more than you would expect. Its horror cultural significance is a 3, since I think it had a pretty solid relevance at one point, but it's lost a lot of its notoriety without cable constantly pushing it. But it gets a bit of oomph from being an earlier horror spoof and an HBO staple. Should you watch it? Sure, the cheesy monster suits alone are worth the price of admission. Here's one with a sketchy release date, since it's reported as being released on October 1st, but also the 23rd, but seems like it just got released sometime in October, and it's Galaxy of Terror. It begins with an old woman and the Planet Master in the middle of a game, and he sends a ship on a rescue mission. It's The Quest, and it's run by Sarah Palmer, and it's got a crew that consists of Freddy Krueger, Joni, Captain Spaulding, Mr. Hand, and this guy, Zalman King, who was an actor but later became a director who was known for making sexier content like 9.5 Weeks and the Red Shoe Diaries. The crew land on the planet Morganthus in search of survivors of a crashed ship, and Illuma has psychic powers, and they start to patrol the ship. Pretty quickly though, Kaz here is attacked by an alien creature, and they discover this large pyramid structure that they head off to investigate. There they encounter some very familiar looking architecture and are each attacked by different aspects of either things that they said or their fears. And this was a Roger Corman feature for his New World Pictures, even though it was directed by Bruce Clark, although it would end up being his final film. But there's a lot to digest here. First up, the concept of a group of space troopers investigating a distress signal only to discover an alien ship where they meet some unexpected company sure as hell sounds like the plot to Alien, and it's obviously knocking that plot off to some degree. But you could also say that this movie in particular had a lot of influence on that film's sequel, Aliens. The look and aesthetic of this film seems to have directly been moved into that one, and that's actually fairly accurate, since the production designer on this movie was a young James Cameron. He had previously worked with Corman on Battle Beyond the Stars, and this was a step up in terms of responsibility for him, as he also did some second unit directing here. Looking at the sets here, it's clear that he basically used this as a testing ground for what he would later make the whole atmosphere of Aliens, just done with a lot more money. And oddly enough, he's not the only Aliens alum to be behind the scenes here, since Bill Paxton, who played Hicks in Aliens...
Hudson, sir. He's Hicks.
Oh, sorry. Hudson was also on set just as a set decorator. But there's one big thing people talk about when it comes to this movie, and it's the worm scene. You see, since whatever's happening seems to prey on the character's individual fears, there's a character named Damia who has a fear of worms and meets her demise by being attacked by a giant one. The actress, Taffy O'Connell, had agreed to do a nude scene, and in the script, she was meant to be attacked by the beast and it would remove her top, and she'd be eaten. However, it turned out that Corman had promised one of the investors that the film would contain a sex scene, and that basically left it down to either O'Connell or Erin Moran. But since she negotiated out of a nude scene in favor of a more graphic death scene, they went with O'Connell. But since her character didn't have a love interest, they went with having the sex scene be her death scene. And instead of the giant worm just eating her, it would first molest her. Well, when Corman told this to them, both O'Donnell and Clark refused. So Roger decided to go ahead and direct the scene himself, using a body double for any of the instances that O'Connell wasn't comfortable with. Now, this isn't confirmed, but they insinuate it pretty heavily on the DVD commentary. But one of the crew members was a woman named Aya LaBunca, who was doing some of the creature effects. It's very strongly suggested that it was actually her that stepped in for those moments, and it's her body on screen in the moments that it's not O'Connell. Later, LaBunca would go on to greater success as a producer and would later marry Wes Craven, remaining his wife until his passing. The worm scene was enough to get the film an X rating, causing some minor trims to be made to it, and entered it into notoriety forever. But was also almost deadly as well, since the worm prop was quite heavy and at one point almost fell on top of the actress, which likely would have killed her. It's hard to say how much the budget was, with some sites saying $700K and others saying around $2 million, but it pulled in around $4 million in ticket sales, and go on to be fairly notorious in the horror world. And my rating on it is a 3.5. This is a weirdly slick but also sleazy little flick with some surprising death and odd turns. It's a bit slow in the middle where it's just walking around hallways, but it's a good watch. Its significance is the same, although it's never gone beyond cult status. It's well known for its controversy, containing a ton of horror's familiar faces, and serving as the starting point for Cameron's career. Should you watch it? Sure, just be aware that the worm scene is pretty over-the-top stuff. Here's another one with a questionable release date, although it's tagged as coming out in October in Italy, and it's absurd. That's the title of the film, not just a statement about its contents. And it didn't get released in the US until 1986. This starts with a man being chased by a priest and a young girl with a spinal injury in bed, and the man being chased suffers from a big stomach wound and has to be operated on. And of course, that's George Eastman, who we've seen a few times in the project now. He keeps waking up during the procedure.
It's absurd.
Yes, I know. It's the title of the movie. I already did that joke. The man was injured trying to get into Katya's house, and her mother talks to the police. But soon enough, our guy is awake and starts killing in order to escape. Turns out the guy's name is Mikos, and he was part of an experiment in the Vatican. He's now immortal and can revive from injuries and heal up. And like most of the other films that I've had Eastman in that I've featured, this is directed by Joe D'Amato, marking his 5th appearance on the project so far. He had previously done Orgasmo Nero, Porno Holocaust, Erotic Nights of the Living Dead, and Anthropophagus, and this movie originally began as a sequel to that one. It's actually referred to as Anthropophagus 2, or The Grim Reaper 2, as that was its title in some areas. According to Eastman, it was him that didn't want the movie to be a direct sequel, and instead serve as his own tale, and altered the original treatment to be its own thing, and wanted to make something more along the lines of Halloween. It's possible to take this as a sequel if you like, since Eastman's character was disemboweled in the finale of Anthropophagus, so if you eliminate the intro to this and have it begin with the surgery scene, it can be seen as picking up right where that one left off. Along the way, there's a small role for Michel Soavi as a biker who gets a death scene. That was pretty much his gig at this point, showing up in various flicks and getting killed, before becoming a director himself, and giving us some solid genre flicks. It was another that landed on the UK Video Nasty list, and was one of the ones that was also prosecuted for obscenity, but managed to get some success and notoriety, but frequently for being called a Halloween ripoff, given its plot of an unstoppable killer who has escaped from somewhere that was holding him, and a man who worked there chasing him, and the final act with killer attacking a babysitter and young child. And I'm giving this one a 3, as it's one of the better D'Amato flicks I've watched, but it's still a bit on the dull side. It gets pretty wild at the ending though, and it's more entertaining than not. Its significance is a 2.5, since I think that it's one of the director's more noted films, but it's still a bit lost in time. Should you watch it? Probably. It's got some fun stuff in it, and one hell of a final shot.
I'm not drunk!
I feel like this block has been pretty mainstream so far, but that's going to change on November 1st in the UK with an obscure little number called The Orchard End Murder. It starts in the most British way possible with a game of cricket, and it's next to an orchard where a couple is really making out. And thank goodness for this close-up. And then Pauline starts to wander off by herself, meeting the station agent at the railway nearby. He's a bit awkward and has a hunched back, and he tells her about the previous tenants who both killed themselves. He has an assistant named Ewan who has a meltdown and kills a bunny, and then when things turn to murder, it's time for a cover-up. And this is a relatively short entry. It's less than an hour and was by Kristen Marnham, who didn't have a long career. After this, he only shot one short film, one episode of a TV show, and then one final film in 1988, but he wrote this one as well. And it was released as a short film in front of Dead and Buried in the UK. It initially ran in a smaller amount of theaters in northeastern England, but then expanded to the rest of the area later on in the month. It was the first film for Clive Mantle, who would go on to a pretty long acting filmography, even if he never really had any breakout roles. I mean, he was the villain in Superman 4 until all of his scenes were cut out of the film, but he's been consistently working since this was released. This one was actually based on a real crime in Kent, but takes liberties with the details to create a sleazy, yet stylish little thriller. It's also notable in that it's another famous face's first film, and that's the imaginary friend, Drop Dead Fred, Rick Mayall himself, and this was his first gig, but not the first release, since both American Werewolf in London and Shock Treatment would beat this film to the screen. Besides, he's barely even visible here as an uncredited policeman. And I'm giving this one a 3. It's a decent, dirty little watch with some cool stuff going on in it and weird characters. Its significance is just a 1.5 though, since it's virtually completely unknown, and I just gave it the extra 0.5 for kicking off the careers of Mayall and Mantle. Should you watch it? Probably. It's pretty short and entertaining enough.
The boys used to tell me that they used to show me pictures. And then I couldn't stop thinking about it. I couldn't get it off my mind.
Okay, here's one that's tricky to talk about. On November 10th, we'll look at the controversial release of Faces of Death 2. This is a follow-up to the rather infamous film/documentary Faces of Death from 1978, which told of Dr. Francis Gross, a doctor obsessed with death, seeking out footage and information about trying to understand the various faces of death. It was such a monster success that of course a second one had to be done. Dr. Gross returns and displays even more vignettes of violence from around the world. There are shots of the aftermath of a horrible avalanche, and one of the more notorious bits of footage. They show the boxing match of Johnny Owen, Mexican fighter who was only 24 years old, and in 1980 fought against Lupe Pintor, who knocked him out. But the KO was so severe that he was rushed to the hospital, where he went into a coma. They tried operating, but he died shortly after. So, although you're not actually watching the footage of someone dying live, you are witnessing the injury that led to it. And unlike the first film, which mixed in a rather large amount of faked footage along with real scenes of carnage, this one is primarily actual scenes of death and violence. There's even footage of the real death of Kenny Powers. No, not that one. This is a real guy who wanted to be like Evel Knievel, but based on the fact that I'm talking about him in freaking Faces of Death 2, I think you can probably guess that he did not. And just like the first film, this was the work of Conan Lacelliere, who was actually an alias for John Allen Schwartz, who directed the entire Faces of Death series, all the way through number 6, because yes, there's 6 of these, and there's More, in fact, with like best of videos and unofficial sequels. It's pretty hard to watch, mainly for the war footage, which features too many shots of dead children and some rather unpleasant animal cruelty. There's still some fakery going on here, since there's an extended scene of a robbery gone wrong that was shot specifically for the film, and it's comedically staged, but it also snuck in some footage from the attempted assassination of Ronald Reagan, which had occurred just a short while before the release, although that segment is missing from some releases. And I'm giving this one a 2 because I don't know, man. I just don't dig the real stuff. Give me that fake horror, please and thank you. There's still some interesting information in here though, so I'll give it a bit extra for that. Its horror cultural significance is a 3 since it's very well known, but it's not like this particular entry stands out from the others, but this is one that people do recognize. Should you watch it? If this sort of thing appeals to you, I guess, but if you like your movies to be movies, then nah.
Still, there is one hope, that our body suffers little pain and that our mind will end on a thought unaffected by the fear of dying.
This next entry had its premiere on November 13th in 81, although it didn't get a wider release until February of 82, and it's Evil Speak. It begins with Bull, as a Satanist, being told that he and his people are banished, and then bounces to modern times as the Ice Cream Man is here playing footy, and his coach is a reanimated cop. One of his teammates, and holy crap, you can barely recognize him here, but this is Donna's dad. Dwayne Nelson is here too, and they attend a military academy with Uncle Victor and also Uncle Lewis. And one day, while cleaning out the basement, Cooper Smith discovers a secret passage that contains occult items and an old book. He takes that book and puts it through a translation program in the computer, while Stanley continues to be bullied and put down. After reading the incantation, he's attacked by his classmates wearing the cult's costumes, and soon there's head twisting, man-eating pigs, and this was the directorial debut of Eric Weston, who directed a few other films, none of them horror, but was more involved in the producing ends of things, and is listed as one of the early execs at TriStar Pictures. And this one had a ton of controversy after release due to the amount of violence within. It was one of the video nasties in the UK and banned there for quite a while, but not just because of the gore, but also for the satanic elements of the storyline. It didn't get released there until 87 after a series of edits to trim down the gore, but oddly, they also deleted some of the text from the computer screens because you know how damaging it can be to see scary Satan words on the TV box. But I guess it has definitely got some evil influence because Church of Satan founder Anton LaVey loved this movie and said that it was one of his favorites. It said that the original version, submitted for the ratings, was far bloodier with quite a few elongated sections, which of course had to be cut down before release, but all versions of that appear to be lost. It wasn't a hit, and budget reports vary, saying anything from $1 million to $4 million, but according to AFI, only brought in around $500,000 in ticket sales. One thing's for certain though, the finale of this is an all-out gore fest with tons of decapitations and exploding heads. And this one gets 3 tapes from me. I enjoy this one, but it takes way too long to figure out where it's going. But man, is it a trip once it gets there. Its significance is a 2.5 since it's slightly known and does feature some recognizable faces, but really straddles that cult picture line. Should you watch it? Yes. Put it into your computer and translate it. It's time to take a trip into the land of more obvious comedy with a film that premiered on November 13th in South Carolina and went wider in early 82, and let's get it, at Porky's. We meet Edward, otherwise known as Pee-wee, and he goes to Angel Beach High School sometime in the 50s. And we meet a number of the other students there, including their friend Wendy. There's also Meat, who talks to Cynthia Cronenberg in Jill Whitlow's very first acting gig. One of their teachers might know a thing or two about making Farmer Vincent's fritters, and the cheerleading coach is Gracie Law. They get up to some shenanigans and all head out to a cabin in the swamps with the intentions of getting laid with a hooker named Cherry Forever. And I've seen this movie about a dozen times, and this is the first time I've realized that she's also Webster's mom. But it's all a prank that leads to Pee-wee running naked down the street, only to be picked up by the brood dad. They decide to take matters into their own hands and go to the local strip joint, Porky's, since it's rumored that there's a brothel there as well. They go and talk to the man himself, and he'll probably make Lane Meyer Pat Pig someday, and the guys give him money for girls, but he tricks and humiliates them. Well, they want to fight, and the law gets involved, and holy crap, it's Webster's dad! And I did not know this, but Alex Karras and Susan Clark were actually married in real life as well. They get into more hijinks with fights, crank calls, Lassie, and of course the infamous hole in the girl's shower. But when their friend Mickey just can't let the Porky's thing go and gets beaten up by them, it's time for a little revenge, Angel Beach style. And this was both written and directed by Bob Clark, director of classic horror hits Black Christmas and Children Shouldn't Play with Dead Things, but he'd done some other genres as well, and this was more or less his first comedy. It was based on his own experiences in high school in Florida, and there really was a place called Porky's. It had a modest budget of around $5 million, and one interesting bit is that Kim Cattrall had an established career before this, but mostly TV roles and small film appearances, but at this particular point in time, didn't have many offers. So she took this gig for the money since it was a small film and a minor role, but was shocked to see that she ended up with top billing on the poster, and said that it was a little tough to get jobs afterwards because of the sexualized nature of her character here. And when it was released, it was torn apart by critics, mostly for the crass humor, with Gene Siskel referring to it as one of the worst films ever made. Audiences didn't care about that though, and went to see it in droves, tallying up over $160 million at the box office, and was the 5th highest grossing film of 1982, ahead of Star Trek II and Poltergeist. Its popularity set off a wave of teen sex comedies of high school kids on a quest to get laid, and had itself a small franchise. A sequel arrived in 1983 with Porky's 2 the next day, and Porky's Revenge released in '85. There was even a video game for it, made for the Atari 2600, that revolves around Pee-wee trying to destroy the bar. Much later, there would be rights issues, since Howard Stern wanted to do a remake and had Bob Clark's blessings, but it seems that 3 different companies claimed to have the rights. They eventually reached an agreement, but Stern's remake never happened, although one of the groups went forward with a low-budget, straight-to-video film called Porky's Pimpin' Pee-wee that served as a vague 4th entry to the series. And maybe it's me, but I think this film is better than its reputation, so I'm giving it a 3.5. It's not as sleazy as you expect it to be, and the whole quest to get laid element is less of a plot point than you think. But it's also a fun character comedy with goofy scenarios, and it's aged better than some of the others from the era. The significance is a 4 though, since it was hugely known and very popular and kicked off both a franchise and a mountain of imitators, but I'll admit that its influence and notoriety has dropped over time. Should you watch it? Yep, do it for Pee-wee.
In the girl locker room at Angel Beach High School.
The next one arrived on November 13th on the same day as Evil Speaks premiere, and it's the odd little picture, Strange Behavior, also known as Dead Kids. It starts with a man being killed during a blackout, and then Jonathan from Shocker's dad is here, and his son is Billy the Kid. And John's a cop, and Pete's a student alongside Jimmy Olsen, and in one of his courses the professor uses footage of her dead mentor to lead the class, and Nurse Ratched is on hand as well. The kids all go to a Halloween party, and someone in a Tor mask shows up and kills one of them, and is almost caught by the rest of them, and they reveal themselves to be Oliver. The next day, the mayor's son is found dead in a cornfield dressed up as a scarecrow, while Pete begins to attend Professor Parkinson's experiment and is given a drug that she says will make him smarter and better. And did I mention that his name is Peter Brady? The murders continue as the mystery deepens, and this was another directorial debut, this time from Michael S. Lachlan, who had been a producer for over a decade at this point. He did a number of films throughout the late 60s and early 70s, but this was his transition to being behind the chair, although he would only do 2 more movies after this one. The film after this was called Strange Invaders, and he intended to make what was called the Strange Trilogy. 3 films with strange in their title, but not connected in any other way. But the second film bombed, so plans to make a third were scrapped. It's unknown what that film would have been, but Lachlan instead made his third film a Jodie Foster and John Lithgow starring thriller called Mesmerized, and that film apparently put him off directing. He left the industry. It looked like there was a third script written by Lachlan called The Adventures of Philip Strange that took place in World War II, but that's all the information available. It wasn't the only debut here, since the writer of this one became a touch more notorious since the script was by a young Bill Condon. He wrote this movie and Strange Invaders, but then would move into directing his own scripts, eventually doing one of the Candyman sequels, but then got nominated for an Oscar for making Gods and Monsters, and eventually won one for Chicago, and is currently one of the higher echelon directors in Hollywood, with Dreamgirls and 2 Breaking Dawn Twilight films and a live-action Beauty and the Beast. And this one got some flack for the violence in it, since, like some of the others here, it was also tagged as one of the UK nasties, although it was not prosecuted. But the reviews were actually pretty favorable, with critics commending the acting and offbeat sensibilities. And my rating on this one is a 3.5. This one's actually pretty enjoyable. It's a weird, quirky little thriller with some cool stuff going on. I really enjoyed it. Its cultural significance is a touch lower, though. It's only a 2.5, because I feel like this one is actually very, very under the radar and not very frequently discussed or talked about, but it is the starting point for the career of a major Hollywood presence, so I figured it has to get that 2.5. Should you watch it? Yeah, if you don't, I'd consider it strange behavior.
Now we're running very late. I wish you'd stop all this.
Jesus.
This next one is another one that had a debut on November 20th, playing in Oregon, but like Evil Speak, went wider in February of 1982, and it's Butcher, Baker, Nightmare Maker, which also went under the title Night Warning. The intro is pretty spectacular as we get a young couple losing their brakes, getting into a massive crash that kills them both. We then jump to years later as that couple's son, Billy, is now a teenager living with the Queen of the Sixth Dimension, and he goes to school with Stephanie and little baby Hicks.
He's Hicks.
Sorry, I keep on doing that. Earlier I mentioned that Paxton was working behind the scenes on film, but he was also just getting into acting, and this is one of his first gigs. Before this, he had only tiny roles, like as an extra in Stripes and the guy in the Fish Heads music videos, which he also directed, by the way. But here, he has an actual role. Aunt Cheryl is a bit controlling, and when a handyman spurns her advances, she kills him. The police arrive, and she says that it was self-defense and he tried to rape her, which the police handle in the classiest way.
You buy attempted rape?
No. Do you?
No.
And a Buford Pusser, but not the Buford Pusser, is here, along with Gary's dad, who's into plumbing, and he's into plumbing, and I guess he plumbs. The detective finds out that the school coach is gay and takes a really classy tactic with it.
Chances are you're gonna get yourself lynched.
Hey, is this 1981 or 2023? Hate that I had to make that joke. Hate it. Billy is involved with Julie and talk about casting. Jimmy McNichol, who played Billy, was around 19 during the filming of this one and playing a 17-year-old boy, whereas Julia Duffy was 29, 10 years his senior, and also playing a 17-year-old. And this is another one with some wild stuff behind the scenes. The original director was Michael Miller, who had done some action stuff before this, including Jackson County Jail with Tommy Lee Jones. And he came on and did the opening car crash with his cinematographer, Jean de freaking Bont. However, when the producers felt that he was moving far too slowly, they fired him and replaced him with William Asher, who was more known for doing lighthearted comedies like Beach Blanket Bingo and a long run on Bewitched. The filming was decent, but it said that Susan Tyrrell didn't enjoy the shoot and didn't have high hopes for the content, and then never watched the finished product, although eventually gave in and did, and really liked it. And even though the reviews when it came out were pretty decent, it's taken on a bit of a more positive standpoint as time moves on, as an early positive portrayal of homosexuality. At this point, gay characters were mostly punchlines and caricatures, so having a coach character be a non-stereotypical portrayal, while at the same time showing the homophobe as the clear villain, was rather unique. And I'm giving this one a 3.5. There's some solid character development in this one, and a great descent into madness performance by Tyrell. Its significance is a 3, since it's still kind of cult in terms of popularity, but had an early role for Paxton and has increased in appreciation over time. Should you watch it? Yeah, just don't try to figure out how the title is relevant.
I'm your mother.
This block ends on that same day, November 20th, as we head back into slasher territory and go back into the wilderness with Don't Go in the Woods. It kicks off with a man being killed in the woods, and then we meet 4 friends on a hiking trip, oblivious to more killings happening nearby. Thankfully, the local police are on the job, and yeah, they're a pretty wacky bunch, and some of the nicest dubbing that you're gonna get.
Stop messing in county business, Jesse. The sheriff will take care of everything outside the city limits. We're city.
They set up camp for the night to tell spooky stories.
Oh, Dick.
The killings continue in a random fashion, including a painter with a baby that then goes missing and presumed killed. Our killer is this wild man-looking savage guy, and the action eventually catches up to our main hikers, causing them to have to survive. And this is from James Bryan, and he had a really varied career. And this is a weird tie-in, I guess, to other films on this list, but one of the things he did was an X-rated film in the mid-70s called Beach Blanket Bango, which was a parody of Beach Blanket Bingo from William Asher, who made Butcher Baker. And on that film, there was a set dresser using the alias of Pete Lautrec, who was actually Bill Paxton, who was the set dresser on Galaxy of Terror, and was in Butcher Baker. And I wonder if he told Asher about that, like, oh yeah, I did set work on a porn parody of one of your movies. The rest of Bryan's filmography is mostly adult work, but also some low-budget action flicks, but he also did a whole lot of work on much bigger productions in the sound field. It was shot on a super low budget of $150,000 and got torn apart in the reviews, with critics calling it cheap and derivative, but somehow it ended up getting a lot of notoriety. Part of that may have been its designation as one of the video nasties, which really seems to be a theme with this block, but this one was banned in the UK and didn't get released there until 2007, and weirdly got a sort of remake in 2010. It's weird because even though it has the title and shares the concept of a killer in the woods, there's no other connections. It's basically a remake in name only, and is sort of a musical. And oh yeah, was directed by the Kingpin himself, Vincent D'Onofrio. But I'm only giving this one a 2. This one is not great. It's kind of slow. It has a couple of fun moments with the killer, but overall, it's pretty dull and just people walking around the woods. Its significance is a touch higher though at a 3, since it is a little bit more known, got a remake out of it, and was another instance of that killer in the woods slasher concept that was going on, very big at the moment. Should you watch it? Possibly, I don't know. For me, there's several other films from this same era that did the same thing, but quite a bit better.
It's Dick.
We begin this round on November 27th, getting really close to the ending of the year here, with the release of Just Before Dawn. It kicks off with a couple of hunters, including Mel from Sleepaway Camp getting killed off by a big burly dude with a machete that makes pig noises. To clarify, the burly dude makes pig noises, not the machete. We then have that classic van full of young folk on a trip together, including Star-Lord's grandpa and the guy who stole Pee-wee's bike. But there's also a nearby forest ranger, Ed Hawken, who tries to warn them away from the area. But you know that they just don't listen. There's the standard shenanigans with some skinny dipping and campfire fun, but things get creepy when it turns out that there's some local inbreds around. And pretty soon, the violence starts. And this one was directed by Jeff Lieberman, and he has a pretty fun filmography with movies like Squirm and Blue Sunshine. And after this, he did the really weird sci-fi action flick Remote Control, and much later, the sorta infuriating Satan's Little Helper. But he said that he made this one as his sort of nod to Deliverance, and wrote the script himself, although there's a few other writers credited as well, so it's clear that there were revisions. And it's interesting because this one often gets labeled as a Texas Chainsaw Massacre ripoff, and that element is definitely there, considering it's a van full of kids on a trip getting attacked by a hillbilly clan. But considering the camping setting, it's clear that there's a touch of Friday the 13th here as well. Although Lieberman has expressed frustrations with these comparisons, saying he hadn't even seen Texas Chainsaw, and that it was just his inspiration of the Burt Reynolds rafting flick. One of the things that has become most known in the film is the whistling motif in the music, and the score was the work of Brad Fiedel, one of his earliest films, and he'd go on to do The Terminator a few years later. It was produced on a budget of around $1 million and didn't do that well at the box office, and the reviews were middling at best, but there were some that talked up the really lush scenery and atmosphere of the woods setting. One silly bit is that France apparently picked up on that Deliverance similarity since it was released there as Survivance, and I don't want to reveal it here and spoil it, but I can tell you that it has one of the coolest villain deaths going, and a really underrated badass final girl. All through the film, she's made fun of by her macho boyfriend for her girly ways, but yet in the final act, he's a cowering fool while she takes charge. And I'm gonna rate this one as 3.5 tapes. I like this one. It takes some standard things that we've seen a dozen times before and gives them a nice polish and interesting characters. Its horror cultural significance is a 2.5 since it's partially remembered but mainly just in a cult capacity and never really stood out as having an impact and more draws from other sources. But it did have some recognizable faces and enough accolades for the 2.5. Should you watch it? Yeah, you should. It may not be very original, but it is very enjoyable. On that very same day, we get a little nugget that I had never heard of, and it's Frankenstein Highland, which I'm guessing is not the result of a failed 3-hour tour. But instead, these four are involved in a hot air balloon crash, and they're a wacky bunch, and instead of the professor, there's Doc Hadley, played by Robert Clark. And they find a series of caves, and right away, this is a weird sort of throwback because this movie feels like something from the 70s, so it's odd to see this so far into 81 now. I realize that the elements of that decade still linger all through here, but this just sticks out. They find a group of women that get their dressing tips from Sheena, and there's a weird phenomenon where their arms get locked up in pain whenever they discuss any specific location. Like if they say the name of a city or something, they're hit with it. There's also a couple of rowdy pirates on the island, and they take the crew up to a nearby hut where none other than Cameron Mitchell is residing behind bars. He says he got there due to shipwreck, so we have a skipper, I guess, but they also meet a mysterious woman named Sheila Frankenstein, but she says that's her maiden name, and her married name is Sheila Frankenstein von Helsing. So like, what's this about? She says that her great-grandfather was the Dr. Frankenstein, and it's John Carradine, who has some experience with movies with Frankenstein in the title and now has Drac and Doc Frank covered. He only appears in this film as this floating head and was most likely shot in like an hour or so, but he still gets top billing here. And this was from Jerry Warren, who is most known for wackier movies, with his most noted perhaps being The Wild World of Batwoman, which also starred Catherine Victor. And by the time that he shot this, he was pretty disillusioned with the industry. He hadn't made a movie since the early 70s and only came out of retirement to do this one because he had heard that horror was marketable again and wanted to cash in. A few years later, he wanted to make a sequel that he wanted to take a more serious tone with, but died in 1988 before it could happen, and this would be his final film. It sure does take a while in this one for there to be any appearances by the monster himself, but he absolutely shows up in pretty hilarious makeup. And I'm giving this one a 3. It's mostly entertaining with some weirdness and fun, but it's pretty forgettable. Its significance is just a 2 since it's pretty lost in time and doesn't feature many names, but at least has Kennedy and Mitchell. Should you watch it? Probably. It's worth a watch.
And you were cushioned in my arms.
Me?
Cushioned in my arms.
This next one debuted on November 28th, but only in Japan, since it didn't arrive into the US until a few months later in January of '82. But we're looking at Venom, but this one is missing an Eminem theme song. And instead starts with Dr. Raglan and Dirty Mary, and they plan to kidnap the grandson of General Jack D. Ripper here by going undercover as his nanny. And her lover is a Nosferatu. Little Philip pops into the pet store to pick up a pet snake, but it turns out that there was a terrible mix-up, and instead of the common house snake that he meant to get, he ends up with an extremely venomous black mamba. Like, if he gets bitten by the snake, he'd be dead in a minute or two. But as they attempt to begin the kidnapping, it gets loose and bites Louise several times, getting loose into the vents. Pretty soon, it's a full-on hostage situation with the police outside, and when Louise dies, they force Gramps to use his safari expertise to find the snake. And the behind-the-scenes on this one is a mess, which I guess shouldn't be a surprise considering Klaus Kinski was involved. The projects he worked on tended to be insane, as evidenced by my discussion about Schizoid on the 1980 edition of the project. But the director on this one was meant to be Tobe Hooper. He was hired and worked on the film for a short while, and it's unclear just how much of the footage was handled by him, but after a very brief stint, he quit the project over creative differences. It's possible that part of those were enabled by the difficult working relationship formed between Kinski and Oliver Reed, who didn't get along, constantly egged each other on, causing Klaus to get upset frequently. Kinski himself mentions that the crew would consistently gang up on the director, trying to get him off the project, which seemingly worked. After Hooper left, they brought on director Piers Haggard, who had done a long list of projects, including the final Quatermass project. But he jumped in on short notice and stated that it was a very tense atmosphere, and the only likable actor on the set was the snake. Meanwhile, Kinski took this film instead of taking on the role of Toth in Raiders of the Lost Ark, passing on that one because he said that the script was boring and moronic. Plus, Venom paid him a little bit more. It was a solid budget, but did some mediocre business in theaters, although it did make its money back, but the reviews were mostly fairly negative. And my review isn't that negative because I'm giving it a 3.5. This is a pretty wild flick with some fun performances and hilarious moments. Its significance is lower at a 2.5 since it does have a bunch of known names in it, but the movie itself never made a splash and got lost between the 6 other movies called Venom. Should you watch it? Yes!
Wow!
This next one could have been earlier on the project since it did premiere in West Germany in January of '81, but it had a big festival debut in Italy sometime in November and didn't come out in the US until November of '82, and it's Inseminoid, which was also known as Horror Planet. A voiceover tells us about a distant ice planet where they discovered the ruins of an ancient race that lived there and a bunch of caves. The crew there experiences a mysterious explosion that drives Ricky here insane, and he goes running off, which causes all sorts of problems, including severed limbs and death. Later on, things get even more bizarre when they try to continue their work, only to be attacked by a big creature that kills one and then takes Sandy captive, where she's drugged. And then a large alien appears and Kandarian tree branches her with some sort of tube that, well, I mean, look at the title of the movie. And then, of course, because that's the movie, it turns out that she's pregnant, even though that's not possible. And this is brought to you by Norman J. Warren, the man behind Satan's Slave. And he'd later go on to make Bloody New Year. But he was meant to be doing a flick called Gargoyles that fell through. So instead, he turned to a script that was given him by two of his special effects team on a previous movie. They managed to pull together a budget of around $1 million, partially with the help of notorious Hong Kong action film producers, the Shaw Brothers. The original concept took place in space, but they decided that might be a bit too expensive to shoot, so they found a location in a set of caves, figuring it would be cheaper and easier while providing a higher level of production value. Unfortunately, the rock structures down there made the lighting and staging difficult and ended up taking up more time than expected. There was also tension on set, as Warren would get into shouting matches with the male lead, Robin Clark, and when it was released, the critics weren't too kind. Many people pointed out its similarities to Alien, what with the claustrophobic setting and the group of space miners that sees one of them get impregnated with an alien, but for the most part, like the plot points are circumstantial. It did do quite well at the box office, although nothing too impressive. Like, its international business was strong, since it was a British film and got a wider release there first, and picked up another $1.5 million in the US and became a video store staple. And I give this one a 2.5. It's got a handful of entertaining moments, but the whole middle section is pretty standard derivative stuff. Its significance is the same, since it's gotten some attention, but isn't overly well known and didn't really launch many careers. Should you watch it? Maybe. I mean, it's not terrible, but you're not missing a ton if you skip it. Then, on December 5th, it happened. One of the greatest additions to the world of cinema occurred with Flash. And we're introduced to Flash freaking Gordon, who is so damn cool that he wears a t-shirt with his own name on it, and he's a football star. There's a quick flash of Robbie Coltrane here, and that's it. He's gone. And in case you're not familiar, this is an adaptation of a classic comic strip from the 1930s who had previously been in several film serials with Buster Crabbe. And if you haven't seen this before, holy crap am I envious that you get to experience it for the first time. Anyway, there's this evil guy on another planet who is sending disasters to Earth like giant hail balls, which catches the attention of semi-mad scientist Dr. Hans Zarkov, and he ends up recruiting Flash and the lovely Dale Arden to go up in a rocket and find the source of the attacks. They end up on the planet Mongo, where they encounter the awesome Prince Vultan of the Hawk People, played by the amazing Brian Blessed, who is clearly having a blast, and Prince Baron, or Neville Sinclair, and they find the planet's ruler, Brewmeister Smith, and his lackey, Clytus, one of the only characters created exclusively for the film. And everything is just so over the top. The colors, the costumes, the performances, everything. And it has, hands down, one of the greatest soundtracks in the history of film, all by Queen, which genuinely makes every scene more impactful and less, well, silly. Like the infamous football scene. The shoot on this film was extremely troubled. It didn't have a finished script when they were filming, and Mike Hodges, the director, called it the first improvised $20 million film. Hodges had previously done the action flick Get Carter, and this was a much bigger project than he had previously been involved with. There was also issues with the star, Sam Jones, and after principal photography finished, he tried to renegotiate with producer Dino De Laurentiis to get more money. Of course, this didn't go over well, and they didn't call him in to do post-production work, and ended up dubbing almost all of his dialogue with another actor. Look for small roles for Riff Raff, Charles Grady, Deep Roy, and Andy Warhol girl Viva. And if you're a Time Bandits fan, these guys here are basically the entire cast of that film, and Kenny Baker's in there too. It's got one of my favorite action scenes of all time, and just non-stop joy.
Gordon's alive?
Upon release, even though it did pretty well with critics, it only performed so-so at the theaters and wasn't the massive hit that they were hoping for. That, in combination with the soured relationship with Jones, meant that a sequel was not in the cards, even though they clearly teased one in the ending. And by the way, that hand belongs to Clytus, who seemed to die in the film, but they intended to bring him back. And over time, the film's appeal has only increased, becoming a huge success and is often cited as a major influence of stylistic directors like Edgar Wright. My rating on it is a 5. Sorry, not sorry. I love this. I will watch it whenever, and I think it's great. Sure, there's stuff that's cheesy and campy, but that was definitely intentional, and it hits me in all the right spots. It's one of my favorite films of all time, even though I realize it's not one of the best films of all time. Its SFCS is a 4.5 since it's widely known, widely seen, has a ton of known actors, had a huge influence on other sci-fi films, adapted a classic character, but doesn't get the 5 because of that near miss in the initial box office. Should you watch it? Duh, yeah.
Oh, well, who wants to live forever?
2 days later, on December 7th in Italy, another cult classic was born with Super Snooper, although it would be released in the US in 1981 as Super Fuzz, and anyone with HBO in the 80s has seen it like 1,000 times. Like Flash Gordon, it also has an amazing theme song. This block is just all about cool tunes, really, and we get info about a cop named Dave who killed his partner, but they've been unable to execute him. And on his long walk, he flashes back to his story, and Dave Speed is played by Terence Hill, a pretty popular comic actor in Italy in the 1970s who was mostly known for westerns and cop movies. So I've never been clear what happens here because they're doing this rocket test in the area, and I assume they were going to detonate it, but Dave shoots at a crocodile just as it's overhead, and I don't know if they're saying he's responsible for it exploding or if it was just a timely coincidence. So he's presumed dead, but then just shows back up to his partner Ted Denslow and seems to have enhanced abilities like telekinesis, precognition, the ability to turn into a dummy and back again, slightly super speed, I guess super strength, although this door looks pretty thin, and then the ability to make an entire stadium of people disappear, like either not existing momentarily or teleported, who knows? Oh, and he can catch bullets with his gun and with his teeth. Catches bullets with his teeth? Trooper, please. And this one was the work of Sergio Corbucci, a pretty prolific Italian director, the guy who made the original Django movie, you know, the one that Tarantino liked the title of so much that he was just like, I'm gonna go ahead and use that and not give any credit. And if you had cable in the 80s, there was no escape from this movie. It was on some channel or another at one point or another. And although it was an Italian production, they made it with American distribution in mind, which is why they filmed in Florida. And Dave has a pretty unusual weakness in that he loses his powers if he sees the color red, which is a little broad. I mean, there's red everywhere. How much of it does there have to be? How pure does it have to be? What's the threshold between red and, say, pink? And it's such a weird film, a superhero story, although he never puts on any sort of costume and spends most of the time in either a police uniform or just his street clothes. And there's no record of just how big a release it was or how well it did at the box office. But it's pretty clear that it made money by selling off the cable rights, and it certainly has gone on to become a bit of a cult sensation. My rating on it is a 3.5. I want to say 4, but that would just be nostalgia talking. It's really not that good, but damn do I like watching it. Its significance is a 2.5 because I think it's gotten a bit more well known, but it was only for a pretty specific point in time, and it's not like it really impacted the genre. Should you watch it? Sure. Enjoy some silliness.
Super, super. Super, super, super.
And hey, speaking of great themes, our final movie here is the classic Superman 2. And I know that you might say, hey, that came out around the summer of 1981, and that's true in the US, but it played internationally all throughout December of 1980 because it was a world in which people in France couldn't just spoil the entire movie online and things could be out overseas for 6 months before their domestic release. Now, the behind-the-scenes story of this movie is way too complicated for me to get into here. It could probably be its own entire video, but there's already people on YouTube talking about that, on other more comic book oriented channels, but parts of this movie were shot at the same time as the first one, but director Richard Donner was pretty infamously fired with about 75% of the movie complete. Then, the studio brought in Richard Lester, mostly known for more humorous action flicks like The Three Musketeers, and he revamped the script a bit and shot the rest of the footage as well as doing some reshoots to reshape the film into his own sort of vision. There was a 2-year gap in between the two versions, so you can see some inconsistencies with the actors' looks, like Christopher Reeves is much less muscle-bound in the Donner footage. The plot, of course, involves the accidental release of the 3 Kryptonian villains from their prison in the Phantom Zone, and they make their way to Earth and challenge the Man of Steel with powers that rival his own. Now, earlier I had mentioned that this one came out in December overseas, and that was because Warner Brothers made a pretty unique decision to release the film worldwide in each country's peak movie watching season. Since at this point the summer season had become the best time for blockbusters in America and Canada, they waited until June of '81. But in Australia and the majority of Europe, they went for a December release, as those countries had massive theater attendance during the Christmas season. Their gamble paid off as the movie was massively successful and it became the top grossing film of 1981. Critics dug it too, with Roger Ebert, notoriously hard to please, giving it 4 out of 4 stars. And you know, it's not exclusive to this movie, because it's a factor in the first one as well, but I just want to draw attention to Reeves' portrayal of Clark Kent. I know it's been said, but it bears repeating, the concept of Superman's disguise just being a pair of glasses is pretty ludicrous when you think about it. But when he's playing Kent, his entire body language changes, his demeanor, his appearance, everything. He completely turns into another character, and I believe that people would not be able to tell the difference. Since then, the movie's only increased in status, with a good portion of fans liking it more than the original due to having an actual physical challenge to overcome in Zod and his crew. And, oh yeah, about that, in case you were wondering why Superman seemed so blasé about what is now 3 completely powerless human opponents all falling to their deaths, I know it's not exactly canon since it's a deleted scene, but you can see the trio being arrested here, showing that they're still alive and I guess going to jail. I'm going to go with a 4.5 here. I do love it, and it's one of my favorite superhero flicks of all, although it doesn't get the full 5 because of some of the dopier Lester comedy misses. Its SFCS is the same since it's hugely known, hugely influential, one of the best comics to screen adaptations around, and just a huge success. Should you watch it? You haven't? Get on that!
General, would you care to step outside?
This next entry had an unspecified release in Canada during the month of December, but got a wider release in several countries in '82, but didn't get a release in the US until '86 on video, and it's Ghost Keeper, a movie I previously covered on a list of Wendigo-themed films. It has 3 people, a guy and 2 women, out in the mountains on a couple of snowmobiles, even though they're warned to stay off the hills in the conditions. Of course, they should have listened, and things get rough, so they seek out refuge in an abandoned hotel that they find. At first it seems empty, and they relax and settle in for the night, but before long they discover that it's already occupied by a cranky old woman who says that she lives there with her 2 sons. Before long, someone is in there with them, attacking Chrissy and then killing her. The eeriness continues as they search for her, encountering the old woman, talking to herself, and the next morning, their snowmobiles have been sabotaged, stranding them there while Jenny finds an old book telling the legend of the Wendigo, a creature from native folklore, and soon comes face to face with one. And this one was directed by Jim Makachuk, and this one has a wild story behind it. This was his very first feature film, the very first thing he directed, and pretty much his first work in the industry whatsoever, although he'd gone to a modest writing career that included Heathcliff the movie. He managed to raise up a budget of around $1 million or a little less, and went in with a big script and extensive use of its creature, the Wendigo. However, after halfway through the shooting, they essentially ran out of money. He was given the option to stop production and walk away from the film, but decided to push forward anyway, throwing away the script and making up the rest of the story as they went along, cutting out most of the appearances of the creature, keeping it as a more understated, making it sort of more fragmented, surreal series of events. Reviews compared the setting to The Shining, but not a whole lot else, although most of the remarks were somewhat favorable. People liked the cast and the atmosphere of the wintry surroundings, but it never received a theatrical run in the States and only got a limited engagement in Canada, so it wasn't really all that successful, but has since developed a nice cult following. And I'm going to give this one a 2.5. There's some good things going on, and I'm a sucker for horror in the snow, but it's a bit too sluggish with not a lot of payoff. Its significance is just a 1.5 though, since it's barely known, really dipping into cult territory, and doesn't really feature any horror names. Should you watch it? Maybe. I mean, it's not a hard watch, and it's a nice slow burn, although it never quite catches fire.
Just once I would love to see him get real mad, you know, just get unsure of himself.
This next little number arrived in theaters on December 11th, and it's a fun little guy called Dawn of the Mummy. And it kicks us off in ancient Egypt with some villagers being taken away to be slaves. And then the pharaoh is mummified, and they're sealed into his tomb.
After it is sealed, will die on the dawn of the mummy.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a title. It then jumps to present day with some tomb raiders trying to bust in, and an old woman tries to warn them away, but no one listens, and the curse is unleashed. Meanwhile, back in the US, a photographer is sent over there with a couple of models for a top-notch shoot, but have a blowout along the way. Rick and his crew enter the tomb carrying a box of dynamite conveniently marked with a big skull and crossbones, which I imagine that all boxes of dynamite have. The two groups cross paths and enter the tomb, commencing a photo shoot, but the heat from the lights, I guess, awakens the mummy. It rises up and then revives its followers, who in this instance are less mummies and more like zombies. And this was brought to us by Frank Agrama, who also wrote and produced the film, and he had been directing for a while and was Egyptian. Most of his previous works were in Egypt or some low-budget 60s films, but he did make Queen Kong in the 70s, but this would end up being his final directorial work. After this, he shifted entirely into the producing game, and in '83 he founded Harmony Gold, a name that should be familiar to you if you grew up on Robotech, since he was the man responsible for its American importing and conversion. This film was a bit of a standout due to its unique portrayals of the mummies, which, yeah, considering that the crew outside of Agrama were Italian, has been compared to the Italian zombies. So much so that this was released in some territories as Zombie 6, part of the Italian zombie franchise. And they're particularly violent, which of course got the movie into some trouble in the UK, which put it on the nasty list. It wasn't prosecuted, but it was confiscated and not available to view there in the uncut form until the mid-2000s. It has a cult following and was actually remade in 2013 as a sort of Brandon Fraser mummy knockoff called Prisoners of the Sun, which had a script by Peter Atkins and Anthony Hickox, but never really got any attention. And I've got this ranked at a 3. I like it, but mostly for the finale. It takes way too long to get going, but once it does, it rocks. Its significance is just a 2 though, since it's not remembered all that well and doesn't really feature any known faces, but did get some recognition and put on the nasty list. Should you watch it? Yeah, unwrap this one for some fun. We're going for a film that's a little harder to categorize right now, and this one had premieres on December 11th before going wide in January of '82, and it's Pennies from Heaven. We get introduced to a wild and crazy guy, and he's married to Susie Banyan, and he imagines singing her a song. They're having money troubles, and Joan inherited money from her father, and he wants her to give him some of it to start a business, but she won't do it. She also won't sleep with him, and he can't get a loan when he tries, even though he creates a musical fantasy world in which he does. One day, while on the job, he sees a female robot with a heart beep, and is instantly smitten with her. After a bit, he stalks her to her house, and they form an attraction to each other. She's a school teacher. He tells her he's not married, but slips up and mentions his wife, so he has to then pretend to be a widower. They begin an affair, and he lies to his wife about it until essentially forcing himself upon her. And I have to say, I don't know if this is intentional or not, but Arthur is the absolute worst protagonist in film history, and is far creepier around women than anyone from Porky's is. So, while Eileen is pregnant and gets fired, Arthur convinces Joan to give him the money to open his store, and runs into a random blind woman and tells her he'll never forget her, and that she's the most beautiful woman he's ever seen. Well, she ends up murdered, and Eileen ends up with the Archangel Gabriel, and everyone that was shocked at Walken's dance moves in the Weapon of Choice video had obviously never seen this film. He convinces her to get rid of the baby, and she starts prostituting for him, but then encounters Arthur once again, but he's the prime suspect for that blind woman's murder, so it seems like no one's headed for a happy ending here. And this was the first movie that Martin made after The Jerk, which also starred Bernadette Peters, and was a distinct change of pace for him. The director was Herbert Ross, director of Funny Lady and The Turning Point, which he was nominated for an Oscar for. It was based on a 1978 BBC television drama that ran for 6 episodes, although this version made quite a few changes, including moving the action to Chicago during the Depression. It had a big budget at $22 million, and Martin trained for 6 months in order to be able to perform the dance sequences, and Walken just showed up and did it, since he had classical dance training when he was younger. And the reviews were quite positive, although not overwhelmingly so, since some critics said that it was pretty but ultimately empty. But the real emptiness was in the theaters, as in empty seats, since it only brought in $9 million and was considered a flop. Peters did get a Golden Globe for her performance, and the film was nominated for 3 Oscars for Best Adapted Screenplay, Costume Design, and Sound, but it didn't win any. Martin has looked back on the film and regrets the decision, saying that the timing was off, and doing such a serious film right after The Jerk confused audiences and held it back. And I'm a 3.5 on it. I agree with the beautiful but empty comments, since it's just so gorgeous and those musical bits are killer, but Arthur is just such a hard character to give a damn about, and I feel like Martin is not the best choice to play that part. Maybe Hoskins. The cultural significance is a 2.5 since it was very quickly forgotten, but it featured so many bigger names that it's hard to say that it's not relevant. Should you watch it? Yeah, it's worth a watch, but just know that you're not getting what you're expecting from a Steve Martin film. Speaking of films that don't fit into one particular niche, let's go to France for a film that ran there on December 16th and got an American run in '82, and go on a quest for fire. It's set 80,000 years ago, and it's said that whoever had control of fire controlled life. And they're a bit off on that, considering that Homo sapiens have been around for around 300,000 years, so calling these guys early versions is wrong. And there's evidence of fire used as far back as 800,000 years. We meet a caveman and he's a beast. And hey, look, there's fire right there. Quest over. This movie was short. Well, there's this tribe of cavemen here, and they're being watched by a more primitive group of ape men, and they attack them. They're forced out of the cave and on the run, where they're hunted by wolves and desperately hunt for more fire. So I guess the title should have been Quest for More Fire. And weirdly, you could just tell that this guy is Ron Perlman. They barely need makeup on him. But this other guy is Everett McGill, otherwise known as Big Ed Hurley. And they find the remnants of a big cooking fire, but in the ashes, they find human bones. That turns out to be a tribe of cannibals that they try to fight to get their fire, but Neo is bitten on the John Thomas. They had a couple of captives that they were eating, and one dies, but the other follows them. And under all that makeup is Ray Don Chong. And they're able to use the remnants of the cannibals' sticks to make fire. They encounter more primitives and some woolly mammoth, and they hand feed those suckers. And let me tell you, I fed an elephant one time, and I felt like I just discovered fire right there, so I know he's feeling pretty good right about now. But when Aika goes off on her own to find her people, Neo has to decide to follow her or to continue on with their quest for fire, which they've already found. Twice. And this is an interesting film, and it is French, from director Jean-Jacques Annaud, and it was his first American-oriented film, and he'd later direct The Name of the Rose and 7 Years in Tibet and lots more acclaimed films. It's based on a novel from 1911, although it's not a faithful adaptation and made many changes. I joked earlier about the historical inaccuracies of the film, and there are many, but it was never meant to be an actual depiction of the time frame, considering at 80,000 years past, people were more sophisticated than what we're seeing here, and it was more meant to demonstrate different stages of human species that coexisted in the past. It got a massive amount of acclaim in a number of countries and was quite successful, since it cost around $12 million to make and earned back around $55 million worldwide. But it really cleaned up at awards time, winning an Oscar for Best Makeup and a BAFTA for the same, and getting Best Film and Director at the César Awards, the French version of the Oscars, and a number of Genies, the Canadian awards. It also prompted a bunch of imitators, with Iceman and Clan of the Cave Bear coming a few years later, and even things like Fulci's Conquest lifted things straight out of it. And I'll go 3.5 here as well. It starts off being hard to get into, but as the film goes on, you get more and more sucked in, and much like My Dinner with Andre, where you realize you've never left the restaurant, here you suddenly realize that not one word of English has been spoken and it's all caveman talk. The CS is a 3 since it was a big deal when it came out and was influential, but it's not something that stuck with people and isn't talked about much today. Should you watch it? Yep, go on a quest to seek it out. Things get disturbing here because on December 18th, 1 week before Christmas, Heart Beeps was released. And this is a weird one, like really weird. It starts in a robot factory with Cousin Eddie and Baron Harkonnen with a robot Latka who is in the shop for repairs. While there, he meets the jerk's wife, who is also a robot, and they start an unusual romance. There's also this other robot called the Crime Buster that's sort of a mutated Dalek, but it's a bit faulty. Then there's this stand-up comic robot named Catskill that's in to fix its one-liners. The three robots decide to go out on their own on a fact-finding mission and have to sneak past Mr. Futterman. And Dick Miller's character here is referred to as Walter, so I'm assuming that he's Walter Paisley, of course. The Crime Buster overhears them looking for the robots and activates himself to go looking for them, and they use the random parts in their truck to build a tiny robot, like a little kid that they named Philco, while the factory team is searching for them as well, leading to what you think would be shenanigans, but I think they move a little too slow to qualify. And this was from Alan Arkush, who had come up in the industry working with Roger Corman, doing music videos, and had made a splash with Rock and Roll High School. This was his first big budget feature film, and he did not adjust well. It seems like his low-key style and slow pacing was driving the cast and crew mad, who just wanted things to move quicker. Originally, the part of Aqua was intended for Sigourney Weaver, and she wanted to work with Andy Kaufman, so it looked like she might sign on, but she was persuaded to pass on it, so they moved on to Peters. They did manage to get small roles in there for Mary Warrenoff, Paul Bartel, and Christopher Guest, though, and meanwhile, Kaufman only took the role as a contingency. It seems he wanted to make a film about his alter ego, Tony Clifton. Like, he pitched the idea to Universal, but since he had only done TV up until this point, they were nervous about giving him his own film. So they told him that if he took this role and could carry the movie, then they would greenlight the Tony Clifton film. Like, they would rather take their chances on him with this, considering that due to Star Wars, market testing was showing that anything geared towards kids with robots in it would be a success. However, when the film bombed, they ended up passing on the Clifton story altogether, something that annoyed the comic quite a bit. And, much like this year's actors' strike, this film was also affected by a SAG shutdown. They had started shooting in June, but the strike went through in July, causing them to have to cease filming all the way until October. But that was for the better anyway, since it meant not filming in the heat, as the prosthetics the actors had to wear were stifling and would also melt. Kaufman, famous for being difficult, caused some issues on set as well, as since Arkush moved so slowly, Andy would get bored and cause trouble. There also appeared to be some studio meddling, since the original script was meant to be more satirical, but after the producer's input and Arkush's touches, it ended up being drastically watered down. It was overwhelmingly negatively received and has a 0% rating on Rotten Tomatoes, and managed to avoid being nominated for any Razzies, but got 6 nominations from a similar ceremony called the Stinkers Bad Movie Awards, but didn't win any. Kaufman hated the movie and apologized for it on Letterman, saying that he would personally refund anyone who paid to go see it. It flopped on release, as stated earlier, bringing in only $2 million against a $12 million budget. The only bright side was that Stan Winston's robot makeups were well received and ended up getting an Oscar nomination for Best Makeup, but ended up losing out to American Werewolf in London. And my rating for this one is a 3. I have a fair amount of nostalgia for it, actually, but it just doesn't hold up. Kaufman, in particular, gives a grating performance. It's just kind of hard to watch, although Bernadette knew the assignment. Its significance is a 2.5 since it is kinda known and was Oscar nominated and did have some talent involved, but it's a cult film that never reached mainstream success and just didn't have any sort of influence. Should you watch it? I'd say yes, but mainly for those Winston effects.
My mother-in-law needed a heart transplant once, but we had to give it up. We couldn't find a gorilla.
Now it's time to head back into the realm of action as we look at December 18th, and now let's activate Sharky's machine. Jack Horner is here and he's doing a drug transaction with a local drug dealer, and it turns out that he's a cop and his cover is blown by his partner, leading to a chase with a really combustible car. During the chase, a bus driver and passenger are wounded, so Sharky gets demoted down to Vice, and he now has to report to wearing Hudsucker. UN Jefferson is on the team here too, but then we have Henry Silva in the film he did right after Alligator, and he's an assassin here. Well, Sharky goes on the job and he finds out about a dangerous high-priced prostitution ring, and they talk about a protected girl named Domino. Sharky brings in this guy, who I mainly recognize from the Popeye movie, and they commence on a stakeout in order to follow up on that lead. And Domino turns out to be Rachel Ward. We just saw her over on the horror fortress of the project in Fortress, and one of her clients is a candidate for governor. But she answers to a mysterious crime lord named Victor. And this is kind of hilarious because she really doesn't like the guy, and Sharky is falling for her from just like watching from afar, and Victor makes her sing into his lower microphone, which Sharky sees through the binoculars, and it makes Sharky cry. But then it seems like Billy Score has been hired to bump off Domino and shoots her in the face with a shotgun, which I'm sure would also make Sharky cry, but they don't show that. Well, Sharky becomes obsessed with finding Billy now, and he's so distraught, he goes to Domino's apartment. So, to be clear, he's mourning the woman he's never met and had only been spying on from across the way with binoculars so hard that he had to go spend time in her apartment. But then it seems like things aren't what they seem, and it's up to Sharky to bring down Score and the people who hired him. And this was based on a book from 1978 by William Deal, and the producers asked Reynolds to star in it, and he asked John Boorman, who he had worked with in Deliverance, to come and direct it. Unfortunately, he got tied up with post-production on Excalibur and had to drop out, and the director suggested that Reynolds himself head it up. Reynolds agreed and he took the gig, and it wasn't the first time since he had previously done Gator and The End. It had a sizable budget of $17.5 million, and the talking point of the production was an insane stunt where stuntman Dar Robinson performed a 220-foot fall, which was then and still is the highest free fall stunt performed in a film. However, in the film, only the beginning of the fall is used, and the wider shot substitutes an obvious dummy. Reviews were mostly positive, and it was successful, even if only mildly so at $35 million. It got a little extra attention around award season when Rachel Ward was nominated for New Star of the Year, but didn't win. I'll give this one a 3. It's got some cool stuff here and there, and it's mostly entertaining, but it's 2 hours long and really didn't need to be because there's a huge part of the middle that feels too drawn out. The significance is just a 2.5 because it does have Reynolds and other named stars, but it's never been as big of a deal as other similar films from this time period and didn't have an impact on the action film world. Should you watch it? I would. It's a machine worth starting up. Almost at the end of the year now, and on December 18th, there was possibly the highest profile release in this block, Ghost Story. It has this group of older gentlemen, including the great John Houseman, Fred Astaire, Melvin Douglas, and freaking Douglas Fairbanks Jr., and they hang out and tell each other spooky stories. Dr. Gordon is here too, and he gets a scare and falls out a window, giving us some full frontal at the same time. His twin, Dawn, also played by Craig Wasson, suspects that his bro was murdered, and the club members are all haunted by terrible nightmares. And soon, Edward sees the same phantom that his son did and falls from a bridge. They deem it a suicide, but Dawn doesn't quite believe that. It starts his own investigation that seems to point to the Eva Galley house, which is now occupied by a couple of squatters. Dawn needs to talk to the Chowder Society, so he pays their entry fee, telling a ghost story. And it's about himself as a teacher, meeting the Borg Queen, starting a wild romantic fling with her, although it appears as if she holds a dark secret within her, with their relationship ending and her moving on to his brother. All the while, the dark secret of the society starts to unfurl. And this is the work of John Irvin, and his career is all over the place, although he seems to focus on drama and action, but like he did Widow's Peak, a quaint tale of an English widow, and also Arnold Schwarzenegger's Raw Deal. But this looks like one of his few dips into the world of horror. The script was partially written by horror writer Peter Straub and was based on his novel of the same name. And the makeup effects were by industry legend Dick Smith. And the corpse dummy would go on to be featured on an iconic Fangoria cover, back when the magazine was brand new. Oddly enough, it would go on to become the final film for 3 of the Chowder Club, with only John Houseman continuing on after this. Both Astaire and Fairbanks retired from film, and Douglas would die shortly before Ghost Story's release. It had a fairly beefy budget, costing $13.5 million, and did quite well at the box office, raking in around $24 million, although the reviews weren't kind, calling it dull and cliched. But it was nominated for a Saturn Award for Best Horror Film, losing out to An American Werewolf in London. One last thing to point out about this is an unused effect that was featured in Dick Smith's effects book that was awesome. It was a creature with no eyes or nose and just this creepy-ass mouth. They didn't feature it in the film, but almost 20 years later, the same design was used in the House on Haunted Hill remake. And I'm going with a 3.5 on this one. It's more like a 3.75, I suppose, but I like this a lot. But the story's a bit weak. But every other single thing around that story is awesome. The cast, the atmosphere, the effects, it's all great. But the script itself just never kicks into being great. Its significance is a 3.5 as well, since it's a fairly well-known, has a solid cast, had Dick Smith involved, but never reached a larger success. Should you watch it? Definitely. It's a bit slow, but it's worth it.
Don't you want to make love to me? Don't you want to know what you've touched?
Our look at the other stuff from '81 ends on December 18th with another film that's a comedy that defied expectations with Neighbors. Joliet Jake is here, and their house is on the end of a cul-de-sac next to a rundown place and a big power line. He notices someone moving into the old place, and not long after, the doorbell rings. When he answers, Vicky LaMotta is there, and she comes inside and is flirtatious right away. But when he leaves the room and comes back, she's gone and is replaced by Elwood with blonde hair. He's a bit of a sleazy guy with bright blue eyes, and the one book he picks up from Earl's bookcase has a big swastika on it, which he holds for a minute. There's also these wacky sound effects, like it's a Looney Tunes short or something.
Don't you?
But Earl realizes his neighbor scams him by asking for money to go get Italian takeout, then running home and just making some spaghetti and pocketing the cash. To retaliate, he tries to hide Vic's car but accidentally sinks it, and they begin a battle of wits that carries through dinner. Although Enid is quite taken with Vic, and it looks like Earl is being a little territorial. But things get weird when their dog baby pees on the power line and glows, and, well, Vic only speaks to the dog in German. But then they go to the swamp to recover the car, but this is an 80s movie, so there's quicksand and mud fights, and there's a little role for Sweet Chuck. And when Earl's daughter comes home from school, she's Lauren Marie Taylor, who gets killed by an axe in Friday the 13th Part 2 and was just in A Violent Nature. But things escalate when Vic starts shooting, and he also has this Red Baron German bomber plane replica. And sure, that was World War I, but I think they were going with the Iron Cross thing. And I should point out that all of this takes place in a 24-hour period. Oh, this was another odd story, and it's directed by John G. Avildsen, the director of Rocky, and later The Karate Kid, and more. It was based on the book of the same name from 1980 and had a bunch of problems. They cast Belushi and Aykroyd as a sort of follow-up to the Blues Brothers, and Belushi was supposed to be the sleazeball Vic, and Aykroyd was cast as the uptight Earl, but right before production began, they chose to switch parts so they could play against type. The actors also hated Avildsen due to his lack of comedy experiences and tried to get him replaced, preferably by John Landis. They also changed the script considerably, including the ending, as in the script, the character of Earl dies, but it was revised to give it a happier finale. But, of course, this was the height of Belushi's drug problems as well, and that caused a large number of issues on set. They said that they had a test screening and audiences gave it really low scores and said that Earl's reactions were too low-key, so reshoots were ordered, although it's hard to tell what was added in those shoots. Although, there's a bit near the end where Belushi's hairstyle is noticeably different, so I assume that was part of it. The reviews were meh, and they had high hopes for it, and it did make money considering it brought in $30 million on a budget of $8 million, but they were expecting much bigger Blues Brothers-sized numbers, so it was considered a disappointment. It would end up being Belushi's final role as he died of a drug overdose just a couple of months after the film's release. And I'll give this a 2.5. It's fine and all, but it's just all such a mess and can't ever commit to what it wants to be. It's like all the Nazi stuff they threw in there, and it's just there, I guess, to cause paranoia that Vic might be a neo-Nazi, but that doesn't matter, and not much of what happens does matter. Part of me wonders if this would have been better with them keeping their original roles, but it's hard to tell. And as it stands, it just feels like a sad ending to a great career. The significance is a 2 since it came and went with very little impact, and if it weren't for Belushi's final role, this would be as forgotten as Continental Divide, the actor's other, more dramatic performance. Should you watch it? Probably for the curiosity of it and the weirdness of seeing both of these guys as characters you wouldn't expect, but honestly, it's kind of skippable. For as rough as the earlier part of this list was, it's about to be worth it, because on December 24th in Australia, we got the release of Mad Max 2, although it was released here in the States in May of 1982 as The Road Warrior. It begins by telling us about a massive war that destroyed civilization, leading to a shortage of gasoline, which ended up in a sort of road war. We get a recap of the events of the first film, and then get Sugar Tits here, driving along with his dog, battling it out with marauders. One of them is Wes here, who took a bit of time off from bugging Gary and Wyatt. He comes across the gyro captain who promises to lead him to an oil refinery, and they're besieged by the gang members. And seriously, can we get a round of applause for the acting skills of this dog right here? Like, this is the most amazing animal performance of all time. He sees that anyone that tries to leave the refinery is attacked and killed, but he's able to save one and returns him to his people, gaining entry. However, when the man dies, they plan to steal Max's car and kick him out. But the marauders show up, led by the hockey mask-clad Lord Humongous. One of the inhabitants of the refinery is a young feral kid who has a razor-sharp boomerang, and they bond pretty quickly. They're given a deadline before they're leveled and killed, so Max comes up with a plan to get them out of there while getting himself some gas. And of course, This was a sequel to the cult hit film Mad Max and directed by a returning George Miller. After the first film was a hit, he had a number of offers and tried to get a rock and roll film called Roxanne off the ground, but that never happened. Instead, he was offered a larger budget to return to the world of Max and make a sequel. Since he made the first film under quite a bit of scrutiny and had little say in the final product, he relished the idea of going back to that world with more control and money. So he dove in, with Mel Gibson returning to play Rockatansky. Now, keep in mind that Mad Max, the original film, was not a big hit in the US, and at this point, no one really knew who Gibson was. In fact, for the first film, the trailers didn't even really show him, instead focusing on the action sequences in the film. So, when it came time for a sequel, they realized that it still wasn't that well known. Because of this, instead of calling it Mad Max 2, the title in Australia, they changed the name to simply The Road Warrior. One snippet regarding the original to this one is that the character of Lord Humongous was conceived of as being Max's former partner, Goose. In the original, Goose was a cop with a bit of a brutal streak who was then attacked and burnt alive by a gang member. He survives but is unrecognizable, and his ultimate fate is never mentioned. Early on in the process for Mad Max 2, it was conceived that Goose would return as the main villain, but they eventually dropped the idea, but they left in hints indicating that it could still possibly be meant to be him under that mask. He's clearly burnt up, and they use vehicles and weapons that are police issued, so it's a possible interpretation. Speaking of Humongous, considering that this was released in late '81, there's the slight possibility that his mask could have had some sort of influence on a certain summer camp stalker. It's never been acknowledged, but the timeline does fit, so it's certainly, I guess, possible, but who knows? When it was released, it was a big hit both in Australia and the rest of the world. It doubled the original's take down under and pulled in almost $24 million in the US compared to its budget of just under $5 million. Oddly, over here, it became way more known than its predecessor, and most people had this as their first experience with the character, to the point that when they put out Mad Max on video, they basically marketed it like a prequel. It was also critically acclaimed and has been both referred to as one of the best action films of all time, as well as a sequel that far outdoes the original, and won a number of Aussie Film Awards. Of course, its success would lead to more, as a third entry would arrive 4 years later, and then of course a fourth one 30 years later, with a spin-off on its way. And my rating on this one is strong. I give it a 4.5. It's an amazing ride and some of the best chases you're gonna get. But I'll never forgive them for the dog. Its significance is a 4.5 though. Everyone knows Mad Max, and for a large number of people, this was where that journey started for them, even more so than the first. But the only reason it doesn't get the full 5 is because it's a sequel, and some of that relevance goes to it being a part 2. But it's known as redefining action films, launched Mel Gibson in the US, and is insanely well known. Should you watch it? Yes. Don't just walk away. Find your way to the wasteland. Don't walk away.
Nobody gets out of here alive.
This block wraps up on Christmas Day, December 25th, back in the US, with modern problems. It gives us a group of air traffic controllers, and one of them is Fletch, and kicks into a theme song that lives rent-free in my head.
The big fish, the cheap tricks, they never tell you what is real.
Max comes home to find out that his insane jealousy has caused his girlfriend to leave him, so he consults Loretta Haggers, and then runs into his old friend Brian. And by this point, this is probably the closest that Chevy Chase would be able to get to Bill Murray. Side note, Brian Doyle Murray has actually crafted a really solid career for himself without ever just being known as Bill Murray's brother. He's being taken care of by Nell, and yeah, I can refer to her as her most famous role, but that would also just be Nell. And one of Brian's clients is Jack Flack, and after driving back from his party, Max ends up behind a truck full of toxic waste that splashes onto him. Instead of becoming a hideously deformed creature of superhuman size of strength, he just glows, and then the next morning seems to develop the power to move objects with his mind. He of course uses this for some petty revenge against the guy that Darcy is now dating, and tries to use his powers to win her back, which for some reason includes almost killing a random ballet dancer. It leads up to a weekend getaway at Brian's place at the beach as Max unleashes his powers against everyone, particularly Winslow, who is attempting to steal Darcy away. This one was a staple of HBO back in the day and was co-written and directed by Ken Shapiro, who had previously worked with Chase on a movie called The Groove Tube, which was a collection of shorts and sketches. This was technically his first full feature film, which Chevy noted caused some issues on set due to Shapiro's inexperience, but says that he thinks that they ultimately made a good film. The experience didn't exactly wow the director though, and he disliked working within the corporate structure of the studio world and left the industry right after this film. Most of the ending stuff at the house took place on sound stages, but for the exteriors, they used something that may look a bit familiar. And it's said that this is actually the real deal Psycho House from the Universal Studio Backlot Tour, although there's some dispute about that. There's a website that details the history of the house on the lot and says it was dismantled in 1981 and theoretically transported to the beach for use in the film. But elsewhere, a historian did a detailed comparison of the features of the house along with the proportions and determined that it appears to in fact be a replica. It was released with a PG rating, which upset the writers as there was originally some more raunchy moments included, and they felt like some of the best parts were removed. When it was released, they skipped doing a critic screening, which is usually a sign that the studios think that it'll get torn apart. If they think that a film will get bad reviews and discourage viewers from going to see it, they'll simply not show it in advance. Critics will still go to see it and review it, but they'll have to do so after the film is released, and by that time, the movie's had its opening weekend and hopefully had done good numbers. And their tactic worked because, well, it did get bad reviews, but still did solid business. The budget was $8 million, and it brought in a little over 26, making it a pretty decent success, if not exactly a blockbuster. And my rating on it is a 3, because yeah, I saw this a million times when I was younger, but it just does not live up to the memories. There's some funny bits, but holy crap does it take forever to get to them. Its significance is the same at a 3 since it's pretty well remembered since it was on constant cable rotation, but I feel like its notoriety has faded a bit since then, but it's a Chevy Chase comedy from the top of his career, so it's the 3. Should you watch it? Yeah, I mean there's some great bits, but maybe a touch too much filler in between them.
Yes! I like it.
This year ends on December 26th in Australia with a little Ozploitation feature called Allison's Birthday. It begins with 16-year-old Allison and her friends playing with the old squeegee board, and Chrissy here is possessed by a spirit claiming to be her dad, who tries to tell her that something terrible will happen before her 19th birthday, before she's crushed. It then jumps ahead, and it's just a few days before her 19th, and she has a fella named Pete, and her aunt convinces her to go home for the occasion, although she's apprehensive about it. She brings Peter along, and at first everything seems normal, but then she's discovered a series of Stonehenge-looking rock formations in the woods out back. Things get wilder when there's an old woman there, her great-grandmother that she's never even heard of before. And it's pretty clear that the family has nefarious things in store for Allison. And sure enough, that's exactly what's up, and cults and rituals are involved, with Pete trying to get her out of the house, and the family fighting him every step of the way as they get closer to Allison's birthday party. And this one was directed by Ian Coughlan, who was very involved in Australian television and had been a writer and director on several long-running series over there. And he wrote this script as well. But oddly enough, it would be the last thing that he directed. And after this point, he would stick to writing, eventually tackling a long run on the popular soap Neighbours. And it's kind of weird because the movie seems to play out like some sort of mystery, but it also tells you what's going on nearly right away. So I'm not quite sure what the vibe that they were going for was. And yeah, overall, I'm going to go ahead and give this one a 2. I really want to like it because it's pretty well made, but you kind of know what the end game is for the entire runtime. So there's a point where you're just waiting for the expected finale to happen, and it does. Its significance is just the one since it's pretty unheard of and it didn't lead to any careers in horror. And in fact, it seemed to have ended one. Should you watch it? I mean, I'd say it's pretty skippable.
She's coming. Murder's coming.
We start this one off with a bit of a disputed release date, although it's known to have come out in 1981. With some stating February 12th, but that's unconfirmed, and it's Escape from Galaxy 3, although it's also known as Star Crash 2. There's a space princess played by Sherry Buchanan, who we recognize from Zombie Holocaust as well as Tentacles, and when an unknown ship enters their territory, they realize that it's most likely Oraclon, a space warlord, and prepare for the end. They're right, and him and his sparkly beard are there to take over, leading to frantic space battles. The king sends away Bellstar in the care of his most trusted man, Lethon, and look at these outfits, and this music. This is some disco space adventure. Seriously though, how is this thing practical? It covers one boob and the other has this little star pasty thing going on. But then it's like, you only get coverings for one leg and one butt cheek. I guess it's the equivalent of when you're in bed and you have to have one leg under the covers and one leg out, I suppose. I mean, are they in space or in the Icecapades? They land on an Earth-like planet and find water.
What do you use it for?
It's 2 parts hydrogen and 1 part oxygen.
That did not answer his questions, at all. And what's funny is that up until this point, about 40 minutes in or so, this could very easily be misconstrued as a kid's movie. But then there's an extended scene for Bellstar frolicking naked in a waterfall, and from that point on, it just becomes ground zero for horniness. So, the director on this is listed as being Ben Norman, although that was a pseudonym for Vito Albertini, and most of his work was either in the Italian gladiator flicks or erotic flicks, including several Emmanuelle movies. The funny thing is, though, that if you go to IMDb, it also lists Luigi Cozzi as a director. Now, Luigi has already been on the project with the horror flick Contamination in '80, but in 1978, he made a sci-fi Star Wars knockoff called Star Crash. That's pretty damn fun. But Cozzi didn't really have anything to do with this one at all. But a large amount of the special effects footage from Star Crash are just recycled here. In fact, almost all of the models and miniatures are just lifted out of that movie and inserted into this one. And weirdly, Cozzi did try to make a sequel of his own to Star Crash and wasn't able to really get it going, mainly due to rights issues and writers falling out. And yeah, this one has no crashing stars really, and barely has any escaping from Galaxy 3. Most of it is a sort of a weird series of sexual tensions to the point that you wonder if this was an adult film script that they decided at the last minute to not have any actual adult content and just a bunch of horny people and occasional boobs. Nothing really happens until the last 15 minutes when they finally go to face Oriclon with their newfound sex energy, but by then, it's a little too late. And we're off to a rough start because my rating on this one is only 1.5 tapes. It's just, like, nothing happens. Its sci-fi cultural significance is pretty low as well, at a 1, since most of what it's known for is just reusing footage from a more impactful and much better film. Should you watch it? Not really. I mean, the outfits are something to see, though. Here's one that has an unknown release date and is just known to have had a release sometime in 1981. And it's kind of funny that we've talked about Rocky Horror so much in the last episode, and then now there's this movie called Time Warp. And in it, there's an astronaut on his way back from a space mission which they say took him to the furthest regions of the galaxy. The colonel overseeing it is a caped crusader, and the astronaut's wife is Gretchen Corbett, who we saw not that long ago in Jaws of Satan, and her kid is Robbie, and this was his last film. I guess he did that run on different strokes and then just left the industry. Captain DeVore was said to have been in space for 1 year, and when asked what sustained him through the loneliness, he has a simple reply. Sex. And the colonel is trying to steal his wife since he thinks that the captain is just a silly, silly man. He's super aggressive and handsy, like back off, bro. But the problems really arise when Mark enters into a field of energy as he's approaching Earth. It has some sort of effect and he loses 2 days, but when he lands the ship, there's no one there to greet him. And then no one seems to see him. His robot companion theorizes that they went through a time warp and they're out of phase with their own dimension and are 1 year out of place. Because of that, he's invisible to other people and was reported to have died on the way back home. So, a while back on the 1980s horror project, I covered a movie called The Killings at Outpost Zeta, and I talked about a guy named Robert Emenegger, who produced a whole bunch of low-budget sci-fi movies over a short period of time to have this package of films. It included Outpost Zeta, but also Life Pod, which I covered here on the Sci-Fi Project a couple episodes ago, and this is another one. The biggest difference between this one and his other project appears to be trying to inject humor into this one, even if it mostly doesn't work. Now, there's very little information about this out there, but all of his films were made as part of a sort of syndication packet for TV airings, and it's listed as a TV movie, even if there's no confirmation about where or when it aired. And my rating on this is a 2. It has some things going for it, but it's basically 20 minutes of story stretched out to 90. Its SFCS is a 1 though, since this is completely forgotten and never spoken about and never really led to anything else. Should you watch it? You can probably pass.
There's nothing on those tapes. Ellen.
Well, speaking of Emenegger, here's another film with an unknown date, very similar to Time Warp, and it's The Perfect Woman. It leads off telling us about an alien king named King Kroger on the hunt for a perfect woman in order to produce an heir. Cameron Mitchell is here since he didn't just do crappy action films around this time, he also did crappy sci-fi. And I guess this is a race of Misfits fans. And the king is Buck Lachlan, and this may be off the subject a little bit, but let's take a guess at how much he can bench press. I mean, come on, what do you think? So, if the king doesn't produce an offspring, his cousin will take over the throne from him, and they don't like him because they call him a sissy, and he declares that his wife come from Earth since he's obsessed with our TV shows. He enlists 2 of his people to go and find her, and this guy may not look familiar to you, but he's been in a lot of stuff. Although he's mostly known for his voice, since he's the voice of Donatello on the entire run of the original Turtles cartoons, and in a bunch of Turtles games. So, Zig and Emo head to Earth and begin their search, advertising with that Gomer Pyle guy who coincidentally also has a massive amount of voice work in cartoons. And Yeah, everything that I said about Time Warp applies here. This is another of that package of quick and cheap films that M. Egger put together. Now, he didn't direct all of them, but he did do these two. Although this one had a co-director in Alan Sandler, who basically just works with M. Egger on this set of flicks and didn't do much else. Like Time Warp, there's not much information out there about this one, and like that film, was made for TV, although it's not exactly clear where or when it played, although it's assumed that it actually did at one point. The saddest part about it is that it manages to have Fred Willard in it and then essentially just sidelines him for 80% of the film. Although, to be fair, he wasn't really that well known as a comic actor at this point. Like, sure, he had done some funny stuff previously, but that was mixed in with more serious work. I mean, the guy was in Salem's Lot not long before this, so it's not like everyone just saw him and said, comedy only. And my rating here is a 1.5. This is just a dud. It's boring and not funny in the slightest, but at least has a couple of fun bits, I suppose? Its significance is a 1, just like Time Warp, since it's completely lost in the film world, and no one really mentions it to the point that I had a hard time finding info on it. Should you watch it? Only if you want to see Willard not really doing things that you know Willard for.
To women, bless them all. Beg your pardon, sire, to Earth women. Earth women!
Here's one that had an unknown release date in 81, but there's a slight possibility it aired on TV in October of 80, although it's hard to tell. But it said that it had some theatrical screenings in 81, and it's Rana, The Legend of Shadow Lake. Of course, it's set on a lake where some spooky going-ons are going down, and there's something under the water. Kelly here had some sort of encounter with a creature when he was a boy and is now determined to find it, and brings his son, who's also named Kelly, and there's talk around town about the local legend of Rana. There's the local kook as Kelly Sr. talks about learning the tale of Rana from Old Man Charlie. And meanwhile, there's a group of treasure hunters who are there pretending to be a bunch of loggers, and everyone sort of encounters the thing in the lake, but like very, very slowly. It does appear to kill folks every once in a while, but this one is by Bill Rebane, and if you're familiar with his other work, you know to expect a pretty damn slow pace. He's been featured on this channel a few times before, most notably with Monster A Go-Go, billed as one of the worst movies of all time. But he's also responsible for The Capture of Bigfoot, which I had on one of the Bigfoot lists, and he's done several other horror flicks as well with the reputation of working on a shoestring budget. And if you're one of my Spanish-speaking viewers, you already know what the deal is with the creature in the lake because Rana means frog, and our creature is essentially a giant frog man, which was utilized a little later on since later releases went all in on the frog stuff and they changed the name to Croaked Frog Monster from Hell and just put a big old frog monster on the cover. And it was distributed by Troma. And what's funny is that if you look at the Wikipedia, it says that Lloyd Kaufman lists this as one of the 5 best Troma movies ever released. But I own that book, and I can tell you that it says the opposite. It's on a list of the 5 worst movies they put out. And Lloyd says that even the frogs were embarrassed to be in it. All said and done, when the thing is finally revealed, it's basically not even a frog, and it's more like a background sleestack. And I don't quite agree with Lloyd because I've seen way worse Troma films, but I'm still only giving this one a 1.5. It has some charm, but mostly it just feels like a movie at a time. Like Frankenstein Island, it has more in common with 70s films than the 80s. Its significance is only a 1 since it's pretty much all but forgotten, doesn't feature any known cast members, and even the effects are dated. Should you watch it? You could leave this shadow in the dark.
Oh, God. Kelly, it's all true. Incredible.
Are we really doing it? I guess we're doing this because this next one also does not have a confirmed date and just came out sometime in 1981, and it's Warp Speed. It has Dr. Trask here, who has psychic powers and is part of a space mission, and they're sent up to investigate the return of a ship called the Atlas. It seems the ship just went missing a while back and has now just returned, and they board the ship, find a message from the previous crew, all killing each other, and just say, "We're leaving." Oh, wait. Different movie. Instead, Trask enters the ship, and the plan is for her to use her abilities to merge with the memory imprints that remain on the Atlas to find out what happened there. She witnesses the events, showing people killing each other off, and she sees one of Gotham's finest, and I guess he's popular here this month, but he's thankfully playing this one a bit more serious than he was in Time Warp. And hey, Barry Gordon is in this too, so this seems to be a pretty small pool of actors between these three movies. And if you guessed that this was another of the films from that Robert Emmenegger bundle of quickie sci-fi flicks, then you would be 100% right. He only served as a producer on this one though, but he did also do the music for it. No, it was directed by Adam Sandler on his own for this one, but based on the previous two, I'm not exactly looking much forward to this one. So Trask basically watches as the morale degrades amongst the crew and they start to turn on each other, but also sees like fever dream weddings, and it all gets a touch surreal with like this fluffy space horse or whatever this thing is, and the doc tries to figure out just what the hell happened. And she sure as hell takes her damn sweet time, because like Time Warp and like The Perfect Woman, it's sort of like they had enough concepts for like a half-hour story. Basically, they had enough for a Twilight Zone episode, but then they just padded everything out and stretched it so that it hit feature length. And this is no different. It's basically like they had access to this spaceship and had a handful of actors for a few days and just put them in that set and fed them lines with no clear direction or plot and just timed it. And as soon as they hit 90 minutes, we're like, time! And to make matters worse, there's no real finale to this film. If you're waiting for some climactic finish, this one's just like, nah, it's just gonna end. And my rating on it is a 1.5. It's so dull and lifeless. I give it a 0.5 for one or two good moments, but that's all it's got. Its significance is a 1 again, since again, no one has heard of this and it's had no impact at all. Should you watch it? I mean, are you seeing a pattern with this Emmenegger stuff? Pass.
I'm gonna take you into a quiet little corner of this ship and blow your brains out.
Here's one with an unknown release date, although it's marked as coming out in the UK in 1981, and it's Death Shock. And it kicks off with a woman in a yellow dress being chased by something in the woods to the sound of this song that I don't know the name of, but just know it as the song that Melvin becomes the Toxic Avenger to. Turns out that it's a cult of naked people chasing her, and she's sacrificed. And we're then introduced to a group of people out in the country who are basically all having sex. They drive around and have conversations that I can barely make out, and it's not because of their thick accents, it's because the audio recording quality is so low that everything sounds muffled.
Unless, of course, the monster wanted to stick something else into her. We all know what Marion likes stuck into her, don't we?
Their car breaks down in the middle of nowhere, so they find a nearby house to hole up in where there seems to be a creepy guy, and they all retire to the rooms to, of course, have some more sex. And that's because this one was directed by Lindsay Honey and Bill Wright. But they're more known by their other names, Ben Dover and Frank Thring, long-running UK porn creators. And whereas there's no actual visible sex in this film, it seems pretty likely that the actors went the extra mile, and it's possible that an actual X-rated version of this exists out there somewhere. It was billed as sort of an adult parody of the Hammer films, although the hammer in this one is the penis. One of the only actors with any billing is Lindsay Drew, who did her fair share of adult work, but also did a couple of turns in some mainstream horror flicks like Lair of the White Worm, And she was one of the actresses in the porn film within the film in American Werewolf in London. There's really no plot here. It's just a series of sexual encounters, and it's less than an hour long and is barely horror. Like there's the cult aspect and a satanic thing going on, but that stuff doesn't really even come into play until the last 10 minutes, and even then, it's not much of the runtime. The most peculiar thing is that the ending is a sort of cliffhanger that proudly promotes the fact that Death Shock 2 is coming soon, which it never did, although I think that the world will recover from that injustice. And my rating on this one is a mere 1. It's not worth it, really. It's just a pornless porn film. Its significance is the same since no one knows this exists, and it's barely horror. Should you watch it? Nah, I mean, unless you're extremely, and I mean extremely, desperate for adult material.
You know what to do.
This next one didn't have a confirmed date, but it's known that it came out sometime in '81 in Spain, and it's Sex is Crazy. And oh boy, another one that I may have trouble finding usable footage for. It involves aliens kidnapping Earth women in order to impregnate them, and their race has rapid natal periods, so they can have a baby every 8 seconds. But it turns out to simply be a show where the audience is wearing masks. What's going on here? It's then this sort of stream of consciousness sort of thing with secret agents and microfilm, and of course a variety of sexual shenanigans. But don't expect outright pornography here. This is strictly softcore stuff, and there's plenty of it. Enough that I'll probably have to keep this review on the shorter side because there's not enough scenes with people wearing clothes to use. But anyway, the director here is Jess Franco, and this is already the 4th film of his that I've covered on the project. 2 in 1980, and 2 so far in 1981. And since the guy has 207 movies to his name, I'll probably have to cover a lot more. This one gets surreal when the characters we're following are made to simply be characters in a movie, and we often see the crew with Franco himself as the director, so it blurs the line of fantasy and reality. And for most of it, it's just this weird tale of these two couples and lots of hormones. But then at like the 1 hour mark, we find out that actual aliens have seen the stage play and think it's a good idea and now want to use humans to breed. My rating on this one is a 2. It's mostly just kinda dull, but some of the comedy lands, but for the most part it's just not that intriguing. Its significance is just a 1 since it's very forgotten and just another blip on Franco's roster, even if it's one of his more surreal ones. Should you watch it? I'd say no. I mean, unless you really needed a softcore sex comedy fix.
One last thing was never the fucking war. What is never wedding?
Oh, which time was it then, eh? What's it?
We now jump to another one that has an unknown date, but it's Life Pod, not to be confused with 1993's Life Pod. And this has an ad for a ship going to Jupiter with a trademark in 2191. So we're in the pretty far future. But on its maiden voyage, there's an emergency and they have to abandon ship. People get away on various life pods, but some of the crew are still on board. And we meet Simmons here, who meets up with Fiona, played by Christine DeBelle, who was in Meatballs, Tag the Assassination Game, and A Talking Cat? ? But of course, IMDb lists her most known film as the one X-rated movie she did. They end up finding a group of others who are still there as well and have to try to find their way to a life pod. And oh my god, is that freaking Mantis? It is! There's this sort of robot thing with a laser on it keeping them in line, but there's a secret passage that they're able to use to get to a pod. But the captain stays behind, and the ship's computer is trying to convince them to come back, And our director here is Bruce Bryant, and it's the only thing he's ever directed, although he has a considerable amount of work in other aspects of the industry, and seems to have found his niche in TV title sequences, and has done the opening title graphics for shows like Frasier, Roseanne, and Cheers. And this was one of a whole bunch of super cheap sci-fi flicks pumped out in this era by producer Robert Emenegger, who did The Killings at Outpost Zero around this same time, and just tried to get as many inexpensive genre flicks as he could out there in a short time span. And yeah, after the first like 15 minutes with them hustling to get onto the life pod, it then just sort of goes into this whole nothing much happens mode as everyone just sits around talking for a while. And by a while, I mean like the next hour. So yeah, I'm gonna give this a 1.5 because it's so dull. And I know I've had a few clunkers on this list, but this is the biggest yawner here. I'm just not sure what they were even going for with this one. Its significance is a 1 since it's completely forgotten and features no recognizable names, really, either in front of or behind the camera. Should you watch it? Absolutely skip it unless you're having a party and it's getting late and you want your guests to leave.
All right.
Here's one with an unknown date, although it's known to have had a limited run in 1980, and it's The Return. This has an alien ship arriving in a small town and entrancing a young boy and girl, and then one of the evil Lectroids is here, and he's abducted. It's then 25 years later, and Maddie Hayes is here with her father, Steve Martin, and she's a scientist and discovers an anomaly in Little Creek, a small town where Airwolf is a police officer. And he pulls over some speeders and they won't get out of the car, so he pulls a gun out of them and then shoots their radio. And I think 80s folk were supposed to be like, oh yeah, this guy takes no crap. But yeah, today, dude comes off as a psychopath who's like, respect my authority. Bela Lugosi is here too, and when there's a series of cattle mutilations that old Miner is still there and he hasn't aged at all, and it's soon revealed that Wayne and Jennifer were those two kids from the intro, and this one was directed by Graydon Clark, who had another movie out in 1980 about an alien, Without Warning, and I covered that in the project as well. And that also featured Landau and also Neville Brand, who's here too. Filming was rough going here because Vincent was having alcoholism issues during this time period and would interfere with their scheduling. Like he didn't show up for shooting one day and they had to recover by convincing both Shepard and Landau to come on set on their days off. And it's pretty clear that they were going for a sort of Close Encounters kind of vibe here, but never really took off and didn't get the theatrical run that Without Warning got, only reaching a wider audience a few years later on TV runs and video. My rating on it is a 2. I'll be honest with you, it's pretty dull. There's a couple of interesting moments, but for the most part, it's not that exciting. Its significance is also very low at a 2 because it is from Graydon Clark, a known genre director, does have some recognizable stars, but very little else, and is very much forgotten. Should you watch it? You could probably skip.
They ought to make these holes bigger in these cans. I mean, how are you going to dunk your donut in such a small opening like this?
This next one doesn't have a confirmed release date, but it did come out in 1981 in Indonesia, and it's Mystics in Bali. It has Kathy here, and she's in Bali, which is in Indonesia, to learn about the black magic there. And when the film begins, she's with this guy, Hendra, who tells her about liak magic, a form of black magic. He says he can get her in touch with a man who can teach it to her, and oh boy, they encounter the Witch Queen of the Liak, and this is not at all a disturbing thing right here, who asks them to get her jewels, and then reappears as this tongue thing to drink blood, and...
Good. Now I need you to take off your skirt.
Are we sure that this is a Liak demon and not like Harvey Weinstein? Kathy continues to visit the Queen's turf in order to learn her ways, with each night getting more and more bizarre, with some pretty awesome transformation effects as they turn into pigs. And although this came out in Indonesia in '81, it didn't get released in the US until 1989. And this was the country's first attempts at making a film that catered towards an American audience, casting a white woman in the lead, although the plot is still distinctly Indonesian, and features elements directly from the folklore of that area. Oddly enough, Ilona Agatha Bastian, who plays Kathy, wasn't even an actress. She was a student that was visiting Indonesia on vacation from Germany, and the producer's wife discovered her and asked her to be in the film. And yep, this is the film that has that notorious bit with the severed head flying into a woman's house and eating her unborn child through her vagina. That is a thing that happens in this movie. Now, this was a real creature that was feared in the area. I mean, not the creature wasn't real. It was a real fear in the area, called a penanggalan. I think that said that right, which was a head with its entrails still attached below it that would feed on menstrual blood or blood from birth, because the Indonesian's folklore is way weirder than ours apparently. So it may not be extremely well known here, although it does have cult success. This film was a major sensation in its home country and is still one of the most successful films in the Indonesian market. And my rating on it is a 3.5. It's so much fun. It's just an insane movie with some really wild effects. It's not really a good movie, but damn is it a good watch. Its significance is a tough one. I mean, it's not that well known here, but internationally, particularly in Indonesia, it's like E.T. level. So I'm gonna split the difference and give it a 2.5. Should you watch it? Sure, it's weird and worth it. Our next film doesn't have a set release date, but this seemed an appropriate place to put it. But we do know that it was released in Indonesia in 1981, and it's Srigala. It has this vaguely Indiana Jones looking dude, although this was well before that came out, and his two employees staying at this old cabin in the woods by a lake. And they're looking for a lost treasure in the water. But there's also a group of young folk headed out for a vacation, hanging out there as well, and there's someone watching them in the woods. And then a mysterious figure begins attacking them, leading to a speedboat chase. And by this point, it's kind of hard to tell, but this was considered an Indonesian remake of Friday the 13th, although not really a direct one, as you can tell from the, maybe you missed me saying it, speedboat chase. But oh no, there's also kung fu fights and zombie dream sequences, but it starts to look a little bit more familiar as it goes on, with a big storm and everyone is stuck in the cabin at night with people wandering out into the rain with flashlights. But it's kind of weird that it's billed as a remake considering how different a large portion of it is. The cabin certainly looks similar though, and the setting with everyone in rain ponchos with their flashlights does look really familiar, and the version that I found with subtitles I'm going to assume is inaccurate, considering this scene with a woman calling out for her friend, saying her name over and over and over, read as both the various kinds of meatball noodles, and then the Phantom, where is this? And it kind of makes me mad because I was going to name my second daughter various kinds of meatball noodles. Well, then in the last 15 minutes or so of the movie, this one absolutely basically just turns into Friday the 13th. And when this older female character just randomly shows up out of nowhere, even though we've never seen her before in the film, I think you can kind of guess where this is going. My rating on it is a 2.5. It's silly at times and actually does a good job of imitating that Friday vibe, but it's a little slower than that one, even with the speedboat chases. Its HCS is a 1.5 since it's not really known at all, and its only notoriety is basically just being a Friday ripoff. Should you watch it? Most likely not, unless you're just really into watching international knockoff flicks. This next one is another that doesn't have a credited release date, but it did come out at some point in 1981, and it's A Day of Judgment. And we're set back in the 1920s, and there's a priest here leading a church that is only attended by 3 people. He decides to fold up shop and leave town, but gets screwed over by the bank, and there's this cranky old Karen who kills the goat of some local kids, and George here who screws his parents out of their family home. And that night, mysterious happenings begin as Mrs. Fitch is dragged down into the ground. And then a mysterious black-clad man starts stalking people with a massive sigh. And the weird thing is that I guess this film is called a slasher flick and carries that description a lot. But as you watch it, you realize that, yeah, it's not exactly that. And in fact, based on the sort of little morality plays that it shows you, and the whole setup of this being a town that's abandoned religion, it seems more like a touch of Christian moralizing than anything else. It follows a formula by showing you some of the townspeople just doing something terrible like committing adultery, and then murder, or trying to cheat hardworking farmers out of their land. And then shortly after, the dark stranger strolls in and kills you. The director on this one was Charles Reynolds, and this would be the only film that he ever directed, and with the exception of an acting role as Man in Phone Booth, it was his only credit in the industry whatsoever. It's incredibly slow paced, and the killer of the film shows up far too rarely in between the little vignettes of sin, ending with a literal sequence of the dead facing hell after being denied redemption. And I mean, if you're wondering if I'm exaggerating this being a Christian film, it ends with a literal prayer up on the screen. And I'm giving this one a 2. It's pretty boring. It's overly long and spends a lot of time just sort of feeling like one of those high school hygiene movies. I kept expecting a voice to come on and be like, now, what did Mrs. Fitch do wrong here? Its significance is only a 1.5 since it's almost all but forgotten. No one's heard of this, and there's no one in it. But I'll give it the extra 0.5 for the oddness of being a weird Christian-themed slasher film. Should you watch it? I'm gonna go with no here. This next one is one that had a contended release date, and it's The Appointment, since some places have its release date as 82, but others have it as 81. But it looks like it at least had a limited run in 81. It kicks off with a young girl being rather dramatically yanked into the woods, and then jumps 3 years, and the Equalizer is here, probably doing things for the greater good. And he has a daughter here, but he's found out that he's going to miss her big violin solo to go on a business trip, and she's extremely disappointed and butts heads with her parents. But that night, the family members are all plagued with horrible dreams, which seem to be more prophecies than anything. And this is just sort of a slow burn, and I'm emphasizing the slow because not a whole lot happens, but it does build up a good deal of atmosphere. It's a British production directed by Lindsay Vickers, and it's his only feature film, although he had a career all through the 70s as an assistant director on a number of horror films. But outside of a couple of producer credits, it seems like this is his last work in the industry. It had a modest budget of around £650,000 and was an attempt to break into the US market. And it's a really odd film. Like, after the jarring intro and setup, it settles into a small domestic drama about dreams. And that portion takes up the entire middle of the film. And then the final act gives us the next day and delves into the realization of that dream being visions of the future or simply nightmares, all accompanied by a low-key and very effective score by Trevor Jones. It was a bit lost in the shuffle when it was released and partially forgotten to the point that it was only available on VHS until fairly recently, although now can be viewed in all its high-resolution glory. And my rating here is a 3. It's a really moody little piece with a lot of great visuals and overall feeling of dread, but I wish there was a bit more meat to this story. Its significance is pretty low at a 1.5 since it's very forgotten and doesn't really feature a lot of horror mainstays, and honestly, there's not even much horror in the movie, but it's enough, and the presence of Woodward gives it a slight boost. Should you watch it? Yeah, particularly if you're a fan of the whole liminal horror thing that's being discussed right now, and that ending is a banger. Another one with an unknown date but was out sometime in 1981 is Home Sweet Home. And this starts in the best way possible.
Hey, you want a beer? Hey!
And we get reports of an escaped mental patient, and he kills that guy, so I guess you could say that body was by Jake. Meanwhile, it's Thanksgiving and a bunch of people are getting together at Mr. Bradley's ranch, and one of them is Hocus Pocus's Vanessa Shaw in her very first role. There's also this kid whose name is, I guess, Mistake?
Rock and roll forever.
And Killer J shows up sounding like a shark. And he kicks off the killings with this pretty hysterical hood drop. And then, of course, starts to pick off the party guests, and in a bit different slant than a lot of the other slashers, just seems to be having a fantastic time doing so. And this slasher flick has something that makes it a bit peculiar for the era, in that it was directed by a woman. Not exactly a first, but it was definitely a rarity for the time period, and the first on the project. This was the director Nettie Pena's first feature film, and would remain her only one. She made a documentary in 2009, but this remains her only mainstream narrative work, and it got a bit more notoriety from being one of the UK video nasties, and was banned there, although it didn't get the whole prosecution treatment. Its placement there is pretty peculiar, considering that the violence in the film is particularly mild. There's not really a lot of gore or anything, and the attack scenes are so dimly lit that it's not like you can really see anything anyway. There really doesn't seem to be that much information about it, although if you see Jake Steinfeld, I guess you shouldn't mention this movie, because word is that he gets a little annoyed if you do. And I'm gonna give this one a 2 because I wanted to like it, but as I was watching it, I was just thinking, how far into this am I? Like 45 minutes? Well, I guess I'm on my way. I'm on my way. I mean, come on, just set me free, Home Sweet Home. Its significance is a 2.5 since it's a rare horror slasher set on the turkey holiday, directed by a woman, features some soon-to-be famous faces, and got on the nasty list, but isn't really all that well known. Should you watch it? I'd skip it. It's pretty standard, except for Steinfeld's over-the-top performance.
It's gone. Look. It's in the hat. 3. Oh, it's gone. Wait. It's in the hat. 4. Bye-bye. See you later. So long. Oops, welcome back. Oh, it's gone. Watch. Magic dust. Look. More dust.
Alright. Here's another one. And oh man, another one that has an unknown date. When are we going to get back to ones with confirmed dates? Because they seem better. And this one is Escape from DS3. Ah, damn it. Alright, I quit. I quit. This is not what I signed up for here. This episode better end strong. So, what's this one, quote, about? This one has Lavette here, who is framed for a crime and put on trial, and he's played by Jackson Bostwick. No relation to Barry Bostwick, but this guy was the original Shazam, or Captain Marvel, as the character is actually known, as even if DC's not really supposed to promote it that way anymore. But anyway, he was that character for the first season of the Shazam show back in the 70s, but was fired and replaced 2 episodes into the second season because he was injured on set and had to have it taken care of. The producers then fired him and claimed that he was trying to negotiate for higher pay. But he sued them over it and won, getting a payout for his remaining episodes. But his career never really rebounded after that. So Lovett gets sentenced to a space super prison where Hightower is also serving, and I guess they have some robotic sex bots on board, and it's made to not seem that bad. Max says they even have legal drugs and sex bots and entertaining, so yeah, not seeming that terrible of a sentence, I suppose. But nope, because the authorities there are abusive, of course, and this guy from Warp Speed is in this too, and I didn't mention this there, but this is Cameron Mitchell Jr. Yep, that's right, he's Cameron Mitchell's son. They then begin the very long and slow process of planning their escape by sitting around rooms and talking, and then talking in other rooms. And if these sets look familiar, it's because they're using the same spaceship that they used for Warp Speed, since it was all about using that low budget as much as possible. And of course, it should be obvious by now that this is just another of that package of low-budget sci-fi syndication movies that I've covered here and hope to never discuss again. And this one gets a 1.5 from me because Bubba Smith is pretty charming in it and saves it from being a single tape. Its significance is also a 1 though, for the same reasons that I listed for all the other Emmenegger flicks. Should you watch it? It's another escape from this movie, please.
You're the big man around here, Mac. Big gut, big butt, big mouth.
This next one is another that doesn't have a confirmed release date, but it came out in 1981 and possibly in September in Indonesia. And I promise it's not another Emmenegger film. It's Gundala, or I guess Gundala Putra Petir. It's from Indonesia, and this might get tricky because I couldn't find a subtitled version, but I found the movie on YouTube and used the auto-translate closed captions, so we'll see how this goes. It starts with some criminals doing a drop and then killing their messenger, and then we have a doctor with, I don't know, some reagent? He shoots himself up with it, which, come on, man, you're either getting a Hyde or a Green Goblin or something that way. And then he electrocutes himself on purpose. And then, you know how awkward the birthday song is as you just sit there while people sing? Now imagine it 6 times in a row.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you.
Senkoku misses his lady friend's party to do his experiment, which, by the way, is an anti-lightning serum that makes you resistant to electricity. I mean, the odds of being struck by lightning is like 1 in 15,300. So I'm not sure it's the most useful or wise way to spend your inventing time. But how about this for circumstance? That night, he's hit by lightning, so it's a good thing he injected that damn serum. But no, it's not just any lightning, it's from the King of Lightning. This silver-clad gentleman with some killer facial hair. And he grants Senkoku with supernatural powers and a kick-ass suit with, I think, winged ears, and is given a magic necklace and the name Gundala. He busts into action to save a little girl and has his very own theme song. And this is based on an actual comic book hero of the same name. His comic debuted in Indonesia back in 1969, and the word gundala is a play on the Javanese word for lightning, gondolo. It's said that the original character was greatly influenced by the spate of American superheroes coming out at that time. And I think that his powers were meant to be lightning-based, but for the most part in the film, he's simply portrayed as being very fast and acrobatic. It's kind of unclear if he even has powers, really, or has simply been made a badass fighter. Like, he even stabs this guy with a switchblade at one point. It's hard to find out if the film was successful over there, but it wasn't really released in the States, but it was the first Indonesian superhero film based on one of their comics. And it's important to bring up because in 2019, they did a remake just called Gundala, with the hopes of it kicking off a new cinematic universe over there, and this version had lightning powers throughout, as opposed to showing them off only in the finale, like in the 1981 version. With their new series, 2 other films did follow, and they both featured an appearance by the character, and there's another 6 currently planned. And my rating on this one is a 3. It's fun enough. It's kind of slow in the middle, but it gave me like throwback vibes to the 70s Captain America and Spider-Man stuff. Its SFCS is just a 1 though, since it's more than a little obscure and maybe a big deal in Indonesia, but in the US, Gundala is Gundalast. Should you watch it? Sure, it's silly, cheap superhero fun. Yet another one with an unclear date, but again, sometime in 1981, is Kiss Daddy Goodbye. This also had the alternate titles of Caution, Children at Play, and Revenge of the Zombie. So there's these 2 kids, Beth and Michael, and they have powers like telekinesis, and they're played by a real-life brother and sister, and there's also a small-town deputy played by former teen idol and heartthrob Fabian. If you don't know who this guy was, he was a major pop star in the 60s and 70s and acted in a ton of movies, like Elvis style. And by this point in time had mostly shifted towards acting, and his popularity had greatly declined. The kids live with their father, and their mother has died, and they also use telepathy to communicate, and there's also a biker gang that rolls up to their house, and when Pops tries to get them to leave, the gang kills him. Blanchard meets up with Texas Chainsaw's Sally while the kids try to figure out what to do with their dead dad because they're afraid to call the police since their dad always told them they'd be taken away because of their powers. And you know how the kids cope? By painting the corpse's face and then reanimating him to attack, and then send him out looking for the bad people. And the directing credit here goes to Patrick Regan, and this is his only work as a primary director, but he's done quite a bit of first and second AD roles. That's first and second or assistant director, and he worked in those roles on some bigger features. And let's take this time to discuss the 70s, 80s gap, because I know I've mentioned that in a few episodes before, and there's a particular feel to 70s horror, and a very particular one for 80s horror. And what we're seeing is this gradual shift from one to the other. And this movie absolutely still has a 70s flavor to it, even though some of the others in this same time frame felt more 80s. I know that is a totally subjective thing, but watching all of these in order, it's an interesting thing to try to pinpoint. And I'm giving this one a 1.5. It is really, really dull. So slow I almost fell asleep. Its significance is also really low at a 2 since it's not really remembered at all. It doesn't really do anything new or interesting. But I'll give it the 2 for the presence of Marilyn Burns and I guess Fabian, even though he's not really a horror guy. But he is a known entity. Should you watch it? You could safely pass.
Why? Why did you make Daddy into a weird thing? A zombie.
Okay, next up is one with no set release date, but we know it played in 1981, and it's Night of Horror. And I previously featured this on a list of the worst horror films of all time. And if you're wondering why it was on there, well, here's how it starts.
I heard from Darlene that you were back in the valley. Well, I knew you were staying in Cumberland for a while.
It's 2 people talking in what's supposed to be a bar, but is clearly someone's basement, but their backs are to the camera, the lighting's off, and the audio is garbled.
With very few people who've seen you in the last few weeks say you were bombed out of your mind about all the time.
It's a rock band, and one of their members wants to quit because of something that happened when he went back home for his father's funeral. He and his brother's wife, and a friend of hers went on a camper vacation. It took 10 minutes to get to this point. 10 minutes of two guys' backs explaining that he's in a band and had a weird experience. And I'm telling you that I've already watched this, and the biggest complaint about it is just how absolutely horrible and dull that it is. And just watching it again, it's giving me some pretty hardcore flashbacks. And I'm not sure if you've seen me say this in my videos before, but I'll say it again. One of my least favorite things in movies is when there's a narrator talking over the action, but what they're saying is totally unnecessary. And that's 90% of what's going on here. Just a narrator telling us what we're looking at.
Just started to put up a fight to drive. Coming on kind of strong. I just smiled and nodded. I was going to be very happy staying in the back.
There's also background music that's playing over the driving footage, and prepare yourself because there's so much driving footage. And the music is basically 4 bars of piano melody played over and over and over and over again. And that's not it. Everything is drawn out. For instance, you'll get to hear Colleen here recite the entirety of a Poe poem.
Would you like to hear it? The ring is on my hand, and the wreath is on my brow. Satins and jewels grand are all at my command.
And again, it's 22 minutes into this movie, and I'm not joking. All that's happened is that you found out that Steve had a weird thing happen on a trip, and you have seen him and his brother start on their trip. That's it. That's all that's happened. And this was from Tony Malinowski, who only directed 3 movies, including this one. And another one was sort of a remake of this one, but he's done a lot of work as an editor for a variety of low-budget films. But this one was really low, like around $4,000, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was lower than that by like dropping one of the zeros. And I'm gonna break it to you softly. All that happens in this movie, which is just a little over an hour, is they drive, stop, encounter some ghosts from the Civil War who ask them to sanctify the remains, and they do. The end! There's no horror in this night. The zombie on the cover is not present. Instead, you get a bunch of footage that someone just went and shot at their local Civil War reenactment. My rating here is a 1. This is without a doubt one of the worst movies that I have ever seen, and I'm not even sure that I can respect its effort on the low budget. Its significance is also a 1 since it's barely remembered and launched no careers, and the only time it's ever brought up is if someone is talking about the worst movies they've ever seen on some YouTube channel where the host forces himself to watch these things as if there's someone dumb enough to do that. Should you watch it? No, you shouldn't. I did. Twice now. Don't be me.
Well, I mean, the whole thing just blew my mind away so bad.
So there you have it, practically every movie from 1981. I mean, this isn't everything that came out in 1981, but it's a pretty big chunk of it. I left out some dramas and some of the other stuff I wasn't terribly interested in watching, but yeah, there it is. What was your favorite movie of this year? Let me know. Hit that like button. Subscribe to this channel. Go to that Patreon page at patreon.com/movietimelines. Keep on coming back for more of the regular episodes right here on the 80s Project.